Inside the Jiangcheng base, Li Yang pulled his Azure Dragon Crescent blade from the neck of a 6th-grade exotic beast, green blood slowly dripping from the tip of the blade.
Li Yang, watch out!
A startled cry came from behind.
Li Yang turned around and saw an 8th-grade exotic beast rushing towards him.
10 rusty yet still sharp alloy-throwing knives were strung together like threads, blocking the beast's path and instantly killing it. Listening to the sound of the beast's blood dripping onto the awning, scenes from the past flashed through Li Yang's mind.
Back then, he hadn't yet become a martial artist.
Bang bang bang! The sound of rain came from the awning of the slaughterhouse. Inside, 4 or 5 people grabbed the Qingyan chickens and wielded their knives. At this moment, a middle-aged man seemed to remember something, looked up at the person opposite him and said, "Li Yang, after finishing school every day, you still come to the slaughterhouse to work part-time killing chickens.
Can your body handle it?"
Across from me stood a handsome boy, about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a school uniform, tossing a freshly killed green-flamed chicken into a basket.
He smiled and replied, "Uncle Wang, it's alright, please don't worry. Young people are so healthy, I'm envious," Uncle Wang exclaimed.
Li Yang listened to Uncle Wang's words without saying much, but glanced at the azure flame chicken in his hand and muttered to himself, "I wonder when I'll be able to save up enough credits to buy Qi blood."
Li Yang was wearing the school uniform of the 7th Middle School of Jiangcheng base.
He came from a poor family and did not have credit points to buy resources to increase his Qi and blood. He could only earn credit points through part-time jobs to exchange for Qi and blood.
Qi and blood value are related to everyone's survival.
Because the size of Earth has increased hundreds of times for some unknown reason, strange beasts have ravaged cities all over the world, and countless people have perished in their jaws. The federal government discovered that by practicing martial arts, increasing one's blood and Qi, and continuously improving one's martial arts skills, one could contend with the alien beasts. Through the efforts of several generations, the Federation has established 8 large bases, one of which is the Jiangcheng base.
The god of war, Qin Tianming, possesses unfathomable martial arts skills.
He fought to a standstill with the Beast King and is currently the strongest human force, earning him widespread respect.
With hard work, anything is possible.
Li Yang pulled himself out of his thoughts, though his mind was heavy. The blade in his hand never stopped. All the chickens in the slaughterhouse had been killed, and Uncle Wang said to everyone with a smile, "You've worked hard. Everyone take a Qingyan chicken home to nourish yourselves."
"Thank you, Uncle," everyone responded in unison. Li Yang also expressed his gratitude to Uncle Wang.
There are 5 people in the slaughterhouse. Uncle Wang is the manager. The other 3 are full-time employees, and Li Yang is a part-time employee. Li Yang bid farewell to everyone, carrying the Qingyan chicken, wiped the fatigue from his face, and headed home.
About 20 minutes later, Li Yang walked into a dilapidated building, about 30 meters high, housing dozens of families.
Li Yang's father, Li Fu, is a car mechanic, his mother, Chen Su, is a chef, and he has a younger sister, Li Xian, who is in junior high school. It was already past 10 p.m. when Li Yang opened the door and saw his mother watching TV.
Hearing the noise, Li Xian, the younger sister, opened the door.
Seeing Li Yang carrying the azure flame chicken, her eyes immediately lit up, and she said with a fawning expression, "Brother, let's ask Mom to make spicy chicken tomorrow, hee."
"I brought it back for everyone to eat,
but I have to ask Mom's permission before I can make spicy chicken," Li Yang replied with a smile.
Li Xian looked at her mother pitifully. Chen Su doted on the 2 children and did not refuse Li Xian's request.
"You should get up early for school tomorrow, then you'll get to eat spicy chicken."
"Hee, Mom, I'm going to sleep now," Li Xian said playfully as she ran back to her room.
Ignoring them, Li Yang put the Qingyan chicken in the refrigerator, quickly finished his dinner, and then washed up and rested. Looking at her sensible eldest son, Li Yang, Chen Su felt a strange sadness welling up in her heart.
In fact, Li Yang is not from this world.
He stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights in a row reading novels, and when he woke up, he was here.
Li Yang ate a third of the spicy chicken, ignored Li Xian, and headed to school.
Li Yang is in class 8 of the 3rd year of high school at Jiangcheng No. 7 High School.
There are a total of 49 students in the class.
Li Yang's Qi and blood value is 31, ranking last in the class. Just as he reached the door, a chubby little boy called out to him in a cheeky manner, "Hey,
our class's number 1 expert is here." Li Yang immediately lowered his face, feeling both reluctant and angry.
This person was his good friend and partner, the chubby Chao Juhai, who actually mocked him in this way.
Seemingly sensing Li Yang's displeasure, Chao Juhai continued,
"I have some good news to share with you. My Qi and blood value broke through 90 last night, so I'll have to keep protecting you from now on." Li Yang secretly marveled at Chao Juhai, the chubby boy, for he was truly remarkable. His Qi and blood points had soared from 80 to 90 in just one night, only 10 points away from the 100 points a martial artist needed.
Li Yang
looked at the chubby boy, a slight smile playing on his lips, as if he had thought of something amusing.
"Congratulations, Brother Hai. You look so impressive, Brother Hai. You'll need to wear an even bigger shield then." As he spoke, Li Yang's gaze involuntarily swept towards the chubby boy's chest.
"Screw you." The chubby boy shook his fat chest, feeling as if he had been struck a heavy blow. The school bell rang, and Li Yang, the chubby boy, and the other students obediently immediately returned to their seats. Just then, a female teacher wearing a white shirt, a black skirt, and a ponytail walked into the classroom in high heels.
The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Class teacher Kong Ling stood on the podium, adjusted her glasses, and said, "There are still 3 months until the martial arts exam. I hope all students will work even harder.
Those with high chi and blood values shouldn't be arrogant, and those with low chi and blood values." As she spoke, she glanced sideways at Li Yang, her tone serious. "We must work extra hard."
Alright, let's begin the lesson.
In the last lesson, we mentioned that Earth suddenly expanded several hundred times. When alien beasts ravaged the cities, the god of war Qin Tianming used his unique martial art, Ming Wang body, to drive the alien beast king into the ocean in the Pacific Ocean, and it has never been seen since. Although Kong Ling's lectures weren't really suitable for Li Yang, she was exceptionally beautiful, ranking among the top female teachers. Finally, get out of class ended. Li Yang packed his things, preparing to go to the slaughterhouse to continue his part-time job. The little fat boy's blood energy level exceeded 90 in one night, which greatly inspired him. At that moment, a girl wearing a black t-shirt and jeans suddenly appeared in front of Li Yang. Xia Jimei bit her lip slightly and asked,
"Li Yang, why did you delete my contact information? Can't we be friends after breaking up?" Li Yang didn't answer.
He had dated Xia Jimei before, but Xia Jimei seemed to only enjoy Li Yang's affections, while Li Yang received only slightly more affection than his classmates. In the words of the chubby boy, even a dog wouldn't date her. Li Yang subtly told Xia Jimei that they couldn't be friends after breaking up, then went straight to his chicken-killing post at the slaughterhouse. Many times when he saw Xia Jimei's messages on his AI, he decisively blocked her. So when she suddenly stopped him and said she wanted to be friends, Li Yang didn't respond.
Xia Jimei stared blankly at Li Yang's handsome back.
Thinking about the lack of response she had just received, she gritted her teeth, stomped her foot hard, and muttered,
Li Yang, it's not like I'm unpopular."
It takes Li Yang more than 20 minutes to cycle from school to the slaughterhouse. As soon as he arrived at his post, Uncle Wang came to greet him.
"Li Yang, you're here pretty early." "Haha, Uncle Wang, I like killing chickens."
After saying that, Li Yang threw himself into the endless work of slaughtering chickens, 1 Qingyan chicken, 2 Qingyan chickens, 3 Qingyan chickens. He shuttled between the school and the slaughterhouse every day. After dinner, he would wash up and rest early. The rain pattered outside the window as he drifted into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the very moment he killed the last azure flame chicken, a glimmer of light quietly ignited deep within his consciousness.
Early in the morning, Li Yang was woken by his alarm clock, his body aching all over.
On the dining table lay a credit card his mother had left him. He grabbed one, bought breakfast from a roadside stall, and hurried to school.
His AI popped up a news alert.
Huiyan residential area was attacked by a swarm of shadow rats last night, resulting in 3 deaths and 7 injuries.
The martial arts team arrived in time. Li Yang clenched his fists.
After exchanging a few jokes with the chubby boy, class began. Throughout the entire day of academic lessons, his mind was preoccupied with trying to recall that vague memory.
Light screen, come out. A pale blue, semi-transparent panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Li Yang.
Chi and blood, 31.00 plus.
Kill points, 0.01. Li Yang's heart raced. Kill points, 0.01? Is that from the azure flame chicken we killed yesterday? And that plus sign?
He suppressed his excitement, concentrated his mind, and forcefully tapped the plus sign.
The plus sign has disappeared. Chi and blood, 31.01.
A faint but clear flow of heat surged from my heart to my limbs.
The sense of power has increased even more. Killing chickens can actually make you stronger. He was overwhelmed with joy. The school bell rang in the afternoon. The chubby boy looked at Li Yang, wanting to ask him to go out for lunch together. But Li Yang quickly rushed out of the classroom and disappeared from the chubby boy's sight in an instant. The chubby boy stared wide-eyed in surprise, frowning as he said, "It's my treat. You don't have to pay. Why are you running so fast?" Li Yang had no idea that the chubby Chow Juhai wanted to treat him to a meal. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken advantage of him. The journey from the school to the slaughterhouse was originally a 20-minute walk, but Li Yang, eager to try, managed to run it in 15 minutes, which shows his inner anxiety. After changing into his slaughtering uniform and briefly greeting Uncle Wang and the others, Li Yang skillfully picked up a Qingyan chicken, steadily raised the slaughtering knife in his right hand, and gently slit the chicken's neck. The light screen reappeared. Ding! Killed a blue flame chicken, kill points plus 0.01. The light screen has appeared. He silently recited the killing system in his mind. A pale blue, semi-transparent light curtain appeared before my eyes. Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 31.01 plus. Kill points, 0.01. Li Yang's body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but shake with excitement. Slaughtering the azure flame chicken really does restore health. Restore my health. Chi and blood, 31.02. A warm current surged from my heart to my limbs, and a sense of strength welled up in my heart once again. Ha 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 ha. Li Yang laughed happily.
Uncle Wang and the others found it very strange that Li Yang was grinning foolishly after just killing a green flame chicken. Was he worried
about his low energy and fearing he'd fail the martial arts exam? Was he starting to overthink things? Uncle Wang asked with a face full of doubt and worry. Li Yang, what's wrong with you? You're studying and working every day, is your body unable to take it? If you're not feeling well, you can go home and rest.
Li Yang looked back at his earlier laughter and realized that Uncle Wang and the others had misunderstood, so he quickly explained.
Uncle, I'm perfectly healthy, I just suddenly remembered some happy things. I'm going back to work.
After saying that, he focused intently on slaughtering the Qingyan chicken.
Li Yang quickly grabbed a green flame chicken, swung his knife and slashed its neck. Killing a blue flame chicken grants plus 0.01 kill points. Killing a blue flame chicken grants plus 0.01 kill points. Killing a blue flame chicken grants plus 0.01 kill points.
An hour and a half later, his slaughtering efficiency increased rapidly, and he had already killed more than 1,000 blue flame chickens. Looking at the empty chicken crate, Li Yang muttered to himself, they seem to have killed chickens particularly quickly today.
Host, Li Yang, Chi and Blood 31.02 plus. Kill points, 10.24. Ha, so many kill points. Time to go home and replenish my health. Uncle Wang looked at the baskets of dead Qingyan chickens next to Li Yang and exclaimed in surprise, Li Yang really went all out killing chickens today.
In Uncle Wang's opinion, as long as everyone tries their best to complete the task, everyone will still be allowed to take a Qingyan chicken home as usual.
Li Yang thanked Uncle Wang, said goodbye to everyone, and hurried home, eager to replenish his Chi and Blood.
When he got home, he put the chicken in the refrigerator and went back to his room. Li Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, and the light screen reappeared before his eyes.
Host, Li Yang, Chi and Blood 31.02 plus. Kill points, 10.24.
As before, he had a thought and pointed to the plus sign. Kill points instantly reset to 0, and health jumped to health 41.26.
A surge of intense heat instantly filled my entire body.
My bones cracked slightly, my muscles tensed, my vision suddenly cleared, and my senses sharpened.
He threw a punch, and the air exploded with a loud crack. 41.26. A 10-point surge overnight. Martial arts exam.
Becoming a martial artist means that your family can move into a safe zone, and your parents won't have to work so hard anymore. He excitedly began practicing military boxing, his punches whistling through the air, and he completed 2 sets without feeling tired at all.
At that moment, the AI vibrated. It was a message from Uncle Wang. Li Yang, you might have to work overtime tomorrow, so be prepared. Overtime? Heavy workload?
A sharp glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes. After finishing his spicy chicken dish made by his mother, Chensu, Li Yang washed up and went to bed early. The next morning, Chensu got up a little late, leaving only 2 credit cards on the table, the meaning of which was clear. There was no breakfast today, go buy it yourself. Li Yang casually picked up one of the cards, without even waking Li Xian, who was still sleeping in, and headed straight for school. While Li Yang was using his smart device to buy breakfast, news kept popping up. A strange beast invaded the Huiyan residential area of Jiangcheng yesterday. The casualties are currently unknown. War god Qin Tianming encourages young martial artists to be brave and venture out.
With 3 months left until the martial arts exam, who will be the champion this year? Li Yang looked at the sensationalist headlines that were actually completely useless.
Just then, he felt a light tap on his shoulder.
He turned around and saw it was the chubby Chao Juhai, who said with a grin, Li Yang, good morning. You're up pretty early too, little fatty. Li Yang replied, you ran so fast yesterday, I was thinking of asking you to go to the night market for dinner together. My family is struggling financially. I need to earn credits to buy blood essence. You know that, right? Li Yang said, rolling his eyes at the chubby boy.
The chubby boy chuckled awkwardly. After all, his family ran a business, and they were wealthier than many of his classmates, a fact evident from his physique. To ease the awkwardness, the chubby boy bought breakfast for Li Yang, and the two bantered back and forth as they walked into the school gate. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Jimei had been watching them intently from behind. Holding a bottle of soy milk, Xia Jimei's gaze remained fixed on Li Yang. Her floral dress fluttered in the wind, her long, slender legs captivating.
Zhou Chen, a classmate, was surrounded by 4 or 5 followers, their eyes fixed on Xia Jimei.
Zhou Chen was secretly in love with her captivating figure, and the proud mountain in his heart was almost bursting forth.
He couldn't help but swallow hard.
The younger brother reminded him, "Boss, class is about to start."
Zhou Chen raised his hand and slapped his underling, saying with a sidelong glance, "Don't I know that?"
Yes, boss, I'm afraid of being late."
Watching Xia Jimei and Li Yang walk away, Zhou Chen crossed his arms and said smugly, "What are you afraid of? My uncle is Li Gang from the education department. With me protecting you, what are you panicking about?"
The younger brother held Zhou Chen in his arms while coaxing him into the classroom. In the classroom, Kong Ling said, "Today is martial arts class.
Everyone, please come with me to the martial arts room." A group of students followed Kong Ling into the empty martial arts room and lined up in order.
Kong Ling stood on the platform, looked around, and slowly said, "Martial arts not only cultivates chi and blood, but also requires practicing martial arts skills. No matter how high your chi and blood are, if your martial arts skills are poor, you are nothing but a waste." waste. Whoever can master all 3 sets of military boxing in today's martial arts class can leave early.
Otherwise, everyone will have to practice for an extra hour.
As Li Yang listened to Kong Ling's explanation, examined his own blood and energy, and recalled the simple practice he had done the night before, he felt a strong urge to try it himself.
Someone raised their hand even earlier than him.
Zhou Chen raised his hand to apply, and after Kong Ling nodded in approval, he said, "Teacher, I want to try." Kong Ling looked at Zhou Chen, whose blood energy test score was as high as 96, and nodded, "Then come up here." Zhou Chen ran quickly onto the platform, clenched his fists, and threw a punch, followed by a sweeping kick and leaping up. When he reached the second move of the third set, Black Tiger digs out the heart, he was sweating profusely, panting heavily, leaning forward, and thrusting out with his right hand as if it were a claw.
Yet, he lay helplessly on the floor, his eyes filled with resentment.
Kong Ling glanced at him disdainfully and had several classmates help Zhou Chen to the side to rest. Kong Ling said again, "What I said before is still valid.
Is there anyone else who wants to try it?" Even Zhou Chen, who had the best blood circulation in the class, couldn't complete 3 sets. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to go up. Only Li Yang slowly raised his hand. Kong Ling frowned, a flash of annoyance in her eyes.
She remembered that Li Yang's qi and blood were only 31, the worst in the class, and he was the one who seriously dragged down the rankings. Now, he dares to challenge 3 sets of military boxing.
Doesn't he know he's last in his class in terms of qi and blood? Li Yang, right? Then come up here.
Seeing the change in Kong Ling's expression and hearing her words, the students were all shocked. Various disdainful glances were cast at Li
Yang, and even the chubby boy, with whom he had always been on good terms, whispered a word of advice. "Li Yang, don't do anything reckless." Li Yang felt the disdainful looks from everyone, the chubby boy's well-intentioned reminder, and he could also sense Kong Ling's intention to deliberately embarrass him.
But he had reasons for doing so. Last night, Uncle Wang reminded him to be prepared to work overtime, but if school let out early today, there would be no need for overtime. Li Yang gave the chubby boy a reassuring look and slowly walked up to the platform. With his fists clenched and muscles taut, he leaped higher than Zhou Chen, accompanied by the whooshing sound of his punch and the whistling sound of his sweeping leg. Amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates and Kong Ling, Li Yang performed 1, 2, and 3 sets of military boxing. He raised his hand and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at Kong Ling with steady breathing. "Teacher, I'm done." Kong Ling and her classmates were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that Li Yang, who was ranked last in the class, could easily complete 3 sets of military boxing and even tell the teacher that he was done while breathing evenly. Quiet discussions arose in the martial arts room. Kong Ling was the first to find it unbelievable, thinking to herself, "Isn't Li Yang's blood and qi very low?" The chubby boy wondered, is Li Yang hiding his true abilities? Xia Jimei found it unbelievable, impossible, right? Li Yang played so well. Zhou Chen said confidently, "I'm the best in the class." Isn't Li Yang the most useless? No one could believe what they were seeing. They could even hear the sound of Li Yang's sweat dripping onto the ground. Kong Ling then came to her senses and hurriedly said, Not bad, not bad. Li Yang, you can leave school early today." Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly regained her composure. "If you can all be like Li Yang, you can also leave school early." "Okay, teacher, I'll be going now." The students looked at each other, thinking to themselves, if I could do that, I would have gone up already. Would I have let Li Yang steal the spotlight? After receiving a positive response from Kong Ling, Li Yang slowly left the platform and walked to his friend's side, whispering, "Hey, Haiji, I'm sorry, I accidentally left school earlier today than yesterday." The chubby boy understood that Li Yang was showing off to him. After glancing around at the reactions of his classmates, he said with a sly grin, "The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Li Yang, you'd better watch out." He even pretended to smear on a beard that didn't actually exist. Li Yang thought to himself there was some truth to that. Although his qi and blood had improved, it was still lower than Zhou Chen's. Why was he able to fight better and more easily than Zhou Chen? Could it be because the system was boosting his qi and blood? Or was he going to be captured and dissected? He didn't think much of it and left the martial arts room directly. On his way to the slaughterhouse, Li Yang silently thought, I need to learn how to hide my strength. At his post, Li Yang was drenched in sweat as he mercilessly slaughtered one Qingyan chicken after another. Kill notifications kept popping up. Killing a blue flame chicken grants plus 0.01 kill points. Killing a blue flame chicken grants plus 0.01 kill points. Killing a blue flame chicken grants plus 0.01 kill points. An hour later, Li Yang summoned the light screen to check. Host, Li Yang. Qi and blood, 41.44 plus. Kill points, 11.36. Seeing that there were more kill points than yesterday, Li Yang smiled with satisfaction. The progress of reaching 100 health points is really gratifying. Seeing that Li Yang had slaughtered all the green flame chickens, Uncle Wang was very pleased. Li Yang, you've been very efficient at work lately. Li Yang knew that Uncle Wang's praise was genuine, so he didn't mince words and jokingly said, please call me the chicken-killing prince. Hee. Hearing him refer to himself like that, Uncle Wang couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, chicken-killing prince. I've transferred all the
the credits you earned this week to your account. A total of 13,265 credits. Li Yang opened the smart brain to check the account balance, which showed 13,565 points. After confirming receipt of payment, Li Yang quickly thanked Uncle Wang, half-jokingly saying, "Thank you, Uncle, you're such a kind uncle." This was the first time Uncle Wang had heard someone thank him like this, and he couldn't help but urge, "Alright, hurry up and go home." "Alright, Uncle, I'm going home now." For several days in a row, after Li Yang got off work, a light curtain has appeared. Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 99.99 plus. Kill points, 12.36. Ha, I can become a martial artist tonight. After saying goodbye to his colleagues at the slaughterhouse, Li Yang rushed home, not even putting down the Ching Yen chicken he had brought back, and quickly went into his room. He sat cross-legged on the floor. The moment he clicked to increase his chi and blood, a powerful surge of warmth coursed into his body, rapidly increasing the strength of his limbs and bones. Along with this surge of energy, a piercing pain followed. The veins in Li Yang's strong arms bulged, sweat dripped from his forehead, and he couldn't help but cry out in agony. However, this only happened in an instant. Li Yang has become a martial artist, and the information on the light screen is updated accordingly. Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 112.35 plus. Kill points, 0.00. Martial arts, first grade warrior. Martial arts technique, military boxing. I've finally become a martial artist. Li Yang felt the power surging through his body, and his heart was filled with joy. In the entire Jiangchang, there are probably only a few high school students who can become martial artists, and only a few from number 1 high school and number 2 high school. Of course, except for Handsome Me. The portrait of Yui Hatano on the wall was clearly visible. Li Yang could even make out the color of her pupils. His younger sister, Li Xian, wasn't home today. Her middle school had an event, and no one had come to knock on Li Yang's door. Li Yang placed the Azure Flame chicken on the table and quickly ran out of the apartment complex. The speed was incredible. It felt like all the surrounding vehicles couldn't keep up with my running pace. Upon arriving at the park, Li Yang performed 10 sets of military boxing with great force, and the bamboo beside him swayed as the wind from his punches swept by. Military boxing reaches its mastery. As Li Yang became a martial artist, the killing system also became increasingly intelligent. After some in-depth research, Li Yang was quite satisfied with the system. After returning home, he feasted on his mother's spicy chicken, eating 10 bowls of rice in a row. Li Yang and Abbas Miju asked for the morning off and went to the Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association is an organization officially recognized by the federal government. If someone becomes a martial artist but is not registered with the association, they may be mistaken for a cult member if identified at a base. Therefore, most people go through the certification process. Li Yang had just stepped into the Martial Arts Association's gate. A beautiful woman dressed in business attire stepped forward, placed her right hand in front of her chest, and asked, "Hello, are you here to get certified as a martial artist?" As Zhang Lulu was speaking, she looked up and saw Li Yang's young and handsome face. Looking at Li Yang, who looked like a high school student, she was somewhat incredulous and repeated her question. Li Yang calmly replied, "Yes. Hello, certified martial artist, please follow me. You need to take a test." 2 minutes later, Zhang Lulu led Li Yang to a spacious room. The room was equipped with a blood circulation analyzer, a speed testing track, and a punching power testing machine. Li Yang had done his research online beforehand and had a general understanding of the martial arts testing process. Zhang Lulu then looked up Li Yang's information. First, he was asked to extend his right hand. The blood pressure monitor took blood from Li Yang's middle finger through a thin needle. After the needle was retracted, the test began. The screen clearly showed Li Yang's current blood pressure value, 112. Upon seeing these numbers, Zhang Lulu's face was filled with disbelief. They only came to get certified as martial artists when their chi and blood exceeded 100. No wonder they were so calm. "Mr. Li Yang, your chi and blood test is complete. Please proceed to the speed test area." As the speed test track lights came on, Li Yang shot out like an arrow, quickly rushing from the starting point to the finish line. Final speed displayed 89 meters per second. For the final punching power test, Li Yang took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and unleashed a powerful punch using the military boxing bow stance, striking the punching power testing machine with tremendous force. Under Zhang Lulu's shocked gaze, Li Yang saw that his punching power had reached 1,000 kilograms. This is comparable to a second-grade martial artist. Yes, a standard second-grade martial artist requires a punching force of 1,000 kilograms, a chi and blood value of 200, and a speed of 200 meters per second. Now, Li Yang's punching force has reached the threshold for a second-grade martial artist. Seeing Zhang Lulu's dazed expression, Li Yang couldn't help but ask, "Beautiful lady, have I passed the certification?" Zhang Lulu then came to her senses and quickly replied, "It's approved, it's approved. I'll upload the information for you right away. Within 3 days, the Martial Arts Association will send you a confirmation notice and correct your identity information to that of a martial artist." Hearing this satisfactory
perfunctory reply, Li Yang smiled inwardly, finally feeling that he hadn't let down the azure flame chickens that had died at his hands.
Thinking of the various benefits of becoming a martial artist, Li Yang felt even more relaxed.
Zhang Lulu seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a smile, after becoming a martial artist, the Martial Artist Association will subsidize you with 100,000
credits and provide you with an apartment in the martial artist community.
At the same time, you can also choose a martial art from our martial arts techniques. Mr. Li Yang, the credit points and houses in the martial arts community will be issued after confirmation by headquarters. You can also choose your housing and cultivation method on the Martial Arts Association's website. In fact, cultivation techniques cannot be directly distributed before headquarters confirms one's status as a martial artist. Zhang Lulu looked troubled, gritting her teeth as if making a decision. She said solemnly, Mr. Li Yang, I will take you to receive the cultivation technique.
Li Yang was somewhat surprised, thinking, isn't it only after becoming a martial artist that one can receive a cultivation technique? What's going on here?
He didn't ask any more questions, but simply followed Zhang Lulu into a martial arts room.
The room was neatly arranged with a dazzling array of martial arts techniques. Holy Dragon's Hidden Skill. Holy Dragon's Hidden Skill. Phantom Blade Technique. Li Yang was unsure how to choose, and Zhang Lulu didn't urge him to decide quickly.
After reading all the descriptions of the techniques, Li Yang felt he should listen to his heart and ultimately chose the Phantom Blade Technique. The Phantom Blade Technique has 3 levels. When the first level of attack is unleashed, a fake body will appear on the spot and the user will quickly flash out with the sword, increasing the attack power by 1 level. This technique emphasizes illusionary moves. The second layer splits into 2 clones, increasing the attack power to 2 levels. The third layer conjures 3 illusory forms, increasing attack power to level 5, which can greatly confuse enemies. After obtaining the Phantom Blade Technique, Li Yang couldn't wait to return home and carefully study its contents. He marveled at the technique's offensive power and realized that it was the martial art created by the current god of war, Qin Tianming. In his youth, Qin Tianming struggled to find a suitable sword technique. He was besieged by strange beasts in the wilderness and fought for 4
days and 5 nights.
Just when he was about to be completely surrounded, inspiration struck him, and he created the Phantom Sword Technique. So even the god of war grows step by step, Li Yang murmured to himself. In the room, he practiced his swordsmanship by imitating the movements of a hand chop. The hand chop created a sound as it was swung, and Li Yang deliberately reduced the force and practiced slowly.
A faint figure appeared, and Li Yang's hand slid 2 meters in an instant. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Phantom Blade Technique. The killing system indicated that Li Yang had mastered the basics of swordsmanship. He felt the results of his practice and confirmed that he had reached the beginner level.
The light screen appears. Host, Li Yang. Chi and Blood, 112.35+.
Kill points, 0.00.
Martial Arts,
First Grade Warrior. Martial Arts Skills, Military Boxing, Mastery, Phantom Blade Technique, Beginner. Martial Arts Proficiency is generally divided into Beginner, Minor Proficiency, Advanced Proficiency, and Mastery.
Can kill points be used to improve martial arts proficiency? Li Yang wondered.
He experienced the benefits of the killing system, attending classes every day and then going to the slaughterhouse to kill blue flame chickens after school. After finishing his part-time job, he practiced the phantom knife technique in the park with a steel knife he had just bought. That day, Li Yang was stroking the neck of the azure flame chicken when his AI sent him a message. Upon opening it, I discovered that the martial artist certification had been recognized by the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association. From then on, Li Yang officially became a member of the martial arts community. He opened the downloaded Wuxia app and selected a house that suited him on the Wuxia community map. With a smile on his face, Li Yang thought, I'll tell my family when the time is right, and then I'll bring them in to live with me. Checking his credit score again, Li Yang smiled even more broadly, because the balance clearly showed 130,800.
Li Yang realized that he was no longer suited to continue working part-time at the slaughterhouse.
Or rather, the part-time job at the slaughterhouse could no longer meet his future development needs. Venturing into the wilderness and slaying strange beasts is the truly lucrative path. Li Yang explained to Uncle Wang that he had other commitments and could no longer work part-time at the slaughterhouse. Uncle Wang felt both regret and sadness upon hearing that Li Yang, the expert chicken butcher, was leaving.
He lamented Li Yang's efficient chicken killing speed and felt even more sorry that everyone would have to stop slacking off like before.
Previously, Li Yang had practically contracted all the Cheng chickens, and the group could work while chatting and drinking tea. So, Uncle Wang transferred Li Yang's wages for the past 3 days to him and let him take 3 Cheng chickens with him. Li Yang reluctantly said goodbye to everyone, bidding farewell to the slaughterhouse that had once given him a new lease on life.
Goodbye slaughterhouse, goodbye my lovely blue flame chicken.
He put the 3 azure flame chickens into the refrigerator, picked up the box containing the steel knife and went to the park.
Phantom Blade Technique, Level 1, Explosive Flash Slash.
Li Yang's avatar swung his sword in place, while his real body swiftly moved 10 meters away, striking a large tree with a single blow. The tree collapsed with a crash, the sword mark clearly visible on the stump.
Li Yang exclaimed, "Kill points are really useful. I've already mastered the first level of the Phantom Sword technique. View information. Host, Li Yang. Chi and Blood, 180.50+. Kill points, 30.46. Martial Arts, First Grade Warrior. Martial Arts Skills, Military Boxing, Mastery, plus. Phantom Blade Technique, Minor Mastery, plus. Hee, as long as I use Xiao Cheng's swordsmanship carefully, it's enough for me to survive in the wasteland."
Li Yang smiled smugly, then suddenly realized that he had just chopped down a big tree in the park. His heart tightened, fearing that he would be held responsible for damaging public property, so he quickly ran home. Not long after he left, a middle-aged man in a security guard uniform walked up to the tree and burst into tears, crying out, "Which damned person cut down trees in the park?" Someone nearby said, "Sir, you'll get your salary docked."
"How are you going to give gifts to the female streamer then?" Li Yang lay in bed, beginning to plan his future.
He could still participate in the martial arts exam, and entering a martial arts university would be beneficial to him, except that he wouldn't have to attend classes anymore. There were breakfast credits on the table at home, but he didn't pick them up today because he had enough credits and didn't need to use the family's funds. As soon as they reached the school gate, Xia Ziming stared intently at Li Yang, making him extremely uncomfortable. He quickly walked towards the classroom. Xia Ziming hesitated, her face flushed with anger.
"Is it really necessary for you to avoid me like this?"
she said in a soft, coquettish voice. "I just wanted to say something to you. I'm not going to eat you."
Xia Ziming, without Li Yang's attention, began to feel extremely uncomfortable.
Li Yang, however, remained oblivious. After all, he wasn't a sycophant. At the academic affairs office, Li Yang found his homeroom teacher, Kong Ling, and explained in detail that he needed to request leave to improve his qi and blood circulation and martial arts.
Kong Ling listened with a frown, thinking to herself,
Li Yang's cultural score is indeed good, but his martial arts exam with a qi and blood score of 31 is very difficult to pass.
"We can only try our best at this last minute." Ultimately, she approved Li Yang's leave request.
After catching up with the chubby boy in the classroom, Li Yang hurriedly headed to the martial artist community.
He had ordered a considerable amount of equipment for
first-grade martial artists on the martial artist app, ranging from antidote pills to armor. Most importantly, he spent 80,000 credits on a second-grade Dragon Slayer blade. Martial arts supplies are categorized according to the martial artist's level, from grade 1 to grade 9. The God of War level is already a super grade 9, and is known as a divine weapon.
Li Yang felt that he would definitely use the grade 2 weapon for a long time.
His current strength was estimated to exceed that of an ordinary grade 2 martial artist, and his load-bearing capacity was probably over 1,000 kilograms.
He placed an order in the Wuxia residential area and enjoyed door-to-door delivery service. His family doesn't know yet, he'll give them a surprise later. Soon, Li Yang held a brand new second-grade dragon-slaying saber.
The blade was wide, and a green dragon, about 2 meters long, snaked around the entire saber, somewhat resembling a horse-slaying saber. He brought the Dragon Slayer sword to the basement of the residential complex. The martial arts community has a public martial arts training room for martial artists who do not live in villas, which is open to the public free of charge.
After wielding his sword for 2 hours straight, Li Yang didn't feel tired at all.
Instead, he felt that only a cripple would lie down, and he was destined to become a strongman. Sweat soaked his entire body as he swung the 1,000-pound weapon repeatedly, his blood surging.
"Luckily, I'm strong enough. If I were an ordinary second-grade martial artist, I would probably be exhausted after an hour. It's time to go back and rest. Tomorrow we'll be setting foot on the wilderness."
Li Yang gazed at the desolate wasteland before him, stretching as far as the eye could see. The dilapidated buildings around him instilled a sense of dread. Although he had been mentally prepared, he hadn't expected this to truly
be a desolate wasteland.
His first time stepping into it filled him with a sense of fear. It's normal to encounter this situation for the first time. As long as I'm careful, everything will be fine, Li Yang reassured himself. Only martial artists were allowed to enter and exit the city.
When Li Yang was stationed at the Jiangqing border, he showed his martial artist certification to the guard before being allowed to pass.
Seeing that he was still young, the guard specifically reminded him to stay alive, since even with credit points, one's life wasn't guaranteed in this era.
Li Yang chose a location south of Jiangqing, a place that used to be a small town but was now part of a wasteland.
Li Yang proceeded cautiously when he suddenly noticed a first-grade exotic beast, a black-haired boar, devouring an exotic beast rat. The black-haired boar sensed Li Yang's presence, turned its head, and stared intently at him with its bright red eyes. It then tossed the exotic beast rat aside and, propelled by its 4 strong hooves, pounced forward.
Li Yang, wielding the dragon-slaying blade, stood firmly, ready to fight.
As the black-haired boar charged, he sidestepped and slashed with his blade, the dragon-slaying blade clashing fiercely with the boar's tusks.
Li Yang remained unmoved, instead forcing the boar back several steps.
He had already sensed the difference in their strength. Thus, the first battle on the wasteland began. began. He restrained his power, unleashing a series of swift strikes and parries, employing the first level of the Phantom Blade technique, the Exploding Dragon Slash, while simultaneously coordinating with military boxing attacks. During the battle, Li Yang even laid down his weapon, engaging the black-haired boar in close combat with his bare hands. Under his relentless onslaught, the boar gradually became breathless, its red eyes darting around, seemingly realizing it was no match for him and attempting to escape. Seeing this, Li Yang quickly grabbed the Dragon Slayer blade, gathered more power, and slashed fiercely at the black-haired boar's tusks. The tusks snapped in two, and the boar retreated. Li Yang then used the flat of the blade to knock it away, before slicing across its soft belly. The boar let out a scream and fell upside down. Li Yang followed up with another slash, and the boar's head rolled to the ground. Kill a black-haired boar, a monster, +1 kill point. He picked up the broken tusks, chopped off the 4 pig hooves, then cut open the pig's head, took out the beast crystal, and left the scene. In the dilapidated building, Li Yang rested, recalling his first battle in the Wasteland. Although he already knew the characteristics of the black-haired boar from his textbook and had successfully killed it, he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings, focusing only on improving himself. If other beasts had suddenly attacked, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just as he was deep in thought, a fragrant aroma of meat wafted over, interrupting his conclusion. These black-haired pig trotters are indeed delicious. Li Yang placed a trotter on the stone slab to roast, the fat sizzling. He used a small knife to cut the trotter into pieces and put them in his mouth. So delicious. The textbook was right. The most delicious part of the black-haired pig is its trotters, especially when roasted. The aroma is even more intense. Before resting, Li Yang carefully checked the warning devices around him. These devices could help martial artists detect the approach of strange beasts in time when resting in the wasteland, since no one knew when or where a strange beast would suddenly appear. Although it was his first night in the wasteland, he was still a little uneasy and dared not sleep deeply, only drifting into a light sleep. While roasting the remaining black-haired pig's trotters, he repeatedly practiced military boxing and phantom knife technique. After finishing his meal, he stored the miscellaneous items into his spatial bag. This spatial bag was purchased by Li Yang from the Space Technology Company for 30,000 credits. Although its capacity was only 1 cubic meter, it was extremely convenient. Li Yang continued his search through the wasteland. In the nearby canyon, swarms of brightly colored red serpents roamed freely, creating a spectacular sight. How should I begin, he wondered. Red serpents were first-grade exotic beasts, killing one granted 1 kill point, and there were approximately 10,000 of them in the canyon. Soon, Li Yang tied a black-haired pig's hoof to a rope and tossed it towards a red-tailed snake that was dazedly spinning its web. The aroma of the meat lured the snake to slowly wriggle its body. Li Yang slowly tightened the rope, leading it away from the canyon. He hid behind a rock, his war dragon blade poised to strike. The distance to the red-tailed snake gradually decreased, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Exploding Dragon Slash. Li Yang left a fake body in place, while his real body instantly leaped 10 meters away and dodged away. With a swift motion, Li Yang wielded the war dragon blade, aiming for the crimson serpent's vital spot. The serpent was cleaved in two at its 7-inch mark. Li Yang then followed up with a strike towards the serpent's head. The red serpent died instantly. Kill a red serpent, a rare beast, and gain 1 kill point. Li Yang dug out the beast crystal from the snake's head, carefully removed the snake gall and put it away. After cleaning up the scene, he continued to lure and capture red serpents with the hooves of black-haired pigs. He repeated the same routine over and over again. An hour had passed, and 30 red serpents had already met their demise at his hands. Even the black-haired pig's hoof was reduced to half. At this point, Li Yang's kill points had accumulated to 35. After a short half-hour rest, he removed the meat from the bones of the 30 red serpents and carefully roasted them with various spices. Then, he dug a pit 10 meters wide and 3 meters high in the spot where he had been lying in ambush. Divide the roasted red snake meat into 10 portions and throw them into the pit. Then use the remaining half of the black-haired pig's hoof as bait. This time, he chose 3 red serpents that had gathered together. There might be competition among them. Acting swiftly, they were soon drawn to the deep pit Li Yang had set up. Not only were they tempted by the fragrant pig's trotters, but the aroma of similar meat emanating from the pit also made them move even faster, and in the blink of an eye, they all fell into the pit. Li Yang brandished the war dragon blade, and one after another, the red serpents fell to the ground. After cleaning up the battlefield, they resumed their efforts to lure and capture red serpents. Kill a red serpent, a rare beast, and gain 1 kill point. Kill a red serpent, a rare beast, and gain 1 kill point. Kill a red serpent, a rare beast, and gain 1 kill point. Thanks to Li Yang's tireless hunting efforts, the number of red krites in the entire canyon has significantly decreased. As evening approached, a red, blue, and green snake appeared in the canyon, its eyes fixed on the suddenly appearing black-haired pig's hoof, seemingly already aware of Li Yang's presence. Li Yang stared at the snake, its body stretching 10 meters long, with a gem-like crystal embedded in the flat part of its forehead. The aura suggests it's at least a third-grade exotic beast. The wind is strong,
Yang, let's get out of here. Li Yang slowly retreated from the canyon.
Unexpectedly, he stepped on a dead tree, which made a crisp sound. He only sensed the distant, three-tiered red serpent rapidly twisting its body. Looking up, he saw a huge snake head looking down at him, and he could hear the hissing of snakes. Li Yang felt a chill run through his body, and his blood was churning. The Phantom Blade Technique's exploding dragon slash was poised to strike, and the Crimson Serpent King stared at him mockingly.
That look seemed to mock, keep performing. Li Yang unleashed a slash, leaving a dummy body behind while his real body was already 15 meters away. He used this orthodox beast-slaying sword technique in reverse as a survival skill.
The Crimson Serpent King's eyes were wide open in anger, and its head glowed red. Several red monstrous snakes of the opposite sex swarmed over upon discovering the appearance of the Snake King, only to be swatted dozens of meters away by the Snake King with a single palm strike. Hearing the thumping sounds behind him, Li Yang quickened his pace involuntarily. He didn't stop until he had run several kilometers, panting heavily.
That snake's head is really terrifying. Li Yang took a short rest,
taking stock of what they had gained.
108 first-grade beast crystals, 70 snake gallbladders, and a pair of black-haired boar tusks.
Kill points have also increased by 108.
Let's go back to Jiangcheng and rest for a while.
Li Yang felt that he was already very satisfied with the abundant harvest he had gained on his first trip to the wilderness.
He passed through the Jiangcheng border checkpoint and re-entered the city.
As soon as I entered the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, a place that specializes in purchasing materials from exotic beasts, I saw several students wearing the uniforms of Jiangcheng No. 7 High School.
It seems they are buying something.
As he approached, he saw that it was Zhou Chen with a few of his underlings, chatting and laughing.
Zhou Chen said, "My grandfather said that only experts can slay strange beasts."
One of the underlings chimed in, "Brother Chen, when are you taking us out to see what you're capable of?" Just as Zhou Chen was about to respond,
he saw Li Yang, who looked handsome and reeked of blood, walk in. Zhou Chen looked at Li Yang with disdain.
He was prepared for the person who had been humiliated before. I found out that Li Yang's chi and blood stats were only 31, and he worked part-time at a slaughterhouse killing green flame chickens. Those green flame chickens were only eaten by the poor. It's estimated that Li Yang asked for leave to improve his chi and blood, but in reality, he was asking to kill chickens to earn money to buy chi and blood.
Just 2 meters from the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, Li Yang was seen.
Zhou Chen then pinched her little hand to cover her nose and said in a sarcastic tone,
"Hey, isn't that the guy in our class who's really good at military boxing? That Li Yang, the one with the worst blood energy and who works at a slaughterhouse?"
When he said Li Yang's name, he deliberately dragged out the sound, as if afraid that others might not have heard clearly that Li Yang was walking in.
Li Yang frowned upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, feeling displeased.
The blonde-haired thug chimed in, "You smell like chicken blood, it's awful." The white-haired henchman continued to mock,
"Go home and take a shower before you come out. Do you not even want to pay the water bill at home?"
The blonde-haired thug wanted to continue mocking Li Yang. Li Yang stared coldly at them, his sharp eyes, honed by his experience in the wilderness, instantly frightening the blonde and white-haired men. Only Zhou Chen's eyes still held a hint of disdain. He wasn't intimidated.
He sneered, "No matter how you see it, we all know you're a piece of trash with only 31 chi and blood." Li Yang wanted to retaliate.
At this moment, a beautiful female shop assistant wearing a cheongsam, the uniform of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, walked over and smiled at Li Yang, saying,
"Hello handsome, what would you like to buy?" Zhou Chen and his gang were all surprised to see the beautiful shop assistant being so polite to Li Yang.
Guan Shishue looked at Zhou Chen and the others and had already seen through their true nature. Li Yangchu's appearance after being baptized by the strange beasts also proved that he had indeed ventured into the wasteland. Li Yang ignored Zhou Chen and the others, and slowly said,
"Do you buy materials made from exotic beasts here?"
Guan Shishue replied with a smile, "Of course we accept.
Tianfu merchants offer fair and just prices."
Li Yang was not surprised. He had already done his homework. He took out the treasures he had gathered in the wasteland from his spatial bag. 108 crystal-clear beast crystals were piled up, sparkling brightly.
70 snake gallbladders, exuding a strong aura of strange beasts.
There was also a pair of black-haired boar tusks, sharp and piercing, stabbing straight into Zhou Chen and his companions' hearts. Zhou Chen was greatly shocked that Li Yang could produce materials related to exotic beasts, thinking to himself, someone must have asked him to help sell them. Definitely, the henchman nodded in agreement. They were already blinded by the number of credits that these materials could be exchanged for.
After Guan Shishue carefully reviewed the offers, the final price was:
beast crystals cost 8,000 credits each, snake gallbladders cost 500 each, and black-haired boar tusks cost 1,000 each, a total of 900,000 credits.
Guan Shishue asked Li Yang softly, "Handsome, is this price acceptable to you?"
Li Yang knew in his heart that it would be about the same price, so he readily agreed. After receiving the notification of the transfer from the Tianfu merchants, Li Yang ignored Zhou Chen and the others, thinking to himself, they and I are no longer on the same level.
After thanking Guan Shishue, he headed towards home.
The blonde-haired man reached out and shook Zhou Chen, who was still standing there in a daze, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen,
again, where did that kid Li Yang get the materials from the exotic beasts he's selling?
In truth, all three of them knew perfectly well that it was definitely the Wasteland. No one wants to admit that the person who was once inferior to them is now high above them, someone they can only look up to,
Zhou Chen said with deep resentment.
It must have been some expert who asked him to help sell it. Li Yang, with only 31 qi and blood, is not qualified to go to the Wasteland at all.
The underlings chimed in, yes, that must be it. When Li Yang returned home, father, mother and younger sister Li Xian were all present.
Looking at himself covered in beast blood, he knew he had to make things clear. After all, he still had to move, and all of this needed to be explained. So he told them his experience in detail, but of course he didn't mention anything about the killing system.
Yes, I am now a first-grade martial artist. Let's move to the martial arts community tonight.
Father Li Fu appeared calm, while Mother Chen Su said excitedly, may our ancestors bless us.
My younger has finally become a great man.
Li Xian, the younger sister, sang and danced excitedly.
Hee, my brother is a martial artist now. I have a powerful backer. Li Yang couldn't help but tap his sister's forehead. You need to know how to keep a low profile.
Li Xian bared her teeth and claws, wanting revenge, but Li Yang held her head down firmly. Li Yang transferred 10,000 credits to her before she obediently went back to her room to pack her things. He then transferred 100,000 credits to his father and mother to put their minds at ease, before moving into the wuxia community with his family.
After everyone tidied up their rooms, Li Yang took out the 2 remaining black-haired pig trotters from the Wasteland and cooked them using a unique method.
This prompted Li Xian, the younger sister, to keep asking questions, her little gluttony growing.
Are you done yet? Are you done yet? The family sat together, enjoying the roasted pig's trotters in a harmonious atmosphere.
Looking at his son's resolute and upright figure, the father, Li Fu, earnestly reminded him,
don't rush the path of martial arts. Take your time, and the results will come naturally.
Li Yang, rarely encouraged by his father, responded earnestly, Dad, don't worry, I understand. Li Fu took a jade pendant out of his pocket and handed it to Li Yang, saying at the same time, Dad, there's nothing valuable here, just this piece passed down from our ancestors.
You can keep it. Li Yang looked at the jade pendant engraved with a blue dragon relief and the character Li, and asked in confusion, Dad, were our ancestors some kind of great family?
The father paused for a moment after hearing this, then regained his composure and said,
where did this big family come from? We used to live in that dilapidated building. Li Yang replied irritably, that's true. Li Fu almost laughed in anger. You brat, get out of here. Li Yang smiled as he left home and went to the Martial Arts Association, intending to rent a training room.
He wasn't sure if anything would change since he had just increased his kill points to the 2nd rank of martial artist. The kill system was becoming more and more useful, and now he could freely allocate the number of kill points he gained each time, unlike before when he would use them all up at once.
1 hour in a martial arts training room earns 10,000 credits, with Li Yang currently holding nearly 700,000 credit points. This price is still a bit steep. Inside the martial arts training room,
Li Yang sat cross-legged and the killing system's light screen appeared before his eyes.
Host, Li Yang, Qi and Blood, 180.50 plus, kill points, 138.46. Martial arts, 1st grade warrior. Martial arts skills, military boxing, mastery, plus, phantom blade technique, minor mastery, plus.
Li Yang added nearly 20 kill points to his Qi and Blood, feeling a burning heat all over his body, his Qi and blood surging uncontrollably.
His veins bulging, and an unbearable, intense pain surged in his mind.
He gritted his teeth and persevered until he passed out. Li Yang woke up from his coma, his head still throbbing.
He secretly rejoiced, luckily, I replenished my energy and blood in the city. If I had fainted in the wilderness, I probably wouldn't have survived. He opened the panel and looked at it. Host, Li Yang, Qi and Blood, 200.00 plus, Spirit, 100.00 plus, Kill points, 118.96. Realm, 2nd rank martial artist, 1st rank mind master.
Martial arts skills, military boxing, mastery, plus, phantom blade technique, minor mastery, plus.
I've actually become a 1 in a million mentalist. Will I be able to fly in the future? Currently, there is only one spiritual master in the world, Sanmu, in India.
He achieved spiritual mastery mainly through his lifelong study of Buddhism and a sudden enlightenment. He once fought against Qin Tianming, the god of war of the Federation, and the outcome is unknown.
Qin Tianming once said, spiritual master, this path can also be followed. This demonstrates the unique and extraordinary nature of spiritual practitioners.
Li Yang took out the small knife he usually used to cut meat and controlled it with his mental power. As he poured his mental power into it, the knife stood up, flew around, moved left and right, and spun around him.
He then took out the 2nd grade dragon-slaying blade and swung it casually.
This 1,000-pound blade was easy and effortless in Li Yang's hands.
Let's go out and test the effects of the martial arts enhancement. Li Yang had just stepped to the front desk.
Then I saw Zhang Lulu standing there in a daze, and I couldn't help but tease her.
Hey beautiful, thinking about your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lulu quickly looked up and retorted.
Upon seeing that it was Li Yang, Yang. His voice immediately softened and his cheeks flushed red like ripe red apples. I'm here to get certified as a second-grade martial artist.
Oh, this way please. Oh, a second-rank martial artist, please go over there. Zhang Lulu was so amused by Li Yang that she quickly asked, is it to get certified as a second-grade martial artist? Please follow me over there. Li Yang was led by Zhang Lulu into a room that was even larger than the room for a first-grade martial artist certification. Zhang Lulu regained her composure and said softly, the test items for the second rank and the first rank are the same. The testing equipment showed that Li Yang's chi and blood had met the standards for a second-grade martial artist. The fastest speed is 60 meters per second.
Even with only 50% of his strength, his punching power reached 2,000 kilograms. Looking at Li Yang's amazing test results, Zhang Lulu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, these results far exceed the level of ordinary second-grade martial artists. Li Yang withdrew his right hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. Mr. Li's second-grade martial artist certification can be completed by our headquarters within a day.
Okay, thank you, Zhang Lulu replied.
Li Yang exchanged all of his rewards as a second-grade martial artist for credits, because the martial arts techniques from the Martial Arts Association weren't suitable for everyone.
Considering his first trip to the Wasteland, he wanted to buy a speed-based martial art.
The Phantom Blade technique only allowed him to escape for 10 meters at a time. If he had been relentlessly pursued by the Crimson Serpent King last time, he probably wouldn't have survived.
Mr. Li, wait a moment.
Zhang Lulu suddenly called out to him.
Li Yang turned around and asked, what's wrong? Zhang Lulu's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Can I add your contact information? Li Yang thought to himself, this is just a matter of adding each other's contact information, right?
He readily pulled out his phone, showed her his green QR code, and confidently placed it in front of her for her to scan.
After accepting her friend request,
Zhang Lulu said with a smile, if you have any questions about the martial arts certification, feel free to contact me anytime.
Okay, I'll be going now. His back view is so handsome. Zhang Lulu couldn't help but exclaim softly. Li Yang suddenly turned around and asked, what?
Startled, Zhang Lulu quickly retreated to her front desk, fearing that he might actually come back for a surprise attack.
Afterwards, Li Yang arrived at the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce.
This place had everything imaginable, exotic beast materials, rare treasures, and martial arts techniques. It was said that if you could imagine it, you could buy it. Li Yang wanted to choose a suitable cultivation technique and also planned to buy some throwing knives. After all, he possessed spiritual power and didn't want it to sit idle and rust. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Guan Shishue walking towards him with a smile, and she asked softly, Mr. Li, are you here to sell materials for exotic beasts? I'm here to spend money, Li Yang replied.
Guan Shishue smiled even more brightly and quickly led him from the entrance to the shopping area on the second floor.
The area was filled with a dazzling array of goods, neatly arranged martial arts manuals, and gleaming weapons.
Knowing that Li Yang wanted to buy speed-related martial arts techniques, Guan Shishue took him to the martial arts section and gave a detailed introduction to each one. Her professional eloquence captivated Li Yang. Li Yang asked, are these martial arts techniques suitable for a second-rank martial artist?
Guan Shishue thought to herself, I didn't expect him to be looking for martial arts techniques at the second-grade martial artist level. This young man is only 18 years old. Could he have already reached the second-grade martial artist level? However, she only speculated silently and did not say it aloud. She said solemnly, please come with me. On the third floor, Li Yang selected a martial arts technique called Flying Rainbow Steps, which, once mastered, would grant speed comparable to rainbow light. He then purchased 5 third-grade throwing knives, each crafted from the bones of exotic beasts and rare materials, making them light, sharp, and with an excellent feel. He wanted to upgrade to a higher-level weapon, but he didn't have enough credits, so he had to ask Guan Shishue to help increase the weight of the Dragon Slayer blade to 2,000 jin.
At this point, Li Yang had very few credits left.
Only 2 days had passed since their first meeting, and Guan Shishue was beginning to suspect that Li Yang was a genius. She clearly remembered that when she first saw him selling materials from exotic beasts, his aura was at most that of a first-grade martial artist. Now, the cultivation techniques he was buying and the weapons he was forging were all at the second-grade martial artist level. In particular, Li Yang had no trace of beastly aura, his clothes were clean and tidy, and his face was handsome. Guan Shishue looked at him and couldn't help but shyly twist her legs. I can come and pick up my weapon tomorrow, Guan Shishue said, blushing. Li Yang couldn't help but feel strange. Why were all the girls he met today blushing? Yes, thank you for your help, he said politely. After leaving the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, Li Yang went to the park in the martial arts community and practiced the martial arts techniques he had mastered. Then, he took out a throwing knife from his spatial bag, infused it with his mental energy, and the knife flew out at his will, embedding itself fiercely into a tree 30 meters away.
Judging from its power and speed, its destructive force was extremely astonishing.
If he encounters the red serpent again, Li Yang will no longer lure them out of the canyon one by one and kill them slowly as before. Now, he can use his mental power as a mind master to control throwing knives to eliminate them.
keep going, young man, Li Yang silently encouraged himself. After obtaining the dragon-slaying blade today, Li Yang arrived at the Jiangcheng border post. The first time he came, fearing he would be scammed, he didn't linger. Now Li Yang carefully looked around and found teams of martial artists, stalls selling medicine to treat injuries, and stalls selling weapons and armor. How about I form a team? Li Yang thought to himself. Sleeping alone in the wilderness always makes him afraid of encountering strange beasts, so forming a team can't hurt, right? Let's team up. Front row seat needed. Let's team up. Need a pretty girl? Let's team up. Someone needs to join. Listening to their shouts, Li Yang couldn't help but wonder to himself, what kind of weirdos are these? He walked and observed, until he heard a beautiful woman in a group shout, "We need one more player. We need one more player." I almost thought they were going to play mahjong. Li Yang stepped forward and asked softly, "Are you planning to go to the Wasteland as a team?" The beautiful woman who had called out responded loudly, "Yes, yes, kid, you dare to go to the wilderness with your delicate skin?" "Absolutely," Li Yang replied sheepishly. A one-eyed man was staring seriously at Li Yang, and the beautiful woman, who had intended to continue flirting with him, stopped. The one-eyed man asked gruffly, "A second-rank martial artist?" Li Yang took out his second-grade martial artist certification and showed it to him. The one-eyed man nodded in satisfaction, indicating to the beautiful woman and the handsome young man beside him that they both seemed to think Li Yang was fine. The four quickly passed through the border checkpoint and set off into the wilderness. Li Yang then learned that the one-eyed uncle was named Yin Chang, a fourth-rank martial artist, the beautiful woman was Lai Jingjing, a second-rank martial artist, and the boy was Gao Fei, a third-rank martial artist. They had been a team for half a month, previously a four-person team, but lost one member due to a mistake last time. For fallen teammates, the Wolf Smoke Squad will provide subsidies to their families to ensure their livelihood, since no one can guarantee safety in the wilderness. Sometimes, when encountering a beast king or a small beast tide, a sense of despair arises spontaneously. Yen Chang, as the team leader, said to everyone, "Our goal this time is to collect monkey wine brewed by the exotic beast snow monkey in the wasteland 100 kilometers away from Jiangcheng." Li Yang knew that monkey wine was a favorite among high-ranking officials and nobles, and legend had it that a sip could cure all sorrows. Lai Jingjing's expression shifted between light and dark as she listened to the captain's words, a fact that Yen Chang also noticed. "I'll lead the attack this time, Jingjing, and Li Yang will be in charge of collecting monkey wine, and Gao Fei will provide cover. We'll split the spoils equally afterwards. Does anyone have any objections?" After hearing the proposal, Lai Jingjing's expression softened considerably, and she shook her head to indicate that she had no objections. Gao Fei had no objection, and then they all looked at Li Yang. Feeling the intense gazes of the crowd, Li Yang shook his head in agreement. "The journey is 100 kilometers, and we plan to arrive in 3 days. If they encounter a suitable strange beast on the road, they will kill it and collect beast crystals." Adhering to the principle that only a fool wouldn't pick up money when it's available, Li Yang would occasionally remind himself, killing a fire rat beast grants plus 0.5 kill points. Killing a beast-type daytime sheep grants plus 0.5 kill points. Killing a greyfurred rabbit beast grants plus 0.5 kill points. Of course, Li Yang killed only first-grade exotic beasts. Facing a second-grade exotic beast, he needed to spend an extra minute, not daring to delay the team's progress. The captain tacitly approves of his team members' hunting activities, and sometimes when Yen Chang sees a high-value rank 3 exotic beast, he will kill it with a single blow. Gao Fei seemed to come from a prominent family, and his demeanor exuded a cold and aloof air. Beast crystals and precious medicinal herbs seemed to hold no appeal for him. On the contrary, Lai Jingjing preferred hunting first-grade beasts to Li Yang, and also took all the precious medicinal herbs she found along the way. If Li Yang is even a little slow in making a move, Lai Jingjing will tease him. "Oh dear, Li Yang, you were too slow. Li Yang, you're not as fast as me. Li Yang, are you even capable?" Gao Fei watched the two joking around, finding it quite amusing, while Yen Chang was more focused on Li Yang's proficiency in killing alien beasts. The uncle can tolerate it, but the younger brother cannot. They actually said, "I'm not good enough." They joked with each other, creating a relaxed atmosphere. As they continued on their journey, a gray rabbit suddenly appeared. Just as Lai Jingjing was about to make a move, Li Yang used a burning flash slash to cut the gray rabbit in half. His gaze also swept over Lai Jingjing, his back straight, as if silently saying, "A man cannot say no." Seeing that it was getting late, Yen Cheng interrupted the two's farce. He found a suitable spot to rest, and after setting up a watch, everyone assigned a night watch order. Li Yang took out the gray rabbit he had killed that day, skinned it, removed its internal organs, took out seasonings from his spatial bag, and began to marinate it. He casually pulled a barbecue grill out of his bag, and everyone stared at him in surprise. He put the marinated gray rabbit into the barbecue grill, and soon the aroma wafted out of the grill. Lai Jingjing stared at the barbecue grill emitting an enticing aroma, and couldn't help but swallow. Suddenly, she felt that the fruit and dried food in her hand had no flavor at all. Gao Fei also licked his lips slightly. Finally, team leader Yen Chang and Li Yang spoke up. "Li Yang, could you share some of your roasted gray rabbit with us?" Li Yang readily agreed. "Captain, of course,
no problem.
Here, take the rabbit leg. Gao Fei, you're on your side. Beautiful Jingjing, here's some grilled rabbit neck for you.
Li Jingjing noticed that everyone else had rabbit legs, but she only got a rabbit neck.
In particular, Li Yang ate all the remaining gray rabbit. She glared angrily at Li Yang, muttering to herself, that wretched Li Yang. Li Yang completely ignored her and happily ate his barbecued gray rabbit.
Yan Sheng was the first to keep watch, followed by Cao Fei, and Li Yang was assigned to be the last. Li Jingjing had to pinch his nose to get him to cooperate. Li Yang secretly reminded himself that he couldn't sleep so soundly in the wilderness in the future, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as having his nose pinched. Once everyone woke up and packed their things, they continued towards their target area. During the journey, Li Yang also took the opportunity to practice the flying rainbow step.
Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 200.00+. Spirit, 100.00+. Kill points, 125.60. Realm, 2nd rank martial artist, 1st rank mind master.
Martial arts skills, military boxing, mastery, plus phantom blade technique, minor mastery, plus flying rainbow step, beginner, plus. He could easily keep up with the captain's pace, sometimes leaving Li Jingjing all alone to chase after him.
Li Jingjing wondered to herself, we're both 2nd rank martial artists, so how come Li Yang is so much stronger than me? With these questions in mind, she continued on her way.
From the gray rabbit's neck to the blue flame chicken's neck and then to the strange beast purple tortoise's head, Li Jingjing suspected that Li Yang was deliberately retaliating against her, but she had no evidence.
Gao Fei, who was watching the show with an air of aloofness, couldn't help but want to laugh. Everyone, get some rest tonight. We'll find an opportunity to make our move tomorrow.
At this point, they had arrived at the territory of the snow monkeys, which was 100 kilometers away from Jiangcheng.
Everyone silently focused and rested.
When Li Jingjing came to call Li Yang to keep watch, Li Yang heard footsteps and had already silently opened his eyes. He could see the snow monkeys clearly from 4 or 5 kilometers away, thanks to his mental power.
Will there be a fierce battle tomorrow?
As the sun rose, Li Jingjing lazily stretched. Li Yang stuffed a fragrant, spicy rabbit head into her mouth, almost twisting her back. While biting into the rabbit's head, she said angrily, "You brat, don't get yourself into trouble with me one day.
How can you eat such a cute bunny? Ah, rabbit head, it smells so good."
Yan Sheng also felt that it was about time, and called for everyone to gather together.
Proceed according to the pre-assigned route and tasks.
Yan Sheng is a 4th-rank monkey king responsible for luring out the strange beast, the snow monkey.
Gao Fei covered for Li Yang and Li Jingjing to go in and collect monkey wine.
At the same time, I handed them 2 10-cubic-meter space bags and told them that safety must come first. The mythical snow monkey dwells atop a mountain peak, while monkey wine is hidden in a cave near the peak. Yan Sheng summoned his armor and charged ahead to the mountain peak, launching a fierce attack that killed 4 or 5 strange snow monkeys. Hearing the commotion and seeing the gruesome deaths of its kind, the mythical snow monkey king pounded its chest and roared in fury. With a leap, it crashed down from the mountain peak toward Yin City. When Gao Fei saw the snow monkey king rushing down, he quietly led Li Yang from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. Suddenly, Gao Fei pulled out a halberd from thin air and smashed it forward.
A 3rd-rank snow monkey blocked his way. Gao Fei held a halberd in his right hand and his left hand behind his back.
He gestured to Li Yang and Li Jingjing, indicating that they should change their approach to the mountain.
Li Yang understood immediately and quickly changed direction with Li Jingjing, continuing to climb the mountain. Li Yang and Li Jingjing arrived at a cave. The cave was filled with the aroma of wine. The two exchanged a glance.
Taking advantage of the fact that the snow monkeys were all distracted by their captain and Gao Fei, they had to hurry and collect the monkey wine. Li Yang reacted even faster and was the first to rush into the cave. Before him stood rows of neatly arranged vats of wine made from mountain stones. Li Yang took out his spatial bag and quickly moved over 400 vats of monkey wine inside. He collected over 300 of them, and Li Jingjing estimated that because of her lack of strength, her transportation speed was far slower than Li Yang's. A roar suddenly came from deep within the cave. A 3rd-grade exotic beast, the snow monkey, pounded its chest with both arms, its gaze falling on the few dozen jars of monkey wine left in
the cave.
Its ferocious face instantly burned with rage, and it let out a deafening roar towards the sky, as if summoning its companions. Li Yang sensed something was wrong and knew he had to stop it, otherwise neither he nor Li Jingjing would escape. He hurriedly said to Li Jingjing, "You go first, I'll hold it off, otherwise we'll all be doomed." Li Jingjing understood the critical situation and decisively retreated quickly along the route she had come from. Li Yang drew his war dragon blade, his gaze calm. The more critical the situation, the more composed one must remain.
He channeled his killing points into the phantom blade technique. Phantom blade technique, mastery.
Countless sword techniques memories flooded his mind, as if he were in a space where he had practiced the phantom sword technique millions of times. 2 faint, illusory figures appeared around them, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the illusory. Li Yang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the memories that had just entered his mind. Gripping the war dragon blade tightly, his blood and chi surged through his body. He raised the blade above his head head, channeling all his strength into the hilt, and slammed it down fiercely at the third-rank snow monkey.
A thick cloud of smoke dissipated.
The snow monkey clutched its severed arm, blood streaming down its face, and bared its teeth as it roared angrily at Li Yang.
Ignoring its injuries, it swung its remaining arm and smashed it at Li Yang. Li Yang blocked and retreated until he reached the entrance of the cave.
The snow monkey seemed to realize that Li Yang wanted to escape, so it quickly grabbed a boulder next to it and smashed it hard on Li Yang's head.
Li Yang understood that if he tried to withstand this attack head-on, he would surely run out of ammunition and supplies. Then we'll have to do it that way. 5 throwing knives scattered in turn, surrounding Li Yang.
4 throwing knives aimed straight at the snow monkey's eyes.
The snow monkey hurriedly used a huge rock to block its way.
Using the last throwing knife, Li Yang activated his mental power and quickly left the mountain peak, heading to the agreed-upon evacuation point. Team leaders Yan Chang, Gao Fei, and Lai Jingjing were already waiting at the assembly point. Yan Chang and Gao Fei turned their gazes to Li Yang and Lai Jingjing, seemingly asking about the outcome.
Li Yang understood immediately. I collected 320 vats. Where is Lai Jingjing? Yan Cheng asked.
Upon hearing Li Yang announce the number, Lai Jingjing showed a hint of shame on her face.
Why, I only collected 76 vats.
Li Yang, fearing that the two would blame Lai Jingjing, quickly added, later, a third-grade snow monkey appeared in the cave, otherwise we could have finished harvesting. He then slowly recounted his experience of collecting monkey wine in the cave. Yan Chang and Gao Fei listened intently, their expressions remaining calm, but inwardly they felt a growing respect for Li Yang. I never expected this new kid to be so strong. He's definitely the perfect choice for a team adventure in the wilderness.
While munching on the fragrant roasted meat, Gao Fei looked up at Yan Chang and asked, Captain, what's our next move?
Yan Chang laughed and replied, today's harvest is plentiful. Of course, I'll go back to the city first to exchange the monkey wine for credits.
Gao Fei nodded in agreement. Li Yang learned from Yan Chang that monkey wine has a rich aroma and an excellent taste.
On the way back to the city, everyone discussed sharing one of the tanks within the group.
Upon tasting this fragrant and smooth monkey wine for the first time, Li Yang was captivated and lingered there, reluctant to leave.
Ultimately, the distribution will be based on team contributions.
Team captains Yan Chang and Li Yang each hold 30%, while Gao Fei and Lai Jingjing each hold 20%. Li Yang kept 10 cylinders for himself and sold the rest for credits.
After returning to the Jiangchang base, all the monkey wine was handed over to Yan Chang for disposal. Yan Chang said he would handle the matter properly within 3 days, and the estimated value was about 10 million credits, which would then be transferred to everyone. Based on their interactions over the past few days, Li Yang trusted the captain's integrity and believed that he would not harm anyone. Afterwards, Li Yang went to the Tianfu merchants to dispose of the materials he obtained from killing the alien beasts along the way, earning 700,000 credits. He then went to the Martial Arts Association to improve his chi and spirit, and practice martial arts skills along the way.
Host, Li Yang.
Chi and blood, 280.00 plus. Mental strength, 160.00 plus. Kill points, 68.00.
Realm, 2nd rank martial artist, 1st rank mind master.
Martial arts skills, military boxing, mastery, plus. Phantom blade technique, mastery, plus. Flying rainbow step, beginner, plus. Looking at the information on his screen, Li Yang knew he had to seriously hone his skills. Only with strength in hand can one live a worry-free life. These past few days, he has been spending almost every day at the Martial Arts Association practicing martial arts.
Although he hasn't used any kill points, Li Yang has an exceptional talent for understanding martial arts.
The flying rainbow steps technique progressed rapidly from beginner to intermediate level. By transferring 40 points of chi and blood to the spirit, the mind master's level also increased to level 2. This greatly boosted his confidence. Yesterday, Captain Yan Chang transferred his share of the monkey wine profits to him, a total of 3.2 million credits.
Li Yang's assets surged to 4 million credit points. Simply accumulating credits is useless. Converting them into real strength is the true key.
He understood that resources were earned through strength, and that the stronger one was, the more resources one would naturally acquire. Guan Shishua watched with a smile as Li Yang put the third-grade weapon, the dragon scale treasure blade, into his spatial bag. This dragon scale sword weighs 3,000 catties and is made of special metal. It contains a 4th-grade exotic beast crystal.
The price is as high as 3 million credits. Li Yang then spent another million credits to purchase the grade 3 black gold armor.
The armor was severely damaged in the battle with the 3rd-rank snow monkey and was no longer usable. Overall, Li Yang's abilities have reached a new level.
Now I should be able to fight a 3rd-grade beast to a standstill.
His sudden surge in strength gave him immense confidence.
The AI transmitted a message from the chubby Chow Juhai. Li Yang, let's go to the night market for a late-night snack. Li Yang found the little fat boy's preferences both helpless and amusing. Despite his family's wealth, the boy always seemed to crave night market snacks.
At the stall, the table was piled high with all sorts of food the chubby boy had ordered.
While eating a skewer, he said to Li Yang, Li Yang, did you know? Zhou Chen was certified as a martial artist a few days ago.
Xia Jimei always secretly looks at your seat during class, and sometimes she
she sits there in a daze. Li Yang felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? He quickly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk about something more meaningful, instead of all this gossip. After hearing this, the chubby boy put down the skewers in his hand, tossed his hair, and said smugly, Brother hi, my chi and blood value is already 98. I'm ready to get certified as a martial artist. As he spoke, he would occasionally glance at Li Yang. Li Yang understood the chubby boy's personality perfectly and instantly realized what he was thinking. Li Yang shouted loudly, wow, High GE is amazing. How about we have a spar? The chubby boy almost couldn't believe his ears. Li Yang had actually offered to spar. He stretched out his plump right hand. Li Yang disdainfully shoved it aside and said, don't use your right hand. The chubby boy chuckled. Then using your left hand will be fine, right? Li Yang and the chubby boy clasped hands with their left hands. The chubby boy gritted his teeth and strained, his plump hands gradually turning red, and the flesh on his face trembled slightly with the effort. About half a minute later, Li Yang applied a little force, and the chubby boy could no longer bear the pain and cried out, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Li Yang, let go of me, let go of my hand. Li Yang released his grip, looked at him with a smile, and said softly with concern, Hi GE, are you alright? The chubby boy rubbed his sore, swollen hands, then turned around and asked angrily, Li Yang, are you a martial artist now? He knew that if Li Yang's chi and blood were still at level 31, his strength would never surpass his own. Li Yang nodded calmly. Oh God, the heavens are unjust. The chubby boy saw Li Yang nod and felt conflicted. He didn't want his brother to work too hard, but he was also afraid that his brother would become successful. Brother Yang, how did you do that? The chubby boy's face trembled slightly as he asked obsequiously. Li Yang gently pinched his chubby cheek and said with a look of disgust, this is a secret I can't tell you, but I'll protect you from now on. The two finished their late night snack chatting and laughing. Watching the chubby boy's receding figure, Li Yang said with emotion, the road ahead is still long, and I hope I'm not walking alone. He set off on his way home, facing the cool night breeze. At the northern border post of Cheng, a strange beast, a burrowing rat, suddenly emerged from the ground. Then 1, 2, 3, and more appeared. Boom boom boom. A deafening rumble came from afar. A border guard on duty heard the commotion and immediately looked into the distance through his binoculars. Various strange beasts rushed towards the Cheng base in droves, the strongest of which was actually a 4th-rank beast. The martial artist frantically pounded on the emergency button beside him, and a piercing alarm instantly blared throughout the Cheng base. A level 2 beast tied. A level 2 beast tied. All border guards, take your positions immediately. Warriors within the city, please assist in defending the city. All instructions were issued swiftly. After receiving the notification, the martial artists rushed towards the north of Cheng. Chen Hong, the commander-in-chief of the Cheng base, delivered a mobilization speech, vowing to defend Cheng to the death and protect the safety of the people in the city. Li Yang, who was just about to go to sleep, was also temporarily stopped by the sounding alarm. The intelligence system received a notification from the Martial Arts Association. A level 2 beast tide has broken out, and all martial artists are to assemble in the north of Cheng. Li Yang said goodbye to his family and told them to be careful. Mom and Dad, Li Xin, you two stay home. It's just a level 2 beast tide. There shouldn't be any major problems. Mother Chen Su said with a worried look, Yang, you must be careful. Mom, don't worry, I'll be careful. I'm leaving now. Feeling his family's concern, Li Yang rallied, even shouting towards the distant roar of the beast tide. Beasts, in this life and the next, it's either you or me. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped off towards the north of the city. Cheng border north side. A swarm of strange beasts is launching a fierce attack on the defensive line. The roar of artillery fire and the continuous barrage of machine gun fire were as heavy firepower relentlessly suppressed the beast tide. The base allows martial artists to form teams to participate in defense. The intelligence system will also record the results of killing alien beasts, and the best performers will be rewarded by the Cheng base commander. Yan Cheng saw the golden opportunity before him. The Wolf Smoke Squad regrouped, wanting to contribute to Cheng and also hoping to win a reward. Yan Cheng solemnly said to everyone, the level 2 beast tide isn't huge, but it's not small either. Everyone must be careful. Our team will be led by me in attack, with Gao Fei and Li Yang on the flanks, and Jingjing, you'll be in charge of emergency response. Did everyone understand? Li Yang, Gao Fei, and Li Jingjing all nodded in unison, indicating that there was no problem. Yan Cheng led the Wolf Smoke Squad to break through the gap in the defense line. There are also many other squads, as well as powerful warriors who engage in battle alone. Yan Cheng wielded his twin hammers with lightning speed, fiercely clashing with the 4th grade exotic beast. Wearing 4th grade armor, he was completely unharmed by the strange beasts. Li Yang, wielding the dragon scale sword, slayed a 2nd grade beast with a single strike, while his soaring halberd swept across, sending a 3rd grade beast flying. Li Jingjing was mainly responsible for dealing with the 1st grade exotic beasts, and she handled it with ease. On the periphery of the team, a 2nd grade exotic beast, the sky-devouring python, pounced on Li Jingjing, its massive tail sweeping out and sending her flying. Then it
opened its hideous, blood-red mouth, ready to bite down. Li Jingjing collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale.
Am I going to die? Wah!
When the giant jaws of the devouring python approached Li Jingjing by a meter, she turned her head away in terror and closed her eyes. I just hope I don't have to suffer too much pain.
I'm actually okay.
Li Jingjing touched her wounds, feeling grateful that she was still alive. At that moment, Li Yang had already noticed the danger posed by the devouring python and cleaved it in two with a single explosive dragon slash. Li Yang rushed to her side and asked with concern, Li Jingjing, are you alright? Li Jingjing then realized that it was Li Yang who had saved her, and quickly said, I'm fine, I'm just a little exhausted.
Then you should retreat back to the city first. Yes, you all need to be careful too.
After saying that, she retreated towards the defensive line. Li Yang pushed aside a strange beast and rushed to Yan Chang and Gao Fei's side, telling them that Li Jingjing was alright and had already returned to the defensive line. Without Li Jingjing's interference, the three of them worked together more and more seamlessly. The fourth-grade beasts were restrained by Yan Chang, while the third-grade beasts were blocked by Gao Fei.
Li Yang then targeted and eliminated the first to third-rank exotic beasts one by one, exploiting their weaknesses.
Before they knew it, the ground beneath their feet was covered with fallen monsters.
Li Yang even managed to find time to help Yan Chang bleed the fourth-grade exotic beasts.
The notification sound for the kill point kept ringing out. Killed a rank 2 exotic beast, explosive bear, plus 2 kill points. Slay a second-grade exotic beast, the sky-devouring python, and gain 2 kill points. Killed a rank 1 blood eagle, a rare beast, kill points plus 1.
Slay a rank 2 man-eating beast, kill points plus 5.
As he felt his kill points increasing, Li Yang fought with increasing ferocity, his right hand wielding the dragon scale blade already stained with the blood of strange beasts.
Flying rainbow step, he circled around to the back of the third-grade alien beast, the man-eating bee, which was fighting Gao Fei, and with a fierce slash, split it in two from head to tail. At the same time, everyone's smart devices received alerts that monstrous beasts had infiltrated the city, and they hoped that martial artists would come to help clear the beasts out of the city.
Looking at the information displayed on the screen, Li Yang couldn't help but worry about his family and quickly said to Yan Chang and Gao Fei, I want to go back to the city to help clear out these monsters. Captain Yan Chang mistakenly believed that Li Yang had suggested returning because of a decline in his combat strength, while Gao Fei had no objection and nodded in agreement.
Li Xian looked into the residential area and saw two martial artists fiercely battling 7 or 8 second-grade exotic beasts, the burrowing rats, but they were being pushed back step by step. Her face full of worry, she asked her parents, Mom and Dad, what should we do?
Li Fu remained calm and composed, while Chan Su held Li Xian tightly in her arms, gently comforting her.
It's alright, there are martial artists blocking our way. Maybe your brother will be back soon. Chen Su's words, however, did not reassure Li Xian. Instead, they made her even more frightened.
She knew her brother had only recently become a martial artist. How could he possibly contend with a second-grade exotic beast? As expected, Li Xian's worries gradually became a reality. Under the fierce attack of the strange beast, the two second-rank martial artists were unable to withstand. One of them was accidentally bitten on the calf by a burrowing rat, and blood gushed out instantly. Soon after, he was swallowed whole by a burrowing rat. Seeing that he was the only one left, the remaining martial artist panicked and fled the scene.
Why did he run away? What do we do? Can someone save us? Countless family members of martial artists cried out in panic, fearing for their lives.
The burrowing rats quickly turned their attack on the crowd. Their orders were to destroy the city and slaughter humans with all their might, so that people would feel the terrifying threat of the beasts. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that no martial artist was stopping them, the burrowing rats excitedly let out sharp cries. The first burrowing rat had already bitten a person and swallowed his head whole, blood splattering everywhere. The crowd immediately descended into chaos, pushing and shoving as they tried to escape the scene. As the burrowing rat drew ever closer to Li Yang's family, Li Fu stared intently at the strange beast, then suddenly opened his right hand, his clothes billowing in the air. A streak of rainbow light swept in, cleanly severing the head of the burrowing rat, which rolled to the side. A young man, wielding a dragon-scale sword and clad in black gold armor, stood blocking the crowd with his sword drawn. Sunlight shone on his back, making him appear exceptionally tall and handsome. The boy turned to look at the crowd, his handsome face stained with traces of the strange beast's blood, making him unforgettable.
Li Yang asked his family with concern, Mom and Dad, Li Xian, are you alright?
Li Fu responded gruffly, we're fine, you hurry up and chop up all those rats.
Seeing that his family was safe and sound, Li Yang's worries vanished instantly.
He turned and stared at the burrowing rat, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. In the past, he killed beasts only to obtain resources and kill points, to improve his strength, but now that the beasts were almost threatening the safety of his family, an unprecedented killing intent surged in his heart. With light steps, he executed the flying rainbow step, his speed suddenly increasing. His internal energy surged, and the dragon scale sword swung alternately between his left and right hands.
The mole rats died on the spot.
Someone used a smart device to record this breathtaking scene and eventually uploaded it online, with the title, A Handsome handsome young man saved people from danger. We should all follow his example. After killing the 8 burrowing rats, Li Yang sent a request for help to the Martial Arts Association. Soon after, 3 second-rank martial artists arrived at the martial artists community to assist in protecting the people. Li Yang hurriedly caught up with his family, and at his mother Chen Su's urging, he rushed to the various locations where the burrowing rats had appeared, as shown on the AI. As her brother walked away, Li Xin, the younger sister, secretly vowed to protect their parents for him. No one expected that just because of a few burrowing rats, a terrifying figure would emerge in the future, striking fear into the hearts of all beasts. Li Yang executed a sliding step and a horizontal slash, wiping out a group of burrowing rats, and the red dots on the map gradually disappeared. Kill points have skyrocketed to 300. The battle raged from noon until dusk, and the beast tide finally receded. The northern flank of Zhangqing's defenses was littered with the corpses of monstrous beasts, and even the torn remains of warriors. The presence of these beasts was ever present, bringing endless danger. Exhausted, Li Yang slumped against the city wall, gazing at the setting sun, lamenting his own lack of strength. Having resolved the crisis within the city, he eagerly returned to the northern flank to continue the intense defensive battle. He allocated almost all his kill points to the Phantom Blade technique and Flying Rainbow Step, his swift movements combined with exquisite swordsmanship greatly aiding in slaying the beasts. Host, Li Yang. Chi and Blood, 280.00+. Spirit, 200.00+. Kill points, 300.00. Realm, 2nd rank martial artist, 2nd rank mind master. Martial arts skills, military boxing, mastery, plus Phantom Blade technique, mastery, plus Flying Rainbow Step, minor mastery, plus. In this battle, Li Yang gained over 500 kill points. Unfortunately, these kill points were all obtained from slaying alien beasts, and he didn't manage to acquire any beast crystals. After a quick wash, he returned to his room, exhausted, and fell into a deep sleep. His family knew that Li Yang had fought with all his might and was already quite tired. His mother, Chen Su, specially went to the market to buy a variety of ingredients, wanting to reward her hard-working son. His younger sister, Li Xin, was in her room diligently studying online martial arts tutorials, carefully imitating each move. At noon, their mother had prepared a sumptuous meal. Their younger sister, Li Xin, was eating when she saw Li Yang enter. She immediately invited her brother to join them, praising his heroic demeanor during the crisis the previous day. Not wanting to spoil the atmosphere, Li Yang gently replied, "I only did my part." "Brother, do you think I can be as good as you?" the younger sister asked with anticipation. "Of course, I'll get you some resources to replenish your chi and blood when I have time, so you can get ahead of your peers," Li Yang said affectionately. Li Xin exclaimed excitedly, "Then I must become a female warrior." "You crazy girl, eat properly," Li Yang joked with a smile. "Hey, brother, don't steal my chicken leg," Li Xin retorted in a coquettish tone. After finishing his meal, Li Yang returned to his room and carefully summarized his experience from the battle. "It seems I need to improve my martial arts level. If I had been a 3rd-rank martial artist yesterday, I definitely wouldn't have been so exhausted," he thought to himself. "I also need to find a physical martial art to enhance my combat power. I wonder what the rewards will be for defending Cheng." He inquired about his best friend Chao Juhai's performance during the Beast Tide and learned that Chao had successfully broken through to the martial artist realm, even holding his own against a 1st-grade burrowing rat that had infiltrated the city. Li Yang felt slightly relieved. As long as everyone was safe, he had no other desires. Soon after, Li Yang's AI received a reward notification from the Cheng base. 2nd-rank martial artist Li Yang has slain 530 alien beasts and protected the martial artist's homeland from danger. He is rewarded with the Dragon Bone Blood Scripture and 5 million credits. He. Li Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He hadn't expected the Cheng base to be so generous with its rewards. The Dragon Bone Blood Scripture originated from a secret realm, and its author was unknown. At its highest level, it allowed one to transform all the blood in their body into dragon blood, making it an extremely precious physical martial art. The credits had arrived, and Li Yang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, perfect efficiency. The doorbell rang, and Li Yang went to open the door. He saw an officer in a federal military uniform standing at the door, holding a box, and saluting him. Li Yang returned the salute with a fist and palm salute. "Hello, martial artist Li Yang. I'm here to deliver the Dragon Bone Blood Scripture to you." The officer then produced a document and asked Li Yang to sign it. The document clearly stipulated that the martial arts technique must not be shared with outsiders, and violators would face severe persecution by the military. After Li Yang signed the document and expressed his gratitude, the officer left. Back in his room, Li Yang opened the box. Inside was a rubbing of the Dragon Bone Blood Scripture. The moment his hand touched the pages, he couldn't resist flipping through them. The book described 10 levels of cultivation. At the first level, the heart purifies the concentration of chi and blood, enhancing the martial artist's strength. The 2-layered heart can produce silver blood. 3 layers of blood spread throughout the body. Upon Upon reaching the 10th level, one's chi and blood turn golden yellow, and one's physical fitness increases tenfold. Currently, the highest-ranking cultivator in the Federation has only reached the 3rd level because the required rare and precious materials are extremely scarce, even on Blue Star.
Li Yang
originally thought that the Jiangcheng base would send something truly valuable, but he found that this cultivation technique was nothing more than a useless tool for ordinary martial artists.
However, that's for ordinary martial artists. I have killing points. Li Yang chuckled inwardly, convinced that he would definitely succeed in cultivating it.
Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Li Yang silently circulated the dragon bone blood scripture technique in his mind, his heart pounding with each movement.
Half an hour passed.
All the blood and energy in his body rushed to his heart, the immense pressure causing a dull ache in Li Yang's chest.
He frowned slightly.
However, the speed of the cultivation technique's operation did not slow down at all until Li Yang saw it in the light screen.
Dragon Bone Blood Sutra, Level 1, Plus. Li Yang instantly felt his strength double.
He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, I feel like I can easily take down a whole bunch of rank 3 beasts now. Inside the Jiangcheng base, Commander-in-Chief Chen Hongzheng stared at a viral video circulating online. The video showed martial artists fleeing, and a young man bravely stepping forward in a moment of crisis. His face was contorted with rage. Find those martial artists who escaped and hand them over to the federal court for trial. Then, with a hint of regret, he said, let's forget about that young man for now. The Federation is short of resources right now, and there's not much we can give him. Li Yang was completely unaware that he had missed out on a well-deserved reward because of this, but he felt his condition had improved to another level, and he appeared on the Wasteland. One by one, the red serpents fell dead under his skillful military-style boxing. Deep within the canyon, the enormous gem atop the red serpent king's head gleamed brightly.
It hissed and stared fiercely at Li Yang, sensing the threat of death emanating from this human.
Li Yang looked up at the crimson serpent king, the dragon scale sword in his spatial pouch revealing its sharp edge, its point aimed directly at the crimson serpent king. The snake king instinctively twisted its body to avoid it, but Li Yang refused to let it go and chased after it relentlessly, weaving through the canyon. The surrounding 1st and 2nd grade red-veined snakes all retreated.
Half an hour later,
retreating deep into the canyon, the red serpent king had nowhere to escape. It opened its blood-red maw, trying to scare Li Yang away. Filled with fighting spirit, Li Yang slashed at the snake king's vital spot with his blade.
Soon after,
the crimson serpent king, covered in blood, collapsed to the ground with a thud, its eyes wide open like lanterns, as if it died.
With its eyes wide open in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Li Yang, who had just become a martial artist a few days ago,
now that it can fight against 4th grade exotic beasts, the 3rd grade snake king's defeat this time was not unjustified. Li Yang stepped on the snake's head, dug out the gem from it, and mocked. After all, you're the first beast I've ever set my sights on. He then left the canyon and continued his search in the southern wilderness.
As Li Yang walked, he suddenly saw a figure desperately fleeing in the distance, heading towards him.
Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a rank 3 exotic beast, the heavenly fiend centipede, chasing a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was exhausted from running around, and a corner of her snow-white skin was visible through her nail guards.
Upon seeing Li Yang, she immediately cried out, "Help! Help! A strange beast is chasing me. Please help me. I will reward you handsomely afterwards." Li Yang did not respond to her plea for help immediately.
Looking closely at the beautiful woman in front of me, she was about 20 years old. Her long, ink-black hair was messy and disheveled, her limbs were fair and slender, and her breasts were voluptuous beneath the snow-white skin revealed by her nail guards. She had a fresh and refined temperament. Seeing this, Li Yang felt a rush of blood to his nose and quickly took a deep breath.
Standing in front of a beautiful woman. Upon seeing a human suddenly appear, the 3rd grade exotic beast, the heavenly fiend centipede, spat out wisps of poisonous gas, its 1,000 legs trembling as it lunged at Li Yang.
Li Yang slowly backed away, gently pushing the beautiful woman aside. Exploding dragon slash, he shouted, his illusory body solidifying and freezing in place. With a flash, he appeared in front of the heavenly fiend centipede and unleashed 3 consecutive attacks. The 3 illusory forms vanished one after another, and the heavenly fiend centipede that had been chasing the beauty was cleaved into 4 pieces. Killed a rank 3 exotic beast, heavenly fiend centipede, plus 5 kill points. The beautiful woman, panting heavily as she watched the beast die, leaned against a rock. Li Yang, having dug out the beast crystal, approached her, a hint of teasing in his voice. "He, you meant the generous reward you mentioned earlier, right?" Lin Qingxue took out a pill to restore her chi and blood from her spatial bag and swallowed it. Coming to her senses, she replied to Li Yang, "For saving my life, I can share some of the heavenly phoenix stew that the heavenly fiend centipede guards with you. It's actually a rare and precious herb that can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones." Li Yang thought to himself with delight. The heavenly phoenix dew originates from the land where exotic beasts roam. It absorbs the energy exhaled by these beasts over a long period and is extremely suitable for those who have not yet become martial artists. It can greatly enhance one's foundation and is a treasure that money cannot buy on the market. Li Yang thought to himself,
myself, I can give this to my sister. Lin Qingxue extended a handful of heavily phoenix stew from her delicate arm, which Li Yang unceremoniously put into his spatial bag. He then asked, "My name is Li Yang, what's your name?" Lin Qingxue said softly, "Lin Qingxue. What a nice name, and the person is." Li Yang was about to say the person is good looking too, but inwardly he cursed himself for hanging out with the chubby Chao Juhai for so long that he had become somewhat unclean. He quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, "If you want a rest, let's go somewhere else. The lingering smell of blood here will attract other monsters." Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. A short while later, Li Yang led her to the side of a hillside where no strange beasts roamed. He built a fire, took out an earthenware pot, and placed sections of prepared red-spotted snake meat into it. He added fragrant rice and ginger to remove any fishy smell, then added cooking wine, and finally poured in natural mineral water. The aroma of fresh and tender snake soup gradually filled the air. Lin Qingxue, who was currently recovering her energy, felt her stomach rumble loudly. Li Yang sighed inwardly. This girl was beautiful, yet she dared to venture into the wilderness alone. Wasn't she afraid of danger? He ladled out a bowl of food and handed it to her, saying seriously, "Eat up, it's free." Lin Qingxue stared intently at the snake soup porridge, swallowed hard, and smiled as she accepted it. Without a care for her image, she began to wolf it down. Exhausted from a day of fleeing, she was starving and could no longer resist the delicious food. Seeing her so engrossed in her meal, Li Yang also ladled out a bowl to try, saying to her as he ate, "If you're still not full, there's more in the pot, help yourself." Lin Qingxue swallowed the snake soup in her mouth, licked her lips, and pursed them gently. 15 minutes later, the two devoured the pot of snake soup porridge. Before parting, Lin Qingxue told Li Yang that she came from the Beijing base, the top of the 8 major bases, and that she had come to the Cheng Wasteland to search for the heavenly phoenix dew. She was fortunate to have met Li Yang, otherwise, she would have been in grave danger. She also said that if Li Yang ever went to Beijing, he must contact her and she would have to treat him well. The two also exchanged AI friend requests. Watching her figure gradually disappear into the wasteland, Li Yang understood that some people can only be understood intuitively, not deeply. From Lin Qingxue's refined and elegant temperament, he could sense that she came from an extraordinary family, even offering him the precious heavenly phoenix dew as a token of gratitude. However, the fact that she dared to eat something made by a boy on her first visit suggested a certain naivete and ignorance of the treacherous nature of people, which might be more terrifying than the wasteland itself. "I miss you so much." Li Yang was unaware that Lin Qingxue had a protector by her side. If they were to engage in any improper conduct, they would likely be beheaded long ago, as her protector was a 7th-rank martial artist. "Go and kill some more strange beasts to obtain kill points. Let bygones be bygones." Li Yang refocused and continued his search across the wasteland. Reaching a riverbank, he encountered a group of 3rd-grade exotic beasts, short-tailed ferocious crocodiles. With a heh-heh sound, Li Yang gripped the dragon scale blade and strode forward. A stunned short-tailed ferocious crocodile sensed someone approaching, opened its blood-red maw enough to tear through 2nd-grade armor, and attempted to swallow the human in one gulp. But it didn't expect that Li Yang would cut its mouth open at the junction of its mouth and neck, with the blade extending all the way to its small, short tail, accompanied by spurting blood. Slay a rank 3 exotic beast, short-tailed ferocious crocodile, plus 5 kill points. Upon discovering that a human had intruded into their territory, the other short-tailed crocodiles in the vicinity began indiscriminately killing their own kind and pounced on Li Yang. Having experienced the beast tide and single-handedly clearing out the Red Serpent Valley, Li Yang was not afraid of these short-tailed crocodiles. The dragon bone blood scripture provided him with enhancements, and the flying rainbow steps allowed him to move freely. Li Yang nimbly darted among the short-tailed ferocious crocodiles along the riverbank, slaughtering them one by one until they scattered and fled. The stench of blood permeated the air, covering 3 or 4 kilometers, and the river water was stained red with the blood of the ferocious crocodiles. Kill points keep refreshing. Slay a rank 3 exotic beast, short-tailed ferocious crocodile, plus 5 kill points. Slay a rank 3 exotic beast, short-tailed ferocious crocodile, plus 5 kill points. Slay a rank 3 exotic beast, short-tailed ferocious crocodile, plus 5 kill points. Looking at the dead short-tailed crocodiles scattered on the ground, Li Yang lifted his forehead and took out the beast crystal. Although crocodile skin could be made into armor, skinning it was too tedious, so he didn't take it. When he obtained more than 200 beast crystals, he still had more than 50 beast crystals from the short-tailed ferocious crocodiles that he had not yet obtained. At this moment, a group of 4th-grade exotic beasts, the wilderness silver wolves, attracted by the smell of blood, arrived at the riverbank. The silver-white wolf king stood 30 meters away from Li Yang, howling softly. "Damn it, I haven't even finished eating the fat meat that was already in my mouth, and someone's already trying to steal it. Get out of here, get out of here." With a swift movement that seemed to leave trails of smoke, Li Yang glided across the river to the other side, his feet barely touching the ground. He glared at the pack of silver wolves scrambling for food and said fiercely, "Just you wait, I'll remember you." After fleeing the scene, Li Yang ran all the way until until he found a cave to hide in. He blocked the cave entrance with a huge rock, then lit a fire inside. Health and mana increased by 200 points.
A surge of vital energy rushed into his body, bringing with it unprecedented pain.
Li Yang clenched his fists, his knuckles digging deep into his flesh, his face contorted in agony. He knew the pain wouldn't last long, so he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Hold on." A muffled thud came from within his body, and he felt instantly refreshed. Li Yang's martial arts cultivation had reached the level of a third-grade martial artist. His surge in cultivation level made him eager to unleash his power, and the dragon scale blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. The second move of the phantom blade technique, Fallen Sky Slash. Li Yang suddenly kicked away the boulder blocking the cave entrance, bent low and leaped up, jumping 30 meters into the air. He gripped the hilt of his knife tightly with both hands, and his rich blood energy gathered in his arms. He slammed the large rock below with great force, and with strength far exceeding that of an ordinary third-rank martial artist, the dragon scale blade cleaved the rock into pieces, the fragments flying dozens of meters away. This move dispelled the oppression in Li Yang's heart, making him feel extremely happy. I feel like I can now go toe-to-toe with the captain in a one-on-one fight, and I'm in no way inferior to him. Feeling the martial arts enhancement brought by the kill points, Li Yang was full of fighting spirit. The cultivation level of a mind cultivator cannot lag too far behind that of a martial artist. He channeled the remaining 200 kill points into his mental energy, feeling as if his head was about to explode. The pain was far worse than when he was improving his martial arts. The intense pain in his head made him scream out, "Ah ah!" The heart-wrenching screams echoed all around. The pain escalates and then dissipates as the ascent ends. Suddenly, Li Yang felt many forgotten memories surface clearly, including the scene of the original owner being spanked by his mother Chen Su when he snatched his sister Li Xian's cake.
At the same time, his understanding of martial arts became more profound.
Everything is moving in a positive direction. Li Yang opened the panel to view the information.
The light screen displays:
Host, Li Yang, Chi and Blood, 400.00, Spirit, 400.00, Kill Points, 0.00, Realm, Rank 3 Martial Artist, Level 3 Mind Master, Martial Arts Skills, Military Boxing, Master, Phantom Blade Technique, Master, Flying Rainbow Step, Minor Mastery. With my current level of skill, participating in the martial arts exam would be a complete crushing victory.
Of the 8 federal government bases, only a very few exceptionally gifted monsters could possibly contend with them.
If anyone is foolish enough to seek death, I wouldn't mind sending them on their way.
After adjusting his excited mindset due to his sudden increase in strength, Li Yang understood that most of his future opponents would be older than him, as with the strange beasts. The aura of a strange beast could be detected 1 kilometer away from the range of mental energy detection.
It was moving extremely fast, and an encounter was certain within 30 seconds. "They're after me?" Li Yang muttered to himself in confusion. Sure enough, a 4th-grade exotic beast, a ringed hound, came into view.
The hunting dogs rushed over and spotted Li Yang in the distance. The two locked eyes, and the 3-meter-tall ringed hound pawed at the ground with its right paw, clearly ready to make Li Yang its prey. Although one could sense Li Yang's impressive martial arts aura, his posture clearly indicated that he was waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack.
With a mocking expression, Li Yang extended his right index finger and gently hooked it. "You, come here."
The ringed hound was quite intelligent. It could sense the full intent to provoke from Li Yang's mocking gaze and provocative gestures.
It lowered its body and quickly charged towards Li Yang.
The enormous claws, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, seemed intent on tearing the human before them apart.
Li Yang used the handle to block the falling talons, and the ringed hound opened its mouth, unleashing an invisible sonic roar. Li Yang felt slightly dizzy.
It was a sonic attack. If I hadn't had my mental energy protecting me, I probably would have been defeated by you today. Mental energy immediately enveloped his entire body, instantly clearing his mind. Li Yang rolled over and landed on the hind legs of the ringed hound, slashing horizontally at its hind legs with his dragon scale sword, followed by a military-style punch. The hound's lower leg snapped instantly, and its painful howls echoed all around. It quickly rolled away, clearly not expecting this human to be so powerful that he could actually hurt it. Pretending to continue attacking Li Yang, the enormous dog head suddenly extended, swiftly flicked its tail, and then it scurried away as if fleeing for its life. This scene made Li Yang think the ringed hound was about to unleash some special attack. Damn, this dog can still run so fast even with a broken leg. Within a kilometer of his mental perception range, the ringed hound vanished without a trace. Looking at the remaining leg on the ground, Li Yang smiled helplessly. "You know what, this dog's leg actually smells pretty good." Li Yang took a bite of a roasted leg meat, the juices sizzling and dripping. After he finished eating, he headed back towards Cheng.
Cheng number 7 Junior High School. A smug girl said arrogantly to Li Xian, "You think you can practice martial arts?"
Just now, Li Xian was chatting with her best friend Zhuang Weiwei and mentioned that she wanted to improve her blood and chi and planned to practice martial arts in the future. These words were overheard by Lu Rushue, a classmate standing nearby.
She disliked Li Xian in the first place, as Li Xian's academic performance always surpassed hers. If it weren't for her, connections in the high school, many girls would probably prefer to hang out with Li Xin.
She was extremely jealous of Li Xin, and upon hearing this, she didn't hesitate to mock her.
Li Xin retorted angrily after hearing Lu Rushue's words. Why can't I practice martial arts? Lu Rushue laughed heartily. You know that practicing martial arts requires improving your chi and blood, right? Who in your family has the resources to buy you these things? Can you afford a private tutor? The barrage of questions left Li Xin speechless.
She was about to retort when memories flooded her mind. Her mother, Chen Su, was a chef, her father, Li Fu, was a car mechanic, and her brother was still in school. A wave of grievance washed over her, and tears welled up in her eyes. She dared not argue with Lu Rushue any longer. Seeing Li Xin like this, Lu Rushue felt exceptionally pleased and secretly delighted. What's the use of good grades? Being poor will keep you from ever getting back on your feet for the rest of your life. When Li Xin's best friend Zhuang Weiyue saw her crying, she indignantly spoke up for her. Do I need you to remind me? We'll earn our own money in the future, and our families will provide us with resources. Lu Rushue seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and mocked. Are you going to work with old men to make money? Zhuang Weiyue was speechless for a moment, pointing at Lu Rushue and stammering, you. Li Xin grabbed her best friend's hand, stopping her from continuing to argue with Lu Rushue. Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom, and Lu Rushue, who had originally intended to continue her sarcastic remarks, had to give up.
Li Yang has already passed through the Zhengcheng border defense.
Remembering that he still had precious heavenly phoenix dew in his spatial bag, and that his younger sister Li Xin should be getting out of school soon, he, as her older brother, decided to head to Jiangcheng No. 7 Junior High School, as he hadn't picked her up in a long time.
Arriving near No. 7 Middle School, Li Yang could hear Lu Rushue and the others mocking Li Xin and Zhuang Weiyue even after school.
Lu Rushue said arrogantly, you're not even as good as your brother, yet you want to practice martial arts. Your brother's blood energy level is only 31, and he's too embarrassed to go to school now. Li Xin had witnessed her brother Li Yang kill a ground rat before, and knew that it wasn't like what Lu Rushue said at all.
She responded indignantly, no way. My brother is a martial artist. He doesn't go to school because he's killing monsters. Seeing Li Xin's tactless retort, Lu Rushue couldn't help but raise her hand to slap her.
Li Xin quickly closed her eyes, her hand only 2 centimeters away from the girl's face. Suddenly, Lu Rushue's hand was gripped tightly by a large hand. Li Xin, having not been hit for a long time, opened her eyes and, seeing it was Li Yang, exclaimed joyfully.
Li Yang did not respond to his sister, but stared fiercely at Lu Rushue, and slowly said, Who gave you the audacity to hit my sister? Li Yang's sister?
Li Yang slightly released the pressure of a third-grade martial artist, and the killing intent accumulated from killing thousands of strange beasts instantly enveloped the area. Lu Rushue felt a chill run through her body, her breathing became rapid, and she stammered, her face pale.
I didn't say it was Li Xin.
She pushed aside the young delinquent next to her, pointed at her in fear, and said, she said it has nothing to do with me.
Li Yang snorted coldly, then warned, Don't let me hear you bullying my sister again.
At the same time, the dragon scale blade, stained with the blood of strange beasts, was swung out of thin air, and a terrifying aura enveloped Lu Rushue and the others.
Li Yang led Li Xin and Zhuang Weiyue away from the scene.
Only Lu Rushue and her friends remained, their faces filled with terror. Lu Rushue seemed to have been deceived by her high school friends, muttering to herself, This isn't just level 31 in chi and blood, it's even more terrifying than a strange beast.
Li Yang took his younger sister Li Xin and Zhuang Weiyue to the mall.
Buying things for the two of them, Li Yang felt that all the resources he painstakingly collected were for his family to use.
Zhuang Weiyue, because she was close to Li Xin, was also pampered by Li Yang, and bluntly said, Li Yang is the best older brother. Upon hearing his sister's friend's praise, Li Yang quickly waved his hand and said, Not at all.
Seeing the smiles on the two girls' faces, and knowing they had spent less than 10,000 credits, Li Yang felt it was nothing compared to his current wealth. Li Xin carried several shopping bags for her best friend, while Li Yang packed her own purchases
into his spatial bag. It's good that you weren't affected.
Looking at his lively and energetic younger sister, Li Yang's eyes were full of doting affection.
He did everything he could to ensure his sister, Li Xin, enjoyed the best resources. He led the two of them to the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce. Upon arriving at the front desk, Li Yang did not see Guan Shishue. A male clerk approached and politely asked, Sir, welcome. Is there anything I can help you with? Li Yang appreciated the service attitude. It was genuine and unpretentious. He took out the materials from the exotic beasts he had obtained in the Wasteland from his spatial bag. Help me with this, and while you're at it, recommend some resources suitable for aspiring martial artists. Seeing so many exotic beast resources for the first time, male shop assistant Lu Chunming couldn't help but admire his own first impression. When Lu Chunming saw the boy leading two girls into the store, he immediately sensed that the man was no ordinary person. Please wait a moment, sir.
There are many exotic beast materials, and we need an appraiser to evaluate evaluate them. For resources used by ordinary people, I recommend high-grade Chi blood and the double dragon crystal blood exclusively provided by our store. After speaking, he tapped the AI in his hand, and an appraiser wearing a long robe and round-framed glasses came out. He busied himself in front of everyone. Li Yang was very familiar with Chi blood. He had worked part-time at the Slaughterhouse to buy it, but in the end, was high-grade Chi blood more precious than regular Chi blood? And what was twin dragon crystal blood? Seeing that Li Yang didn't react, Lu Chunming explained. Advanced Chi in blood is made by deeply purifying ordinary Chi in blood using special methods. It is very suitable for ordinary people and has better effects. Double dragon crystal blood is an exclusive product developed by the pharmacists of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce. It is made by combining the crystal of the imperial dragon beast and the blood of the purple dragon. After taking it, it can greatly improve the blood and Chi in ordinary people. Listening to Lu Chunming's introduction, Li Yang became even more eager to access these two resources. They quickly asked him to bring it out so they could see. Lu Chunming took out 2 glass test tubes filled with concentrated blood energy from backstage and presented them to Li Yang and the others. Li Yang used his spiritual power to sense it slightly. The concentration of blood energy was indeed very high, and it was gentle and not violent. Li Xian and Zhuang Weiwei inhaled the overflowing energy and immediately felt refreshed. How much does it cost? Hearing Li Yang ask about the price, Lu Chunming knew his commission was secure and politely replied. Advanced Chi blood costs 50,000 credits per month, while double dragon crystal blood costs 200,000 credits per month. The price is reasonable. Li Yang didn't think it was expensive when the shop assistant quoted the price. Get me 10 portions of each, and also 2 level 1 space bags and 1 level 3 space bag. Lu Chunming immediately perked up and hurriedly said, wait a moment, right away. Then he rushed backstage. Li Xian, the younger sister, didn't understand why her brother was buying so many resources. She asked Li Yang in confusion, brother, why are you buying so many things to increase your Chi and blood? Hearing his naive younger sister ask a question, Li Yang explained helplessly, this was bought for the two of you, so you can get ahead of your peers. Then he said solemnly, use it in small amounts first, don't put too much strain on your body. Li Xian was stunned. Zhuang Weiwei nudged Li Xian's hand, as if to stop her, since they had just overheard the shop assistant's quote. Adding up to several million credits, that's enough for an ordinary person to work their entire life on. Li Xian quickly said, brother, we don't need it, you keep the money for yourself. You don't understand. Listen to me on this. Li Yang said firmly. Perhaps sensing Li Yang's determination, Li Xian and Zhuang Weiwei silently lowered their heads and stopped arguing. Lu Chunming packed his things and came out, seeing the awkward atmosphere. He said with extremely high emotional intelligence, you two beauties are so lucky. Your big brother bought you such good cultivation resources. Although Li Xian felt bad about the money her brother had spent, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased to hear outsiders say that. The appraiser's work was also complete, and the total price for all the materials was 20.5 million credits. Li Yang didn't say much after hearing this, only thinking that it was about right. Lu Chunming quickly calculated in his mind and then said, sir, after deducting the 6.3 million you spent on purchasing resources, you have 14.2 million credits left. Li Yang nodded, glanced at Lu Chunming briefly, and replied with a smile, 14 million will do. Consider the rest as a reward for your hard work. Lu Chunming hurriedly expressed his gratitude, never expecting that he would earn more tips in just 1 week than in 10 months. He smiled broadly as he handed the items to Li Yang and then transferred the money to Li Yang's account according to procedure. Watching Li Yang and his companions walk away, Lu Chunming shouted, take care, boss. May you become rich and powerful. Zhuang Weiwei and Li Xian parted ways at the crossroads. Before parting, she made a point of thanking Li Yang for helping her purchase the resources, and said shyly, thank you, brother Li Yang. I'm going home now. Li Yang waved his hand, indicating it was nothing, and everyone went home. On her way home, Li Xian grinned mischievously and said to Li Yang, brother, isn't Zhuang Weiwei very pretty? Li Yang was instantly exasperated, wondering what was wrong with this girl's head. He couldn't help but flick her forehead, making Li Xian cry out in pain, brother, you're a bad guy, a bad guy. When no one else was around, Li Yang wouldn't indulge her. He walked briskly towards home, with Li Xian jogging behind him. When they got home, Li Xian was panting heavily. Li Yang pulled her into his room, took out the heavenly phoenix dew, and Li Xian immediately felt incredibly comfortable. Li Yang had her sit cross-legged and swallow the heavenly phoenix dew, while he helped her refine it. The energy of the heavenly phoenix dew circulated within Li Xian's body, and Li Yang guided her to digest it. In less than 10 minutes, Li Xian transformed from an ordinary person into a cultivator with a Chi and blood value of 56, her entire body enveloped in the impurities expelled from her body. Li Yang knew that the heavenly phoenix dew had only been partially digested, and the hidden energy remained within her body. Looking at Li Xian, he said with disdain, you stink, go take a shower. Li Xian also noticed the unpleasant smell of the impurities on her body, stuck out her tongue at her brother, and quickly ran to the bathroom to wash up.
Li Yang sighed helplessly.
This girl. Then he thought, with the heavenly phoenix dew helping her cleanse her marrow, her foundation will definitely be ahead of many people. After dealing with his sister's matter, Li Yang contacted his best friend Chao Juhai and arranged to meet at the night market.
When Li Yang returned to
Jiangchang, Chao Juhai had texted him to tell him that he had become a martial artist. His father had also given him 3 million yuan as pocket money.
Thinking about how he worked so hard to kill the alien beasts, but the money he earned was less than the pocket money that other people's fathers casually gave him, Li Yang chuckled to himself. I might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Half an hour later, the two met up at their usual spot in the night market. It was obvious that the chubby Chao Juhai had become even more muscular, but with his 200-pound frame, it was uncertain whether his future wife could handle it. When Chao Juhai saw Li Yang, who was still as handsome as ever, he couldn't help but tease him. Little Yang, your brother Hai has already been certified as a martial artist. Li Yang released a hint of the aura of a third-rank martial artist, which startled Chao Juhai so much that he immediately covered his head and squatted down, urgently saying, Li Yang, quickly lower your head, there is a high-level martial artist here. Li Yang suppressed his aura, looked around as Chao Juhai had instructed, and feigned confusion, asking, where can I find high-level martial artists? The chubby boy was also puzzled when he saw that the aura had disappeared without a trace. Brother Hai, I was just scaring you. To save face, Chao Juhai stood up and said with his chest puffed out. However, he felt that aura again, even stronger than before, and couldn't help but crouch down again, covering his head. He turned around and looked around, but couldn't find who it was. Li Yang felt he couldn't joke around any longer, lest he hurt his best friend's leg from squatting, so he generously admitted that he was a third-rank martial artist. What? Say it again. The chubby boy Chao Juhai's face was full of surprise. Li Yang leaned close to his ear and whispered, Brother Hai, that was me just now, Xiao Yangzi, a third-grade martial artist. Chao Juhai grabbed Li Yang's leg and shouted excitedly, Brother Yang, is that you? It's me, Xiao Haizi, your long-lost brother. Hey, it's Xiao Haizi. Here, take this grade 3 beast crystal. Li Yang took out a grade 3 beast crystal from his spatial bag and tossed it to the chubby boy. Chao Juhai was incredibly excited, as it was the first time he had ever touched a grade 3 beast crystal. Boss, I'd like to order. Give me a menu, the chubby boy said heartily to the boss. Then, he began to share with Li Yang the various things that had happened at school recently. From gossip to serious topics, it was almost entirely the chubby boy who talked non-stop, while Li Yang occasionally nodded and agreed while eating. I heard that Xia Jime recently latched onto a powerful student who transferred from the capital, and her chi and blood are almost at the level of a martial artist. The most important news is that the school is organizing students to enter the secret realm this time. All students from the Jiangcheng base can enter the Jiangshu secret realm, which is managed by Jiangcheng. The Jiangshu secret realm is extremely rich in resources. The school promises that students only need to hand over 40% of the resources they obtain, and the rest will belong to them. Even more exciting is that the secret realm also contains ancient inheritances. Is the information reliable? Li Yang asked the chubby boy, showing great interest in the Jiangshu secret realm. The chubby boy took out his smart device and showed Li Yang the announcements on the school's official website. After carefully reading the announcement, Li Yang discovered that the inheritance of martial arts techniques does not need to be handed over, and he secretly marveled at the school's great determination this time. With a piece of Qingyan chicken leg hanging from the corner of his mouth, he said to the chubby boy, we're going the day after tomorrow. Who from our class will go? The chubby boy chewed on a pig kidney and said, any martial artist will go. The secret realm is actually quite dangerous. Non-martial artists might get into trouble if they go in. After swallowing the pork kidney in his mouth, he added, if you go too, Yang, I won't be worried about the danger at all. Li Yang threw the chicken bones he had finished eating in front of the chubby boy, stood up and said, I will definitely go to school the day after tomorrow. After saying that, he gradually disappeared from the late-night food stall. Before the chubby boy could speak, 2 words rang in his ears. Check, please. Ugh, Li Yang always makes me pay, the chubby boy muttered angrily, though he was really just complaining. After all, the grade 3 exotic beast crystals that Li Yang gave him were enough for him to make hundreds of purchases. Just then, Guan Shishua saw the handsome Li Yang walk into the store and greeted him with a big smile. A rare guest indeed. Welcome, welcome. I also came to your Chamber of Commerce yesterday, but I didn't see you, Li Yang replied with a smile. Guan Shishua blushed slightly and said somewhat awkwardly, I wasn't in the shop yesterday. Alright, I was just kidding. I came here today to buy a weapon. Li Yang changed the subject. Do you have any good recommendations? Guan Shishua asked Li Yang earnestly, adhering to the principle of putting customers first. Li Yang replied, yes, it also needs to be heavy enough. So Guan Shishua had someone bring out 3 weapons suitable for Li Yang from the store. They seemed to have just arrived and hadn't been put on the counter yet. The first thing that catches the eye is a large, fiery red cleaver called the Tiger Head Golden Cleaver. A tiger's head is engraved at the junction of the hilt and the blade. The blade is about 20 centimeters wide, 1 meter long, weighs 5,000 kilograms,
kilograms, and costs 7 million credits. The second weapon is the Cheng blade, with a blade about 2 finger joints wide and 50 centimeters long. It is made of frost meteorite iron and has a freezing effect when struck.
It weighs 4,000 kilograms and costs 8 million credits.
The third weapon is the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, with a hilt and blade each 1 meter long. It is forged from iron ore from the deepest sea, weighs 6,000 kilograms, and is priced at 9 million credits.
Li Yang tried out the 3 weapons in his hands one by one.
Although his strength has not been officially tested, it feels like it definitely exceeds 6,000 kilograms, because he still feels relaxed and at ease when wielding the Green Dragon Crescent blade. After comparing them, he decided to choose the third one, the Azure Dragon Crescent blade.
However, since he still needed to save some credits, he asked Guan Shishue, "Do you take back the weapon I bought before? It's a little damaged."
He took out the dragon scale sword. After carefully studying it, Guan Shishue gave a buyback price of 1 million credits. She politely explained, "The blade is a bit damaged, and we'll have to find a craftsman to repair it after we take it back, so this is the only price we can offer." Li Yang felt that no one around him could use this knife, so keeping it was just a waste.
He might as well recycle it and get some money from it.
1 million it is.
Finally, Li Yang spent 8 million credits to acquire the Azure Dragon Crescent blade.
"I always feel like I have a particular fondness for long swords, but I don't know why," Li Yang muttered to himself. Yesterday, Li Yang taught his younger sister to practice military boxing, telling her that military boxing can effectively improve blood circulation.
After learning how to do it, the little girl couldn't wait to go and show Zhuang Weiwei her progress. Li Yang, meanwhile, worked hard to adjust his state and prepare for the upcoming Jiangsu secret realm. After finishing the breakfast prepared by his mother, Chen Su, Li Yang arrived at school 20 minutes early. When Li Yang, who was usually absent from class, suddenly appeared, his classmates all looked surprised. During this time, Xia Jimei privately and constantly slandered Li Yang's reputation, thinking that she could do whatever she wanted because of her connections in Beijing. But in reality, she had no idea that the real patron was Li Yang.
At this moment, the chubby Chao Juhai arrived late and handed his favorite spicy rabbit head to Li Yang. Li Yang said with a look of disgust, "Eating such spicy food so early in the morning, be careful your anus can't take it." The chubby boy chuckled, took back the spicy rabbit head, and looked at Li Yang with disdain, thinking that Li Yang didn't understand food. At this moment, a boy dressed in bamboo green Hangzhou silk, his clothes flowing like smoke and with fair skin, walked into the classroom. Zhang Junfeng greeted the students with a warm and welcoming demeanor, while Xia Jimei followed closely behind, as if Zhang Junfeng were her master.
Xia Jimei habitually looked up at Li Yang's seat and was surprised to see the handsome Li Yang. "I couldn't help but feel excited, and my breathing became rapid."
Zhang Junfeng seemed to notice Xia Jimei's unusual behavior. He turned his head and saw her staring at Li Yang with a complicated expression.
It was as if her boyfriend wasn't Zhang Junfeng, but Li Yang.
Zhang Junfeng felt a surge of displeasure, as if his things had been defiled.
He regarded Li Yang as his mortal enemy.
He glanced at him, revealing a hidden murderous intent, and anger flared up in his heart. "My woman is not allowed to look at other men even once." Then, he said to Xia Jimei with a kind expression, "Jimei, let's sit here."
Xia Jimei, unaware of Zhang Junfeng's change, responded affectionately, "Yes, brother Feng."
After Zhang Junfeng took his seat, he turned to look out the window, his face full of anger. "Women from the lower class are just cheap. They laugh so much when they see a man more handsome than me." Li Yang had already sensed all of this through his mental power, and since it was none of his business, he remained indifferent. He glanced at Zhang Junfeng, who was striking a cool pose, and his eyes instantly turned cold. "No matter who you are, if you dare to show any murderous intent towards me, don't blame me for not having a chance to teach you a lesson." Zhou Chen was joking with her younger brothers, discussing which female classmate had the most prominent breasts. From the moment Zhang Junfeng entered the classroom, he also noticed Xia Jimei's behavior. As a local bully, he looked down on Zhang Junfeng, but was quite happy for Li Yang to test his background. Zhou Chen looked down on everyone and boasted in a low voice about his current strength. "In the space bag is a first-grade weapon given to me by my uncle Li Gang, the fiery gun."
"Li Yang and Zhang Junfeng, you two are both bumpkins."
Seeing their boss's smug look, the two underlings, white hair and yellow hair, quickly chimed in, "Brother Chen, the biggest peak must be yours." Looking at his two underlings, Zhou Chen felt a surge of disgust, but said helplessly, "They must be mine."
"All right, sit down."
The sound of high heels clicking on the floor came from outside the classroom door.
Thump thump thump.
Before the person even arrived, the voice had already sounded, and everyone tacitly fell silent. The homeroom teacher, Kong Ling, was wearing a white shirt and a black skirt, with a ponytail and gold-rimmed glasses.
The hot-blooded Zhang Junfeng couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Kong Ling looked at the dozen or so students in the class and sighed inwardly. The overall strength of the class was too poor. "I wonder how many resources I can obtain in the Jiangsu secret realm." Kong Ling noticed Li Yang sitting down and asked in confusion, "Li Yang, you've already become a martial artist?" When Li Yang heard his homeroom teacher's question, he answered respectfully, "As expected of the homeroom teacher, I have been certified as a martial artist after working hard to improve my chi and blood in the
past period of time. At the same time, he sent his martial arts certification to Kong Ling's AI. Kong Ling looked at the martial artist certification on the smart device and was surprised to find that Li Yang had actually become a martial artist after taking leave to improve his chi and blood.
She nodded in satisfaction, her ponytail swaying gently. When Zhang Junfeng heard Li Yang's answer, a hint of disdain appeared on his face.
He glanced at him and muttered to himself, "I thought he was some kind of expert, but he's just a nobody, a first-rank martial artist. With my strength as a third-rank martial artist, I could easily crush him with a single finger." Kong Ling clapped her hands, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. She slowly said, "Everyone, go to the playground and assemble with the other classes." Afterwards, the third-year students of Jiangcheng No. 7 High School marched in a long line towards the Jiangsu Secret Realm, 20 kilometers west of the Jiangcheng base.
Principal Gu Shi
floated above the group to ensure everyone's safety. In the group, a chubby boy said to Li Yang,
"Principal Li Yang, as a fifth-rank martial artist, flying through the air was incredibly cool."
Li Yang noticed the envy in the chubby boy's eyes and said with a smile, "You could ask your dad to buy you a flying machine too." The chubby boy pouted and said, "I wish my dad would buy it for me, but the weapons on civilian aircraft are too poor. They can't withstand more than a few hits from alien beasts."
As Li Yang walked, he replied, "Then don't overthink it. Just focus on your cultivation and improving your chi and blood, that's the key."
The chubby boy nodded obediently, feeling helpless. After walking for half an hour, the group arrived at a huge field. Inside the venue, there were approximately 50,000 students from Jiangcheng's No. 1 High School to No. 7 High School. Each school's principal was floating above their respective school. Gu Shi coldly stared at the person who took off into the air ahead of the huge procession. That was Li Gang from the Education Department, known as Tiger-Faced Steel-Toothed. Li Gang was also a fifth-rank martial artist, but he rose 10 meters above the front of the group, his
clothes billowing and rolling, giving him the air of a reclusive master.
He said with a friendly smile, "Hello, students of Jiangcheng Base, I am Li Gang from the Education Department. This exploration of the Jiangsu Secret Realm has been approved by the Jiangcheng Base from the federal government. The purpose is to train everyone, while also mining the valuable resources in the Secret Realm to enhance the overall strength of the Jiangcheng Base." He raised his voice and continued, "The person who ranks first in resources during this Secret Realm exploration will be rewarded with a set of Grade 3 Dragon Scale armor, the second place will be rewarded with a martial arts technique, and the third place will be rewarded with 1 million credits." As soon as the words were spoken, the students were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating their trip to the Secret Realm, and everyone longing to win first place. Only Li Yang and Zhang Junfeng remained calm. Li Yang thought to himself that he could buy a third-grade armor with his own money. Its value wasn't that high. Zhang Junfeng, on the other hand, looked disdainful, muttering to himself, as expected of the base. With the worst strength, such a meager reward. If it weren't for the Crimson Fire Beast in the Secret Realm, I wouldn't even want to go in. Li Gang looked at the principals floating in the air and said with a smile, "Please join forces, all principals, to open the Jiangsu Secret Realm." 7 principals, all at the 5th rank martial arts level, stood in a row. Each principal unleashed their inner energy and blood, joining forces to attack the first 300 meters of the team. A deep blue void vortex immediately appeared at the point of attack, rotating steadily. "Students, enter the Jiangsu Secret Realm one by one. Please be careful. Crush the Jade Talisman to leave." Li Gang's gruff voice reached each student's ears, and Jade Talismans fell into their hands.
Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was the first to enter.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, the students stepped onto the cloud ladder that Li Gang had casually set up and disappeared from sight.
Next was No. 2 High School. It wasn't until the very end that it was Li Yang's 7th High School's turn to enter. Their class was among the last to enter the Secret Realm. Li Yang stepped onto the cloud ladder and into the vortex, immediately feeling weightless. After a dizzying spin, he appeared in a forest. Looking around, the trees were lush and green, the sky a deep blue, yet there was no sun. Time seemed to have stood still. He used his mental energy to sense his surroundings, but saw no other students within a kilometer radius. "It seems everyone will be scattered after entering the vortex. I wonder where the chubby boy went." So, Li Yang used his flying rainbow steps to traverse the Secret Realm heading east. Along the way, he discovered several cloud fireworks and empty cicada grass, both essential medicinal herbs for alchemy, which he casually stored in his spatial bag. Meanwhile, the chubby boy, after entering the Secret Realm, found himself in a spring. He experienced a dizzying, vertigo-induced shock before regaining his senses. He staggered and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water, immediately feeling a surge of intense energy coursing through his body, causing him excruciating pain. Could I have drunk some poisonous water?"
The chubby boy, who was only 1.56 meters tall, rolled around in the spring water. His internal energy and blood became increasingly concentrated. Despite the unbearable pain, which even caused him to faint, his energy and blood continued to rise.
"Brother Feng, is this grass useful?" Xia Jimei asked softly.
Zhang Junfeng replied helplessly, "No, it's just a weed."
"And this?"
Xia
Jime continued to press.
Zhang Junfeng, having listened to her incessant chatter, was growing impatient. Suddenly, he noticed the xianin grass in her hand, and his eyes lit up immediately. The xianin grass was worth 2 million credits, and Zhang Junfeng was just about to ask Xia Jime for it. Suddenly, a sword flashed by, and Zhang Junfeng swiftly dodged. 4 students appeared beside the rock. Xia Ziming was furious when she saw they were wearing the uniforms
of second high school. She stood with her hands on her hips and angrily shouted, "Those people from second high school are shameless. They actually launched a sneak attack." Nie Kong, holding his sword, coldly replied, "Treasures belong to the capable, don't they?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Junfeng brandished his double axes and charged straight at Nie Kong, who hastily raised his sword to defend himself. His eyes were icy as he stared at Nie Kong opposite him, and he said coldly, "A mere second-grade mortal like Kalami dares to ambush me and try to steal the xianin grass? You're courting death." Feeling the pressure from the third-rank martial artist, Nie Kong sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated, apologizing hastily, "I'm sorry, the treasure is yours, absolutely yours." He was then forced to flee in a sorry state by Zhang Junfeng. Xia Jime swayed her long legs and walked to Zhang Junfeng's side, gently tapped his chest, and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Feng is so amazing, I was so scared just now." Zhang Junfeng pulled her into his arms, pinched her rosy cheeks, and grinned mischievously, "You haven't seen my true strength yet." Xia Jiming nestled shyly into his embrace, feeling a large hand gently brush against her hips as she obediently offered him the xianin grass. Zhang Junfeng chuckled, "You're really sensible." At this moment, Li Yang, hidden atop a tree, observed the 2 groups of people on the ground, their tension palpable. Each side had 5 members, seemingly arguing over some resource. A small tree, just over a meter tall, separated the 2 sides. Li Yang looked closely and exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually the crimson beauty fruit. I heard this is a key ingredient in making the youth preservation pill, and it's quite valuable." A student from number 4 middle school shouted, with a grin to number 6 middle school across the street, "Leave now, and we won't make a move. If we delay any longer, things might change." The students from number 6 middle school looked at each other with reluctance, and finally retreated slowly, unwilling to give up. Li Yang watched the students from number 6 middle school leave, while the students from number 4 middle school prepared to go forward and pick the crimson fruit. The azure dragon crescent blade instantly appeared in Li Yang's hand, and a blade of light slashed down from the tree, clearly drawing a line between the 5 students from the 4th middle school. Li Yang flicked the blade, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and said in a low voice, "I want the crimson beauty fruit. Anyone who dares to cross this line will die." The killing intent was fully unleashed, and the 5 immediately felt their breathing become rapid. These 5 were clearly quite famous in the school and possessed considerable strength. One of them was already a second-rank martial artist. Huang Haiyang, the second-rank martial artist, signaled his teammates to attack. The 5 of them raised their weapons and unleashed their martial arts techniques, rushing towards Li Yang with menacing momentum. If it were an ordinary student, they would have already run away in fear. Li Yang calmly sensed the attack and thought to himself, "These 5 people from number 4 middle school are actually quite capable. Well then, I'll play with you." The 5 were instantly enveloped in rainbow light, attempting to escape using martial arts techniques, but Li Yang blocked their escape with a single strike. Their clothes vanished continuously within the rainbow light, until only their underwear remained. The branches of the crimson fruit tree swayed, and the 5 felt a chill. Before Huang Haiyang could react, Li Yang knocked them unconscious one by one with a single chop to the neck. Looking at the 5 naked men, Li Yang felt bored. After tidying up the red berries on the tree, he kindly covered the 5 men with the withered leaves beside him and said indifferently, "When you're in the underworld, you always have to pay your debts." Having said that, he left the scene with a clear conscience. A rainbow light appeared, Li Yang's speed increased dramatically, and his mental perception expanded continuously. Along the way, he encountered groups of students and lone travelers. Gathering resources and moving forward became his recurring rhythm. As he passed a cave, Li Yang faintly sensed the chubby boy's presence within his spiritual perception range. A huge boulder blocked the cave entrance. Li Yang focused his chi and blood into his fist and, with the help of the dragon bone blood scripture, shattered the boulder with a single punch. Following the path through the cave, he headed towards the source of the energy until he reached the spring. He thought to himself, "This chubby kid has quite the luck." Li Yang was well aware of the spring's preciousness. The spiritual spring contained immense energy, a rare treasure of heaven and earth for martial artists seeking breakthroughs, and extremely valuable. He took out a water-filled bag from his spatial pouch and carefully poured the spiritual spring water into it. Every now and then, he would kick the chubby boy a couple of times, cursing, "The treasure of heaven and earth is right in front of you, and you dare to sleep like that." Li Yang stopped when only a little bit of the spiritual spring water remained, as he needed to leave some for those who came later. He had almost drained the spring dry. He reached behind the chubby boy to help him refine and absorb the spiritual spring's energy. Before long, the chubby boy finished absorbing the energy and woke up, his aura approaching that of a second-grade martial artist. He looked at Li Yang, his face full of confusion, and asked, "Brother Yang, where are we right now? You had
had a great opportunity in the secret realm, Li Yang patiently explained to the chubby boy. The boy looked incredulous, as if he were wondering if it was true or not. Li Yang chuckled and gave him a light tap on the head, then said, "Don't believe me? Feel the energy in your body yourself." Hearing Li Yang's confident words, the chubby boy carefully examined his body and found that his chi and blood were far more abundant than when he was a first-grade martial artist. His round face went from confusion to shock, then he stared intently at Li Yang, a strange glint in his eyes. The chubby boy fawned, "Brother Yang." Hearing that sarcastic tone, Li Yang felt utterly disgusted. He raised his leg and kicked the chubby boy's round buttocks, saying in a serious tone, "Be serious." Seeing that Li Yang wasn't buying it, the chubby guy had no choice but to back down, chuckling as he asked, "Brother Yang, where do we go next?" "Of course, we're going to find resources. Maybe you can even get the inheritance from the secret realm." Li Yang began to brainwash the chubby boy. The chubby boy was lucky. Who could encounter such good fortune as soon as they entered a secret realm? He certainly did. The chubby boy pouted and said, "Wherever you go, Brother Yang, I'll go." Li Yang glanced at the newly emerged drop of spiritual spring water, then stepped out of the cave first, with the chubby boy following closely behind. Li Yang led the way with his agile figure, while the chubby boy's short legs moved quickly, following closely like a little mouse. After exploring for another 2 hours, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the little fat boy's stomach. Embarrassed, he called out to Li Yang, who was standing in front of him, "Brother Yang, I'm hungry. How about we take a break?" Li Yang stopped and sensed his surroundings. He found a river about 500 meters ahead and said to the chubby boy, "Let's go to the river to rest." The chubby boy, exhausted, continued to follow Li Yang to the riverbank, where he collapsed. Li Yang took out the Azure Dragon Crescent blade from his spatial bag, charged up his strength, and launched a powerful attack, causing 7 or 8 fish to leap from the river's surface. He moved nimbly, slapping the river's surface with his knife, and 8 fish landed precisely beside the chubby boy. Li Yang leaped across the water, arrived beside the chubby boy, and took out a kitchen knife to clean the fish one by one. Killing a tilapia earns you plus 0.01 kill points. Killing a tilapia earns you plus 0.01 kill points. Killing a tilapia earns you plus 0.01 kill points. I didn't expect these fish to give me kill points. It reminds me of the days when I was slaughtering green flame chickens at the slaughterhouse. Li Yang heard the kill point notification and that memory flashed through his mind. He skewered 4 tilapia and put the other 4 into a pot, preparing to make grilled fish and fish soup. He knew that the little fat boy had an extraordinary appetite. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish wafted over, and the chubby boy approached the grilled fish, licking his lips and his eyes shining, eagerly asking Li Yang if they could start eating. "Wait a minute, it's not fully cooked and flavorful yet," Li Yang said with a smile as he turned the grilled fish. The chubby boy looked disappointed. Li Yang noticed this and said helplessly, "We'll have to wait a bit longer for the grilled fish. If you're hungry, have some fish soup first." He brought a pot of rich and fragrant fish soup to the chubby boy, and knowing that he hadn't brought any cutlery, he took out a set of cutlery from his spatial bag and tossed it to him. The chubby boy gazed at the fish soup, which was as fresh and tender as milk, and, ignoring the heat, wolfed it down, praising Li Yang's excellent cooking skills. Finally, he ate all 3 grilled fish. Li Yang, biting the tail of one of the grilled fish, gave the chubby boy a thumbs up. After eating and resting for half an hour, the two continued on their way and arrived at a mountain peak that was nearly 600 meters high. At the foot of the mountain, before Li Yang had discovered anything, the chubby boy plucked a vibrant green plant and handed it to him. He asked, Brother Yang, there are so many water mirror grasses here." Li Yang examined it carefully and found that it was indeed water mirror grass, which he had heard was one of the key medicinal materials for refining chi and blood. He glanced around and noticed that there were many water mirror grasses scattered all over the foot of the mountain. He quickly called to the little fat boy, "Pick them all." Li Yang's hands were busy picking, using his mental energy to grab the plants, and he could harvest 3 plants per second. In comparison, the chubby little boy's hands were noticeably less efficient, managing to pick only about 10 plants per minute. Half a day passed. Exhausted, the two collapsed onto the grass. Li Yang sensed that there were over 10,000 water mirror grasses lying in his spatial bag. Satisfied, he closed his eyes to rest. The chubby boy also checked his harvest and excitedly said to Li Yang, "Brother Yang, I picked more than 1,000 plants this time. I'm rich. Even if I hand over 40%, I can still keep more than 700 plants for myself." Li Yang helplessly spread his hands, raised his hand to cover his forehead, and sighed. "Fatty, you didn't inherit any of your father's genes. Can't we just not hand it in?" The chubby boy, not quite understanding, asked, Why can't we hand it in? Do you know how many credits you can exchange for more than 1,000 water mirror grasses?" Li Yang asked him in return. The chubby boy thought for a moment. "It's about 300 credits per plant, which adds up to more than 300,000 credits. Yes, do you think this will help us get a ranking?" Li Yang continued to press. At this moment, the chubby boy suddenly realized if he couldn't get a good ranking by submitting his work, it would be no different from working for the federal government for nothing. He might as well keep it and sell it outside, or it would be worth more. He said
awkwardly to Li Yang. My mind just can't process this right now. Li Yang felt he had rested enough, so he turned over and continued climbing the mountain. Halfway up, they found more scattered Guiyuan stones. Li Yang called the chubby boy to pick them up together. These dark, precipitous stones were easy to miss if you didn't look closely, picking things up as they walked. Suddenly, Li Yang noticed a Guiyuan stone weighing 400 or 500 pounds and sighed to himself, could this little fat guy really be the chosen one? We found nothing but treasures along the way, and didn't encounter any danger. Just as the chubby boy picked up a returning origin stone, he looked around and found Li Yang standing motionless in front of a large, dark rock. He leaned closer for a look, his gaze blank, and pointed at the boulder, asking dumbly, "Brother Yang, is this also considered a returning origin stone?" Li Yang reached out and put the returning origin stone into his spatial bag, chuckling mischievously. No, you must have seen it wrong. I saw it. You'll definitely have to treat us when we get out. The chubby boy had witnessed Li Yang putting the stone into the bag. No matter how much Li Yang denied it, they kept shouting that they wanted to beat him up. Li Yang knew he couldn't escape this late-night snack. After all, a pound of Guiyuan stones could sell for 2,000 credits. This Guiyuan stone, weighing 400 or 500 pounds, is worth nearly 10 million credits. This is undoubtedly the biggest gain from this trip to the secret realm. The two felt that the harvest at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain was already so plentiful that there was likely something even better hidden at the top. When they reached the top of the mountain, the chubby boy hurriedly tugged at Li Yang's sleeve and pointed ahead. There stands a plant with golden leaves and white petals at the highest point of the mountain. Just as they were about to continue forward, a group of people appeared from the side of the mountain. They also noticed the plant. At the same time, their gazes also fell on Li Yang and the chubby boy. This group of people were wearing the uniforms of Cheng No. 1 High School. When they saw Li Yang and the chubby boy wearing the uniforms of No. 7 High School, his face was full of mockery and contempt, completely disregarding them. Chu Feng, a genius from No. 1 Middle School, stood in the crowd, dressed in silver-white armor, exuding an imposing aura, and staring arrogantly at Li Yang. Li Yang's school uniform got some mud on it while he was playing around with the chubby boy. A group of people looked at them as if they were a joke. The chubby boy instinctively wanted to rush forward and yell, but Li Yang held him down with one big hand. He stepped forward slowly, his sharp gaze meeting Chu Feng's. As a genius from Cheng's No. 1 High School, Chu Feng was naturally not to be outdone. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chu Feng raised his hand and lightly brushed the shoulder of the silver-white armor, saying in a low voice, "You kids from No. 7 Middle School, this is No. 1 Middle School's territory. You'd better leave now." He added in an even more somber tone, "Otherwise, be careful not to hurt your arms or legs." After saying that, he took out a silver-white spear from his spatial bag. Li Yang stared at them expressionlessly, and the azure dragon crescent blade suddenly appeared in his hand. He glanced at the silver spear in Chu Feng's hand and said with a hint of provocation, "Zhang Junfeng from No. 7 Middle School is here. You'd better get out of here." Chu Feng's face immediately darkened, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a dead man. Several of his henchmen quickly surrounded him. A fierce battle was about to break out. Li Yang reminded the chubby boy, "Be careful later." The chubby boy shook off his fat and said calmly, "Don't worry, Brother Yang, we can take them down without any problem." But in his heart, he muttered to himself, Li Yang actually used Zhang Junfeng's name to fight against other schools. He's really wicked, but I quite like that about him. The chubby boy was completely encased in heavy armor. Li Yang, who had initially worried about his safety, now silently gave him a thumbs up. Breaking through the chubby boy's turtle shell would be no easy feat for anyone from No. 1 High School. Chu Feng launched the first attack, his silver spear thrusting towards Li Yang like a dragon emerging from the sea. Li Yang's azure dragon crescent blade was even faster, forcing Chu Feng to focus all his energy on retracting his spear to parry the blade. Having already lost the first move, Chu Feng's face grew increasingly grim. His blood surged, flowing into his silver spear, and he murmured, "The spear is like water." The silver spear seemed to carry the power of a rushing river, sealing off Li Yang's surroundings. Li Yang stomped his right foot hard, using the power of the dragon bone blood scripture to leap into the air, shouting, "Phantom blade technique, second move, fallen sky slash." He slashed at Chu Feng's silver spear with 30% of his strength. The surrounding river water vanished with a roar, and Chu Feng was knocked back 30 meters, his silver spear embedded deep in the rock. He knelt, staring at Li Yang, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing their leader injured, his henchmen raised their weapons and charged at Li Yang. Li Yang deftly deflected wave after wave of attacks with a cleaver and a boxing gauntlet, even knocking several enemies away with his shoulder. Seeing the situation was dire, his underlings hurriedly retreated to Chu Feng's side, hoping their leader would retaliate. But they didn't know that Li Yang's single move had inflicted severe internal injuries on Chu Feng. If he hadn't held back at the end, Chu Feng would have already collapsed before them. Chu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Li Yang with resentment. He said coldly, "Zhang Junfeng from Cheng No. 7 High School, is that right? Very well, I'll remember you. You won't be so lucky next time." After saying this,
He ordered his men, retreat first, we'll find a chance to get revenge. The group slunk away from the side of the mountain. The chubby boy, still wielding his sledgehammer, turned and shouted, come on, the most handsome guy in Cheng will smash you to death. Li Yang lightly tapped his thick armor with the flat of his blade, and the chubby boy, mistaking him for an enemy, raised his sledgehammer to strike him. Li Yang shoved the chubby boy aside and shouted, take off your helmet and see if you have any more opponents. The chubby boy obediently took off his helmet, only to see Li Yang standing alone. The people from number 1 middle school all gone. He smiled awkwardly, I thought you were from number 1 middle school, brother Yang. Sorry. He quickly put the hammer back into his spatial bag. Li Yang walked up to a plant, with the chubby boy following closely behind. Li Yang didn't recognize the plant, but judging from its unique shape, it must be very precious, otherwise, he wouldn't have competed with number 1 middle school for it. Seeing that Li Yang didn't understand, the chubby boy finally had a chance to show off. He put his arm around Li Yang's shoulder and said, brother Yang, this is white gold. My dad told me about it before. This is a precious medicinal herb that can prolong life. Li Yang asked with some skepticism, really? The chubby boy answered confidently, of course it's true. A white golden jasmine from a white-year-old tree can increase one's lifespan by 5 years and is worth 100 million credits. Although the age of this one is uncertain, it is definitely very precious. Longevity-promoting treasures have always been rare and precious, especially for the elderly and those on the verge of death. They are priceless. Li Yang carefully scooped out a piece of white gold brocade from a glass container and placed it in his spatial bag, his heart pounding with excitement. He glanced at the chubby boy and said with satisfaction, fatty, I'll give you half when I sell the white gold brocade. The chubby boy quickly waved his hand. Brother Yang, no need. I'm just here to do the bare minimum. You're the one who does all the work. Li Yang pondered silently, not responding immediately, but he had already decided in his heart that it was impossible not to give the chubby boy a share. After all, this was a secret realm they had discovered together, and, although he had driven away the people from number 1 middle school, the chubby boy should rightfully get a piece of the profits. This time, he said seriously, then I'll give you 20%. Don't refuse, we discovered this together. The chubby boy wanted to refuse, but he could only accept it helplessly, his chubby face unable to hide his excitement. Li Yang looked around and, not seeing anything else of interest, said, let's go down the mountain. The two slowly descended from the mountaintop until they reached the halfway point, when suddenly a massive beam of light descended from the sky and struck the ground. The crimson pillar of light stood out starkly against the blue sky. Simultaneously, a mechanical gate rose from the ground illuminated by the beam. Deep within the mechanical gate, a robot resembling a child stared at a screen displaying surveillance footage of various locations within the secret realm. It sighed, this is the 99th time the trial passage has been opened in 300 million years. I wonder when I will be able to leave this place. It said bitterly, my master's requirements are too high. No one has ever been able to come before me. After saying that, it mechanically stretched out its arm and pressed a red button on the control panel. A mechanical voice sounded, trial channel is opening. Li Yang gazed at the towering beam of light, thinking to himself, this must hold something good. At that moment, Zhang Junfeng, who was enjoying a massage from Xia Jime, also saw the beam of light. Smelling the fragrance beside him, he whispered, our opportunity has arrived. Let's go. The students within the secret realm all gathered towards the beam of light. Before the mechanical gate, most of the students still inside the secret realm were scattered around. Li Yang and the chubby boy had also arrived. Among the crowd were Zhang Junfeng and Xia Jiming, and Chu Feng, who had suffered at Li Yang's hands before, also arrived late. Faced with the unknown, few dared to take the risk. Li Yang carefully examined the mechanical gate, which far surpassed the craftsmanship of Earth. A blue light barrier prevented everyone from seeing what was inside. After the beam of light in the sky disappeared, the blue light barrier on the mechanical gate gradually faded. A bald student stepped through the gate first and vanished before everyone's eyes. Chu Feng secretly speculated that there must be benefits inside the gate, and it might even be able to raise his martial arts cultivation to the 3rd rank. Immediately after, the second person entered the gate, followed by Xia Jiming, who stepped through the mechanical door after Jang Junfeng. Seeing the other students entering one after another, the chubby boy eagerly urged Li Yang, brother Yang, let's go in too? Li Yang nodded and entered with the chubby boy. Instantly, a dazzling light flashed, and Li Yang appeared in a huge room. Then, a mechanical voice sounded, first trial, the heart of courage. Challengers need to kill all the strange beasts that appear in the room. The more beasts they kill, the higher their score and the richer the reward. If you want to quit or admit defeat, shout quit to leave this place, but you will lose your eligibility for the reward. Everyone who entered the mechanical gate, just like Li Yang, arrived at this challenge room and heard the exact same thing. Some chose to continue the challenge, while others chose to withdraw. The choice of fate was in their own hands. The mechanical voice sounded again, the beast will appear in 10 seconds, countdown 10. A first-grade exotic beast, a black-haired boar, appeared before Li Yang. Looking at this familiar black-haired boar, Li Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. He remembered that the first exotic beast beast he slew in the Wasteland was also a black-haired boar. It felt like an entire era had passed. He had grown from a first-grade martial artist to a third-grade martial artist. Then I'll give you a quick death. Li Yang swung his Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, cleaving the black-haired boar in two. Killed a grade 1 exotic beast, a black-haired boar, kill points plus 0.01. Upon hearing the kill point notification, Li Yang initially thought the scene before him was an illusion, but it turned out to be real. Then, two black-haired pigs appeared in the room simultaneously, posing no challenge to Li Yang whatsoever. The situation was similar in everyone's challenge room. Xiajime hurriedly killed the first black-haired boar with her whip, a blush rising on her beautiful cheeks. For a first-rank martial artist with no combat experience, being able to fight against a beast of the same level was already quite impressive. But when two more black-haired pigs appeared, Xiajime helplessly shouted, "I'm quitting." She then disappeared from the challenge room and reappeared not far from the mechanical gate. Li Yang then used the same knife technique to cut the two black-haired pigs in front of him in two, and casually put the 8 pig hooves into his spatial bag. After all, black-haired pigs are not common, and Li Yang had always fondly remembered the taste of their trotters. 3 more black-haired pigs reappeared in the room. Zhang Junfeng twirled 2 machetes, the sharp blades slicing through the pigs' bellies, their internal organs clattering out. His usually refined demeanor was now overshadowed by rage. With a single swing of the axe, the pungent aroma of their intestines splattered all over him, making him look utterly disheveled. He roared, "Damn, black-haired pigs, I'll chop you all to death." One wonders if Xiajime would still want to approach Zhang Junfeng after seeing him covered in the smell of pig manure. In contrast, Chufeng appeared unusually calm, taking down the black-haired boars one by one with a single shot. The chubby boy was struggling considerably. The onslaught of 3 black-haired boars made it difficult for his heavy body to exert force, and he only managed to hit one occasionally with his hammer. He kept muttering, 80 with the big hammer, 40 with the small hammer. At this moment, Zhou Chen was probably the most relaxed person besides Li Yang. His gauntlets were tearing the black-haired boars to pieces, and the words of an old man echoed in his mind, "Zhou Chen, you are the pride of your blue star." The old man continued, "The mechanical gate in this secret realm should be a test of some inheritance. With my help, you will definitely be able to pass the test and obtain the reward." Zhou Chen gripped his gauntlets tightly, feeling the surge of power he had gained since meeting the old man, a feeling that was intoxicating. Inside the challenge room, some students, unwilling to admit defeat, were brutally killed on the spot by 4 black-haired pigs. Black-haired pigs continued to appear, and students kept dropping out. 10 minutes later, a large group of students who had given up gathered outside the mechanical gate, staring at it with eyes full of resentment. Li Yang swung his green dragon crescent blade, and 10 black-haired boars died a gruesome death beneath its blade. He nimbly used the flying rainbow step to dodge the flying debris. System notifications echoed incessantly. Slayed a grade 1 exotic beast, the black-haired boar, earning plus 0.01 kill points. Slayed a grade 1 exotic beast, the black-haired boar, earning plus 0.01 kill points. Slayed a grade 1 exotic beast, the black-haired boar, earning plus 0.01 kill points. Gazing at the challenge room, where no beasts had yet appeared, Li Yang muttered to himself, "Am I going to keep killing like this? Black-haired boars, I don't even know how many I can kill." Sure enough, as he expected, black-haired boars began to appear in droves, their numbers gradually increasing from 20 to 40. As the number of beasts increased, the room space also became more spacious. When Li Yang chopped off the head of the last black-haired boar out of 100, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. His good partner, the chubby Chao Juhai, couldn't stand the 20 black-haired pigs constantly nudging his rear end when they appeared, and decisively shouted, "I quit," and left the challenge room. Zhou Chen, panting heavily, said to the old man in his mind, "Old Wang, there are more and more of them appearing. I can't keep up." Old Wang comforted him, "It's okay, I'll lend you my strength when the time comes." 200 black-haired pigs appeared before Zhou Chen. Empowered by Elder Wang, he was like a war god, sweeping through the herd and slaughtering all 200 pigs in a mere minute. Experiencing such immense power for the first time, Zhou Chen was filled with awe for Elder Wang in his mind. Li Yang was also troubled by the 200 black-haired pigs. If he relied solely on killing them, he would inevitably be covered in blood. Left with no other choice, he used the flying rainbow step to increase his speed and the dragon bone blood scripture to enhance his strength, allowing him to move freely through the herd of black-haired pigs and relentlessly slaughter them. The machete slammed heavily onto the floor. Zhang Junfeng, looking at the gruesome deaths of the black-haired pigs around him, collapsed from exhaustion. The mechanical voice reached everyone's ears. Those who are still challenging themselves indoors have already qualified for the challenge. You can choose to claim the reward and enter the next level, or you can continue to challenge. The reward for passing the level is still based on the number of kills. The vast majority of people chose to claim the reward and proceed to the next level. I wonder how many people are still willing to continue slaying the black-haired pigs. While the others rested in the second round, only Li Yang remained to continue the challenge in the first round. 400 black-haired pigs scrambled to tear him apart, their forms filling the room the size of a football football field.
To conserve his energy, Li Yang occasionally cleaved off 2 or 3 with a single stroke, sparing no effort.
The number increased from 400 to 800 until he had slain the last of the 6,400 pigs. His heart was numb, and he resolutely shouted into the air, "I terminate the challenge of the first round." Li Yang was enveloped in a beam of light and vanished from the challenge room in an instant, his dashing figure reappearing in the second stage.
Zhang Junfeng and Chu Feng were both quite surprised to see Li Yang appear. Zhang Junfeng hadn't expected
Li Yang to enter the second stage so smoothly, while Chu Feng felt that Li Yang hadn't initially passed through the mechanical gate. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. If the opportunity arose, he would love to spar with Li Yang again. Suddenly, 3 light screens appeared out of thin air in front of them, and a cold, mechanical voice sounded again. "This is your reward for the first level.
After all those who pass the level receive their rewards, the next round of challenges will begin automatically."
Hearing the voice from the void, Li Yang calmly reached out and put the light screen in his pocket. A round, dark red bead appeared before him. The bead slowly merged into his flesh and blood along his palm.
Li Yang's
expression immediately turned somewhat astonished, a vague worry creeping into his heart that this bead might be a tool used by machinery to control him.
A few seconds later, a surge of information flooded into his mind.
It turns out that this dark red bead is an armor system called Heavenly King Armor, which has 3 forms. The first form is the armor form, where the liquid covers the entire body and instantly condenses into armor, increasing the user's defense by 50%. The second form is suitable for use in water, providing oxygen to the wearer and becoming streamlined, allowing the user to move freely in the water.
The third form is even more exaggerated.
After activation, it extends a pair of dark red wings based on the first form, and its internal power supply allows people to soar through the clouds.
This bead, the Heavenly King Armor, is truly amazing. Li Yang was incredibly shocked.
After digesting all the information, he had a thought, and the Heavenly King Armor quickly covered his entire body from his palms. The dark red, sharp armor immediately caught the attention of Zhang Junfeng and Chu Feng.
Li Yang tucked his helmet back into his collar, and his armor transformed into the uniform of Cheng No. 7 High School.
He looked at the two of them curiously, wondering what good things they had obtained. In contrast, Zhang Junfeng and Chu Feng's feelings were worlds apart. What they received from the light screen was merely a gene-enhancing potion, the instructions stating it could
only increase their chi and blood by a maximum of 50 points. Zhang Junfeng cursed inwardly, "Is chi and blood what I lack? What I lack is opportunity. Even a weapon would be fine."
Chu Feng seemed to understand his thoughts, giving Zhang Junfeng a disdainful glance before staring at Li Yang with jealousy. "Why wasn't the armor given to me? This is why some people experience joy, while others experience sorrow." The scene around the three suddenly changed, becoming a room surrounded by a circular bookshelf filled with various books, with 3 futons placed in the center, facing them. "Sit cross-legged on the futon and comprehend the stone tablet before you," the mechanical voice sounded again. The circular bookshelf slowly opened to both sides, revealing a stone tablet 10 meters high and 3 meters wide. The tablet was carved with various rare and exotic creatures, including a kuanping, a
mythical bird, spreading its wings, which occupied half of the tablet.
All 3 were deeply attracted by the tablet, sensing an immense mystery within it, their minds now completely free of distractions.
"You have 1 hour. Please try to understand it as soon as possible."
Li Yang sat cross-legged on the futon first, his eyes fixed on the stone tablet. He felt the surrounding space suddenly change. He was no longer in the study, but had been transported to a vast
and boundless land.
Under the azure sky, tall and dense forests, winding mountains and rivers stretched out before him, and strange beasts not belonging to earth were scattered across the ground. Suddenly, the sky in the distance gradually darkened, and a huge bird flew in from afar. Its massive body and flapping wings cast a huge shadow, making it feel as if day had instantly turned into night. Zhang Junfeng stared at the stone tablet, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused, a sense of weariness creeping in.
The fierce eyes of the crocodile on the tablet deeply captivated him.
He imagined himself on the bank of a river, where a 20-meter-long crocodile opened, its blood-red jaws clamping down on a moose and dragging it into the water. The crocodile's short claws gripped the riverbed, its hind legs kicking forcefully, its front paws spinning desperately, causing the moose to tumble and struggle, the aura of death palpable. Of the 3, Chu Feng was the most relaxed. He saw a monkey in the stone tablet, wielding a club and wildly swinging it through the forest, sometimes striking the heads of its kind, sometimes plucking fruit from banana trees. A martial arts technique called 8-strike spear suddenly appeared in his mind, filling him with ecstatic joy. Opening his eyes, he exclaimed excitedly, "I've actually obtained a martial arts technique."
Chu Feng looked at the 2 people beside him who were still meditating with their eyes closed, and his expression couldn't help but be a little gloomy. "Am I not as good as them in my understanding?"
At this moment, a robot resembling a child stared at Chu Feng with disdain and said, "You've only comprehended a third-rate technique, trash." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng was teleported out of the prayer mat and back to the mechanical gate. Zhang Junfeng closed his eyes tightly, staring at the stone tablet, his eyes filled with resentment and questioning.
Why didn't I see the crocodile kill the moose? The moose was just a hair's breadth away from dying.
Listening to Jiang Juanfeng's complaints, the child robot tapped its head with its mechanical fingers, looking helpless. His comprehension is only barely passable. At least he has grasped the first level of double-axe crocodile spin, but
the monitor screen showed 20 minutes remaining on the countdown, but Li Yang's eyes remained tightly closed.
His eyelids twitched slightly, and the school uniform that the Heavenly King armor had transformed into billowed gently. A soft rustling sound arose beside him, and a pair of tiny, delicate wings quietly emerged from Li Yang's waist. The wings gradually grew from 20 centimeters, 50 centimeters, to 1 meter.
The faint, ethereal shadow seemed to fill the entire study. The child robot hurriedly tapped left and right on the control panel.
The space in the comprehension room instantly expanded to 500 meters. The wings in the illusory image became increasingly realistic, each feather lifelike. Li Yang seemed to have been reborn as a Kuanping, his pair of black wings, which stretched for 800 meters, slowly flapping. A deafening bird cry echoed through the space, startling Jiang Junfeng so much that he covered his ears. The Northern Darkness celestial travel technique. With wings hanging down from the clouds, flapping its wings parting the sea, it floats for thousands of miles.
Li Yang slowly opened his eyes, carefully savoring the new cultivation technique he had just comprehended. The new technique emphasized 3
steps to becoming like the wind, 4 steps to ascend to heaven, and 5 steps to stand atop the clouds.
He sat cross-legged on the futon. With a slight twist of his upper body to the left and right, he instantly appeared 500 meters away from where he stood. Intense pain swept through his entire body, depleting his vital energy, but Li Yang's face was full of excitement as he muttered to himself, "This technique is truly terrifying." The child robot was also astonished by Li Yang. Its mechanical mouth unusually showed a smile, and it said approvingly, "Very good, very good. You actually managed to comprehend the 7th-tier cultivation technique, Northern Darkness traveling the heavens technique. Perhaps I'll be able to leave here soon." Jiang Junfeng was filled with astonishment as Li Yang, in a semi-phantom state, was teleported to a room filled with mechanical instruments. Li Yang was still immersed in the joy brought by the new cultivation technique. The scene before him shocked him once again. The child-shaped robot gestured for the two to lie down in the machine. Li Yang and Jiang Junfeng exchanged a glance. They tacitly and obediently lay down. 2 thin, long needles extended from the robotic arm. It precisely pierced their temples. The child robot stares at the body information of the 2 people displayed on the control panel screen. All the data is clearly presented. Name, Li Yang. Strength, unranked rank 3 martial artist, unranked level 3 mind master. Name, Jiang Junfeng. Strength, unranked 2nd grade martial artist. Strange codes appeared on the screen, and the child robot nervously tapped the table with its right index finger. Suddenly the code stopped. 2 results were observed. Jiang Junfeng, unqualified. Li Yang, pass. The child-shaped robot, hands on its hips, puffed out its little chest in excitement, beaming with pride. Looking up at the time displayed on the screen, clearly showing 168,930,000 years, it said with a sigh of relief, "Over 168 million years. That's at least 20 times the time it takes to convert to Earth's time." That's right, Moro has stayed on Earth for countless years, so long that it sometimes prefers to sleep. Its master tasked it with finding a suitable successor, a mission of exceptional difficulty. Once, a group of dinosaurs entered the secret realm, but failed to even pass the first level, so it simply gave up. Until recently, when humans on Earth gradually entered the secret realm, it repeatedly set timers to wake itself up. Just when everyone thought they'd never leave, Li Yang brought hope. Although compared to a cosmic genius, Li Yang's foundation was weak, but it has its assistance and guidance. I believe that one day he will also become famous throughout the universe. Li Yang lay in the mechanical room, completely unaware that the robot Moro beside him was excited because of him. Moro removed the syringe from Li Yang's head and walked to his side. It curiously examined Li Yang, whose handsome face was enveloped in a blood and chi shield even as he slept. Moro gently woke Li Yang, his large mechanical eyes fixed on him. Li Yang shook his groggy head, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a robot staring at him with mechanical eyes. Li Yang was startled. The Azure Dragon Bay crescent blade suddenly appeared in his hand. He gripped his weapon tightly, his heavenly dragon armor instantly covering his entire body. He quickly retreated to a corner, his mind on high alert. "Mo Luo," said in fluent Mandarin, "Hello Li Yang, I'm your partner, my name is Mo Luo." He extended a friendly gesture, his right hand ready to shake hands with Li Yang. Li Yang warily watched Mo Luo, and only after confirming that the other party meant no harm did he switch the Azure Dragon crescent blade to his left hand, already preparing to unleash the Phantom Blade Technique's exploding dragon slash. Mo Luo took all of this in and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I mean you no harm. Otherwise, with my current physique, I could easily beat you up." Li Yang did not respond. After all, he had lived 2 lives. Although he was mentally prepared for extraterrestrial civilizations, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease and fear when he actually encountered one. Moro seemed to sense Li Yang's wariness and said, "Don't believe me? Try slashing me with your big knife. If you can hurt me, you're really something. Li Yang frowned, wondering, should I really cut him?
Li Yang initiated the flying rainbow step, combining it with the newly learned Northern Darkness Dragon soaring technique.
Suddenly,
The Azure Dragon crescent blade flashed from his left hand to Mo Luo's side. Mo Luo's movements appeared slow, but in Li Yang's eyes, they were as fast as lightning.
he raised his hand to block the blade. A faint white mark appeared on Mo Luo's arm.
His mechanical hand slightly lifted, and his index finger lightly touched the Azure Dragon crescent blade.
Li Yang's figure retreated 4 or 5 meters. Morrow said smugly, now you believe me, right? Li Yang stopped retreating, his gaze falling on Mo Luo's arm, full of curiosity. He nodded, yes, I believe you meant no harm. My reaction just now was just instinct. Sorry.
Morrow swung his mechanical arm, mimicking a relaxed human posture, and replied, you're now half my master, so I forgive your rudeness.
Li Yang was about to respond when Mo Luo interrupted him. After some explanation, Li Yang understood that his strength and overall indicators met the inheritance standards set by Mo Luo's former master. Mo Luo didn't elaborate on the specific requirements, only emphasizing the need to improve his strength first. If you're not even capable of leaving Earth, then whatever I say is pointless.
Morrow said arrogantly, however, I know many things that can help you grow, such as calculation skills and martial arts instruction. Morrow then went on to show off his abilities. In short, he was like a particularly powerful intelligence central hub.
When Li Yang asked if souls existed, Mo Luo paused for a moment before continuing.
If I grow further, I might possess the soul you mentioned. Li Yang didn't care whether Morrow was human or an AI, because he also had a terrifying killing system that would grow incredibly powerful even without Morrow's assistance. After they had a basic understanding of each other, Morrow led Li Yang on a tour of its base. It turned out that the mechanical door was the hatch of a spaceship, and Morrow was one of the core components of this spaceship, the Intelligence Central Processing Unit.
But this intelligent brain was unlike any existing one on Earth.
Morrow can provide comprehensive support to its master, offering powerful assistance in everything from clothing, food, shelter, and transportation to space travel and combat.
Can I pilot the spaceship now? Li Yang asked after listening to Mo Luo's explanation.
Morrow's little robot head wobbled from side to side and said awkwardly, the previous owner was attacked by the enemy, and the spaceship was severely damaged.
It has not yet been repaired. Li Yang rolled his eyes at Mo Luo, as if he had lost 5 million, and said, so that means you're completely useless now? Morrow clenched his small machine fist and retorted angrily,
no, I can enter the intelligent brain in your arm, leaving only one clone on the spaceship. He said solemnly, you will never understand the wisdom of Morrow.
This robot isn't your body? Li Yang asked, puzzled. Morrow adjusted the robot's face to a reddish-brown color and roared, foolish Li Yang, do you even understand computers?
You can think of me as an information flow moving around the network.
Alright, Li Yang replied helplessly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Mo Luo's merciless mockery.
Finally, through some unknown means, Morrow entered the smart brain that Li Yang was wearing, and vividly appeared on the screen as a child.
Noticing that Jang Junfeng was still unconscious on the control panel screen, Li Yang asked Mo Luo, Jang Junfeng is lying there, what should we do next?
Morrow's voice immediately changed from its previous mechanical and cold tone to a childlike one, like that of a 7 or 8-year-old boy, and the voice directly entered Li Yang's mind.
Oh, wait a moment, I'll move him outside. Jang Junfeng was enveloped in a beam of light and then disappeared into the mechanical room.
The AI seemed to have been modified by Morrow. Morrow's image appeared completely on the screen, as realistic
and vivid as a projection.
Looking at the place where it had lingered for so long, its small eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and it opened its mouth to say, Li Yang, let's go out too.
Li Yang nodded.
A beam of light enveloped him, and he emerged from the spaceship's control panel, arriving before the mechanical gate.
Under Mo Luo's commands, the
mechanical gate slowly sank several thousand meters underground, its former location replaced by a flat expanse of land, as if the mechanical gate had never existed. Many people were still near the mechanical gate, where the unconscious Jang Junfeng lay, drawing everyone's attention, as did Li Yang, who had just appeared.
Xia Jiming pressed her fair hand against Jiang Junfeng's philtrum, and Mo Luo's mocking voice suddenly echoed in Li Yang's mind. Li Yang interrupted, when will he wake up?
You forgot to wake him up earlier.
He'll wake up naturally in an hour.
That girl's massage technique was pretty good, Mo Luo explained from the side. Then, Li Yang stopped paying attention to the situation there and scanned his surroundings with his mental perception, appearing behind the chubby boy in a
flash.
The chubby boy was slyly staring at a slender, well-endowed female student in the crowd, licking his lips, when Li Yang's 2 light coughs startled
him and made him look away.
Seeing that no one was paying attention to his actions, he slowly turned his head towards the direction of the cough. A look of surprise appeared on his chubby face, his eyes darting around as if he had thought of something, before he called out with a hint of embarrassment,
Yang Ji, when did you get out? I've been worried about your safety. Li Yang didn't respond. The chubby boy said anxiously, Brother Yang, you didn't see it just now, did you? I was just admiring it.
This time, Li Yang spoke up. I didn't see anyone lecherously staring at at the girls. The chubby boy nodded in satisfaction. Li Yang strode away, and the chubby boy, realizing what had happened, quickly chased after him to explain, afraid that his good friend's reputation would be ruined. The two walked one after the other. Just now, Li Yang asked Mo Luo what other good things were in the secret realm. Mo Luo transmitted a map into Li Yang's mind and told him that the red dots on the map should be where the things he was looking for were hidden. Halfway there, the chubby boy instinctively asked Li Yang for a rest, rubbing his fat belly and saying with a bitter face, "Brother Yang, even if the horse keeps walking, it still needs to eat grass." Li Yang was speechless at his pig teammate, so he took out his barbecue tools and washed the two black-haired pig trotters left over from the trial. He found a large rock to sit on and leisurely resumed his role as a chef in the secret realm. Soon, the sizzling aroma of oil wafted through the air, enticing the chubby boy resting nearby to stare intently at the spice-covered pig trotters. He licked his lips, walked behind Li Yang, patted him on the shoulder, swallowed hard, and said, "Brother Yang, I think we're familiar enough. I only need one." Li Yang took out a cleaver, gently scraped a few times on the pig's trotter, then flipped it over, looking like a culinary mentor as he comforted the chubby boy. "To eat it well, you must cut the whole pig's trotter in half and then roast it over a low flame for 15 minutes. Seeing that he couldn't eat it right away, the chubby boy pitifully clung to Li Yang's shoulder, his little eyes narrowed into slits as if he were seeing his great-grandmother. Just then, an even more fragrant and tempting aroma wafted over. A delicious-smelling pig's trotter suddenly appeared 3 centimeters in front of the chubby boy. His mouth was faster than his hands. He bit into it, skin and all, with a satisfied expression on his face. Finally, the chubby boy snatched the half-eaten pig's trotter from Li Yang and said with lingering relish, "My brother Yang is truly an all-rounder. The roasted pig's trotters smell amazing. Alright, stop fooling around. Let's rest for 10 minutes and then continue." Li Yang closed his eyes to rest. On the other road, Jiang Juanfeng's expression was indifferent, but he was somewhat puzzled, wondering why he had suddenly ended up sleeping outside and why Xia Jiming was pressing his philtrum and calling to him. Xia Jiming noticed Jiang Juanfeng's absent-mindedness, ran a few steps forward, caught up with him, took his arm, and spoke with a hint of teasing. "Brother Feng, are you still upset that someone pressed your philtrum?" Her eyes welled up with tears. Jiang Junfeng wrapped his arms around her soft waist and gently comforted her. "I've been wondering why I suddenly appeared. I wonder if Li Yang has obtained the inheritance." When Xia Jimei heard Li Yang's name, her body trembled involuntarily, and she thought to herself, "Li Yang, since we parted ways, are you really on par with Brother Feng from Beijing?" But he retorted defiantly, "If even you, Brother Feng, can't get it, how could that good-for-nothing Li Yang possibly get it?" Hearing the praise, Jiang Junfeng felt a surge of pride and confidence, a fire rising within him, and he became more active. If it weren't for the few underlings accompanying him, he would have loved to immediately put his skills to use in the wild. He took out the map his family had given him and looked at it as he walked, thinking to himself that he should put everything else aside for now. Getting the Crimson Fire Beast ginseng is the most important thing. Both were on their way, but Li Yang was unaware that the location Mo Luo had given him was exactly the same as the location on the map in Jiang Juanfeng's hand. Several hours later, Jiang Junfeng arrived at the location marked on the map first. He saw a small island, about 4 or 5 meters square, in the middle of the lake, with a fiery red ginseng plant growing on it. Jiang Juanfeng's eyes lit up. He was eager to get his hands on the Crimson Fire Beast ginseng. However, beneath the calm surface of the lake, something unknown seemed to be hidden. He had one of his underlings test the waters first. The underling, feeling it was finally his turn to shine, plunged into the lake and swam towards the center. After swimming only 7 or 8 meters, ripples spread across the surface. Several rank 3 exotic beasts, giant iron crocodiles, surfaced. The one closest to the younger brother launched the first attack, opening its blood-red maw and biting down hard on his waist. Screams echoed all around. Jiang Juanfeng's eyes twitched, and Xia Jimei gripped his arm tightly. Jiang Junfeng pulled out his double axes and said to the others, "You all wait here. I'll go get the treasure." He then moved nimbly across the water, staring at the ferocious giant iron crocodile, and shouted, "Little beast, come and die." His double-axe crocodile spin dance was so powerful that giant iron crocodiles were chopped off with a single axe before they could even get close. As all the giant iron crocodiles closed in on him, Jiang Junfeng remained calm and continued to spin his double axes, rotating himself from the surface of the water into the water. Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from the opposite side of the lake, like a rainbow, heading straight for the Crimson Fire Beast ginseng. The other party unearthed the Crimson Fire Beast ginseng and left gracefully along the same route. The people on the other side of the lake saw this scene, and Xia Jimei anxiously called out to Jiang Junfeng. Jiang Junfeng leaped out of the water and stylishly stepped onto the corpses of several dead giant iron crocodiles. Listening to the shouts of the people around him, he felt very satisfied. He turned to look at the center of the lake, but could no longer see the Crimson Fire Beast ginseng. He angrily swung his double axes at the water, his face flushed, and shouted, "Who is it? Which bastard stole my Crimson Fire Beast ginseng?" Hearing Jiang Juanfeng's feeble howls, the chubby boy smiled smugly and fawned over Li Yang, saying, "As expected of my brother Yang, you actually actually managed to get the treasure while Zhang Junfeng was in the water.
Let me see.
Li Yang put the crimson fire beast ginseng into his spatial bag, then gently tapped the little fat boy's head and urged, "What are you looking at?
It's time to leave the secret realm."
They had been in the secret realm for 3 days and were unsure when the vortexes opened by the principals would close. Besides, they had enough resources to last for a while.
Li Yang asked Mo Luo anxiously in his mind, "Once we're out of the secret realm, won't you be discovered by those powerful guys?" Maro replied with a cocky grin, "If anyone on Earth could find me, wouldn't I be finished?"
After saying that, he beckoned the chubby boy to crush the jade talisman together.
As Li Yang counted down, the 2 jade talismans shattered, and a spatial force enveloped the 2 of them.
A ripple flashed by, and Li Yang found himself outside the secret realm. The principals remained suspended in mid-air, maintaining the entrance to the void vortex, while a number of students emerged from the surrounding area.
Kong Ling saw Li Yang and the chubby boy from afar and quickly called them over, asking, "How was your experience in the secret realm? Did you encounter any special opportunities?"
Just as the chubby boy was about to answer, he suddenly remembered Li Yang's previous instructions and looked down at him. Li Yang took out 50 water mirror grasses from his spatial bag and respectfully said to Kong Ling, "Teacher, we were both unlucky. We only managed to collect 50 water mirror grasses each."
As Li Yang spoke, the chubby boy took out 50 water mirror grasses from his spatial bag.
Kong Ling hadn't had high expectations for the 2 of them, but seeing that there were only 100 water mirror grasses, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, even though she was mentally prepared. She composed herself slightly, and with a hint of disappointment in her expression, slowly spoke, "Thank you for your hard work.
Go and rest for a bit. We'll go back to school together once everyone else is back."
The chubby boy nodded obediently and silently joined the class 18 with Li Yang.
Seeing the 2 return unharmed, yet having collected so few resources, the other classmates couldn't help but feel reluctant to mock them.
Zhou Chen, who had contributed the most to the class and already harbored resentment towards Li Yang, sarcastically remarked, "After you 2 went in, did you go to the vegetable garden to freeload? That's all the resources you got." Huang Mao chimed in, "It's less than a tenth of what Brother Chen gets. Brother Chen is the one who gets the most resources in Class 8. Bai Mao chimed in, "Maybe Class 8, under Brother Chen's leadership, can take first place."
The students looked on with a mixture of envy and admiration.
Li Yang, however, didn't want to be the first to stick his neck out, so he calmed down the somewhat restless chubby boy. At this moment, Zhang Junfeng and Xia Jiming appeared at the exit.
After greeting Kong Ling, the 2 walked towards the crowd with cold expressions.
Upon seeing Li Yang and the chubby boy, Zhang Junfeng initially wanted to cause trouble for them, but he was worried that Li Yang might have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter inside the mechanical gate of the secret realm, and his strength might have already surpassed his own. Fearing that he would be humiliated, he turned to look at Zhou Chen instead. Zhou Chen shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. His body trembled slightly as he pointed at Zhang Junfeng, who was slowly approaching, and said,
"Zhang Junfeng, what are you trying to do?
The principal and the homeroom teacher are right here." Zhang Junfeng seemed to have thought of something, and vented his anger on the blonde and white-haired boys. The blonde boy covered his left cheek and glared at Zhang Junfeng, while the white-haired boy rested his right cheek on his hand, standing to the side looking aggrieved. Seeing Zhang Junfeng treat his underlings this way, Zhou Chen felt a surge of hatred and angrily turned away, cursing inwardly, "If I wasn't afraid of embarrassing my uncle Li Gang, I would have already taken action." Seeing that Zhou Chen didn't fight back, Zhang Junfeng whispered to the blonde and white-haired men,
"Remember to say hello when you see me next time."
After saying that, he patted their heads with both hands.
Zhou Chen then walked up to his underlings and said through gritted teeth, "Zhang Junfeng, that's enough.
If you continue, don't blame me for taking action." Zhang Junfeng smiled and waved his hand.
Okay, I'm not playing anymore."
At this moment, Li Yang tapped the chubby boy on the head and reminded him, "When you lack strength, you must learn to be patient, otherwise you will be proven wrong sooner or later."
The chubby boy chuckled and replied, "Brother Yang, I understand.
People were returning in droves, each heading back to their respective school lines. In the air, the principals suddenly nodded to each other. Finally, Wei Diyuan, the principal of number 1 middle school, looked at Li Gang of the education department.
After receiving his nod of
agreement, the principals slowly stopped the operation of the void vortex. A powerful spatial force spread out, and the void vortex closed. Each team began tallying the resources they had acquired. Half an hour later, Li Yang from the education department leaped into the air, pulled out a list, and read aloud. The top 3 performers in this dungeon run are as follows. First place, Dr. Ming from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, awarded a set of dragon scale armor. Second place, Lu Lan from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, awarded a martial arts manual. Third place, Wang Hongyang from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, awarded 1 million credits. When Ban Yangshuo, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, heard that the top 3 spots were all taken by his own students, his face turned ashen, as if he were gritting his teeth in anger. On the surface, he nodded with feigned pleasure, but in his heart he had already cursed Li Gang 1,000 1,000 times over. Anyone with eyes could see that exchanging resources for rewards would yield huge gains, but in reality, it was not worthwhile at all.
Wei Duyuan from number 1 middle school also congratulated Ban Yangsho, the principal of number 2 middle school, and said sarcastically, "The students at number 2 middle school are indeed quite capable and quick-witted."
Ban Yangsho clearly understood that this was blatant mockery and completely ignored Li Yang's so-called reward, leading the number 2 middle school team away from the spot. The remaining 6 principals smiled knowingly, convinced that for a long time to come, the reputation of number 2 middle school would be trampled under their feet.
Li Gang loudly announced, "The journey to the secret realm has ended."
The 6 principals led their teams away in a grand procession, all heading towards Cheng. Above the students, the principal remained vigilant, ensuring their safety and preventing any mishaps. Of course, there were exceptions. The principal of number 2 middle school was nowhere to be found. Only the teachers in charge were carefully observing their surroundings.
As the procession moved forward, Moro's voice echoed in Li Yang's mind. "Li Yang, is there something wrong with the IQ of that student from number 2 middle school?"
The items we handed in were enough to buy several pieces of armor. Li Yang naturally knew how difficult it was to get first place, otherwise, everyone would want to be number 1, but not submitting the plants wasn't
an option either.
He and the chubby boy had to contribute a full 100 water mirror grasses just to barely pass the homeroom teacher's review. He smiled slightly and replied, "Perhaps one of them is particularly fond of that armor."
Moro replied sarcastically, "I have absolutely no interest in that trash."
Moro didn't understand the human mindset. People are often easily bound by vanity, and some of the students at number 2 middle school were probably like that too. A short while later, the team returned to the Jiangcheng base. On the school playground, Gu Shi, with his white hair and imposing presence, addressed all the senior high school students participating in the secret realm with encouragement. "Although our 7th high school is ranked at the bottom, you guys really made me proud this time,"
he announced. "All senior students who entered the secret realm will have a 3-day holiday."
The students below the stage erupted in deafening cheers, finally releasing their tense nerves.
The chubby boy said to Li Yang, "I need to make up for all the food I didn't eat in the next 3 days."
Li Yang frowned, then asked with a smile, "Brother Hai, are you saying you're disgusted by my cooking skills?" The chubby boy's face instantly turned awkward, and he quickly explained, Brother Yang, you know that's not what I meant.
I meant I've lost a little weight recently."
Li Yang's brows relaxed, and he stopped teasing him, saying solemnly, "I'll convert the resources I get from the secret realm into credits and transfer them to you later." Thinking of what he had gained in the secret realm, the chubby boy became even more humble and said,
"Thank God for giving me Yang Gu. Yang Gu, I truly love you. Open the panel." Upon hearing this, Li Yang shuddered, thinking to himself that he had no such homosexual tendencies. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the homeroom teacher, Kong Ling, didn't delay.
She simply reminded everyone not to forget to return to school in 3 days and then dismissed the class on the spot.
Li Yang headed straight home.
Although I had already let my family know I was safe when I came out of the secret realm, I would only feel more at ease if I went back in person. The shop wasn't too busy in the afternoon. When Li Yang came home, his mother busied herself preparing a table full of his favorite dishes. When Li Yang got home, he was immediately drawn to the delicious food on the table before he even had a chance to wash his hands.
Chen Su kept repeating, "Remember to wash your hands before eating."
With a chicken leg dangling from his mouth, Li Yang muttered something, swallowed the crispy chicken skin, and said with a smile,
"I'll definitely wash it next time. Mom's Sichuan-style chicken is still the best."
Chen Su said irritably, "You and your father are cut from the same cloth, both glib and smooth-talking.
By the way, did you date anyone at school?" Li Xian, who was always gossiping, chimed in, leaving Li Yang feeling helpless.
He munched on a chicken leg and awkwardly replied, "Mom, I'm still studying. What am I talking about dating?"
"Does studying mean you can't date?" Chen Su retorted. Li Xian chimed in, "Yeah, people in our class are talking about it too."
Just as Li Yang was wondering how to change the subject, he saw his sister walk right into his trap and quickly asked,
"Dating? You said you wanted to become a martial artist. How much health do you have now?"
Seeing the gun pointed at her, Li Xian quickly changed the subject. "Oh dear, I had arranged to discuss the course with my classmate at this time." After saying that, he hurriedly left the dining table and went back to his room to hide.
Chen Su stopped teasing Li Yang and got busy with her own things.
After eating and washing up, Li Yang returned to his room for a good rest. 3 days in the secret realm, filled with both fighting and treasure hunting, had left him truly exhausted, both physically and mentally. I slept for a whole day and my mental state returned to normal.
Subsequently, Li Yang appeared at the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce. Li Yang had a high opinion of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce.
He had gained a lot from this secret realm, and if he had gone elsewhere, he would likely have been ripped off. Guan Shishua thought highly of this young and handsome customer. Upon seeing Li Yang, she slightly parted her red lips and greeted him with a gentle smile.
Leading Li Yang into the VIP room, Guan Shishua asked, "Are you planning to sell goods or buy something this time?"
She had a pretty good idea that Li Yang was either gathering materials in the Wasteland or had just finished participating in the Jiangsu secret realm.
Li Yang took out crimson beauty fruit, spirit spring water, and white gold from his spatial bag.
The mere appearance of the crimson beauty fruit and spirit spring water caused Guan Shishue's heart to race.
Next, Li Yang took out the returning origin stone.
When the enormous returning
origin stone appeared, Guan Shishue was stunned.
However, Li Yang didn't stop, successively taking out water mirror grass, crimson fire beast ginseng, and various other miscellaneous materials.
Guan Shishue momentarily forgot how to entertain Li Yang.
As soon as Li Yang stopped what he was doing, Guan Shishue quickly said, "Mr. Li Yang, you brought a lot of things this time.
I can't make the decision on my own. Please wait a moment."
After speaking, she swayed her slender waist and turned to walk backstage.
A moment later, a middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed in a long robe, emerged from backstage first. He glanced at the seated Li Yang, his gaze
sharpening as he stared at the items on the table, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. He then turned and introduced himself. "I am Guan Meng, the vice president of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce."
"Young man, what's your name?" Just as Li Yang was about to answer, Guan Meng's niece, Guan Shishue, spoke up first. "Second uncle, this is Mr. Li Yang." Guan Meng nodded and shook hands with Li Yang.
Then, his gaze fell back on the materials on the table, especially the white gold and red fire beast ginseng, and the huge returning origin stone made his eyes linger.
Seeing that her second uncle was slightly out of sorts, Guan Shishue quickly explained, "My second uncle is an appraiser in our Chamber of Commerce.
He has a special passion for precious materials. Please don't mind him."
Li Yang quickly waved his hand and laughed. "Everyone has their own expertise. It's inevitable to stare at things you like."
Guan Meng laughed and said, "Mr. Li, please wait a moment while I appraise the value for you." Half an hour later, Guan Meng finally completed the valuation of all the materials and explained them to Li Yang one by one. The crimson beauty fruit is worth 5 million credits, and the spirit spring water is worth 10 million credits. He paused, then solemnly continued, 100 million for water mirror grass, 100 million for returning origin stone, and the white gold can increase lifespan, but the effect is limited.
Our purchase price is 300 million.
Guan Meng paused again before continuing. The crimson fire beast ginseng is extremely valuable, and the price offered here is 500 million. Including other materials, the total is 1.1168 billion credits.
Mr. Li Yang, do you find this price acceptable? Li Yang inwardly marveled at the value of the materials he had obtained. He had originally intended to save the crimson fire beast ginseng for his sister, but then he thought that her current health might not be able to handle it, so he only left her some spiritual spring water. He then said to Guan Meng, "This is perfectly acceptable. I greatly appreciate the fairness of your merchant guild." Guan Meng then tapped a few times on the smart device.
Guan Shishue seemed to receive a message, and Mo Luo told Li Yang, "Your credits have been transferred in 1.1168 billion.
Upon hearing this, Li Yang's face lit up with joy.
Guan Meng took out a token engraved with the Tianfu merchant's mark from his spatial bag and handed it to Li Yang, explaining that the holder of this token could enjoy a 20% discount at the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce and also use VIP box privileges when participating in auctions. Guan Meng said admiringly, "Mr. Li is truly a promising young man. Shishue, you two should exchange ideas more often when you have time." After saying that, his smile was somewhat strange as he turned and walked backstage. Inside the room, Guan Shishue's face was flushed, while Li Yang was immersed in the joy of gaining a large number of credit points.
Li Yang composed himself, realizing that his current throwing knives were no longer suitable for use, and asked, "Does your esteemed merchant have any better throwing knives?" Upon hearing the question, Guan Shishue composed herself and smiled, "A better one? Wait a moment, let me think about it." After a while, Guan Shishue took out a box from her spatial bag. Inside were 10 rusty, chilling throwing knives. She explained to Li Yang, "These throwing knives were acquired by our Tianfu Chamber of Commerce from a martial artist. They were supposedly brought out from a secret realm. However, there aren't many people using throwing knives in the Cheng base. Plus," she added somewhat awkwardly, "the price is high, so it's been sitting there for a long time without selling." Li Yang picked up the throwing knife from the box and examined it closely, but couldn't see anything special about it. The rust on the blade made him instinctively want to give up. Just as he was about to say he didn't want it, Mo Luo suddenly exclaimed, startling Li Yang, "Li Yang, buy it quickly, buy it quickly." Li Yang was confused and asked about the price, only to find it was 200 million credits. Mo Luo urged, "Buy it quickly, you definitely won't lose out." Although Li Yang was unwilling, he reluctantly paid Guan Shishue 160 million credit points, even using the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce's token for a discount. After leaving, he asked Mo Luo, "What's so special about that throwing knife?" Morrow replied seriously, "Of course there are special ones. This is a weapon forged from S-grade alloy that your blue star simply cannot currently manufacture. The Heavenly King armor is only A-grade alloy. Do you think you've made a profit?" Li Yang could hardly believe it. "These rusty throwing knives are more valuable than the Heavenly King armor?" "Of course," Morrow said confidently. "With your spiritual power at your disposal, once you reach the 5th rank of martial artist, I will give you a cultivation technique so that you can unleash the true power of your throwing
throwing knives.
Morrow seemed quite optimistic about the throwing knife.
Although Liang didn't understand the grade of weapon materials in the universe, he still chose to believe him.
On the way home, Liang transferred 100 million to the chubby boy from his account.
Little fatty Chow Juhai was happily munching on a pig's trotter when he suddenly received a transfer notification, startling him so much that
he dropped the trotter.
He hurriedly initiated a video call with Liang, and after the call connected, he said, his mouth still greasy,
"Brother Yang, how did you manage to earn so much for me?"
"That's all you deserve, neither more nor less," Liang replied with a smile.
"Godfather, please accept my humble admiration."
Upon hearing this, the chubby boy slid off the stool and knelt down. At this moment, Chao Qinghu, who had just come out of the kitchen with dishes, was startled by his son's actions and exclaimed, "Son, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Chao's father's voice, Liang smiled and hung up the video call, letting the chubby boy explain himself.
The chubby boy, propped up on
his hands and leaning on the table, still chewing on a pig's trotter from the floor, grinned as he showed Chao's father his credit account balance. Upon seeing the more than 100 million credit points, Chao Qinghu was immediately shocked and asked in surprise, "Son, you haven't done anything wrong, have you?"
"There's so much money in the credit account." The chubby boy chuckled. "This was all earned with the help of my best friend Liang,"
he added smugly, "absolutely legal income." Seeing his son's promising future, Mr. Chow returned to the kitchen to continue his work, intending to give his son a good boost. After finishing the food Mr. Chow had prepared, the chubby boy decided to go out for a walk to digest. Although his family was well off, he had never received $1 million allowance before and was momentarily at a loss for how to spend it.
As he walked, the chubby boy unexpectedly arrived at the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce. His plump figure immediately caught the attention of the shop assistants as soon as he entered.
Zhou Chen, who was selecting weapons, also noticed him and gave a wink to the blonde and white-haired boys.
The two understood and walked over to the chubby boy.
One person grabbed one of his arms and dragged him out of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce.
Zhou Chen followed behind.
The chubby boy couldn't struggle, and the group ended up in a small alley.
The chubby boy was cornered, his voice trembling slightly. "What exactly do you want?"
The blonde and white-haired boys chuckled, while Zhou Chen slapped the chubby boy's face and threatened,
"Chow Juhai, you seem to enjoy getting close to Liang. How about you work for me from now on? I guarantee you'll live the high life."
How could the chubby boy possibly agree to follow Zhou Chen, especially after Zhou Chen insulted his brotherhood with Liang? He didn't know where he got the courage, but he looked up with disdain and said,
"Do you even deserve to be compared to my good brother Liang?"
Zhou Chen's face immediately turned cold, feeling that the chubby boy was really disrespecting him. He punched the chubby boy hard in the stomach, and even though he was being held up by two people, he couldn't help but kneel down. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Chen stepped on the chubby boy's round face and said coldly with his head down,
"Look at your good brother Liang right now. Where is he?"
He stomped on the chubby boy's face with both feet, grinding his skin against the ground until fine blood trickled down his cheeks. The chubby boy struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Zhou Chen, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Glancing sideways at Zhou Chen, who was looking down at him, he said arrogantly,
"Don't worry, he'll come."
Seeing that the chubby boy still wouldn't give in, Zhou Chen grabbed his hair and kept punching his stomach. Blood spilled from the chubby boy's mouth, but he didn't beg for mercy at all. The blonde and white-haired boys joined in, punching and kicking the chubby boy. Zhou Chen was about to cripple the chubby boy's leg when he grabbed his right leg, slowly raising his hand in a karate chop, and threatened,
"I'll ask you one more time, are you coming with me or not?" The chubby boy spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Tui, they won't shed a tear until they see the coffin."
He gathered his strength in his hand and slashed straight at the fat boy's right leg. A strong arm suddenly grabbed the hand blade that was about to strike, and at the same time a familiar and deep voice roared,
"Zhou Chen, do you want to die?"
Liang suddenly appeared in the alley and, seeing the chubby boy beaten to a pulp, a surge of anger welled up inside him. He grabbed Zhou Chen high and kicked him out of the alley, followed by the blonde and white-haired boys.
Liang immediately went to the chubby boy's side and asked with concern, "Fatty, are you alright?"
The chubby boy spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, his face covered in abrasions, and he answered with a slight tremor, "I'm fine." Liang was resting at home when Morrow on his AI told him that little Fatty had news to share. With Morrow's help, they discovered someone had
hacked into the AI company's server, which led them to little Fatty's location.
Luckily, Liang arrived in time, otherwise, Zhou Chen might have really crippled little Fatty's leg.
Liang gave little Fatty a healing pill, then steadily walked towards Zhou Chen and his group,
tossing them back into the alley one by one like chickens, his gaze sharp as he stared at the three. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The three were quite frightened by Liang's fierce aura, wondering how Liang, whose health was only 31, had become so powerful. The blonde and white-haired men quickly begged for mercy. "Liang, this has nothing to do with us, it was Zhou Chen who forced us to do this."
Liang glared at Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, are they telling the truth or not?" Zhou Chen was utterly defeated when Liang actually showed up, and he couldn't even last a single round against him. However, he wasn't afraid at all, because he had already sent a message to his uncle and believed that his uncle would arrive soon. Zhou Chen remained stubbornly silent, so Liang Yang stopped talking, grabbed Zhou Chen, and punched the chubby boy repeatedly to get revenge. Bullying my brother? You've got some nerve.
At this point, Li Yang felt it was too much effort to hold Zhou Chen, so he had the blonde and white-haired boys help him up. Slap slap, two fists struck Zhou Chen's face hard from both sides, making his face swell up like a pig's head. Zhou Chen still stubbornly held on, firmly believing that his uncle would back him up, and refused to utter a sound. Li Yang's blood surged, and he grabbed Zhou Chen's right leg, coldly saying, "Didn't you want to cripple his leg? I'll let you taste what it's like to have your leg crippled first."
"Li Yang, I don't believe you dared to cripple my legs," Zhou Chen said defiantly.
Li Yang swung his hand and slashed down. The intense pain caused his screams to echo in the alley. His face, swollen like a pig's head, turned pale. He clutched his right leg and cried out in agony, "Li Yang, I want you dead. I want you dead." Li Yang slapped him across the face. "Quiet down." Suddenly, a powerful martial arts aura swept over them, immobilizing everyone except Zhou Chen. Seeing Li Gang descending from the sky, Zhou Chen cried out, "Uncle, save me. Save me." Li Gang rushed into the alley like a hurricane. Upon seeing Zhou Chen's miserable state, his imposing aura intensified. Zhou Chen, limping, crawled to Li Gang's side with all his might, pointing at Li Yang with trembling arms, and cried out, "Uncle, Li Yang crippled my legs, crippled my legs." Li Gang's eyes were fierce. As the director of the education department of Jiangcheng, he said in a deep voice, "I want him dead." Suppressed by Li Gang's imposing presence, Li Yang secretly calculated whether he could safely take the chubby boy away, even if he went all out. The shrewd Li Gang did not act immediately, but first used his skills to alleviate Zhou Chen's pain, carefully inquiring about what had happened. After listening, his expression became extremely grave. Just as he was about to cripple Li Yang's leg using the same method, he suddenly sensed an aura around him that was no less powerful than his own, and he coldly shouted, "Who's there?" Guan Meng appeared outside the alley, his steps seemingly slow but quickly reaching Li Yang's side. He clasped his hands in a salute and said, "Greetings, Your Excellency.
I am Guan Meng, Vice President of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce."
Li Gang frowned slightly and did not respond immediately, but Zhou Chen spoke up faster. "My uncle is Li Gang, the director of the education department of Jiangcheng."
Oh, Guan Meng knew Li Gang's identity and was not surprised at all.
He calmly said to him, "Director Li, Li Yang is a distinguished
guest of our Tianfu Chamber of Commerce. Could you please let this matter drop for the sake of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce?"
In fact, Guan Meng had sensed Li Yang's presence as soon as he entered the alley and had informed his niece, Guan Shishue. Guan Shishue hoped that her second uncle could help Li Yang, while also saving face for him. Li Gang hadn't expected that this young man with the same surname would have such a powerful backer. He sneered,
"Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, is it? I'll remember you."
After saying this, Zhou Chen, his body writhing in pain, leaped away.
Everyone immediately felt a sense of relief. Yellow hair and white hair,
seeing their leader rescued, hurriedly fled the alley. Li Yang helped the chubby boy up, walked to Guan Meng, and bowed respectfully, saying,
"Thanks to the senior's help, otherwise I would probably be limping next time we meet." Guan Meng laughed and waved his hand, saying, "You must still have some tricks up your sleeve.
I think you're just unwilling to see others bully others."
Guan Meng noticed the injuries on the chubby boy's face and invited them both into the shop.
Li Yang then waved his hand, spending nearly 10 million credits to buy medicine for the boy, some of which contained extremely precious herbs, telling him to keep them for future use. Seeing Li Yang's decisiveness, Guan Meng thought highly of him and advised him to be more careful in the future. In the end, the chubby boy also bought weapons and armor worth 20 million, and said confidently,
"Once my armor is strong enough, they won't be able to hurt me." After saying goodbye to Guan Meng, the two left the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce.
The chubby boy said worriedly, "I never imagined Zhou Chen's uncle was Li Gang. We're just students. What if he really wants revenge?" Li Yang comforted him, "Don't be afraid. When the wind comes, just block it.
Things will work themselves out in the end."
The chubby boy was told to go home and recover.
Little did he know, Li Gang's revenge would be even swifter than anticipated. As soon as the 3-day holiday ended, Li Yang returned to school, intending to coast along.
Upon arriving, his homeroom teacher, Kong Ling, came to his door to inform him that the principal wanted to see him.
Kong Ling found this strange. The students had just started their holiday, and the principal wanted to see Li Yang. Did he have something important to discuss? Li Yang obediently followed Kong Ling to the principal's office. After knocking 3 times, Kong Ling called out, "Principal Gu, I've brought Li Yang." A cough came from inside the room, followed by the following. Kong Ling left first, and Principal Gu asked Li Yang to stay for a private conversation.
Gushi sized up the composed student before him, coughed, and said, "Judging from your expression, you should be able to guess why I called you here, right?"
Li Yang answered respectfully, "I think Director Li and the principal must have said something, right?"
Principal Gu said apologetically, "Yes, Director Li asked me to expel you, otherwise the resources of the 7th high school will be significantly reduced next year."
"You should understand what I'm saying, right?" Li Yang calmly replied, "Principal, I understand."
As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking one. I can be expelled, but I hope Chao Juhai can continue continue to stay at number 7 middle school.
Gushi solemnly promised that as long as he remained the principal of 7th high school, he would protect Cha Juhai. He added that if anything happened to the chubby boy, he was willing to let Li Yang question him. Li Yang calmly replied, "Principal, you flatter me. I just want my good brother to be able to continue his studies."
As for himself, Li Yang felt that whether or not he went to school, or even entered the martial arts academy, wouldn't make much difference. Now he had a large number of
credits, Luo, and the killing system. The Wasteland was his true home.
Just as he was preparing to leave, Principal Gu wanted to teach him a set of martial arts techniques.
Li Yang responded confidently and calmly, "No need for the principal. I believe that I can reach the summit by taking a different path."
Gushi looked at the stubborn boy, nodded, and, sensing his burning passion, slowly left the office.
Back in the classroom, Li Yang told the chubby boy about the principal's visit.
The chubby boy said guiltily, "It's all my fault, otherwise you could still be in school."
"No, I have to go to the principal. If they expel me, they should only expel me."
Looking at his loyal and good brother, Li Yang comforted him instead.
"My path isn't on campus. You need to study hard."
He also told the chubby boy that the principal would protect him and that he didn't need to worry about Zhou Chen causing trouble.
Again,
Li Yang stepped out of the school gate, glanced back at the campus, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and whispered,
"Li Gang, is it?
You just wait." After calming down, Li Yang returned home. His father, Li Fu, happened to be off work that day, and he recounted the whole story. Li Fu patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Our Li family doesn't raise cowards.
It's better if he doesn't go to school." Li Yang nodded understandingly and pleaded, "Dad, could you please talk to Mom for me? I'm going to the Wasteland tomorrow."
Li Fu naturally knew what his son was thinking. "Don't worry, I'm a master of the act first, report later tactic."
"No problem."
With his father as a shield, Li Yang immediately put aside his worries about his mother Chen Sushing's anger over his not going to school.
He transferred a
million credits to everyone in the family and told his sister Li Xian to take good care of the family and to tell him to let him know if they ran out of money.
Afterwards, Li Yang crossed the border and stepped into the wilderness outside Jiangcheng. Mo Luo projected a phantom image and said to him, "Going to school is a complete waste of time. The vast land and the boundless starry sky are your true world. I want to go to space. Can your spaceship fly?" Li Yang asked Mo Luo with a hint of sarcasm. Mo Luo retracted the projection, not answering him directly.
The temperature of the AI's outer shell rose slightly.
Li Yang guessed it might be calculating something.
Although his instinct was to summon the killing system, considering Moro's presence, he only considered it a thought.
Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 400.00. Spirit, 400.00. Kill points, 253.15.
Realm, rank 3 martial artist, level 3 mind master. Martial arts, phantom blade technique, mastery, northern darkness sky travel technique, tier 1, dragon bone blood scripture, tier 1 plus. Noticing that the northern darkness sky travel technique had cost over 200 kill points but failed to improve, he couldn't help but ask Moro, "Did you bring this northern darkness sky travel technique with you on your spaceship? Is it difficult to learn?" A voice echoed in my mind, "Entry-level skills are 1 in a million, and advancement is even more difficult and fraught with peril."
After receiving the answer, Li Yan thought to himself, "That's for others, but I'm different."
The existence of the killing system has made him stronger in every aspect. He drew his Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, donned the Heavenly King armor, and was completely encased in armor, only his sharp eyes visible. Heading towards the capital base, he leaped into the air, the throwing knives he had purchased earlier carrying him suspended in mid-air. He activated his mental perception to monitor the situation within a kilometer radius, casually killing any small monsters he encountered along the way. After flying for 20 minutes, he arrived at an open plain. Several rank 3 exotic beasts, the sky-soaring Manhwa, gathered together, and Li Yang's eyes lit up. "Finally, we can have a good fight." He had barely finished speaking when he swapped the throwing knives he had been using at the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce for new ones, which didn't yet have names, so Li
Yang simply called them alloy throwing knives.
8 alloy throwing knives circled his body, with 2 resting on the soles of his feet. Just as he approached the herd of bulls on Chongtianmang Mountain, a wary bull spotted him. He roared to the sky, his breathing heavy.
The cattle became alert and all looked at Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and stared at the wary bull.
"The name is quite meaningful. The sky-soaring bull truly roars to the heavens. However, this cannot change your fate." This time, he attacked with all his might. The Dragon Bone Blood Sutra enhanced his power, the Northern Darkness Soaring Technique increased his speed, and the Phantom Blade Technique's Exploding Dragon Slash struck directly at the wary bull. The bull, which was just about to charge, was cleaved in 2 from head to tail by a single strike.
Among the flying alloy knives, several sliced through the bull's body without resistance, tearing it to pieces.
Slater rank 3 exotic beast, the sky-soaring bull, earning +5 kill points.
Li Yang's gaze swept over the cattle, and he chuckled, like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on a flock of sheep. His sharp alloy throwing knives danced incessantly as he slaughtered the cattle with abandon.
The kill points continued to climb, and the Heavenly King armor had a built-in stain removal full function.
After half an hour of fighting, not a single drop of blood was on his body.
Slater rank 3 exotic beast, the Sky Soaring Bull, earning plus 5 kill points. Slater rank 3 exotic beast, the Sky Soaring Bull, earning plus 5 kill points. Slater rank 3 exotic beast, the Sky Soaring Bull, earning plus 5 kill points. Morrow looked at this kid from Blue Star and thought he was indeed worthy of completing his master's test, easily handling hundreds of enemies of the same level. The hundreds of bulls that originally lived peacefully on the plains were all killed after they saw Li Yang. Not even a single calf was spared. While attacking with his main weapon, the sword, Li Yang skillfully combined his attacks with alloy throwing knives.
Not even a towering bull could get close to him.
Of the 8 flying alloy throwing knives, one is specifically designed to deal with beast crystals.
It cut open the head of the Magneto, and with a gentle flick, a sparkling beast crystal flew into Li Yang's spatial bag. After killing all the sky-soaring bulls, Li Yang grinned and said, "The ancients were right. Only by killing enemies can one become rich."
Each soaring Magneto yielded 5 kill points, and in just half an hour, Li Yang had accumulated 2,365 kill points. This was the first time he had ever accumulated so many kill points. Looking at the kill system screen, the Northern Darkness soaring technique even indicated it could be upgraded. Li Yang didn't plan to use his kill points on the Northern Darkness soaring technique for the time being. After experiencing the benefits of his mental power, he directly clicked the plus sign for Mind Master. Having consumed 1,600 kill points, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was being torn apart, and the veins on his arm gripping the Azure Dragon Crescent blade bulged.
Beads of cold sweat slid down his forehead as a space suddenly tore open in his mind.
In the center of that chaotic space, a small white
sphere floated. For some unknown reason, 10 alloy-throwing knives flew into this space from Li Yang's forehead, swirling around the sphere.
Sensing the change in Li Yang's mental mastery, the child form that Mo Luo had conjured widened its eyes, its mouth agape. A
level 4 mental master opening a mental space?
Alloy-throwing knives autonomously surrounding and protecting him, a monster.
A monster.
That's right, Li Yang advanced to a level 4 Nin Master and successfully opened up a Nin space. Normally, only a level 5 Nin Master could achieve this. The Nin space was approximately 10 square meters, expanding Li Yang's mental perception range to 6 kilometers.
He could even clearly see the
slightest movement of a mosquito's wings. A metal-throwing knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a thought, it flew back into his Nin space. This is so much better than a spatial bag, Li Yang thought, savoring the convenience of the Nin space.
I wonder if it can hold anything else.
Puzzled, Li Yang took out a beast crystal from his spatial bag and tried to put it into his mental space, pressing it against his head.
Mo Luo laughed. Silly Li Yang, try wrapping the beast crystal with your mental energy again. Following Mo Luo's
advice, Li Yang wrapped the beast crystal with his mental energy, and it entered his mental space through his forehead. He then took out another beast crystal, wrapped it with his mental energy, and put it directly into his space through his hand.
Li Yang continued forward and encountered a 4th-grade exotic beast, a white-faced tiger, hunting its prey. It had yellow fur and white stripes covering its forehead.
Sensing Li Yang's presence, it paused its attack on its prey and roared at him with its gaping.
"Ma,
little kitty, you're quite the meower," Li Yang said, throwing a punch at the white-faced tiger.
Powered by the 2nd layer
of the Dragon Bone Blood Scripture, the white-faced tiger took the blow to the forehead and was forced back more than 10 meters. Seeing Li Yang's power, the white-faced tiger turned to flee, but was pierced through the forehead by an alloy-throwing knife. As it fell to the ground, Li Yang casually picked up a beast crystal, caught it, and stored it in his mental space. Killed a rank 4 beast, white-faced tiger, kill points plus 10.
Only 10 points for a 4th-grade beast?
The system notification made Li Yang realize that he would have to kill many beasts in the future.
He then used his
kill points on the Dragon Bone Blood Scripture, spending 600 points to upgrade it to the 2nd level. His blood surged, and puffs of white smoke rose from his body. Li Yang felt that his current physical strength was enough to contend with a 4th-grade martial artist.
Now, facing that old geezer Li Gang, he
could withstand the pressure of a 5th-grade martial artist with his mental strength. I should be able to hold out for a few rounds, he calculated silently. From Jiangcheng base to Beijing, the straight-line distance was about 2,000 kilometers before Blue Star changed. Now that Blue Star has expanded several hundred times, Li Yang estimates
the distance should exceed 200,000 kilometers. This is a good opportunity to see the outside world. A caged wolf king can never compare to a free-roaming dog. After his mental
strength improved, Li Yang could reach speeds of over 400 kilometers per hour with the help of his throwing knives, and even break 500 kilometers per hour with maximum effort. Sometimes he would stand on a mountaintop to appreciate the magnificence of nature, and sometimes he would go to the river to catch some good food. Life was exceptionally pleasant. After the morning slaughter, Li Yang found a secluded spot, lit a fire, and took out the precious Magnia ribs he had saved earlier, making a few cuts on the meat. He separated a few cloves of garlic and poured in the lard he had stolen from his mother, Chin Su. The lard in the pot heated up, wisps of white smoke rising.
Li Yang placed the magnia ribs in, humming a little tune as he flipped them. The pink magnia ribs slowly cooked through, and he was just about to cut them into pieces to eat. At that moment, within his mental perception range, a small creature rapidly approached his location. Li Yang instinctively slowed his movements. The small creature stopped behind a rock 20 meters away from him. Li Yang pretended to pick up a piece of beef rib, but his gaze fell on the little creature beside the rock. The little guy poked his head out, panting, his eyes fixed on the rib in Li Yang's hand, and Li Yang keenly caught the sound of drool dripping down. After understanding the reason, Li Yang smiled knowingly, and deliberately dropped a piece while cutting the rib with his knife. The little creature darted forward, snatched the fallen meat in its mouth, and was about to run away when a large, merciless hand gripped its neck tightly. The little creature struggled desperately, shaking its body. Only then did Li Yang get a clear look at the little guy. It turned out to be a mutated puppy, its fur grayish-brown, struggling and chewing on the meat in its mouth quite amusing. Seeing no hope of escape, the little thing wagged its tail, giving a pitiful look as if begging for mercy. Li Yang slapped it, his eyes fiercely warning, "Be quiet, or I'll roast you." The little creature seemed to understand, quieting down and ceasing its struggles, though its face still held an innocent expression. Li Yang put it on the ground and casually cut off a piece of beef rib meat, handing it to it. He had only taken a few bites himself when the puppy had already wolfed down the meat, rubbing its head against Li Yang's leg, turning into a little licking dog. "Oh dear, you little rascal." In a short time, Li Yang witnessed how quickly this little guy could change his mind. He tossed down another piece of meat, which the puppy immediately grabbed and devoured. Looking at this clearly starving puppy, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. After all, he had been stuck in the wasteland for almost a week. After finishing its meal, the puppy still gazed pitifully at Li Yang, its eyes filled with longing for the piece of meat in his hand. Li Yang couldn't resist and tossed it another beef rib. After lunch, Li Yang began setting up warning devices around the area. Although his mental senses could detect approaching creatures, he worried that he might not react quickly enough during periods of deep sleep. After all, safety was paramount in the wild. The puppy finished gnawing on the ribs, then disappeared from Li Yang's perception range with the bone in its mouth. Li Yang, too lazy to bother with it, decided to close his eyes and rest to recover his strength. He set up a cradle under a tree and lay down inside. The treetops swayed, a gentle breeze caressed his face, and his eyelids grew heavy. He actually dreamed that in the future he would overpower the god of war Qin Tianming, trample Li Gang of the education department under his feet, and float in the air clad in crimson-stained heavenly king armor, shouting loudly, "Who else?" Just as he was dreaming of stomping Li Gang to death, he suddenly lost his footing and fell from the cradle to the ground. He touched his head, thankful that his current strength was so great that his head only trembled slightly. He got up, stretched, and gathered all his belongings. 2 alloy throwing knives were placed at his feet, and he used his mental power to control them, lifting him into the air. He extended his senses, covering a 6-kilometer radius around himself. In the distance, 2 mountain peaks stood tall, and a first-grade exotic beast, a black raven, was flying by, attempting to cross the narrow space between the 2 peaks, but it became entangled in a huge spider web and struggled desperately. The web vibrated, and a giant spider, 15 meters long with purple eyes, slowly approached its prey, its massive abdomen and 8 legs moving alternately along the web. "It's actually a 5th-grade ghost willow purple spider," Li Yang thought to himself. "It's big enough, I wonder if I can beat it." He was eager to try. Just as the purple spider was about to feed, Li Yang accurately cleaved the black crow in 2 with a throwing knife, watching its prey fall right before its eyes. A purple spider silk shot out from the giant spider's abdomen. Li Yang wielded his azure dragon crescent blade, slicing through the spider silk and dodging over a dozen strands attacking from multiple angles, his body constantly rising and retreating. The spider silk was as relentless as flying swords, and Li Yang muttered to himself in frustration, "Do they really think I'm made of clay?" Fearing the spider silk's venom, he could only dodge continuously, for alloy throwing knives appearing around him and flying out one after another along the direction of the spider silk's attack, attempting to block it. The ghost willow purple spider used its 2 legs near its head to swing left and right, deflecting the throwing knives. With ranged attacks proving ineffective, Li Yang had no choice but to use the northern darkness soaring technique, leveraging his speed advantage to quickly close the distance to the giant spider. He slid down to its abdomen, preparing to slash with his azure dragon crescent blade. Suddenly, the ghost willow purple spider's 8 legs exerted force, propelling its body into the air. Li Yang slapped the ground with his left hand and pushed off with both legs, aiming a slash at the giant spider in midair. However, the spider's legs blocked his attack, causing him to lose his balance and plummet downwards. Suddenly, a giant spider web descended, as the ghost willow purple spider had severed the ties between the surrounding webs. 6 alloy throwing knives caught Li Yang as he fell, steadily bringing him out of the web's reach. Range attacks are intercepted by spider silk, while close combat means facing 8 legs in spider webs. Li Yang couldn't help but marvel at the ghost willow purple spider's formidable offense and defense, which had proven impenetrable despite prolonged attacks. Since he couldn't kill it, he decided to find a more achievable
impossible target. Filled with murderous intent, Li
Yang retreated from the ghost willow purple spider's territory.
In truth, he was already quite strong. In the entire Jang city,
almost no third-rank cultivator dared to challenge a fifth-rank beast.
Having crossed the ghost willow purple spider's territory,
a valley unfolded before Li Yang's eyes.
Through his spiritual perception, he saw 3 great Yuanlan tyrant lizards leisurely basking in the sun within the valley.
One of them, a larger, deep blue Azuma tyrant lizard king, was lying on a raised stone slab.
Around it, 3 Azuma tyrant lizards of normal size were spitting out spider silk and dripping an unknown liquid, serving the Azuma tyrant lizard king.
Hey, you're living a more comfortable life than me.
Li Yang couldn't help but complain as he watched the lizard king enjoying the service of his 3 subjects. Before the figure had even landed, the alloy-throwing knife swiftly flew towards one of the attendants, a second-grade exotic beast, the azure tyrant lizard.
Seeing its beloved concubine severed by the blade, the azure tyrant lizard king let out a furious roar. Hundreds of azure tyrant lizards immediately swarmed and attacked the landing Li Yang.
The rage that had been suppressed by the ghost willow purple spider erupted all at once. The lizard king watched as his people were reduced to pieces around the figure, limbs flying everywhere. Some were even cut in 2 by Li Yang before they even got close. Slater rank 2 exotic beast, the azure tyrant lizard, earning +2 kill points. Slater rank 2 exotic beast, the azure tyrant lizard, earning +2 kill points. Slater rank 3 exotic beast, the azure tyrant lizard, earning +5 kill points.
This is the most satisfying way to rack up kill points. Li Yang wandered through the valley.
The azure tyrant lizard let out a few pitiful cries.
The azure tyrant lizard king could no longer restrain itself and twisted its 30-meter-long body. It leaped off the rock, its 5-meter-long tail sweeping towards Li Yang, but was blocked by the azure dragon crescent blade that Li Yang had raised.
Hiss hiss hiss.
The Yuanlan tyrant lizard king spat out long threads, filled with anger.
Unexpectedly, its silk could extend 10 meters long and coil towards Li Yang's head. Li Yang gripped the azure dragon crescent blade tightly, bent his waist, and slightly pushed off the ground with his legs, flipping over and kicking the long silk thread fiercely.
The intense pain forced the azure tyrant lizard king to retract the thread.
Li Yang wanted to exchange a few words with it, but the azure tyrant lizard king showed no martial ethics. Seeing that it couldn't subdue Li Yang, it summoned more of its minions to attack. A fierce glint appeared in Li Yang's eyes.
It seems you want me to increase my efficiency.
10 alloy-throwing knives swirled around Li Yang's figure, reaping the lives of the azure tyrant lizards. He then sheathed his azure dragon crescent blade and engaged the azure tyrant lizard king in a fierce, hand-to-hand combat.
In this battle, Li Yang actually comprehended the second level of the Northern Darkness soaring technique.
The Yuanlan tyrant lizard king, which could previously rely on its long silk tail and sharp claws to defend against Li Yang's attacks, now missed with every strike.
Sensing the improvement in his movement technique, Li Yang looked at the azure tyrant lizard king before him and said with satisfaction, "It's time for you to get going."
He retreated 50 meters in a flash, instantly appearing at the head of the Yuanlan tyrant lizard king.
His fists, carrying immense force, smashed down from its eyes, shattering its head.
Slater rank 4 exotic beast, the azure tyrant lizard, earning +10 kill points. Subsequently, not a single blue tyrant lizard survived in the valley.
After collecting all the beast crystals, Li Yang drifted away.
The skin of the Yuanlan tyrant lizard was valuable, but he was too lazy to skin it.
We came to a stream.
He took out the cooking utensils, and once again, beef ribs were served.
Just as the aroma of the meat filled the air, Li Yang spotted the little dog again, with a pheasant in its mouth. It approached Li Yang and tossed the pheasant forward. The dog's head bobbed back and forth between Li Yang and the pheasant. "You mean you want me to roast this pheasant?" Li Yang asked, puzzled. The puppy nodded its gray-brown head, as if to say yes.
Li Yang felt that this relationship was hard one and decided to try to see if it could continue. He said to the puppy, "You smell a bit strong, go take a bath first." Pointing to the stream, the little dog rolled its round eyes after hearing this, seemingly not fully understanding what Li Yang had said.
Li Yang instinctively felt that their connection was still shallow.
Just as he was having doubts, the little dog turned around and ran towards the stream, leaping into the water. It swam around in the stream several times and even dived underwater. Finally, he returned to the shore with a fish in his mouth and shook off the water.
It sneakily ran over to Li Yang and casually tossed the fish into the water.
Not bad, not bad. Since you're so smart and have such a nice coat, I'll call you Little Black." The little tail that had been wagging suddenly stopped, and its clever eyes gleamed white. Having witnessed all of this, Li Yang said earnestly,
"Since you're satisfied, let's make the decision happily."
By this time, the beef ribs in the pot were fully cooked. Li Yang picked up a piece and called out to the little dog,
"Little Black, come and eat some meat."
Although Xiaohei reluctantly moved its paw away, it still walked towards the ribs dangling in Li Yang's hand, wagging its little tail with an
expectant look. As soon as the meat was placed down, Xiaohei, seemingly unfazed by the heat, took a bite. Li Yang also picked up a piece of rib
and savored it contentedly. Nearby, pheasant sizzled on the charcoal fire, glistening with oil, while fish emitted a faint, charred tart aroma.
A stream flowed gently, butterflies fluttered in the mountains, and under the charcoal grill, man and dog enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility.
The feast ended with Xiao He receiving a chicken head and a fish head. If Xiao He could speak, he would surely express his gratitude to Li Yang. Carrying Xiao He, Li Yang didn't choose to fly with his throwing knives, but decided to proceed on foot. Just after passing through a grove of trees, he sensed someone approaching and said to Xiao He,
"Someone's coming. You should hide in the bushes over there."
Little Black pricked up its ears but heard nothing.
It remained motionless, only to be kicked away by Li Yang.
In the distance, a young man ran anxiously, pursued
closely by a strange beast.
Upon seeing Li Yang, the young man's eyes lit up with joy. He felt the relentless beast behind him had finally met its match. This is a third-grade martial artist, and the opponent is a fourth-grade exotic beast.
Li Yang sensed the youth's cultivation level and the beast's rank.
He didn't know what the youth had done to anger the fourth-grade exotic beast, the grassland leopard, whose eyes glared at him as if he were a sworn enemy. The young man shouted to Li Yang, "Young man, help, help!"
Li Yang didn't reply, calmly drawing his green dragon crescent blade, his sharp gaze fixed on them as they rapidly approached.
The young man shouted again,
"Young man, please save me, I will repay you handsomely."
A cold wind whipped up the fine sand of the boundless wasteland, making a mournful sound. A faint smell of blood and dust filled the air, the eternal undertone of the wasteland.
A few withered blades of grass swayed in the wind, adding to the desolate atmosphere.
A deafening roar shattered the silence of the wasteland. A massive female cheetah, its fur stained with the dark red blood of childbirth, was pursuing a fleeing young man named Xiong
Lu at an astonishing speed.
Madness and hatred burned in the cheetah's eyes, its heavy breathing exhaled white mist, and each pounce carried the force of tearing the earth apart.
Xiong Lu's face was deathly pale.
As a third-rank martial artist, his speed was woefully inadequate against the enraged fourth-rank beast. His leather armor was torn in several places, with traces of blood seeping out, and the shadow of death loomed over him. A lithe figure descended from the sky like a falcon, landing precisely between the bear and the leopard,
holding the azure dragon crescent
blade, which gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light. Li Yang's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, firmly locked onto the ferocious beast before him. The cheetah, suddenly blocked, surged with rage. Clearly mistaking Li Yang for Xiong Lu's accomplice, it lunged forward with lightning speed, its gaping maw gleaming with deadly force.
Its fangs flashed in the dim light.
Li Yang moved like the wind, his footwork unpredictable and mysterious. He unleashed his first northern darkness soaring technique, narrowly
avoiding a fatal bite.
Instead of fighting head-on, he relied on his agile movements to weave around the massive body of the prairie leopard. His azure dragon crescent blade transformed into streaks of azure light, precisely slicing deep and shallow wounds into the leopard's thick
hind legs.
The blade tore through the tough fur and muscle with a piercing hiss, and dark red blood splattered onto the withered grass.
Seeing that the prairie leopard's attention was firmly drawn to Li Yang, and its pursuit momentum immediately weakened, Xiong Lu was overjoyed.
He immediately stopped, leaned against a weathered boulder, panted heavily to recover his strength, and greedily absorbed the sparse spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His eyes gleamed with cunning as he watched the fierce battle between the man and the beast ahead, showing no intention of helping. Two third-grade martial artists against a fourth-grade beast. Even if this beast is weak from giving birth, it's still doomed. Xiong Lu sneered inwardly, full of contempt for
Li Yang's overestimation of his abilities.
This kid is courting death, which is perfect for me to take the fall.
Once he's torn to pieces, I can take the opportunity to escape.
He was determined to sit back and watch the fight, and even hoped that Li Yang would be dealt with soon so that he could get away safely.
In the arena, the battle between Li Yang and the prairie leopard intensified.
Initially, he was full of fighting spirit, his blade flashing, and he seemed to have the upper hand. But gradually, under the cheetah's relentless barrage of claw strikes, tail sweeps, and bites, he began to show signs of fatigue, and his steps became increasingly unsteady. His sword strikes slowed. He even deliberately exposed an opening, allowing the leopard's tail, as thick as a steel whip, to lash his shoulder. Li Yang groaned, his body reeling from the blow, staggering back more than 10 steps. His face turned pale instantly, and the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. He looked as if he had suffered internal injuries and was completely exhausted.
This scene, seen by Xiong Lu, further solidified his judgment. They really couldn't hold on any longer.
He was secretly delighted, and his last bit of hesitation vanished. Without hesitation, he turned around, his left foot suddenly rising, preparing to use his movement technique to escape this death trap.
However, the instant his foot left the ground,
a piercing, agonizing wail suddenly rang out. The sound was sharp and shrill, instantly cutting through the wind across the wasteland, causing Xiong Lu's heart to clench violently. He turned around abruptly. The sight before him caused his pupils to contract sharply, and the expression on his face instantly shifted from smug delight to utter shock and ecstasy. There stood the incredibly ferocious prairie leopard.
A thick hind leg was severed at the root. The cut was a bloody mess.
The stark white bones were exposed to the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Instantly, a large area of the ground was stained red. Having lost the support of one leg, the massive body crashed to its side with a painful groan, struggling desperately repeatedly to rise, but to no avail. The cause of this was Li Yang, who stood to the side, knife in one hand, tip pointing diagonally at the ground. A drop of viscous beast blood slowly slid down the cold, blue blade. He breathed slightly, but his eyes were unusually bright, and there was no trace of the weakness he had shown just now. That was clearly the deadly calmness of a hunter locking onto the prey's vital points. Hiss! Xionglu gasped, a storm raging in his heart. This kid, is he showing weakness? He actually severed the leg of a 4th-grade grassland leopard with a single strike? Even our captain couldn't do that. He's really hiding his strength. Overjoyed instantly replaced shock. An even more tempting idea sprouted in his greedy mind. Good job, young man, I'll help you. The fear and indifference on Xionglu's face vanished instantly. He adopted an urgent expression of utmost concern. He swiftly pulled a heavy spiked club from the inconspicuous gray cloth bag, space bag, at his waist. The jagged spikes on the club gleamed coldly. He roared and brandished the spiked club menacingly. He charged back into the battlefield, his target the cheetah weakened by pain and blood loss. Li Yang watched Xionglu charge towards him. A barely perceptible, icy smile curved his lips. He shifted his feet lightly, his figure flashing to the side like a ghost. He cleverly ceded the main attacking position to Xionglu. Although the prairie leopard was severely injured with a broken leg, its ferocity remained undiminished. Facing Xionglu's spiked club, with only 3 legs remaining, it struggled to stay upright, its blood-red mouth opening wide in a frenzied attack. Seeing Li Yang tactfully yield, Xionglu felt even more smug. He wielded the spiked club with ferocious power, each strike heavy and forceful. It hit the cheetah with a dull thud. He tried to end the battle quickly and claim the beast crystal for himself. Li Yang, on the other hand, moved like a ghost along the edge of the battlefield, his azure dragon scimitar no longer seeking power. Instead, they transformed into cunning and unpredictable blue threads, specifically targeting the joints of the cheetah's remaining 3 legs. At this moment, his swordsmanship phantom sword technique became even more exquisite. He didn't aim for a fatal blow, but rather to continuously weaken the opponent's mobility and create openings. Another burst of blood appeared, guided by Li Yang's precise attacks and Xionglu's vigorous frontal assault. Li Yang seized the opportunity and severed the leopard's other foreleg with a single stroke. Xionglu's eyes flashed with ferocity. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Taking advantage of the cheetah's loss of balance and wide-open defenses due to the excruciating pain of its second broken leg, he poured all his strength into his arms, and the spiked club, whistling through the air, slammed into the prairie leopard's massive head like a meteorite. A chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. The cheetah's head caved in instantly, like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Crimson and white splattered everywhere. The ferocity in its eyes froze and vanished instantly, its massive body convulsing violently a few times. Finally, it collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely losing its life. 1 hour later, the desolate wasteland was filled with a strong, lingering stench of blood, accompanied by Xionglu's heavy, labored breathing. Li Yang seemed to have truly exhausted all his strength. His body swayed slightly as he gasped for breath. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his azure dragon scimitar slumping weakly beside him. Sweat soaked his forehead and slowly slid down his cheeks. "Young man, are you alright?" Xionglu immediately put away his spiked club, his face full of concern and lingering fear. He quickly walked to Li Yang's side and reached out to help him up. Big brother." Li Yang gasped, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. I just used a family secret technique in a moment of panic, forcibly unleashing my potential. Now, the power is backfiring, my blood and chi are churning. I need at least 10 minutes to recover." As he spoke, he pointed with difficulty to his pale face and trembling hands. Looking at Li Yang's weak and exhausted state, Xionglu's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible ruthlessness and greed, but his concern remained undiminished. "Oh dear, young brother, you really pushed yourself too hard. Quickly, rest and recover, that's the most important thing. Leave these cleanup matters to me." He patted his chest, looking very confident. "I'll go and dig out the beast crystal. I can't let it go to waste." After saying that, Xionglu immediately turned around and strode towards the leopard's carcass. He drew the dagger from his waist and skillfully cut open the leopard's head, searching for the precious beast. Crystal. His movements seemed focused, but the corner of his eye, like a venomous snake, would occasionally and very discreetly sweep over Li Yang, who was slumped on the ground, meditating with his eyes closed. Confirming that Li Yang seemed to be truly recovering and completely unprepared, Xionglu felt a surge of murderous intent. He quietly reached into his robes and pulled out a black metal blowpipe about half a foot long from his spatial pouch. With extreme caution, he put one end in his mouth, and using his crouching body as cover, slowly and precisely adjusted the direction of the other end, silently aiming it at Li Yang's vital neck. With a finger resting on a hidden hole at the back of the blowpipe, a fine needle coated with deadly poison will be silently ejected with a gentle blow. At that critical moment, a small and swift black shadow suddenly darted out from behind the pile of rocks beside them. It seemed to have already sensed Xionglu's malice and seized the perfect moment. It opened its small mouth, revealing sharp white teeth, and bit down hard on Xionglu's wrist, which was holding the blowpipe and supporting itself on the ground. Xionglu felt a sharp pain in his wrist and let out a short cry of pain. The blowpipe in his mouth tilted instantly, and a very faint whooshing sound
rang out.
A thin needle with a faint blue luster grazed Li Yang's ear and shot into the soil behind him, leaving only an inconspicuous little hole.
Damn you little beast, you ruined my plans, you're asking for it. With his plan completely destroyed, Xionglu instantly flew into a rage, his face twisted and ferocious. He suddenly swung his wrist, trying to shake off the little black dog that was biting him, while at the same time, he gripped the heavy blowpipe in his other hand and, filled with anger and murderous intent, slammed it hard against the little black dog beside his leg. If it hits hard, this little black thing will definitely turn into a pile of minced meat. However, the blowpipe fell with a whooshing sound but did not hit Xiao He. A crisp clang of metal rang out, and a curved blade, gleaming with a cold, blue light, appeared out of thin air, firmly blocking the falling blowpipe. The blade remained completely still, the powerful force sending shivers down Xionglu's arm. A voice as cold as ancient ice whispered in his ear, each word like an icicle piercing his very bones. What good news have you got? Xionglu trembled violently, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He stiffly and slowly turned his head. Li Yang had somehow stood up and was now less than a foot away from him. His eyes, where was the weakness? They were filled with a chilling coldness and merciless killing intent, coldly staring down at him as if he were looking at a corpse. The aura emanating from him filled Xionglu with a suffocating fear. Gulp! Xionglu swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear as he hurriedly tried to explain. Young brother, it's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. I mean, it's this bastard who ruined my beast crystal mining. Look, it bit me. He pointed to the clear teeth marks and bloodstains on his wrist, trying to distract himself. Oh, Li Yang tilted his head slightly, his coldness undiminished, replaced by a playful scrutiny. Really? Or fake? Really? Absolutely. Cold sweat poured down Xionglu's forehead as he swore rapidly. I just located the beast crystal and was about to make my move when that bastard donned. His words were forever frozen in time. A streak of azure light flashed, swift as the sigh of death, faster than the limits of vision. Xionglu saw only a flash of azure light before his eyes, then felt a chill on his neck, and the world spun around him. The last thing he saw was Li Yang's cold, expressionless face, and the headless corpse dressed in familiar clothes slowly falling down, hot blood gushing from its neck cavity. Xionglu's head rolled onto the blood-stained wasteland, his eyes wide open, frozen in extreme terror and disbelief. The headless corpse twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Ding! Killed a rank 3 martial artist, kill points +5. The system's cold notification sounded in Li Yang's mind. Li Yang flicked the blood off the blade, staring coldly at Xionglu's corpse, and uttered a chilling remark. I was going to keep you here to ask you something, but you're quite good at calling me dog all the time. Don't you know Xiao He is my partner? Woof woof, woof woof woof. Little Black immediately ran to Li Yang's feet and barked loudly at Xionglu's corpse, its little tail wagging rapidly, as if to say, Master is right, bite him to death. This was the first time Li Yang had personally killed one of his own kind. His heart raced, and a nausea rose in his stomach. But this feeling was quickly suppressed by cold rationality. The cruel laws of the wasteland once again taught him a bloody lesson. While strange beasts are terrifying, nothing is more poisonous than the human heart. From Xionglu's attempt to shift the blame to his own when things went wrong, to his eventual betrayal and attempt to assassinate him, every step was filled with naked betrayal and greed. In this dog-eat-dog world, trust is scarcer than water. It's a luxury. Li Yang calmed himself down, walked to the prairie leopard's carcass, used his knife to pry open Xionglu's half-excavated head, and took out a fourth-grade beast crystal the size of a pigeon egg, emitting a faint earthy yellow light. It was slightly heavy in his hand and contained pure energy. Strange, this prairie leopard just gave birth, so it should be guarding its cubs. Why would it chase the bear so far? Li Yang looked at the bloodstains left under the prairie leopard's belly, and his doubts grew stronger. Xiao He stopped barking, approached Xionglu's corpse, sniffed incessantly with its little nose, and even pawed at Xionglu's clothes, appearing unusually persistent. Did you find something? Li Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately squatted down and began to carefully examine Xionglu's body, starting from the ankle, calf, and thigh, moving upwards. When the fingertips touched the area slightly below the chest, a very subtle, hard, protruding sensation, distinct from flesh and bone, is felt. Li Yang immediately pulled open Xionglu's clothes and saw a palm-sized bag sewn into the lining. It was made of neither leather nor cloth, and had a strange dark gray color with faint, mysterious patterns on its surface. This bag feels warm and slightly cool to the touch, with a unique texture that is incomparable to ordinary space bags. What is this? Li Yang took it off and examined it carefully. It felt light in his hand, but he could vaguely sense that it contained space. Woof woof woof. Xiao He suddenly barked urgently at the bag in Li Yang's hand. A flash of light appeared on the AI in Li Yang's left arm, and the projection of Moro, wearing comical little glasses, reappeared. Blue data streams rapidly swept across the lenses of the glasses. Basic common sense science popularization for humans on Earth. Lesson 1, Storage Artifacts. Moro adjusted his small glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a serious child's voice, what you have in your hand is a real storage bag. Its interior uses spatial laws to stably create an
in independent space, which is far superior to those inferior space bags on Earth that rely on low-dimensional folding technology. Its internal space is stable, its capacity is larger, and it can even, theoretically, accommodate life forms for a short period of time. A complex stream of data flashed across the lens of the Morrow glasses. A storage bag? It can hold living beings? A look of surprise flashed in Li Yang's eyes. How do I use it? By establishing a blood oath and a spiritual connection, you can control him, Morrow replied succinctly. Without hesitation, Li Yang drew his sharp alloy-throwing knife and gently sliced open his left little finger. Bright red blood seeped from the wound, and he squeezed it, causing 3 drops to fall precisely onto the surface of his dark gray storage bag. The blood didn't slide off the bag. Instead, it seemed to be absorbed by a sponge, instantly seeping into it. The mysterious patterns on the bag's surface immediately came to life, flashing with an almost imperceptible glint of light. Immediately afterward, a strange sense of connection quickly formed in Li Yang's consciousness, as if the storage bag had become an extension of his body. With a slight thought, he probed into it through this connection. Even with some preparation, the scene before him still made Li Yang gasp. The space inside the storage bag was far more spacious than he had imagined, roughly estimated to be over 100 square meters. The space was filled with all sorts of items, seemingly disorganized yet dazzlingly diverse, piles of beast crystals radiating energy fluctuations, several gleaming weapons, rare medicinal herbs exuding a medicinal fragrance in jade boxes, and even a few books made of animal hide with ancient covers. What attracted Li Yang's attention most was a simple little nest in the corner, lined with soft, dry grass. Huddled there was a cheetah cub, no bigger than a kitten, covered in pale yellow fur, its eyes not yet fully open. The cub emitted extremely weak, intermittent moans, barely breathing, clearly having been suffocated in this confined space for too long and in very poor condition. I see. Li Yang instantly understood why the prairie leopard was so frantically chasing Xiong Lu. That creature had not only likely stolen its newborn cub but had also angered the mother. With a thought, he immediately activated his connection with his storage bag and moved the weakened cub to the outside world. Woo, woo. The cub, upon contact with the fresh, cold air outside, instinctively opened its little mouth, breathing greedily and heavily. Its tiny chest heaved violently, as if it had just been pulled back from the brink of drowning. It tried to open its wet eyes, but with great difficulty. Xiao Hei curiously approached, sniffing the weak creature with its wet nose and gently nudging it with its paw. Li Yang gazed at the fragile little thing, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. Kill it? Such a small cub, utterly defenseless, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Release it? In this perilous wasteland, a cub deprived of its mother's protection would only become prey for other predators, or starve or freeze to death. Just as Li Yang hesitated, the little black dog, which had been merely playing with it out of curiosity, suddenly flashed a primal, predatory glint in its eyes. It opened its mouth abruptly and, with lightning speed, bit down hard on the cub's vulnerable neck. With a soft cracking sound, the cub didn't even have time to utter a complete cry before its body convulsed violently and went limp, its pupils rapidly dilating. Warm blood stained the downy fur around the little black cub's mouth. Hey, Xiao Hei, what are you doing? Li Yang shouted, both shocked and furious. The words "I was going to let it go" remained unspoken. Looking at the cub's lifeless body, a strange heaviness weighed on his heart. The deep-seated blood feud between humans and beasts seemed to have sealed this fate. Releasing them? In this wilderness, it's often nothing more than a hypocritical self-comfort. Ordinary people are prey to be slaughtered just like adult cheetahs. He sighed, about to reprimand the impulsive little black leopard, when suddenly a strong sense of crisis, like a cold, venomous snake, coiled around his spine. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several whooshing sounds came from afar, growing louder as they approached. Li Yang looked up sharply and saw 5 figures flying towards him at an astonishing speed on the distant horizon. Their target was clear, their momentum was aggressive, and they kicked up a trail of dust. In just a few breaths, 5 figures appeared before Li Yang like ghosts, subtly surrounding him in a fan shape. Their powerful blood energy emanated without restraint, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. One of them was extremely burly and powerfully built, his black outfit clinging tightly to his muscles, which rippled and undulated beneath the fabric like a writhing dragon, revealing his explosive strength. His face was cold and stern, as if carved by a knife, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, yet at this moment they contained a storm of fury. Elder brother. That was Xiong Lu's older brother, Xiong Tian. Xiong Tian's icy gaze, like a steel knife scraping bone, quickly swept across the scene. When he saw the gruesome death of the mother leopard and the broken-necked cub beside her, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. But when his gaze finally settled on the head of Xiong Lu, rolling to the side, its eyes wide with death, his gaze instantly turned bloodshot. A violent, ferocious, almost tangible killing intent erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. Without a word, Xiong Tian raised his hand, spread his fingers, and then sharply brought them together at forehead level, making a simple yet sharp gesture filled with killing intent. The 4 people behind him, 2 men and 2 women, moved like well-trained machines, instantly understanding his intention. Their figures flashed, their footsteps overlapping, and in a flash, they surrounded
surrounded Li Yang. Four intense, yet varying, auras of hostility locked onto Li Yang, sealing off all possible escape routes.
The air seemed to freeze, a chilling atmosphere spreading through the room.
Li Yang's gaze was unusually calm, as if he weren't the one surrounded. He frowned slightly, his voice low but clear, piercing the oppressive air. What do you want?
At the same time, with a thought, he had already taken Little Black into the storage bag he had just recognized as his master. Mo Luo's projection also quietly disappeared as the five approached. Xiong Tian stared intently at Li Yang, his eyes bloodshot, like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey.
He slowly took out an equally extraordinary storage bag.
From his waist, his movements slow yet carrying immense force, a pair of jet black gauntlets, with jagged metal spikes embedded at the knuckles, appeared in his hands. He put on his boxing gloves, his knuckles cracking, his gaze like a red-hot branding iron fixed on Li Yang's face. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with boundless rage. You killed my brother Xiong Lu.
Tell me, what do I want?
Killed your brother? A perfectly timed look of confusion crossed Li Yang's face, as if he were hearing the name for the first time. He pointed to Xiong Lu's headless corpse on the ground, about to explain that the other party had tried to kill him first, but instinctively swallowed the words back.
In this wasteland, before blood feuds, any explanation was pale and powerless.
It was a fact that Xiong Lu wanted to kill him, and it was also a fact that he had killed him in self-defense.
Regardless of the cause, the outcome was already decided.
Facing Xiong Tian, who had clearly come seeking revenge, any explanation would only be seen as sophistry and weakness.
Ready to die?
A cold glint flashed in Xiong's eyes when he saw the gruesome death of the prairie leopard mother and the broken-necked cub beside her. Then, when his gaze fell on the head of Xiong Lu, who lay dead with his eyes wide open, his eyes instantly turned blood red. A violent, ferocious, almost tangible killing intent erupted from his body like a volcano. Without a word, Xiong Tian raised his hand, spread his fingers, and then sharply brought them together at forehead level, a concise, sharp, and menacing gesture.
The four people behind him, 2
men and 2 women, moved like well-trained machines, instantly understanding his intention.
With swift movements and overlapping steps, they formed a perfect encirclement of Li Yang in a flash. For opposing auras, varying in strength but all brimming with hostility, locked onto Li Yang, sealing off all possible escape routes. The air seemed to freeze, a chilling atmosphere permeating the surroundings. Li Yang's gaze remained unusually calm, as if he weren't the one being surrounded.
He frowned slightly, his voice low but clearly piercing through the oppressive atmosphere. What do you want? At the same time, with a thought, he had already put Little Black into the storage bag he had just recognized as his master. Mo Luo's projection also quietly disappeared as the five approached.
Xiong Tian stared intently at Li Yang, his eyes bloodshot, like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey.
He slowly took out a pair of jet black gauntlets with jagged metal spikes embedded in the knuckles of his hands from the equally extraordinary storage bag at his waist.
His movements, though slow, carried immense force.
He donned his boxing gloves, his knuckles cracking as he clenched them, his gaze like a red-hot branding
iron fixed on Li Yang's face.
His voice was low and hoarse, brimming with overwhelming rage. You killed my brother Xiong Lu.
Tell me, what do I want?
Killed your brother? A perfectly timed look of doubt appeared on Li Yang's face, as if this was the first time he had heard that name. He pointed to the headless bare corpse on the ground, about to say that he had tried to kill him first, but the words caught in his throat. On this desolate wasteland, in the face of blood feud, any explanation seemed pale and powerless. It's a fact that Xiong Lu wanted to kill him, and it's also a fact that he killed him in self-defense. Regardless of the cause, the outcome
is already decided.
Faced with Xiong Tian, who is clearly seeking revenge, any explanation will only be seen as sophistry and weakness.
Are you ready to die?
Xiong Tian's voice was like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, each word carrying a bone-chilling killing intent. His aura had reached its peak, and the surrounding air seemed to distort due to his rage. Li Yang's eyes instantly turned as cold and sharp as the azure dragon crescent blade in his hand. Without hesitation, he gripped the blade tightly, the blade swirling with a bluish light and emitting a low hum, as if thirsting for blood. He cracked his neck, his cervical spine making a crisp sound, and fearlessly met Xiong Tian's blood-red eyes, burning with the flames of vengeance, his tone chillingly calm. I saved his life, but he repaid kindness with enmity and tried to kill me with a poison needle. He deserved to die.
Roar! Pay for my brother's life. The only response to Li Yang was Xiong Tian's furious roar.
The ground beneath his feet exploded, and he charged forward like a raging black bear, his momentum capable of crushing everything in his path. The right fist, covered by a ferocious gauntlet, was brimming with terrifying fiery red energy. Like a burning meteor, it tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, and slammed towards Li Yang's face with immense force.
Before the punch even landed, a scorching wave of heat and a terrifying sense of oppression rushed towards him. Li Yang's eyes narrowed, showing no carelessness. He did not choose
to take the violent punch head-on, but instead pushed the northern darkness soaring heaven technique to its limit, his figure retreating swiftly to the side and rear like a ghost. The azure dragon crescent blade traced a mysterious trajectory, its blade radiating a surge of azure light, and with the force of deflecting 1,000 pounds, it slashed diagonally toward Xiong Tian's wrist joint.
A deafening clang of metal against metal echoed across the wasteland.
The cyan blade light and the crimson fist shadow collided fiercely, and a violent energy shockwave spread out from the two of them, stirring up a cloud of dust. Both of them were violently shaken at the same time. Li Yang felt an immense force travel along the blade, his arm went slightly numb, and he was forced to retreat nearly 20 meters before he could barely dissipate the impact.
Each step left a deep footprint in the hard ground. Xiong Tian felt the same way.
He felt as if his punch had shattered a monument and split a stone. It was as if he had struck a piece of slippery yet exceptionally tough, ancient iron. The recoil caused his blood and chi to surge. His body involuntarily retreated more than 10 meters, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes.
This kid's strength is truly bizarre. Make your move, Xiong Tian shouted sternly.
The four people surrounding them were already poised to attack. One of them was a stunning woman named Qi Xuan, wearing tight black leather pants and a waist-length t-shirt that just covered her chest and abdomen, revealing a large expanse of tan skin and a firm waist.
They react the fastest and strike the most ruthlessly. You little beast, you'll be buried with Xiong Lu. Qi Xuan's eyes flashed with fanaticism for Xiong Tian and deep-seated hatred for Li Yang.
She shouted in a delicate voice, and the 10-foot-long black metal whip in her hand shot out like a venomous snake.
With a sharp whooshing sound, the whip flashed repeatedly, each move aimed directly at Li Yang's vulnerable groin, knees, ankles, and other vital points.
The whip tip gleamed with a ghostly blue light, clearly coated with deadly poison.
She was determined to cripple Li Yang and avenge her brother Tian.
Two other men, one wielding a heavy broadsword and the other twin short halberds, roared as they attacked from both sides.
The flashing blades and halberds blocked Li Yang's escape route.
Another woman was loitering on the perimeter, holding several gleaming darts in her hand, waiting for her chance to strike. Faced with the attack of 5 people, especially Qi Xuan's cunning and vicious whip technique, Li Yang felt the pressure increase. He didn't have much experience fighting people, he had mostly relied on his strength to overwhelm alien beasts or fight alone. At this moment, he was surrounded by a well-coordinated team, especially by the elusive poison whip. Several times, he was in grave danger, and the hem of his clothes was torn by the tip of the whip. He relied on the formidable physique of a 4th-rank martial artist, the strength and defense far exceeding those of his peers granted by the dragon bone blood scripture, and the ghostly movement techniques bestowed upon him by the northern darkness soaring heaven technique. They actually managed to hold their ground amidst the fierce and relentless attacks. The blade flashed, the phantom sword technique was executed, sometimes as fierce as a storm. At times, it seems like a needle hidden in cotton, deflecting weapons aimed at vital points time and time again. He nimbly maneuvered within the encirclement, and although it was extremely dangerous, he was never actually injured. What a slippery little rascal. Seeing that he could not break through after a long siege, Xiong Tian's anger burned even more fiercely. He took a deep breath. The black gauntlets on his fists suddenly turned crimson and hot, as if they had just been taken out of a furnace. A violent and scorching aura erupted, and the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly rose.
Blazing mountain-shattering fist. Xiong Tian roared and pounced on Li Yang again, unleashing a barrage of punches.
Where the fist passed, the air distorted, carrying the intense heat of melting metal and iron. This is clearly his trump card. Li Yang's pupils contracted slightly as he sensed the terrifying power of this move, and he dared not hold back in the slightest.
Heavenly King armor.
With a thought, a hideous metal armor, covering Li Yang's entire body and shimmering with dark gold, instantly enveloped him. Only a pair of deep, black hole-like eyes were visible.
A powerful defensive force field is generated instantly. Dragon bone power.
Blood and chi surged within his body, muscles and bones resonated, and a powerful force originating from the ancient dragon and elephant instantly flowed into his entire being. The azure dragon crescent blade emitted an excited hum, and its azure light surged several feet. Break! Instead of retreating, Li Yang advanced, clad in armor, channeling his power into his arms. The azure dragon crescent blade, carrying the power to tear everything apart, met Xiong Tian's blazing fists head-on. This impact was 10 times more violent than the previous one. A blinding light erupted instantly. A violent surge of energy swept through like a hurricane, whipping up sand, stones, and vegetation. A shockwave ring, visible to the naked eye, suddenly expanded outwards.
Put!
Xiong Tian's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. His invincible, fiery fist force was utterly shattered by a terrifying power that was overwhelming and carried an ancient, savage aura. It felt like being struck by a charging elephant. It flew backward uncontrollably for more than 20 meters, its feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground before finally coming to a stop. His arms were throbbing with pain and numbness, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the figure in the dark gold armor. Upon seeing this, Qi Xuan's expression changed drastically, and she cried out in alarm. Her worry for Xiong Tian instantly overwhelmed her reason.
Seeing Li Yang force Xiong Tian back with a single strike, his momentum unstoppable, seemingly poised to press his advantage, she felt anxious.
He swung the poison whip again, recklessly, the long whip flashing like black lightning, accompanied by a piercing shriek.
It directly targets Li Yang's vital point, attempting to relieve the siege of Wei by by attacking Zhao. A murderous intent surged within Li Yang.
This woman is like a leech, clinging to my bones time and time again, each move deadly. The moment Li Yang repelled Xiong Tian, he had already locked onto this most detestable target.
Northern Darkness Traveling Heaven Technique.
His figure left a faint afterimage in place, but his true form appeared behind Qi Shuain as if by teleportation, just as the poison whip was about to touch her body. His speed was so fast that she had no time to react. A cold, emotionless voice rang in her ears, like the pronouncement of death. In your next life, don't always attack people's genitals. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was exceptionally clear. The azure dragon crescent blade, gleaming with a bluish light, pierced Qi Shuain's back without any resistance. The sharp blade tip, dripping with blood, pierced through her chest. Qi Shuain's body stiffened abruptly, the fervor and worry in her eyes freezing instantly, replaced by endless shock, pain, and confusion. She opened her mouth but only spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, staining her t-shirt red. Li Yang flicked his wrist, drawing his sword sharply, leaving a trail of blood. At the same time, he pushed off with his feet, his figure drifting backward like a wisp of smoke, instantly escaping the attack range of the other three and standing firmly outside the encirclement.
Tian, brother Tian.
Qi Shuain turned her head with difficulty, looking in the direction where Xiong Tian flew backward. Her eyes were unfocused, full of endless longing and reluctance. Her body went limp and fell forward, as if all her bones had been removed. Just as Xiong Tian regained his footing, he witnessed a scene that terrified him. He let out a heart-wrenching roar, like a wounded beast, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, as if they were about to bleed. His brother died tragically, and the woman he loved was stabbed through the heart. The immense grief and overwhelming hatred instantly consumed him. He rushed over like a madman and caught Qi Shuain's limp body in his arms. Her body was still warm, but her life was rapidly slipping away. Shuain, hold on, I'll take you away, I'll take you to the best doctor. Xiong Tian's voice was hoarse and tearful as he frantically tried to cover the fatal wound on her chest, but the blood gushed out uncontrollably. Qi Shuain's eyes completely lost their light, her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say anything. Her head tilted to the side, and she passed away peacefully. Xiong Tian looked up and let out a long, mournful howl that shook the surrounding area, filled with endless pain and resentment. This was the darkest day of his life. His closest and dearest loved ones were all taken away by the same person. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Yang in the distance, the hatred in his gaze so intense it seemed capable of burning everything. The remaining three team members also gathered around, their faces filled with grief and fear as they looked at Qi Shuain, who had died in their captain's arms, and Xiong Lu's headless corpse in the distance. Their gazes toward Li Yang were as if they were staring directly at a demon. Xiong Tian carefully laid Qi Shuain's body down, his movements as gentle as if he were holding a rare treasure. He stood up, the grief in his eyes replaced by an extremely cold, bone-deep killing intent. He waved his hand, putting Xiong Lu's headless corpse into his spatial bag, seemingly preparing to leave with his team, but every step he took felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. The instant he turned around, a deep, hoarse voice, seemingly from the deepest hell, filled with endless resentment and vows, entered Li Yang and everyone else's ears, word by word. I, Xiong Tian, no matter who you are, you killed my loved ones and slaughtered my beloved. This hatred is irreconcilable. Even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, to the very depths of hell, I, Xiong Tian, swear that I will tear you to pieces. I will grind your bones to dust. I will fight you to the death. Leaving behind this oath soaked in blood and tears, Xiong Tian picked up Qi Shuain's body and, protected by the remaining three team members, disappeared step by step into the twilight of the wasteland, filled with deep hatred and endless sorrow. His silhouette was desolate, yet it resembled a volcano about to erupt. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, looking in the direction they disappeared, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Anyone can talk tough. Your brother deserved to die. That woman brought it on herself. Next, it'll be my turn. He put away the Heavenly King armor and the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, and his expression returned to calm. The law of the wilderness is survival of the fittest. I have a clear conscience. Li Yang patted his head and prepared to continue on his way. Ding! Killed a rank 3 martial artist, kill points +5. The cold, impersonal notification sounded again. The woman who played with the whip must have died completely. Having been stabbed through the heart, he still managed to hold on until Xiong Tian carried him away before dying. A martial artist's vitality and physical abilities truly far surpass those of ordinary people. An ordinary person would likely have died on the spot. Xiao Hei, do you think I'm a bit ruthless? In one day, I first killed someone's brother and then harmed that woman. Li Yang spoke to the little black dog at his feet, half to himself, half yearning for some kind of approval. The wind of the wasteland blew by, carrying the smell of blood and a trace of loneliness. Xiao Hei rubbed against his trouser leg and let out a whimper that was hard to understand, clearly unable to provide an answer. Li Yang shook his head, his gaze hardening once more. My strength is still not enough. I only used 70% of my strength just now to fight Xiong Tian to a standstill. If he attacks with all his might, plus the interference from that woman who plays with the poison whip, the outcome is hard to predict. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. powerful. He activated the killing system in his mind. After a series of fierce battles, especially after killing the 3rd grade martial artist Cheng Lu and the 4th grade exotic beast Prairie Leopard, his killing points had accumulated to an astonishing number. Killing points, 2,293.87. 3,000 is enough. A glint of light flashed in Li Yang's eyes. He knew he needed greater strength to face the troubles to come. Without hesitation, he led Xiao He to search for a safe place to stay in the wasteland. Finally, he found a natural stone cave sheltered from the wind. They moved a boulder weighing several tons to block the entrance of the cave, and then set up several simple but effective warning traps nearby. He crouched down and earnestly instructed Xiao He, "Keep a close watch, and tell me immediately if there's any disturbance." Little Black seemed to sense its owner's seriousness, pricked up its ears, nodded warily, and crouched at the crack of the hole, sniffing incessantly with its little nose. Li Yang sat cross-legged on a relatively flat stone slab, calming his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts. System: add points to improve your martial arts realm. Focus your mind on the plus sign next to realm, rank 3 martial artist, on the system panel. Consume 1,600 kill points to advance to rank 4 martial artist. Once the order was given, an indescribable surge of heat, seemingly emanating from the very source of life, exploded within Li Yang's body. This surge of heat was both violent and pure, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones, merging into every meridian, every bone, every muscle, and every cell. Li Yang felt as if his body had transformed into a raging furnace, his blood roaring and surging through his veins like boiling magma. "My heart beats like a war drum, pumping out a massive amount of hot blood brimming with new life energy with every beat, accompanied by a taut bowstring or a resounding hum like an ancient bronze bell being struck. The muscle fibers throughout the body are frantically torn and reassembled. It has become more resilient and dense." A tingling, itchy sensation and a slight popping sound emanated from deep within the bones, and the density and intensity were rapidly increasing. His skin turned bright red, wisps of white steam rose from his head, and sweat instantly soaked through his clothes, only to evaporate rapidly in the high temperature. Streams of black, foul-smelling, viscous impurities. It is constantly squeezed out from the pores all over the body, and condenses into a layer of dirt on the skin surface. This is a symbol of the body undergoing its deepest transformation and refinement. A tremendous sense of power surged through my body like a flood bursting its banks. Li Yang felt as if his body was being stretched and strengthened infinitely, filled with unprecedented explosive power. He couldn't help but let out a suppressed growl and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a sharp light, like tangible lightning bolts. He instinctively threw a punch at the boulder blocking the cave entrance from a distance. No elemental power was used, it was simply a pure burst of power after the physical body broke through, accompanied by a deafening roar. The several-ton boulder was struck head-on by a battering ram. Countless pebbles shot out like cannonballs, completely blasting open the cave entrance. The violent airflow, carrying smoke and dust, swirled back into the cave. Li Yang slowly withdrew his fist. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. The breath of turbid air condensed like an arrow, shooting several meters away before slowly dissipating. He felt a powerful, inexhaustible force surging within him. A sense of control over oneself and looking down upon the wilderness arose spontaneously. "When I run into Xiong Tian and the others again." Li Yang clenched his fists. The joints made a crisp, cracking sound. A confident yet chilling smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "One punch is enough to send them all to see their great-grandmother." Little Black stood guard to the side, trembling with fear at the terrifying pressure emanating from Li Yang's breakthrough. Its entire body was pressed against the ground, its little head buried deep in its front paws. A trembling sob escaped his throat. It wasn't until Li Yang stopped breathing, only then did it dare to cautiously raise its head. The gaze it cast toward its master was filled with awe. With a thought, Li Yang brought up the latest attribute panel. Host, Li Yang. Chi and Blood, 2000.00. Spiritual Value, 2000.00. Kill Points, 2293.87. Realm, Rank 4 Martial Artist, Level 4 Mind Master. Martial Arts, Phantom Blade Technique, Mastery, plus, Northern Darkness Sky Travel Technique, Tier 2, Dragon Bone Blood Scripture, Tier 2, plus, 4th Rank Martial Artist. Chi, Blood, and Spirit both at 2000. Excitement gleamed in Li Yang's eyes. He had improved upon the Northern Darkness Traveling Heaven technique through his own comprehension. He saved his precious kill points, and the feeling was wonderful. More importantly, the Martial Artist and Mind Master realms have finally reached parity again. Only with such balanced development can the foundation be most solid. If one side is overemphasized for too long, the other side will inevitably become a weakness, ultimately dragging down the overall growth potential. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within his body, Li Yang's gaze pierced through the smoke and dust at the cave entrance. They ventured into the deeper, more dangerous wilderness, shrouded in twilight. The new journey has just begun. Xiong Tian's vow, like a sword hanging overhead, foreshadows an even fiercer storm to come. The twilight descended upon the wasteland with extraordinary speed, like an invisible giant hand. The remaining sunlight was brutally wiped away. The heavy twilight
twilight spread rapidly like ink. It swallowed up the desolate outline of the earth. The cold wind, having lost its daytime clamor, became gloomy and icy. It whips up fine sand and gravel, lashing it against the exposed rocks. It made a soft rustling sound, like countless tiny ghosts whispering to each other. Li Yang's figure disappeared into the increasingly deep and dangerous twilight. He appeared unusually lonely. He walked steadily across the land stained with the blood of beasts and the ravages of battle. The direction was directly towards the spot where Xiong Tian's team disappeared. There was a faint scent of human activity emanating from the air, and the shadow of revenge was also lurking beneath the surface. He put Xiao Hei back into his storage bag. The little guy needs to rest. Leaving him outside on this dangerous night is too conspicuous. Li Yang was alone. He pushed the northern darkness soaring technique to its limit, his figure blending into the shadows. Its aura was so concealed that it was almost non-existent, like a fleeting ghost in a wasteland. A level 4 mind master's powerful perception spreads like invisible tentacles, capturing the slightest movements. The sound of the wind rustling through the withered grass, the scurrying of insects underground, and the distant, faint roars of beasts. There was also a faint human scent mixed with the smells of sweat, smoke, rust, and blood. As he continued to move forward, the smell of people gathering grew stronger. After crossing a low hill riddled with wind-eroded holes, the view suddenly opened up before us. In a relatively flat depression below, surrounded on 3 sides by weathered rock walls, a human settlement, more like a small fortress than a camp, stood prominently. The main body of the fortress. It is made of huge, rusty metal sheets joined together and welded together. The board is covered with claw marks, dents, and dark brown stains of varying depths, silently telling the story of the countless beast tides it has endured. The wall is 7 or 8 meters high. The top was not flat, but covered with sharp metal barbs and broken horse remains, gleaming menacingly in the dim light. The fortress's only entrance. It was an incredibly heavy gate. At this moment, the gate was half open, revealing a deep passage behind it, like the open throat of a giant beast. On either side of the gate stood 2 watchtowers constructed of large logs and steel plates. Atop the tower stands a ruggedly designed ballista that gleams with energy, its dark muzzle scanning the wasteland warily. A few dim, yellowish energy lights hung from the tower, barely dispelling the darkness near the doorway, casting distorted and swaying shadows on the metal walls. Most notably, the fortress was shrouded in an extremely thin, almost transparent, pale blue light film. This layer of light membrane, like an inverted giant bowl, tightly enveloped the entire fortress. Li Yang could clearly sense subtle energy fluctuations flowing across the membrane, carrying an aura of defense and isolation that made one's heart tighten. This is clearly a large energy barrier. Although its energy level seems low, it seems it can only withstand the attacks of low-level beasts and harsh weather. But in this wasteland, it is already an extremely luxurious existence. At this moment, the ruthless law of survival in the wilderness is being vividly portrayed in front of the fortress gates. Several hunting teams, weary from their journey, returned one after another. Most of them were dressed in tattered clothes and had more or less scars on their bodies. The bloodstains mixed with dust, congealing into a hard shell. The caravan carried game, either in makeshift trailers or on their shoulders. There is a mutated sand lizard, its size comparable to that of a bison, with shattered scales. There are iron-backed porcupines whose claws and tusks have been cut off. There was even a young rock-armored earth dragon with a weak aura and its limbs chained together with thick iron chains. These prey are rare resources for survival that they risk their lives in the wilderness. However, the return was not a triumphant one, but the beginning of another hunt. The guards stood on either side of the gate. Time flies. A dozen or so soldiers, dressed in uniform dark red leather armor and wielding gleaming halberds. Their gazes were cold and arrogant. Like a butcher examining his goods, he stands in stark contrast to a weary hunter. The head guard was an exceptionally burly, bald giant with a hideous scar on his face. He opened his chest, revealing thick chest hair and iron-like bulging muscles. With a heavy battle axe hanging from his waist, he leaned against the doorframe, casually watching the returning troops. Entry tax, the same old rule. A guard shouted, his voice echoing in front of the empty doorway. The hunters remained silent, their faces filled with numbness and resentment, yet none dared to resist. They silently approached and cut off the most prized parts from their prey. Perhaps the beast crystals containing the most energy, the toughest beast tendons, or other precious items are paid as taxes. The guards roughly inspected, weighed, and registered the items. The movements were practiced and indifferent. It was as if they were dealing with a pile of lifeless stones. Damn it, this sand lizard is missing a leg. Did you poor bastards keep it for yourselves? A guard pointed at a carcass on the trailer and sternly questioned the squad leader. The leader was a one-eyed man with a fresh claw mark on his face. He quickly smiled apologetically and explained, "Sir, no. We encountered a group of bandits on the way back, and one of their legs was stolen. We fought desperately to save the rest." Oomph, good for nothing. Can't even guard a little bit of stuff. The guard captain snorted coldly, his voice rolling like muffled thunder. "If you're missing a leg, the tax will increase by 30%. Make up for it with your own resources, or you'll be out here feeding the wolves tonight." The one-eyed man
man's face turned deathly pale instantly, and the team members behind him clenched their fists, their eyes burning with rage. But faced with the guard captain's icy, knife-like gaze and the slowly raised, sharp halberds of the surrounding guards, they could only bow their heads in humiliation. Silently, he took out a few pieces of dry, hard jerky and a few low-quality beast crystals from his already limited supply bag to replenish his supplies. Li Yang, hidden in the shadows in the distance, took in everything. His gaze was calm and unwavering, revealing only a deep, chilling coldness. The laws of the wasteland. This is vividly and meticulously depicted here, the law of the jungle, a strict hierarchy. These guards are nothing more than bloodsuckers that depend on the rules of the fortress. Just as Li Yang was observing, another, even more glaring scene came into view. A group of ragged, emaciated people, their hands and feet bound by heavy iron chains. They were driven out like livestock, slowly emerging from a small door on the side of the fortress. Most of them were emaciated, with empty, numb eyes, and their exposed skin was covered with whip marks and frostbite, shivering in the cold wind. Several foremen, armed with leather whips and dressed slightly better but still exuding a thuggish air, they shouted and shoved behind them. "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? We have to clear the rubble under the west wall tonight, or we won't get any food." A foreman lashed out with his whip, striking an elderly man who was moving a little slower, hard on the back. The thin clothes were torn instantly. It left behind bright red bloodstains. The old man groaned and staggered to the ground, but he didn't even dare to scream. "Damn it, the old man is useless." The foreman cursed and raised his leg to kick again. Among the group was a boy who looked only 12 or 13 years old, who was also chained up. He suddenly broke free from the pull of those around him, threw himself on the old man, shielding him with his frail body, and raised his grimy face, hoarsely shouting to the overseer, "Don't hit my grandpa, he hasn't eaten for 2 days. You little brat, how dare you resist?" Enraged by the boy's defiance, the overseer's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he raised his whip, and lashed out at the boy. The whip whistled as it fell, and the surrounding slaves closed their eyes in fear, unable to watch any longer. However, the expected sound of flesh being torn apart did not occur. A hand with distinct knuckles yet unusually steady movements reached out and firmly grasped the falling whip. The tip of the whip was only inches from the boy's head. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The foreman froze. He pulled hard, but the whip wouldn't budge, as if welded into iron clamps. He looked up in confusion and met a pair of eyes that were chillingly calm. It was Li Yang who made the move. He finally walked over. Perhaps it was the instinctive filial piety of the young man protecting the old man that touched the softest part of his heart. Perhaps it was the naked oppression that reminded him of his own struggles at the bottom of society, or perhaps it was simply because he couldn't stand the arrogance of the overseer. "You, who are you?" The foreman, feeling uneasy under Li Yang's gaze, shouted in a fierce but weak voice. He had never seen this face near the fortress before. Although Li Yang's outfit was covered in dust, it appeared to be of exceptional quality. The calm and imposing aura emanating from him made the foreman feel that the other party was no ordinary person. The surrounding guards immediately tensed up, their previously relaxed posture instantly transforming into one of readiness, a dozen pairs of cold eyes fixed on Li Yang. The guard captain, inside the doorway, also straightened up, narrowing his eyes, and strode towards Li Yang like a predator locking onto its prey. The heavy footsteps were exceptionally clear in the silence. The old man, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head, his cloudy eyes filled with terror and despair. He gripped the boy's hand tightly, as if afraid the boy would do anything else. The boy stared wide-eyed at the stranger who had suddenly appeared and saved him, his face filled with astonishment and a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Li Yang ignored the foreman's questions, and didn't even glance at the guards who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. His gaze fell on the boy and the old man, his voice calm and unwavering. The boy subconsciously shook his head, then quickly nodded. "Where did this brat come from? How dare he cause trouble in Blackrock Fortress?" The guard captain's voice boomed like thunder. His burly body, like an iron tower, stood in front of Li Yang, looking down at him. The scar on his face looked particularly menacing in the dim light. He exuded a fierce aura, pressing down on the seemingly frail young man before him without reservation. Li Yang then slowly loosened his grip on the whip. The overseer, as if granted a pardon, staggered back a few steps and hid behind the guard captain, staring at Li Yang with lingering fear. Li Yang finally looked up, meeting the guard captain's oppressive gaze, a faint, mocking smile curving his lips. "I was just passing by when I saw someone about to hit a child, so I stopped them." His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, piercing through the wind with a strange penetrating power, making it perfectly audible to all the guards around him. The guard captain, as if he had heard the biggest joke, let out a rough, grating laugh. "Kid, do you know where you are? This is Blackrock Fortress, the territory of Bloody Handbear. Here, we set the rules. The life and death of slaves are in our hands. You, an outsider, dare to meddle in our affairs? I think you're tired of living." Before he finished speaking, the surrounding guards immediately cooperated, letting out low growls as they thrust their halberds forward in unison, the sharp tips gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Li Yang's vitals. The atmosphere instantly froze, becoming extremely tense. Li Yang's eyes remained calm, but deep within that calm, palm, it was as if ice was slowly freezing. He slowly surveyed the fierce-looking guards, his gaze finally settling on the guard captain's face, which was filled with rage and contempt.
"Oh, Bloodhand Bear Boss?" Li Yang repeated softly, immediately understanding.
It seemed that Blackstone Fortress was most likely connected to Xiong
Tian.
The bear boss the guard captain spoke of was very likely Xiong Tian's father or elder.
Seeing Li Yang remain silent, the guard captain,
thinking he was intimidated by the name of the Bloodhand Bear, the smugness on his face grew even stronger, and his tone became even more arrogant. "If you're scared, kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake.
Give me all your valuables,
and that spatial bag," obediently handed over as an apology. "Then get out of the mine and dig for me for 3 months. Otherwise." His large hand pressed heavily on the handle of the battle axe at his waist, his threat palpable. The surrounding guards also wore greedy, cruel smiles, as if Li Yang were already meat on their chopping block.
In their eyes, a lone, arrogant, and meddlesome young man. How much skill do they have? Perfect for extorting them.
Li Yang suddenly revealed a smile. The smile was faint, yet it carried an indescribable chill. He took a small step forward. It seemed casual, yet it caused the guard captain's pupils to contract sharply. An indescribable, terrifying aura, like that of an ancient beast awakening, emanated from him.
Without warning, it erupted from Li Yang's seemingly weak body.
The aura was cold and heavy, filled with boundless killing intent. It felt as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were rushing towards us. The guard captain was the first to bear the brunt. I felt as if I had instantly fallen into an eternal ice cave, or as if an invisible giant mountain had slammed into my chest.
My breath caught in my throat.
It felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a cold, large hand. That oppressive aura, condensed from pure killing intent and power. It almost froze his blood instantly. His proud and fierce aura was as fragile as paper in the face of this aura, and was instantly torn to shreds. The guard captain's face turned deathly pale, and he staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint on the hard ground. His hand, gripping the axe, trembled violently. His forehead instantly became covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with extreme horror and disbelief as he looked at Li Yang. The dozen or so guards who had initially looked menacing were now like ducks being choked. Their arrogance vanished instantly. They only felt an overwhelming, heavy pressure looming over them. It was as if the air itself had solidified into steel. His hand gripping the halberd was stiff and rigid, his arm so heavy he could barely lift it. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Those who were nearby even felt a sweet taste in their throats and a feeling of nausea and vomiting in their chests. Fear, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly crawled up their spines. The entrance to the fortress fell into dead silence, with only the howling of the cold wind whistling through the metal walls and the heavy, suppressed breathing of the guards.
Those slaves who were originally numb.
He looked up in astonishment, looking at the young man who, with just one step, silenced all the fierce-looking guards and even forced the arrogant guard captain to retreat in disarray. The boy held his grandfather's hand tightly, and for the first time, a flame of hope ignited in his eyes. The guard captain forcibly suppressed the turbulent emotions churning within him and the surge of energy within his blood. A profound sense of shame intertwined with fear of the unknown forces, distorting his face into a grimace.
He stared intently at Li Yang.
Very well indeed.
So you're a tough nut to crack. No wonder you dared to act so arrogantly in Blackrock Fortress. State your name, and I won't kill nameless nobodies.
He was arrogant in words, but in his heart he was already thinking of backing down and only wanted to find out where the other party came from. Li Yang did not answer, his gaze passing over the guard captain. The whip landed on the overseer behind him, who had just been about to strike the boy. The overseer, now hiding in the shadow of the guard captain's burly figure, still had a mixture of relief at surviving and resentment on his face.
Li Yang's voice was as cold as a knife, pointing to the overseer. Just now, were you planning to whip him?
His finger pointed at the boy who was protecting his grandfather. The overseer, upon being called out, trembled, his face turned pale, and he instinctively shrank behind the guard captain. The guard captain's face was ashen.
Li Yang completely ignored his attitude. This completely ignited his final rage and ferocity.
He could no longer contain himself. With a roar, his muscles tensed instantly, and the aura of a 4th-grade martial artist erupted. He drew his battle axe from his waist, the heavy axe feeling as light as a feather in his hands.
Accompanied
by a piercing shriek that tore through the air and a blinding flash of Yuan energy, he cleaved down towards Li Yang's head with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. This axe strike contained all his power and rage. Before the axe blade even fell, a violent gust of wind whipped Li Yang's clothes wildly, sending pebbles and dust flying.
He intended to use this
axe to cleave this brat who dared to challenge him and the authority of Blackstone Fortress in two, washing away the humiliation with his blood. Faced with the terrifying axe's power capable of splitting rocks and shattering monuments, Li Yang's gaze remained unwavering. He didn't even use the Azure Dragon Crescent blade on his back. He simply raised his right hand slowly, spread his 5 fingers, and then, as if casually, reached out and grabbed at the descending giant axe. A cruel sneer flashed in the guard captain's eyes, as if he could already see the man's arm being severed and flesh flying everywhere. But the next moment, a a dull, teeth-grinding metallic clang suddenly rang out, accompanied by a piercing scraping sound.
The guard captain's sinister smile froze instantly.
He felt as if the axe, powerful enough to shatter rocks, had struck a divine mountain forged from
millennia-old black iron.
An irresistible and terrifying recoil, far exceeding his expectations, surged back along the axe handle like a raging tide. A chilling cracking sound rang out. The steel battle axe in his hand, forged through countless hammer blows and brimming with the power of blood and chi, shattered inch by inch at the point where its blade touched Li Yang's palm, like fragile glass.
Countless, tiny metal fragments exploded like fireworks.
Yet, Li Yang's fair and slender palm remained completely unharmed, not even a single
tear in his skin.
Only a faint, jade-like luster flashed across his palm, the passive defense of the dragon bone blood scripture.
The guard captain's eyes widened in horror, an overwhelming sense of disbelief washing over him. How could this be? He crushed his battle axe with his bare hands?
The force of the impact instantly split his hand,
drawing blood.
His entire right arm felt as if it had been struck by a high-voltage current, instantly going numb and losing all feeling. He could no longer grip the heavy axe handle, and it flew from his hand. Just as his mind trembled and his defenses were wide open, Li Yang's hand, which had just crushed the battle axe, did not retract. Instead, it extended forward with the speed of a ghost. Like a hot knife cutting into solidified butter, Li Yang's 5 fingers, like 5 red-hot steel rods, penetrated deeply into the guard captain's chest, which was covered with thick muscles, without any resistance. The guard captain let out a blood-curdling scream, as excruciating pain swept through his nerves like a tsunami. He could clearly feel those 5 cold fingers gripping something hot and throbbing inside his chest like iron clamps.
Li Yang's eyes were icy cold, devoid of any human emotion.
He suddenly exerted force on his wrist, and a chilling sound of flesh tearing rang out. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Li Yang suddenly pulled his arm back. A bloody, still slightly beating, and steaming heart was brutally pulled out of the guard captain's shattered chest. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the guard captain's expression forever frozen in extreme pain and disbelief. He opened his mouth wide, as if wanting to say something, but could only let out a hoarse, leaky sound. His burly body convulsed violently, his eyes quickly glazed over, as if all his bones had been removed, and he crashed backward with a thud onto the cold ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The heart that had been ripped out beat weakly twice in Li Yang's hand before finally stopping completely.
Ding! Killed a 2nd-rank martial artist, kill points +2.
A cold system notification sounded in Li Yang's mind. Then came a chorus of retching sounds. The guards around them seemed to be frozen in place, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with unspeakable fear. They stared at the huge bloody hole in the guard captain's chest, at the unseeing corpse, and then at the still dripping heart in Li
Yang's hand, a symbol of absolute power in death.
The fear in their hearts instantly shattered all their psychological defenses.
He's a devil! He's a devil! Run! Run now!
Someone let out a terrified, out-of-control scream, and the remaining guards and the overseer completely collapsed. They dropped their weapons and, like stray dogs, scrambled and crawled, desperately fleeing towards the half-open gate. They wished they had 2 more legs. Rules and authority were utterly meaningless before this terrifying, heart-ripping killer.
A series of chaotic screams and footsteps drifted in, clearly indicating that the guards inside were also terrified by the bloody and horrific scene, frantically trying to close the heavy gate. Li Yang casually tossed the heart
beside the guard captain's corpse and shook his blood-stained hands. Like 2 cold searchlights, he slowly scanned the limp, terrified slaves on the ground, his gaze finally settling on the chained boy and his grandfather. The boy clung tightly to his grandfather, his face devoid of fear, only showing a near-dumbfounded shock and indescribable excitement. The old man's cloudy eyes were fixed on Li Yang, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to
say something. Li Yang didn't glance at them again, nor did he pursue the fleeing guards. He slowly raised his foot and gently stomped it, the hard ground beneath his feet producing a dull, resounding boom like an ancient war drum. The ground shook violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred, and a visible shockwave of yellowish-brown color spread out suddenly along the ground. Splash, splash. Those guards and overseers who had just escaped to the vicinity of the gate, or even with 1 foot already inside, felt an irresistible force slam into their legs. Their legs instantly went numb, as if smashed by a giant hammer. They screamed and collapsed to the ground, bloodied and broken, bones and tendons ripped from their bodies. They tumbled and rolled like gourds before the gate, unable to advance an inch further. Ding! Killed a 2nd-rank martial artist, kill points +2. Ding! Killed a 2nd-rank martial artist, kill points +2. Ding! Killed a 2nd-rank martial artist, kill points +2. A series of system notifications rang out. Li Yang didn't even glance at the wailing ants, and slowly walked towards the gate that was slowly closing, creaking heavily. He could vaguely see more guards wearing dark red leather armor, holding weapons, their faces filled with fear. They were turning the winch with all their might, trying to completely close this giant gate that symbolized security and blocked the terrifying evil star outside. Li Yang walked to the door, stopped, and placed his hand on the cold, heavy, rusty door panel. A powerful, pure energy, imbued with the strength of the dragon bone, surged and roared within him like a dormant volcano. volcano.
He slightly bent his knees, lowered his waist, and instantly concentrated all his strength into his palm on the door panel. A deep yet supremely authoritative shout erupted, followed by an unimaginable burst of terrifying force. The massive gate, weighing several tons and specially forged, requiring the combined strength of several martial artists to push, seemed to be struck head-on by a prehistoric behemoth. The hinges connecting the enormous gate and winch emitted a sickening, groaning metallic writhing sound, as if the metal was twisting under the unbearable weight.
Crack, snap.
The massive steel hinges snapped instantly, and the heavy winch chains shattered inch by inch. The entire enormous gate, along with the surrounding walls, collapsed with a deafening roar, as if struck by a cannonball. Countless fragments of metal and stone rained down into the fortress, billowing dust that instantly engulfed the entrance. A colossal hole appeared in the seemingly impregnable steel walls of Blackrock Fortress. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Li Yang's figure, clad in dark gold heavenly king armor, instantly appeared, like a demon god returned from hell. He slowly strode across the shattered metal
ruins and entered the black stone fortress.
Beneath the dark, gaping eye armor, two icy gazes coldly swept over the crowd inside the fortress, who were stunned by this earth-shattering event.
The slaughter has only just begun,
and Xiong Tian's figure may be hiding deep within this fortress. The deafening sound of metal tearing apart and walls collapsing, like a death knell, instantly shattered the tense yet orderly facade within Blackstone Castle. A cloud of dust, like a turbid tidal wave, surged in from the massive hole Li Yang had blasted open with his bare hands, carrying with it the biting chill of the desolate night and the pungent stench of blood. The dozens of dark red leather armored guards, who had been hastily assembled and armed themselves in preparation for battle due to the desertion of the gate guards, they stood frozen in place, as if petrified. The terror on their faces was quickly replaced by overwhelming shock, their pupils contracted sharply, reflecting the figure that slowly traversed the ruins through the smoke and dust, a figure like a demon from hell.
Dark golden armor covered his entire body.
The streamlined armor gleamed coldly under the fortress's dim, energy-lit light. The dark, gaping eye armor stared coldly, like an abyss. Li Yang's steps were steady and deadly. With each step, the clicking sound of the boot soles scraping against the metal fragments was like a heavy hammer striking the heart of every guard.
A monster! A monster! Run! Run now!
The brief silence was utterly shattered. Extreme fear crushed the last shred of resistance. These guards, who were usually so arrogant and domineering towards slaves and weak hunters, now abandoned their armor and weapons, screaming and fleeing in terror like ants scalded by boiling water, surging madly into the depths of the fortress, wishing they had more legs. Li Yang did not pursue these rabble. His gaze pierced through the billowing smoke and dust. Like a precise radar, instantly, they locked onto the tallest and most fortified three-story tower in the center of the fortress, constructed of thick steel and massive logs. A surge of energy, far exceeding the strength of the defenses and filled with violence and greed. It erupted like a ferocious beast awakened from its slumber.
Who dares to invade my Blackstone fortress? They're courting death.
A thunderous roar erupted from the top of the tower. The voice was loud and domineering, carrying an unquestionable authority and naked killing intent. Immediately afterwards, the heavy iron window on the top floor of the tower was violently flung open. A burly and imposing figure, enveloped in violent blood energy, crashed into the open space in the center of the fortress like a cannonball. The ground trembled slightly. The smoke and dust were forcibly dispersed by this force, revealing the person's true face. As his fierce gaze swept over the mess at the doorway, his pupils constricted sharply when he saw the gruesome, gaping hole in the guard captain's chest and his lifeless body.
His gaze then fixed intently on Li Yang. The strange dark gold armor and the cold aura made him recognize the person instantly. Xiong Tian's voice was filled with disbelief and rage, which then transformed into boundless hatred. You little bastard, it's you. How dare you come here in person? The petty thief who killed his own brother and stole his beloved woman the day before yesterday dared to come knocking on their door. The few loyal and slightly stronger members of the team, barely managing to suppress their fear, they rushed out from the tower and nearby buildings, gathering behind Xiong Tian. They recognized Li Yang, their eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty, but more so with a fierce rage ignited by Xiong Tian's menacing presence. Among them, one was particularly familiar, the archer who had attacked Li Yang before, and another was the burly man wielding a chain hammer. Li Yang's gaze swept past Xiong Tian, landing on the familiar yet unfamiliar faces behind him, his eyes turning completely icy. Very good, Li Yang's voice, deep and clear, came through the armor, like the whisper of death. They're all here, so I don't have to look for them one by one. Enraged by Li Yang's dismissive attitude, Xiong Tian suddenly pointed his boxing gloves at Li Yang. I let you go that day, but you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today. Don't even think about leaving alive. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Go get him.
The last sentence was shouted at the core team members behind him.
Avenge our brothers. Kill him.
Driven by Xiong Tian's fierce aura and long-standing prestige, those core team members, including archers and strongmen with maces, suppressing their fear of Li Yang's earlier bursting through the door and tearing out their hearts with his bare hands, they mustered their last bit of ferocity and roared as they charged forward. They knew Xiong Tian's temper. If they retreated now, they would surely die later. The burly man with the chain hammer wielded his heavy meteor hammer, creating a whistling wind as he smashed it down towards
Li Yang's head.
Another swordsman moved with agility, his blade flashing like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Li Yang's legs. The last archer was the fastest, having already drawn his bow and nocked an arrow. A three-edged armor-piercing arrow, shimmering with a ghostly blue light and clearly coated with deadly poison, tore through the air and silently but ruthlessly shot straight at Li Yang's throat.
With perfect coordination, they instantly sealed off Li Yang's upper, middle, and lower body.
Faced with this combined attack, powerful enough to kill an ordinary third-rank martial artist, Li Yang moved. He didn't choose to dodge, but instead charged forward head-on into the fray. He moved with ghostly speed, leaving a fleeting afterimage in his wake.
The poison arrow struck Li Yang precisely in the throat.
A flicker of joy flashed
in the eyes of the swordsman and the burly man with the chain hammer. Quickly turning to horror, the arrow pierced through the figure without any resistance. The arrow struck the metal wall behind him, producing a crisp clang. The Real Li Yang had already appeared beside the sword-wielding warrior as if by teleportation, his speed exceeding visual perception. The sword-wielding warrior only saw a blur before a chilling aura of death enveloped him. He had no time to change his attack. All that could be seen was a hand covered in dark gold armor, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Li Yang's hand gripped the sword-wielding warrior's neck with the precision of an iron clamp. Terrifying power erupted instantly.
The crisp sound of a neck bone shattering was particularly striking on the chaotic battlefield. The fierce look in the swordsman's eyes froze instantly. His expression shifted to extreme fear and bewilderment, followed by a sudden loss of color. The long sword in his hand clattered to the ground.
Ding! Killed a rank 3 martial artist, kill points +3. Li Yang casually tossed the limp, mud-like corpse aside, as if discarding a piece of trash.
His movements were fluid and effortless, without the slightest pause. The burly man with the chain hammer stared in horror and rage, his eyes wide with fury. But his charge was unstoppable. The massive meteor hammer, imbued with all his strength, slammed down on Li Yang's back.
Li Yang didn't even turn around.
Just as the meteor hammer was about to strike, a dark golden light flickered slightly, almost as if alive, on the Heavenly King armor covering his back.
A deafening clang of metal clashing exploded, sparks flying everywhere.
The burly man with the chain hammer felt as if he had struck a moving steel fortress. An indescribable, terrifying recoil force surged back along the hammer handle. His tiger's mouth instantly split open, blood gushing out, and his arms throbbed with excruciating pain, feeling as if they were about to break. The heavy meteor hammer slipped from his grasp and flew away. The immense force sent him staggering backward, his blood churning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. What kind of defense was this? Just as he was distracted and his defenses were wide open, Li Yang's figure appeared before him like a ghost, his armored iron fist. Without any frills, it struck his chest with the force of a mountain collapsing and rocks splitting. A muffled thud, like the beating of a drum. The burly man with the chain hammer looked as if he had been hit by a high-speed truck. His leather-clad chest was visibly dented in. The leather armor on his back was torn apart with a rip by the violent force. Shattered ribs pierced his internal organs, and blood mixed with fragments of viscera gushed from his mouth. His massive body flew backward like a tattered sack. It crashed violently into a low metal shed more than 10 meters away.
A deafening roar shook the shack, completely deforming it.
He was embedded in the ruins, his limbs twitching a few times before falling silent, his eyes wide open, dying with unfinished business.
Ding! Killed a rank 3 martial artist, kill points +3. With the speed of a rabbit and the swiftness of a falcon, in the blink of an eye,
2 formidable third-rank martial artists were instantly killed by Li Yang, like chickens and dogs. Only the archer remained. He had just fired one arrow and was frantically groping to draw a second one. The sight of his comrade's gruesome death and the deathly gaze emanating from beneath that cold armor, it completely froze his reason and his entire being. He was chilled to the bone, fear consuming his sanity.
No,
don't kill me, he screamed, turning to run away. Seeing his men in such a sorry state from afar, Xiong Tian, he trembled with rage, but he also fully realized Li Yang's terrifying strength.
This was no opponent he could easily handle alone.
A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he abruptly ripped a metal cylinder from his waist, slamming it to the ground. A piercing shriek accompanied by thick red smoke exploded instantly. This is the highest level of alert in Blackrock Fortress. Everyone who can move, surround, and kill him. Whoever can wound him will be rewarded with 100 caddies of beast meat. Kill him, and I'll make him the deputy fortress lord.
Xiong Tian roared.
He attempted to incite the ferocity of the remaining guards and his cronies with a hefty reward. He swung his gauntlets, and his dark red armor glowed faintly, clearly indicating that some kind of defensive armor had been activated. No longer underestimating his opponent, he unleashed the powerful aura of a peak 4th-grade cultivator, charging towards Li Yang like a raging bear, carrying an overwhelming momentum and whipping up a violent gale.
Earth-shattering and mountain-collapsing fist.
The gauntlets tore through the air with a piercing shriek, and the radiant energy gathered on their fists was so dazzling it almost blinded. Its power far surpassed the guard guard captain's axe strike more than 10 times stronger. This punch, carrying Xiong Tian's unwavering determination and utter ferocity, aimed to completely shatter Li Yang and the space around him. The remaining guards and a few desperate men, their eyes bloodshot with the lure of the hefty reward. They also burst into howls like wild beasts. They brandished various weapons from all directions and fearlessly rushed towards Li Yang. In an instant, the clash of swords and the roar of gunfire completely engulfed Li Yang's figure. Faced with attacks from all sides and Xiong Tian's terrifying, mountain-splitting punch, Li Yang finally drew the azure dragon crescent blade from his back. A clear, melodious sound, like a dragon's roar, echoed across the battlefield. He was enveloped in dark gold heavenly king armor, and Li Yang held a sword in one hand. The ancient blue dragon pattern on the blade seemed to come alive, flowing with a cold luster in the dim light. A deeper, colder, and more terrifying killing intent, as if from the deepest hell, erupted from him. He ignored the swarming horde of soldiers, his cold gaze piercing through the chaotic crowd, locking onto Xiong Tian who was charging towards him. Li Yang's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. This wasn't a dodge, rather, it was a direct attack on Xiong Tian's gauntlet, transforming into a dark golden lightning bolt that tore through space and bursting forth. Speed, absolute speed. It was fast, incredibly fast. The guards and outlaws who rushed forward only saw a blur before a chilling, bone-piercing gust of wind swept past. Puff 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 puff. The dull thuds of sharp instruments cutting through flesh and bone echoed throughout the room. More than a dozen heads shot into the sky along with a gushing fountain of blood. The headless corpse remained in a forward-moving posture, staggered a few more steps, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood flowed like a stream, instantly staining the ground red. Li Yang's figure didn't pause for a moment. Passing through the instant the blood rain exploded. The azure dragon crescent blade in his hand drew a beautiful and unparalleled arc of light, so fast that only a blur remained, and accurately met Xiong Tian's powerful gauntlet. A metallic clang, far more terrifying and piercing than any previous collision, resounded within the fortress like a thunderclap from the heavens. A visible circular shock wave suddenly spread out. Several guards and members of the building wreckage who were nearby were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, screaming and coughing up blood as they were sent flying backward. The ferocity on Xiong Tian's face froze instantly. He felt as if he had unleashed a terrifying punch, a punch that combined all his life's energy and was powerful enough to split a small mountain. What was hit was not a knife. It is not a sacred mountain, but an unshakable one forged from the core of a star. An unparalleled force surged back along the gauntlets. The pair of incredibly sturdy gauntlets he held, crafted from refined steel mixed with the bones of exotic beasts. Where the gauntlet met the blade, it shattered like fragile glass. Countless fragments shot backward like deadly shrapnel. The two guards behind Xiong Tian who couldn't dodge in time were instantly pierced by the shards and fell to the ground screaming in agony. But what terrified Xiong Tian even more was that the overwhelming power did not stop. It brutally broke through the defenses attached to the boxing gloves and slammed into his arms. Xiong Tian let out a shrill scream. His proud arms, strong enough to tear tigers and leopards apart, cracked with a sickening sound. The arm bone broke inch by inch. The excruciating pain swept over me like a tsunami. The heavy boxing gloves were completely released from his hands, hurtling into the distance with a whistling sound. Li Yang's knife shattered the gauntlet, but its momentum did not diminish in the slightest. The cold blade, carrying a resolute determination to sever everything, flashed before Xiong Tian's horrified and utterly terrified eyes. It swept across his neck as easily as slicing tofu. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. Xiong Tian's burly body suddenly froze. The expression on his face, from extreme rage to incredulous horror, then to empty bewilderment, and finally to solidification. A very thin line of blood. It appeared on his neck, which was covered with coarse stubble. Blood gushed out of the fractured neck cavity like an erupting volcano. It sprayed several meters high. That head, its eyes wide open in anger, filled with resentment and fear. Propelled by the column of blood, it tumbled and flew into the air, tracing a blinding crimson parabola. Finally, with a thud, it crashed heavily onto the cold metal ground, rolled a few times, and came to a stop at the feet of its headless corpse. Those wide, bulging eyes still seemed to retain the shock of Li Yang's terrifying strength and bewilderment at the sudden, bloody, and violent end of power. Ding! Killed a 4th-rank martial artist, kill points plus 10. Xiong Tian, the master of Blackstone Fortress, thus ended his life. The entire interior of the fortress fell into a deathly silence. In the deathly silence, only the sound of blood slowly flowing from the severed neck and the sporadic dripping sounds of terrified incontinence could be heard from afar. Those remaining guards and outlaws, their eyes initially bloodshot with greed for the hefty reward. At this moment, however, it was as if all his strength had been drained away, and the weapon in his hand clanged. They all fell to the ground. Their faces were ashen, and their bodies trembled. His gaze was fixed on the dark golden, demonic figure in the arena, his eyes filled with only the most primal, deep-seated fear. The killing finally stopped. Li Yang slowly sheathed his sword. The blade was spotless and without a trace of blood. His icy gaze swept across the entire area. The guards and outlaws, feeling his gaze, retreated in terror as if targeted by a venomous snake. Some
even knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. "My lord, spare us! My lord, spare us! We were forced into this." Li Yang ignored these ant-like pleas. His gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the area where the slaves were huddled together. The boy was supporting his frail grandfather. Like the other slaves, they stared blankly in this direction, their eyes filled with shock, bewilderment, and a hint of an indescribable, radiant glow of survival. Li Yang's gaze finally settled on Xiong Tian's head, which remained open in death. He lifted his foot, the sole of his boot, covered by armor, as if crushing a rotten fruit. With a crack, the head was completely crushed, and red and white pieces of flesh splattered everywhere. This cruel and bloody scene made all the survivors gasp in horror, their fear reaching its peak. Li Yang's voice rang out coldly through the armor, clearly echoing in every corner of the fortress. Blackrock Fortress is finished. Xiong Tian is dead, and there is no longer any protection here. Beasts, bandits, or other forces will soon devour this place. His gaze swept over the numb, desperate slaves, yet with a glimmer of hope, and the guards and desperados who knelt in terror. Those who want to live. Li Yang paused for a moment, pointing towards the massive gate of the fortress that had been blasted open. In some direction deep within that boundless, darkness-shrouded wasteland. Go in that direction. Keep walking, don't stop. If you're lucky, you'll see a city in 10 days. Its name is Jiangcheng Base. Li Yang did not linger. The dark gold Heavenly King armor receded like the tide, revealing his still upright figure, which was covered in a little dust. He didn't even glance at the blood-soaked, ravaged fortress again. With steady steps, I traversed the shattered metal ruins, then merged back into the boundless darkness of the wasteland, as if I had never existed. Only a desolate ruin and a strong stench of blood remained within Blackrock Fortress, and a group of creatures struggling on the edge of fear and hope. Beside Xiong Tian's headless corpse, the crushed skull fragment silently testifies to the fragility of power. This small stronghold, built on oppression and bloodshed, became a mere shell of its former self after the loss of its tyrant. After a brief silence, even greater chaos erupted within the fortress. Jiangcheng Base? Does it really exist? Quick, pack your things and get out of here. Food, weapons, grab them quickly. Forget about those slaves, run. The surviving guards and outlaws grasped at this last straw. They charged frantically toward the warehouse in Xiong Tian's tower. They scrambled for any supplies they could carry. To survive, they instantly shed their last pretense, even stabbing each other in the back for a single piece of dry rations. The boy gazed in the direction where Li Yang had disappeared, then looked at the chaotic fortress, a resolute glint in his eyes. He struggled to lift his frail grandfather, then looked at the equally bewildered slaves around him. He shouted with all his might. "Everyone, did you hear what that person said? Jiangcheng Base, head in that direction. We still have a chance to survive and escape this hell." In those numb eyes, a faint flame of hope finally ignited. Some of the slaves who were still physically strong, they began to help each other, struggling to break free of their chains. Stumbling and falling, they followed the boy's directions. They joined the chaotic crowd and began their arduous escape towards the unknown, dark wasteland outside the fortress. Amid the chaos, the flames of Blackrock Fortress were ignited by someone whose identity remains unknown. It spread rapidly, engulfing the steel cage and burning away the blood and sin. It also illuminated the initial dark part of the journey for the fugitives. The firelight illuminated their panicked backs. Heading towards the Jiangcheng Base, the place of hope that Li Yang pointed out, a place that seemed distant yet truly existed. The night wind in the wasteland carried the smells of burning and blood. It sobbed as it swept across the land where the slaughter had just ended, as if playing a final lament for the demise of Blackrock Fortress. And the new journey has just begun. Xiong Tian's death stirred no ripples in Li Yang's heart, nor did it burden him with any psychological burden. That man's fate was merely the inevitable end under the cruel and bloody rules of Blackstone Fortress. That fortress standing on the edge of the wasteland was less a human stronghold and more a cage built of human bones and poured with despair. The slaves inside lived lives worse than even the lowest of animals, their dignity crushed to dust, their lives as worthless as weeds. Li Yang had witnessed the scene firsthand, hunched figures carrying heavy or under the whip, their cloudy eyes filled only with numb survival instincts, emaciated children, rummaging through garbage heaps for any food that could fill their stomachs, and if they were not careful, they would become live targets for the guards to amuse themselves. Can one act with impunity in the wasteland with mere force? This thought pierced Li Yang's mind like a cold steel needle. The atrocities of Blackstone Fortress and the arrogance of Xiong Tian and his ilk were merely because they had not yet encountered a true force capable of judging them, nor had they met the iron wall named Li Yang. The wasteland has its own cruel laws, but the act of bullying the weak and trampling one's own kind into the deepest mud has long crossed the bottom line of the law and touched the insurmountable red line in Li Yang's heart. He does not call himself a messenger of justice, but the darkness of Blackstone Fortress and the end of Xiong Tian are, to him, nothing more than clearing away the stinking garbage blocking his way, leaving his heart clear and calm. The daytime heat had been swallowed up, concealing the stark, unseen nature of the wasteland. The cool starlight barely outlined the landscape, and the wind howled across the open plains, whipping up dry dust and emitting mournful cries. Li Yang put away the alloy throwing knife he used used for transportation and released Xiao Hei from his storage bag. The small, jet-black beast, with only its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light in the darkness, affectionately rubbed against Li Yang's trouser leg, letting out a satisfied purr. Watching it carefree roll around in the sand, chasing the withered grass swaying in the wind, a faint, almost imperceptible hint of envy flashed across Li Yang's eyes. Without worrying about whether he will live or die tomorrow, without being burdened by a heavy past and an unknown future, this pure state of living in the present is already an unattainable luxury for him. He needed to find a relatively safe place to spend the cold night in the wilderness. In a low-lying, sheltered spot, several huge weathered rocks formed a natural barrier. Li Yang stopped, and with a thought, took out a simple alloy stand and a small pot. From his spatial bag, he skillfully piled up dry thorns and withered branches, and a bright flame quickly rose, dispelling the surrounding chill and darkness. The leaping firelight cast flickering shadows on Li Yang's resolute but slightly weary face. The supplies in his spatial bag were almost gone, with only a few pieces of meat from the Yuanlan tyrant lizard remaining. The meat of this strange beast contained trace amounts of energy, had a tough texture, and a slightly fishy smell, but it was a rare delicacy in the wasteland. Li Yang skewered the meat pieces onto alloy sticks and slowly roasted them beside the fire. The sizzling sound of dripping oil mixed with the crackling of the burning firewood created the unique background music of a wasteland night. Moro, the silent and loyal companion, was now teasing Little Black by casting a shadow with a thin, withered twig. Little Black leaped nimbly, letting out an excited growl, temporarily forgetting the desolation of the wasteland. Watching this scene, the trace of envy in Li Yang's heart quietly dissipated, replaced by a quiet warmth. At least for now, they were still here, the firelight was still there, and that was enough. When the meat was about 70 to 80% cooked, Li Yang took it off and shared it. There were no extra seasonings, only the raw flavors and energy of the food slowly melting in his body, replenishing his depleted strength. Little Black wolfed it down, while Li Yang ate, cautiously spreading his mental energy outwards like an invisible spiderweb, alert to any potential danger. The night in the wasteland was never truly peaceful. As the first rays of pale light pierced the deep night, painting the eastern sky a pale white, Li Yang extinguished the still warm embers of the fire. Without a word, Little Black seemed to understand the journey was about to begin and ran back to Li Yang's feet. Li Yang crouched down, gently patted its head, and with a thought, returned the small black figure to the independent and safe space within his storage bag. A morning breeze, carrying the dryness and coolness unique to the wasteland, gently ruffled the wisps of hair on Li Yang's forehead, revealing his sharply defined, resolute face. He took a deep breath. The air, mingled with sand, withered grass, and an inexplicable scent from afar, filling his lungs, and bringing a strange sense of clarity. The alloy-throwing knife hovered silently at his feet, and with a slight thought, it steadily lifted his body. A few meters off the ground, slowly flying low. The speed wasn't fast, but it was enough to avoid most of the rugged terrain and potential dangers. The wind whistled past his ears, and the desolate landscape beneath his feet rushed past like a flowing scroll. Cracked, dried-up riverbeds, jagged piles of rocks, tenacious thickets of thorns, and occasionally, low bushes flashing across his vision. This feeling of riding the wind was the freedom brought by power, the exhilaration of breaking free from the earth's constraints. Li Yang squinted, feeling the wind pressure gently caress his cheeks, temporarily casting aside the shadow of Blackstone Fortress and the heavy burden of the future, immersing himself completely in this pure joy of flying with the wind, a joy unique to the strong. However, this brief tranquility did not last long. Just as he passed through a relatively flat gravel area, and the outline of the undulating mountains ahead gradually became clear in the morning light, a strange sound pierced through the wind and faintly drifted over. Awu. At first, there were only sporadic, high-pitched, and wild howls, like pebbles thrown into a calm lake. But soon, the sound grew larger and more concentrated, like a snowball rolling downhill, becoming dense and chaotic. Awu. The sound didn't come from a single direction, but rather erupted from the depths of the mountains ahead like an ignited powder keg. It was no longer a simple beast's roar, but a terrifying sonic wave of countless howls, shrieks, and cries intertwined. It was extremely penetrating, containing an aura of rage, terror, and apocalyptic chaos. Even at a distance of 50 or 60 kilometers, it clearly struck Li Yang's eardrums, bringing a heart-pounding tremor, as if the entire mountain range was groaning in agony. Li Yang frowned slightly, his flight speed suddenly slowing down. Such a large-scale haul of strange beasts was no ordinary occurrence. Was it the beasts fighting amongst themselves? Or had they encountered an even more ferocious predator? Or perhaps, a harbinger of some kind of natural disaster? A strong sense of curiosity and instinctive vigilance intertwined in his mind. On the wasteland, any large-scale disturbance could mean opportunity, but it would also inevitably be accompanied by enormous risks. He changed the direction of the throwing knife, abandoning the original route and flying swiftly towards the source of the surging, tsunami-like roar. The wasteland beneath his feet rushed past, the mountains rapidly magnifying in his eyes. The deafening roars of beasts, carried by the dry, cool air unique to the wasteland, gently brushed against the wisps of hair on Li Yang's forehead, revealing his sharply
defined, resolute face. He took a deep breath. The air, mingled with dust, withered grass, and the unknown sense of the distance, filling his lungs and bringing a strange sense of clarity. The alloy throwing knife hovered silently at his feet, and with a thought, it steadily lifted him several meters off the ground, beginning its low-altitude flight. The speed wasn't fast, but it was enough to avoid most of the rugged terrain and potential dangers. The wind whistled past his ears, and the wasteland below rushed past like a flowing scroll painting. Cracked, dried-up riverbeds, jagged piles of rocks, tenacious thickets of thorns, and the occasional low bush that flashed across his vision, all were laid out before him. The feeling of riding the wind was the freedom that power brought, the exhilaration of breaking free from the earth's constraints. Li Yang squinted slightly, feeling the wind pressure brush against his cheeks, temporarily casting aside the shadow of Blackstone Fortress and the burdens of the future, immersing himself in the pure joy of riding the wind, a joy belonging to the strong. However, this brief tranquility did not last long. Just as he passed through a relatively flat gravel area, and the outline of the undulating mountains ahead gradually became clear in the morning light, a strange sound pierced through the wind and faintly drifted over. Awu. At first, there were only sporadic, high-pitched, and wild howls, like pebbles thrown into a calm lake. But soon, the sound grew larger and more concentrated, like a snowball rolling downhill, becoming dense and chaotic. Awu. The sound didn't come from a single direction, but rather erupted from the depths of the mountains ahead like an ignited powder keg. It was no longer a single beastly roar, but a terrifying wave of countless howls, shrieks, and cries intertwined. The sound was extremely penetrating, containing an aura of rage, terror, and apocalyptic chaos. Even from 50 or 60 kilometers away, it clearly struck Li Yang's eardrums, bringing a heart-pounding tremor, as if the entire mountain range was groaning in agony. Li Yang frowned slightly, his flight speed suddenly slowing down. Such a large-scale haul of strange beasts was no ordinary occurrence. Was it a battle within the herd? Or had they encountered an even more terrifying predator? Or perhaps, a harbinger of some kind of natural disaster? A strong sense of curiosity intertwined with a hint of instinctive vigilance in his heart. On the wasteland, any large-scale disturbance could signify opportunity, but it would inevitably be accompanied by enormous risks. He changed the direction of his throwing knife, abandoning the original route and flying swiftly towards the source of the surging, tsunami-like roar. The wasteland beneath his feet rushed past, the mountains rapidly magnified in his eyes, and the deafening roars of the beasts grew clearer and more violent, like invisible giant hammers striking his mind again and again. Li Yang had reached the edge of the mountain range. The sight before him caused his pupils to contract sharply, even with his extensive experience of life and death. He was still taken aback. The rolling mountains, originally covered with dense yet desolate gray-green forests, now seemed to have come alive, undergoing a devastating spasm. As far as the eye could see, trees were being violently shaken, swaying, and snapping, as if by an invisible giant hand. Dust billowed into the sky, forming a huge, churning yellowish-brown cloud that obscured part of the sky. Beneath the chaotic dust and swaying trees lay a terrifying, surging torrent. No, perhaps tens of thousands, or even more, of strange beasts, like a black flood bursting its banks, were rushing and fleeing wildly from the depths of the mountains. They were diverse in species and form, having long since broken down racial boundaries, mixing together into a chaotic torrent that was destroying everything. There are massive, truck-like rhinoceroses, covered in thick bony plates and with exposed fangs. Their powerful limbs pound the earth, each step causing a dull tremor. Trees as thick as bowls are easily snapped and crushed before them like fragile stalks of wheat. Their bloodshot eyes are filled with primal fear as they charge headlong, smashing and trampling any obstacle in their path, whether rocks, trees, or other smaller members of their kind. Then there are the nimble shadow claw leopards, with their long, slender bodies and fur that shimmered with a dark sheen in the dust. Their sharp claws carved deep marks into rocks and tree trunks. With their incredible speed, they leaped and darted through the gaps in the herd, trying to find an escape route, emitting sharp, rapid hisses filled with extreme unease. Covered in grayish-brown bristles, the steel hyena resembles a wild boar but is as large as a water buffalo, with tusks curved like sickles. They traveled in groups, emitting heavy, panting sounds. Like a battering ram out of control, they rampaged through the herd, leaving devastation in their wake. Countless small beasts were tossed about by their fangs or trampled to death. There were many more strange beasts that Li Yang couldn't name. One was a bizarre lizard with 3 eyes and a scorpion-like tail. A flying alien creature with a torn wing membrane that still tries to glide. A dense, surging tide of beetle-like creatures, each the size of a fist but with sharp mandibles. Their common characteristic is extreme terror, utter fear, as if something more terrifying than death is relentlessly pursuing them. The herd of beasts trampled the earth, their roar like thunder. The broken trees snapped with a piercing crack and fell with a crash. It was instantly engulfed by the hooves of the following beasts. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the sky and the sun. The smell was a mixture of strong stench of blood, the pungent odor of secretions from the glands of strange beasts, and the sap from crushed vegetation. It created a nauseating, apocalyptic atmosphere atmosphere. Once a weak or injured beast falls, it has almost no chance of getting back up. In an instant, they were trampled into a pool of mangled flesh by the surging tide of their own or other races.
There wasn't even time to let out a wail.
The entire forest seemed to have turned into a giant millstone of flesh and blood. It is the scene of the most primitive and brutal survival of the fittest.
What exactly is the reason?
Li Yang hovered dozens of meters above the edge of the beast tide, his brows furrowed, his heart filled with doubt. The scene before my eyes was too horrifying. Such a large-scale riot of strange beasts could not have been caused by an occasional conflict between ordinary wild beasts. His powerful mental perception penetrated the chaotic energy field and smoke with all his might. They tried to pinpoint the anomaly at the source of the beast tide, but all they received in return were even more violent and chaotic energy vortexes and a deep-seated fear. The source seemed to be deliberately concealed by some force, or perhaps it was so powerful that it was difficult to fathom.
He quickly calmed down.
The surging tide of beasts before them was enormous in number and astonishing in its momentum, but based on his perception and eyesight, the strongest individual energy reaction is only equivalent to a fourth-grade human martial artist or a fourth-tier alien beast. A beast of this level would not pose a fatal threat to him in a one-on-one fight,
as long as it is not surrounded by an absolute number. Completely engulfed by the beast tide, exhausted,
he was confident that with his speed, agility, and the sharpness of his azure dragon crescent blade, he could move freely in and out of this chaos, and even reap the lives of his enemies. A cold, realistic thought flashed through his mind. The chaotic beast tide before us is both a crisis and a challenge.
Isn't it also an excellent hunting ground for obtaining kill points? The system's cold, impersonal notification tone.
For him, it was a ladder to becoming stronger and a cornerstone for revenge. Like ink drops in ice water, it silently spread across Li Yang's eyes. A clear, resonant sound of a blade suddenly rang out, drowning out the nearby roars of beasts. The azure dragon crescent blade instantly appeared in Li Yang's hand. The cold blade gleamed with a chilling blue light in the morning sun, and the dragon patterns on it seemed to come back to life, exuding a ferocious aura that seemed ready to devour its prey.
Li Yang's figure moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only ghostly speed and extremely precise killing efficiency.
He was like a fallen leaf swept away by a raging storm, or a streak of blue lightning tearing through the night, suddenly cutting in from the relatively sparse edge of the beast tide. The target is a third-grade azure beast that has just crashed into a large tree and is charging forward with its head down. This strange beast resembles a giant wolf but is much more robust, with grayish-white fur and a ring of highly defensive bone spurs around its neck. Completely absorbed in the rhythm of escaping, it was completely unaware of the deadly danger approaching from the side and above.
Li Yang's figure arrived almost simultaneously with the flash of the blade he had thrown.
The azure dragon crescent blade drew a desolate yet perfect arc, without the sound of it cutting through the air, only the subtle tremor of its extreme speed slicing through the air. The blade was aimed directly at the side of the beast's neck, which was slightly elongated from running and had relatively weak bone spur protection.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The blade sliced into tough fur, muscle, blood vessels, and bones. The tactile sensation was clearly transmitted to Li Yang's hand holding the knife.
Without any obstruction, it was like a hot knife cutting through solidified grease. The cold, sharp blade swept past with a speed faster than the human mind could react. A faint tearing sound, almost drowned out by the roar of hooves, rang out. A very thin, faint line of blood quietly appeared on the side of the beast's neck. Its running motion never stopped. The immense inertia propelled its body forward for another 10 meters or so. Only then did the ferocious wolf's head, propelled by its own momentum and the support of its severed neck, suddenly tilt and slide to one side. From the severed neck, blood gushed forth like a long-suppressed fountain. With a final, powerful pump from his heart, a jet of blood gushed out several meters high. His headless body, propelled by inertia, staggered a few steps forward. He crashed to the ground, his limbs still twitching from nerve reflexes. His airborne head, however, had not yet hit the ground. It was then brutally trampled by the iron hooves of several other steel hyenas, who were also fleeing for their lives and had no time to spare for it.
Instantly, it exploded into a mass of red and white flesh, which was then mercilessly crushed into the mud by the hooves of subsequent beasts. The entire process was swift, precise, and ruthless, silent and swift, yet brutally cruel. Ding! Killed a rank 3 exotic beast, azure beast, plus 5 kill points. The system's cold, clear notification tone. Like the first pebble thrown into a calm lake, the sound reverberated deep within Li Yang's consciousness. This sound instantly ignited the long-dormant flame in his eyes. The slaughter had officially begun. Li Yang's figure became the epicenter of the deathstorm.
No longer content with sporadic hunting on the periphery, he actively plunged into the core area where the beasts were densely packed, like a fish swimming in the water. Whoosh! Another flash of light appeared. A shadowclaw leopard, attempting to leap to avoid the trampling attack, was precisely cleaved in the chest midair by an upward arc of cyan light. Foul-smelling entrails and scalding blood gushed out, soaking the heads and faces of several smaller beasts below. Ding! Killed a rank 3 shadowclaw leopard, kill points plus 5. He lightly touched the broad back of the charging rhinoceros with his toes. Using the momentum, he leaped into the air, his body twisting unpredictably in mid-air. The azure dragon blade, carrying immense force, cleaved down like a meteorite. It slammed down, head bowed, attempting to smash through the steel hyenas blocking its path.
The neck, covered in thick grime and bristles, snapped like rotten wood under the indestructible blade. Its massive head was severed at the shoulder, and its heavy body tumbled backward due to inertia, knocking down a group of small alien beasts. Ding! Killed a rank 4 alien beast, steel hyena beast, plus 10 kill points. Roar! A rhinoceros that had lost control due to the smell of blood roared. With bloodshot eyes, he gave up on running away. It turned its massive body around, lowered its head, and aimed its sharp horn at the figure that had stirred up a bloody storm among the beasts. It hurtled forward like a runaway train, the ground trembling beneath its feet. A cold glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes. Instead of retreating, they advanced. Just as the massive, battering horn-like rhinoceros was about to strike their body, with incredible flexibility and speed, he slid to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He gripped the azure dragon crescent blade tightly in a reverse grip, using the terrifying momentum of the charging rhinoceros-like beast. The arm muscles tensed, and the blade slashed viciously down its relatively vulnerable side. The tough flesh was easily torn apart, reaching the bone marrow. A massive wound several meters long instantly opened, and scalding blood gushed out like a waterfall. The earth-shattering rhinoceros let out a deafening howl, its massive body crashing to its side in agony and loss of balance. Like a landslide, it crushed several beasts that couldn't escape in time. Ding! Killed a rank 4 beast, the earth-splitting rhinoceros, plus 10 kill points. Li Yang's figure darted, leaped, and flashed through the smoke and blood. Each flash of his blade was accompanied by the demise of one or even several monstrous beasts. His movements were concise, efficient, and ruthless, without any unnecessary frills. He transformed carnage into a chilling art form. System notifications echoed continuously in his mind. Like the most beautiful melody, it stirred his senses, making his internal energy even more active and refined in battle. The beast horde grew increasingly chaotic and terrified because of his presence. Some of the more intelligent beasts instinctively avoided his location and surged toward the denser center of the herd, as if trying to build a barrier with the corpses of their own kind. Just as Li Yang was in the throes of killing intent, his gaze locked onto the core of the massive, even more crowded and deafeningly roaring beast horde. Ahead, preparing to change direction and plunge in like a sharp dagger to reap more kills, a sharp, piercing sound of air being torn apart rang out. Without warning, a sudden explosion erupted from the sky behind him. The sound was abrupt and swift, instantly drowning out the roars of the nearby beasts. A strong sense of crisis, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly coiled around Li Yang's spine. His fighting instincts were instantly aroused to their fullest extent. Almost the instant the sound reached his ears, his body, honed by the instincts honed through countless life-or-death battles, swiftly twisted his waist, and the alloy-throwing knife carried him rapidly to the side and forward. A blazing and dazzling, orange-red tail flame, like a comet streaking across the dusty sky, almost grazed the spot where Li Yang had just hovered. The terrifyingly high temperature even scorched a few strands of hair on the back of his neck, leaving a faint smell of burning. The enormous figure, spewing flames, crashed to the ground less than 20 meters in front of Li Yang. The impact was tremendous, like a meteorite falling. A shallow crater several meters in diameter was instantly blasted into the hard rock, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. The shockwave, carrying debris and dust, spread violently in all directions like a tsunami, sending several unfortunate beasts flying. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the silhouette became clearer. A steel giant, nearly 3 meters tall, with sleek lines and exuding power, stood in the center of the shallow crater. Its entire body was a deep matte black, with only the joints and some armor edges outlining cold, silver-gray lines. The two thruster nozzles on its back continued to spew out scorching air, distorting the surrounding air. Most striking are its broad shoulders, each bearing a sharply angled, menacing missile launcher, the short, thick launch tubes faintly reflecting the cold glint of warheads. On the outer side of its left arm hangs a massive shield almost as tall as the fuselage, its thick surface and sharp edges gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, seemingly etched with some kind of emblem. This war machine, a blend of futuristic technology and violent aesthetics, was locking onto Li Yang with its head sensors, which gleamed with a ghostly blue electronic light. Its gaze was cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. Immediately afterwards, a soft mechanical hum filled the air. The visor on the mech's head, resembling the cheek guards of an ancient samurai helmet, slowly folded upwards under the force of a hydraulic system. What was revealed was not cold metal or complex wiring, but a young human face. It was a woman who appeared to be around 20 years old, with neat, short, black hair that reached her ears, and bangs that framed her fair, oval face. Her features were delicate, with a straight nose and thin, well-defined lips. However, this face, which should have been youthful and beautiful, was now covered with a layer of icy indifference. Her eyes were like obsidian submerged in icy water, sharp and wary, devoid of any warmth, only pure scrutiny and a condescending, formulaic majesty. Her body, strapped into the mecha cockpit,
cockpit, was restrained by seatbelts. Her hands gripped the control stick tightly, her gaze piercing through the open head armor like two invisible icicles, aimed directly at Li Yang. A cold, monotone synthesized voice emanated from the mecha's external loudspeakers, each word as crisp as ice beads striking rock, carrying an unquestionable tone of command.
What are you doing within the territory where the machine guns are being hunted? I am slaying alien beasts.
Li Yang's voice was not loud, but it was clear and resonant, with a rock-like hardness that clearly penetrated the deep hum of the mecha engine and the faint roar of the beast tied in the distance. He stood tall and straight as a pine tree at the edge of the raging beast horde, facing this cold war machine without flinching. His azure dragon crescent blade pointed diagonally at the ground, the still-dried beast blood on its blade slowly dripping down, spreading dark marks in the dry dust, silently telling the story of the carnage that had just occurred.
The mech's head sensors flickered with a faint blue light, seemingly analyzing Li Yang's answer. The cold, synthesized electronic voice sounded again, devoid of any emotion. Identity verification. Which base are you from? Cheng base, Li Yang answered succinctly.
Inside the mecha cockpit, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed across Yin Xiangshua's cold, dark eyes.
Cheng base? That's a large human settlement in the east, over 25,000 kilometers away.
This guy, who looks no more than 18 or 19 years old, with a cold and even somewhat boyish face, actually came all the way from that far away to this perilous wilderness and mountain range?
Was it due to his strong individual abilities, or was there something else going on? She couldn't help but wonder. Countless questions swirled in her mind in an instant.
This added an indescribable curiosity to her scrutiny of Li Yang, beyond her inherent wariness. Alone, incredibly powerful martial artist from a distant base inherently represented
immense uncertainty and potential risk.
Perhaps realizing that her earlier aggressive entrance and blunt questioning had been too unfriendly, after all, while he had trespassed into the hunting area, he was genuinely killing a highly threatening beast, not causing malicious destruction. Yin Xiangxue, controlling her mecha, slightly adjusted her posture, symbolically retracting the missile launchers on her shoulder by half an inch. Her cool voice, still bearing the rigidity of a soldier, was noticeably softer through the loudspeaker. This is the Iron Curtain hunting zone designated by the 8th Special Operations Brigade of the Armed Forces, and the federal military has directly authorized this clearing.
Operation.
According to Article 7, Section 3 of the military's Wartime Wilderness Management Regulations, personnel not within this unit's command or unauthorized external forces, hunting, gathering, or combat of any kind is prohibited within the designated area to avoid disrupting plan tactics, triggering uncontrollable chain reactions, or causing friendly fire incidents.
She paused for a moment. Through the open cockpit, his gaze seemed to land squarely on Li Yang, clearly added.
Therefore, if you wish to continue slaying the alien beasts here, you must obtain formal authorization from the Supreme Commander of this operation. Otherwise, please leave the restricted area immediately. Li Yang almost rolled his eyes, as if a nearly solid black line slowly drooped down his forehead.
Slaying a strange beast required an application? This rule was unheard of in his understanding. On the Wasteland, the strong prey on the weak, and beasts and humans are inherently enemies.
When encountering beasts, especially a clearly chaotic and easily hunted herd, isn't it only natural for martial artists to kill them, acquire resources,
and hone their skills? Why are the rules so many and so rigid here on military territory?
He then realized that the other side was a well-organized mech unit, carrying out a large-scale hunting operation. It emphasizes tactical coordination and battlefield control. A lone, untrained soldier barging in could indeed disrupt their formation and
even cause misunderstandings. The very name Federal Military Headquarters represents order, power, and a certain degree of authority.
Especially in fighting against alien beasts and protecting human habitats, their achievements and strength are not to be underestimated.
A head-on confrontation is definitely not a wise move.
Li Yang suppressed the sense of absurdity in his heart and tentatively asked,
"So, how do I apply for this authorization permit if I want to continue killing these monsters?" Yin Xiangxue didn't answer immediately.
Instead, her fair fingers rapidly pressed the control lever a few times. Accompanied by a soft hydraulic hum, the mecha's massive left arm, covered in matte black armor, slowly rose.
The enormous steel hand steadily extended in front of Li Yang,
palm facing upwards, about 2 meters above the ground. Li Yang instinctively took a half step back, his internal energy circulating silently, watching the suddenly reaching steel giant hand warily.
The middle finger joint of the mecha arm twitched, slightly, as if giving a signal.
Li Yang paused, staring at the enormous metal hand, then pointing to himself, his eyes full of questions. Yin Xiangxue seemed to nod, and the mecha hand moved forward another half foot, its posture becoming even clearer. Having understood the other party's intention, Li Yang no longer hesitated, and lightly touched the ground with his toes. His body soared lightly into the air, landing as if weightless in the center of the cold, hard mecha hand. The metal beneath his feet felt cold and heavy. With the unique texture of industrial creation, Yin Xiangxue slowly retracted the mecha's arm, moving the steel hand carrying Li Yang to the same height as the cockpit.
At this moment, the two were only a little over a meter apart. Li Yang could clearly see Yin Xianshua's delicate oval face, her thick eyelashes, her straight nose, and her tightly pursed, slightly hard-lined thin lips. Her short, ear-length hair gently swayed in the slight airflow inside the mecha. Yin Xianshua's voice came directly through the mecha's internal communication system, possessing a more human quality than the electronic voice played externally, yet still clear and cold as a spring. As soon as she finished speaking, the two huge vector thrusters on the back of the mecha suddenly erupted with even more intense and dazzling orange-red flames. The violent thrust instantly acted on the massive machine. Li Yang felt an overwhelming, irresistible force surge from beneath his feet, his body suddenly sinking. A powerful gust of air, like an invisible giant hand, slammed against him, tearing his hair and clothes wildly backward. The scenery before him blurred, stretched, and distorted instantly. The herd of beasts below, the shattered forest, and the rising dust seemed to shrink and recede rapidly, like an overturned palette of paint. A powerful push against his back and a feeling of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Had it not been for his solid lower body and the protective energy within him, he would likely have been thrown away by this sudden, violent acceleration. Under Yin Xianshua's control, this matte black mech displayed astonishing agility and speed completely disproportionate to its heavy size. Like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky, it roared and sped through the low air, deftly avoiding the occasional protruding mountain ridges and tree canopies below. The strong wind pressure slightly distorted Li Yang's cheeks, but his eyes were unusually bright, filled with a hint of novelty and scrutiny as he experienced the ultimate speed brought by this pure mechanical power. After flying for about 10 minutes, crossing several continuous mountain ridges, the scenery in the mountain valley ahead suddenly opened up. A makeshift military camp, with its aesthetically pleasing steel industrial design, came into view. In the core area of the camp stood dozens of mechs of various shapes, all exuding a chilling, killing intent. Like silent steel behemoths, they guarded the central area in a defensive formation. Some carried huge alloy anti-ship swords, some shouldered multi-barreled rotary cannons, and others were equipped with uniquely designed energy weapons. The cold metallic gleam in the morning sun formed a terrifying steel jungle. On the high ground surrounding the camp, several even larger, mobile fortress-like heavy defensive platforms were deployed. Their massive, menacing cannon barrels and honeycomb-like missile launchers silently proclaimed their destructive power. Just as Yin Xianshua's mech flew into the camp's airspace of alert, buzz buzz. On two towering watchtowers at the edge of the camp, massive missile launchers, resembling the eyes of a colossal beast, instantly activated, accompanied by a low, dangerous mechanical whirring sound. The dark muzzles of cannons and missile launchers locked onto the approaching friendly mech with astonishing speed. A chilling hostility enveloped them, almost tangible. Li Yang clearly felt a strong sense of crisis rising from below, his skin even tightening slightly. Was this the alert level of the military base, so sensitive even to his own returning mechs? This brief lock-on lasted less than 2 seconds. It seemed some invisible signal was rapidly exchanging information between the mech and the base's defense system. Immediately afterward, those chilling cannons and missile launchers smoothly and precisely returned to their original positions, back to standby, as if the oppressive aiming had never happened. Yin Xianxue was clearly used to this, smoothly maneuvering her mech towards the densest area of mechs in the center of the camp. When the matte black Reconnaissance assault mech, accompanied by the roar of its engine and scorching airflow, landed steadily on a relatively open, hardened patch of ground in the center of the camp, it was positioned precisely at the forefront of all the arrayed mechs. This subtle landing silently demonstrated the mech and its pilot's status within the group. It was not merely a scout, but the vanguard. With a hiss of compressed gas being released, the mech's power core slowly shut down, and the exhaust flames from its back thrusters quickly dimmed and disappeared, leaving only scorching air swirling and rising around the mech. Almost the instant the mech landed, two officers dressed in crisp, dark gray federal military combat uniforms, their shoulder insignia adorned with crossed mech and sword emblems, jogged briskly from the direction of the command tent. The leader was a muscular man with dark, bronze skin, a square face, and piercing eyes beneath thick eyebrows that seemed to penetrate to the core. He was the first to stand at attention in front of the mecha, his right fist slamming heavily against his left chest near his heart, giving a standard military salute. His movements were clean and crisp, exuding a fierce and valiant air. At this moment, the mech's head armor folded back up, revealing the cockpit. Yin Xianxue unlocked the safety latch, and the complex control devices and support structures surrounding her body opened up to the sides like flower petals, slowly descending. Supported by the lifting device, she rose about 50 centimeters from the cockpit, ready to leave. She braced her hands on the edge of the cockpit, using the leverage to lean outwards. This movement inevitably accentuated the voluptuous curves outlined by the well-tailored driving suit, especially the stunning curve of her chest. Bathed in the morning light, it casts a silhouette that makes your heart race. The other officer following behind the dark-skinned officer was slightly thin, with somewhat shifty eyes. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to it, and a burning intensity flashed in his eyes
eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Yan Shangxue seemed completely unaware of this, or perhaps she had already become accustomed to it. With swift movements, she leaped from the cockpit and landed lightly on the ground. He then returned the same standard military salute to the dark-skinned officer, his voice clear and resonant.
Lieutenant Wang.
The dark-skinned officer, referred to as Lieutenant Wang, nodded, his gaze sweeping over Li Yang, who was still standing in the palm of the mecha, and then looking at Yan Shangxue with a questioning look in his eyes.
Come down with me, Yan Shangxue said to Li Yang.
Upon hearing this, Li Yang leaped up and landed steadily beside Yan Shangxue, calmly meeting the scrutinizing gaze of Deputy Wang. Lieutenant Wang and the officer with the shifty eyes ignored Li Yang and quickly stepped forward, deftly climbing onto the mecha that Yan Shangxue had just left. They skillfully opened several maintenance panels on the chest and abdomen of the mech. They began the routine return-to-base checks, and their actions were both professional and swift. They knew the mech's performance and structure inside and out. Come with me, I'll take you to see the highest commander of this operation. After Yan Shangxue finished speaking to Li Yang, she turned and walked towards the largest dark green command tent in the center of the camp. Her steps remained crisp and clean, her back straight, and her short, ear-length hair swayed gently with each step.
Li Yang quickly followed, silently observing the temporary camp.
The air was filled with the smells of engine oil, metal, and a faint scent of gunpowder, mixed with the distant aura of a strange beast.
The soldiers performed their duties, some maintaining the mechs, some adjusting weapons, and some patrolling on guard.
The entire camp exuded an atmosphere of well-trained, elite, and efficient work. Outside the camp, the energy shield generator emitted a low hum. A visible light blue energy barrier was formed, tightly enveloping the entire camp and blocking outside prying eyes and possible energy impacts.
Upon arriving at the command tent, Yan Shangxue stopped, stood at attention, and reported in a loud voice. Report.
Yan Shangxue, the captain of the 1st Reconnaissance team, is here with one outside personnel and requests permission to enter. A deep, steady male voice came from inside the tent. Come in. Yan Shangxue then lifted the heavy radiation-proof curtain and gestured for Li Yang to follow. The tent has a spacious interior and a simple, efficient layout. In the center stands a huge three-dimensional holographic tactical sand table, clearly projecting the terrain and topography of an area nearly 100 kilometers in radius around the camp. Large areas were covered by striking red dots, indicating the direction of the surging beast tide. Several tactical terminals, displaying various data and images, surrounded the sand table, where several staff officers were discussing in hushed tones. Deep inside the tent, with his back to the entrance, stood an extremely burly figure. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders like a door panel, even when wearing a well-fitting officer's uniform. You can also feel the explosive power contained in the knotted muscles under the clothes. He stared intently at the constantly changing red dots on the sand table, his fingers occasionally tracing lines in the air, as if deep in thought. He hadn't turned around when the footsteps approached. That deep, resonant voice, with its metallic quality, then came through. His tone carried a barely perceptible hint of concern. Xiang Shui, how's the patrol going? Are there any signs that the beast tide on the outer perimeter is attacking the warning line? Yan Shangxue walked about 3 steps behind the burly officer, stood at attention, saluted, and reported clearly. Reporting to the captain, no signs of a large-scale beast tide impacting the barrier have been detected in the patrol area. The outer beast herds are still in a state of chaotic flight, with the main pressure concentrated in the preset blocking zones 3 and 5. However, she turned slightly to the side, gesturing to Li Yang behind her. This person was found at the edge of Zone 7. He claims to be from Jiangcheng base and is actively killing alien beasts within the hunting area. The burly officer referred to as the captain was Zhuang Song, the captain of the 8th Special Operations Brigade of the armored base. He slowly turned around. A resolute face, as if sculpted from granite, appeared before Li Yang. Thick, sword-like eyebrows, a high, straight nose, a strong jawline, and tightly pursed lips. His eyes were deep and sharp. Like a hawk, it possesses the majesty and insight honed by countless battles, as if it can see right through people's hearts. The golden sword, mecha insignia, and 5 gleaming silver stars on his epaulets silently proclaimed his status and strength. Zhuang Song's gaze instantly swept past Yan Shangxue, the gaze fixed on Li Yang as if it were a tangible object, filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible surprise. Just how acute were the senses of a 5th-rank martial artist? From the moment Yan Shangxue led her people into the tent, he immediately sensed this unfamiliar yet powerful aura. Now, observing it up close, his heart stirred slightly. The young man before him. His figure was as straight as a spear, his aura calm and restrained, his eyes calm yet concealing a sharpness like an unsheathed blade. What caught his attention even more was that the seemingly ordinary black combat uniform worn by the boy was stained with dark, still wet bloodstains from various strange beasts. A faint, lingering scent of fresh blood and the sharp glint of blades remained in the air. This was an atmosphere that no safe zone could possibly have acquired. Jiangcheng base, Zhuang Song repeated, his eyes deepening with meaning. Traveling over 25,000 kilometers alone across the wasteland to this point was proof of his strength and courage. He spoke
spoke in a low voice, like the striking of a rock. Anyone who acts without authorization within the Iron Curtain zone designated by the military and interferes with tactical deployments can be immediately expelled or even temporarily detained, according to regulations. Faced with Zhuangsong's extremely oppressive gaze and words, Li Yang, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, nor flustered. He met the other person's gaze. He spoke calmly, his voice echoing clearly throughout the tent. I did not intend to interfere with your operations. I was simply passing through this area when I encountered a beast tide, and I acted out of a warrior's duty to clear it away. I apologize if this has caused any inconvenience. He paused slightly, then changed the subject. His tone was sincere yet carried an undeniable confidence. However, since your department is conducting a large-scale hunt, you must need more combat power. I request to join this beast hunting operation and contribute my strength. I wonder if Captain Zhuang would allow it. Li Yang had his own plans. With his current strength, a 5th-rank martial artist was not invincible, but he had high hopes for the Federation military, a force that fought year-round on the front lines against the alien beasts, protecting the human race. Have respect in your heart. Showing respect and cooperation in public is essential. Furthermore, joining such a large-scale hunt not only allows one to legitimately gain a large number of kill points, he could also observe the combat methods of this elite mech unit up close and understand the military strength, which was entirely beneficial to him. Zhuangsong's gaze lingered on Li Yang for a full 10 seconds. The only sound in the tent was the soft hum of the tactical terminal. The atmosphere became slightly tense. Yan Xiangxue stood to the side, her posture upright. His face remained expressionless, but a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes as he watched to see what decision the captain would make. Finally, Zhuangsong's lips curled into a slight, enigmatic smile. He spoke slowly, his voice still steady, yet filled with undeniable authority. Your strength and courage are commendable. It's fortunate that Jiangcheng Base can produce such a talented young person as you. He first gave his approval, then changed the subject, his tone becoming serious and formal. However, the military has its own regulations. Operation Iron Curtain is authorized by the federal military and is fully managed by the 8th Special Operations Brigade. All spoils acquired within the operational area, including but not limited to beast crystals, rare materials, and biological samples, are considered strategic reserves of the federal military. All items must be registered and collected uniformly, and allocated and used by the military headquarters. No individual may retain them privately. His gaze, sharp as a searchlight, was fixed firmly on Li Yang's eyes. He said, word by word, I can make an exception and approve your participation in this hunting operation as a temporary non-combatant, but on the condition that you strictly abide by the following 2 rules. Zhuangsong paused briefly before continuing. First, all the alien beast carcasses and valuable parts you have captured during this operation must be handed over unconditionally to our logistics department for unified receipt and processing. You are not allowed to keep them for yourself. Second, Zhuangsong's gaze shifted to Yan Xiangxue, who was standing quietly to the side. To ensure you comply with the regulations, while also protecting your safety and coordinating actions, you will be assigned to Captain Yan Xiangxue's squad. She will supervise and guide your operations throughout. Any operational intentions must be reported to her and approved in advance. Understand? Handing over all the spoils? And being watched the whole time by a seemingly cold woman? A ripple of unease stirred within Li Yang. Kill points were his most valued core objective. The value of the beast corpses far outweighed the system rewards. While handing over the corpses wasn't unacceptable, the feeling of being monitored instinctively made him uncomfortable. This would undoubtedly severely restrict his freedom of movement, especially when he needed to find specific targets or use special methods. His gaze unconsciously swept over Yan Xiangxue. She maintained her icy expression, as if being assigned to be a nanny was perfectly normal. However, Li Yang keenly noticed a slight furrow in her brow, fleeting yet clearly indicating she wasn't entirely happy with this extra supervisory task. Zhuangsong took in their subtle reactions, but he didn't care, calmly waiting for Li Yang's answer. His eyes seemed to say, the conditions are here, agree and stay to fight, don't agree, and get out of here. A brief moment of weighing the options flashed through his mind. Joining this hunt meant access to a large number of exotic beasts and killing spots, a rare opportunity he hadn't had while roaming the wilderness alone. The military's name could also serve as a temporary shield. As for being monitored, with proper handling, he might be able to find ways to circumvent or explain it. After all, the battlefield was unpredictable. Li Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and met Zhuangsong's gaze, saying in a deep voice, I understand. I accept. Upon hearing the affirmative reply, Zhuangsong's eyes remained unmoved. He then turned to Yan Xiangxue and gave her the order. Take your squad's unofficial members with you. Understood, sir. Yan Xiangxue led Li Yang out of the command tent. Zhuangsong watched them leave, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. After walking several dozen meters, Li Yang was still pondering how to handle the situation when Yan Xiangxue suddenly stopped and said to him in a cold tone, in my reconnaissance team, I hope you won't negatively impact everyone. on. He then added, "You're quite skilled, but hunting emphasizes teamwork. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying?" Li Yang calmly replied, "I will resolutely obey orders from my superiors. By the way, what is my superior's name?" Fortunately, Yan Shangxue had her back to him at the time. When she heard his reply, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Yan Shangxue. Having said that, she continued walking forward, arriving at her jet-black mecha. The maintenance officer had already left, and 14 members dressed in the same uniform, as her, were busy with their respective mechas. Yan Shangxue coughed twice, interrupting their work, and the four immediately jumped out of their mechas and saluted in unison. Yan Shangxue nodded, signaling them to put their hands down. Her tone was no longer as cold as when she spoke to Li Yang. Instead, she said kindly, "This is a martial artist from the Jiangchang base who will participate in the Iron Curtain hunt. He is currently being assigned to our reconnaissance team." She pointed at Li Yang, and the 14 members looked at him curiously. Having worked their way up from the bottom to join the reconnaissance team, they were naturally very curious about how this young man had joined so directly. Li Yang greeted them politely. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Yang. I hope you will take care of me in the future." The four boys looked at each other, unsure how to respond, and all glanced at their leader. Yan Shangxue gestured with her eyes, and a man about 1.8 meters tall who looked kind spoke up. "Hello, I am He Hongtian, a member of the first investigation team." Listening to their introduction, Li Yang learned that the reconnaissance team consisted of 5 people: He Hongtian, Zhao Wu, Ma Longteng, Yu Xiqing, and the team leader Yan Shangxue. Including me, we're a 6-person team now, Li Yang joked as he joined in. "Ah, that's right, that's right." Yan Shangxue initially thought Li Yang would struggle to integrate into the team, as she considered his 4 subordinates troublemakers, and likely to resist her control if not for her superior strength. However, she was surprised that Li Yang quickly became one of them. Just as He Hongtian suggested trying Li Yang's cooking, Yan Xiangshue's AI suddenly beeped. She opened it to check the information, and a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Reconnaissance team, assemble." He Hongtian, Zhao Wu, Ma Longteng, and Yuji rushed to Yan Shangxue and quickly lined up. Li Yang then reacted and followed closely behind. Operation closed in on the Iron Curtain hunt. Reconnaissance Team 1 is responsible for the southeast direction. Do your utmost to eliminate the alien beasts. Yan Shangxue calmly issued the orders. "Did you understand?" he asked. "Understood," the 4 of them and Li Yang answered in unison. Yan Shangxue waved her hand lightly, and the 4 of them immediately rushed to their respective mechs. Turning her head to glance at Li Yang, who was still standing there in a daze, her cold voice rang in Li Yang's ear again. "You ride in my mech." After saying that, Yan Shangxue ran lightly towards the mecha and leaped into the cockpit. The mecha opened and closed its fist, and a cold, synthesized electronic voice came from inside the visor. "Aren't you coming up? Do I have to ask you?" Li Yang gritted his teeth, flipped over, and jumped onto the shoulder of Yan Shangxue's mecha. He no longer wanted to sit in the mecha's arm. After all, that position was too dangerous, and he was always worried about being inexplicably crushed to death. Sitting on her shoulder, as long as Yan Shangxue didn't launch small missiles, he was almost safe. Yan Shangxue didn't say anything about it. The flamethrower mech suddenly rose into the air, followed closely by the 4 crew members. The 5 mechs formed an arrowhead shape in the air, with the jet-black Yan Shangxue mech leading the way, flanked by He Hongtian and Yu Ji, and followed by Zhao Wu and Ma Longteng. Their flight team was perfectly coordinated. Through numerous training sessions, they were able to effectively stabilize their flight, reduce drag on each other's mechs, and prepare for any unexpected anomalies in the surrounding environment. Li Yang, hunched over, stood steadily on Yan Shangxue's mecha shoulder. The whistling wind swept over his Heavenly King armor, and he secretly rejoiced that the armor covered his head, otherwise he would have suffered terribly. Yan Shangxue looked at this newcomer, finding it surprisingly comfortable to have him on her shoulder. The black mecha suddenly accelerated, instantly creating a 100-meter gap between itself and the mecha behind it. Ma Longteng asked through the communication channel, "Li Yang, did you offend the captain?" "Don't worry about the captain's business, just speed up," He Hongtian advised, and then Yan Shangxue's mecha accelerated. The 5 mechs left huge trails of air as they flew for 15 minutes before finally arriving at the southeast area assigned by the command post. Countless strange beasts were stampeding below. In any base, such a large number of beasts would have caused chaos. As the mecha descended from 2,000 meters to 500 meters, Yan Shangxue gave the order, and the mecha's instruments displayed simultaneously, "Slay the alien beast, be careful." Immediately, 4 light red mechs charged into the horde of alien beasts. One unleashed a barrage of high-frequency machine gun fire, another wielded a massive sword on its back, and a third used its shield to defend itself while attacking the beasts. Yoji's mech, meanwhile, moved to a nearby mountain, retrieved its sniper rifle, and aimed at any beasts that might threaten it. Their division of labor was clear, and their teamwork was seamless. Yan Shangxue piloted the mecha to descend to a height of 300 meters and hovered in the air. He put away his visor, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and said coldly to Li Yang, "Fight on your own. Don't put yourself in danger, or I won't be able to save you in time." Li Yang nodded in understanding standing, took out the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade and leaped off Yan Xianshua's mecha shoulder. The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade with its azure patterns was raised high above his head as he fell. Phantom Blade Technique, Fallen Heaven Slash. The dark red figure, like a boulder, slashed fiercely into the horde of beasts with its narrow blade. The slaughter system immediately alerted. Ding! Killed a rank 2 exotic beast, Stone Rat, gaining 2 kill points. Ding! Killed a rank 2 exotic beast, Stone Rat, gaining 2 kill points. Ding! Killed a rank 3 exotic beast, Dragon Oil Tiger, plus 5 kill points. With just the impact of that single strike in midair, Li Yang had already gained 46 kill points. Finding so many strange beasts isn't easy. Li Yang glanced at the kill points, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. Seeing the strange beasts galloping about, he felt as if he were seeing countless killing spots. Dragon Bone Blood Sutra. The second layer of the Dragon Bone Blood scripture, combined with his abundant blood and chi, made him no less powerful than an ordinary 5th rank martial artist. The highest level beast on the field was only 4th rank, and with the blade aura from the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, he could easily kill the weaker beasts. Ding! Killed a 1st grade exotic beast, the Black Earth Horse, gaining 1 kill point. Bite! Slay a 1st grade exotic beast, the Black Earth Horse, and gain plus 1 kill point. Ding! Killed a 1st grade exotic beast, the Black Earth Horse, gaining 1 kill point. Li Yang was like a beast-slaying machine. Wherever he stepped, no beast survived. Even with his kill points still at 1, he adjusted his strategy. His figure swiftly weaved through the beast horde. One moment he was in the east, and the next he was before the 3rd grade beast, the Azure Water Serpent. A pale blue light flashed beneath its forehead, its emerald scales neatly splitting open, and its swimming body crashed to the ground, leaving a deep crater. He turned around and glided to the side of a 3rd grade exotic beast, a fire cat, waiting for an opportunity to approach Yu Tian. As Yu Tian sensed the approaching beast, his sniper rifle instinctively turned towards its target. A large hand steadily raised the muzzle. A flash of blue light appeared, and the fire cat's head flew off. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the large hand vanished without a trace. A group of over a dozen 3rd grade Lansong elephants, their thick hooves stomping wildly, smashed through the surrounding beasts, causing chaos throughout the herd. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the back of one of the Lansong elephants. Sensing the presence of a human, the Lansong elephant unleashed its unique attack, its winding trunk lunging fiercely at Li Yang. Li Yang gripped the green dragon crescent blade tightly with both hands and brought it down with a fierce slash. The moment the elephant's trunk touched the blade, a gash appeared, the wound widening until it was finally severed along with its tail. A piercing scream echoed through the Lansong elephant herd. He swiftly sheathed his knife, then thrust it forcefully with a backhand stroke, the tip piercing the elephant's brain, blood gushing out. Seeing their companion's gruesome death, one of the Lansong elephants, even more robust than a typical Lansong, bellowed to the sky, its hooves pounding the ground to send a signal. The lead elephant gave the command, and the gazes of the entire herd turned to Li Yang, their massive bodies instantly halting. What are you looking at? I'm the one killing you beasts. Li Yang revealed his ruthlessness with a fierce look in his eyes. Just as he was about to deal with the Lansong elephant beneath his feet, a flash of fire shot from afar, and the danger signal in his mental perception suddenly intensified. He swiftly flipped over and used the northern darkness soaring technique to escape the elephant herd. The firelight struck the spot where he had just been standing. Boom boom. A loud explosion rang out among the elephant herd, annihilating more than a dozen Lansong elephants under the bombardment of a small missile. Li Yang looked in the direction from which the firelight had come and saw a small missile launcher on Yan Xianshua's shoulder, still emitting wisps of smoke. Isn't this woman being a bit too nosy? What if she blows me up? He couldn't help but complain. After muttering to himself, Li Yang flew towards another area densely populated with strange beasts. Yan Xianxue, inside the visor, had a cold expression. She thought to herself that she had used a small missile to save Li Yang because she thought he was in danger, but she didn't expect him to be so ungrateful and instead run towards a place with more alien beasts. Aren't you afraid of losing your life just to kill these strange beasts? She muttered to herself. But little did she know Li Yang's true strength. What were a dozen or so Lansong elephants? Even if there were a dozen more, they would only be dead by his blade. Her worries were completely unnecessary. At this moment, Li Yang had already rushed into another herd of black ground horses. Of course, they were not first-grade horses. Most of the horses at the front were third-grade black ground horses. He leaped atop the black horse, his sharp blade aimed directly at its head, and without hesitation, slashed down. The galloping black horse came to an abrupt halt, its body collapsing to the ground, limp and powerless. Ding! Killed a rank 3 exotic beast, Black Earth Horse, plus 5 kill points. More than 20 black horses that charged ahead fell to the ground and could not get up under Li Yang's merciless slaughter. What a pity about these beast crystals and other materials. Looking at the beast he had killed, Li Yang sighed inwardly. It was such a shame that he couldn't even get the beast crystals and materials. He couldn't help but admire Zhuang Song, the leader of the military, who would never let go of anything that was beneficial to the military. Without the reward of kill points, he would be working for the military for free, without
without any salary. Despite this thought, Li Yang's Azure Dragon Crescent Blade never stopped, and his killing points had exceeded 5,000. He wanted to upgrade his Northern Darkness sky travel technique, but safety was utterly compromised on the current battlefield. If he encountered a crisis while upgrading and no one came to his rescue, he would perish there. On the field, the 3-rank Grey Rock Foxes were able to release poison gas bombs.
No one dared to approach them. Wherever they passed, it was like a pure land, leaving only their figures. Can my Heavenly King armor protect against poison? Li Yang murmured to himself, staring at the Grey Rock Fox. Of course it can prevent it. If you don't understand anything in the future, can you ask me? Morrow's angry voice echoed in Li Yang's mind. Master Luo is the best. Thank you, Master Luo. After receiving an affirmative answer, Li Yang praised Mo Luo with a fawning expression. Mo Luo could indeed be quite useful sometimes, like in this situation. Li Yang didn't know how powerful the Grey Rock Fox's poison gas bombs were, but strangely, no other beast pack dared to approach them, which undoubtedly indicated that the poison gas bombs were extremely powerful.
Now that he knew the Heavenly King armor had anti-poison capabilities, Li Yang suddenly appeared behind the fox pack. The dark red Heavenly King armor tightly enveloped his entire body. The foxes kept their distance, and the poison gas grenades had no effect on him.
Li Yang gripped
the Azure Dragon Bay Crescent Blade tightly. The blue patterns on the blade emanated a chilling killing intent. He locked his sights on the group of 50-odd foxes.
Phantom Blade Technique, Exploding Dragon Slash.
Leaving behind an afterimage, his true form, carrying immense power and accompanied by cyan blade patterns, slashed fiercely at the fox horde. Those foxes, each over a meter tall, were sliced in half horizontally. A kill notification flashed in Li Yang's mind as he turned to survey the battlefield. Yu Tian remained at his starting position, sniping, while the other team members focused on eliminating the alien beasts. In contrast, Yan Shangxue moved less, occasionally firing a small missile or two.
Cracks began to appear in the ground.
If one is not careful, even small beasts could fall in. No one knows what lies hidden beneath the surface.
Li Yang sensed the anomaly, concentrated his senses, and an image of a 4th-grade beast, the poisonous centipede, emerged in his mind, lurking underground.
As the crack in the ground widened, the poisonous centipede slowly crawled out, swaying from side to side as it warily surveyed its surroundings, while simultaneously spraying a cloud of poisonous mist that enveloped its entire body. The venomous centipede, 7 or 8 meters long, was covered with countless legs on both sides, its appearance extremely bizarre and terrifying. Hongtian was closest to it, his mecha arm holding a giant sword high. The moment he sensed the poisonous mist, he immediately activated the thrusters and quickly moved away. Yu Ji, at a distance, immediately opened fire as a sniper. Yan Shangxue, meanwhile, used the dual cannons on her
mecha's shoulders to simultaneously launch 2 small missiles, their target aimed directly at the venomous centipede within the poisonous mist.
These 2 small missiles were quite powerful, blasting a crater over 30 meters wide into the ground and instantly annihilating the surrounding monsters. As the smoke cleared, the enormous, venomous centipede's tentacles thrashed wildly, its scales intact. The small missiles had not caused it any real damage.
The scene fell into a deathly silence.
The beasts that had been running and leaping dared not move because of the squeaks from the venomous centipede.
Some of
the weaker beasts, unable to withstand the poisonous mist, collapsed to the ground. The reconnaissance team members had all taken to the air in their mechs. Faced with this unexpected 4th-grade beast, everyone seemed somewhat flustered. However, judging from their formation around Yan Shangxue, they were clearly prepared to confront the poisonous centipede head-on.
Everyone, put on your gas masks and prepare to attack. Yan Shangxue gave the order, her mech spitting out orange-red flames. The other
4 team members gripped their weapons and followed closely behind.
Li Yang was excluded this time and could only watch from the sidelines.
Suddenly, a giant gauntlet over a meter tall appeared on Yan Shangxue's mecha's right arm, which she swung at lightning speed towards the poisonous centipede on the ground.
The huge impact echoed all
around, and thick smoke and dust filled the air once again. Hongtian also swung his giant sword from the air at the poisonous centipede, while Yu Ji and Ma Longting provided cover from the side. As the smoke dissipated, the sound of the poisonous centipede's footsteps rang out clearly.
It pressed tightly against Yan Shangxue's
giant gauntlet, its 2 legs firmly wedging it in place. Even Hongtian's giant sword failed to leave the slightest mark on it. At the beginning of the confrontation, the 2 sides were evenly matched, and neither side gained an advantage.
Morrow, do you think they can win? Li Yang asked while watching the battle. I don't know. Although that girl is a 4th-rank martial artist, she seems to be injured, Mo Luo told Li Yang after analyzing the situation. No wonder Li Yang always felt something was off. From his mental perception, Yan Shangxue was indeed a 4th-rank martial artist. She must have real skills to be the captain of the reconnaissance team, but her strength always seemed a bit lacking. While the 2 were talking, the reconnaissance team had already adjusted their strategy. Instead of the 2 of them directly confronting the poisonous centipede, Yu Ji switched to a more powerful armor-piercing bullet. Aiming at the poisonous centipede's small eyes and continuing to aim until Yan Shangxue and Hongtian took a few steps back. The armor
armor-piercing bullet whistled from Yuji's sniper rifle, striking the poisoned centipede squarely in the eye. The venomous centipede's eyelids snapped shut, the alloy steel inside snapping back, deflecting the armor-piercing bullet. Though it caused the centipede to lean back, the bullet failed to penetrate. Everyone attacked together. Yan Xiangxue attempted to take advantage of his eye discomfort and, with everyone's combined efforts, inflict damage on the poisonous centipede through close-quarters combat. After all, small missiles and armor-piercing projectiles couldn't penetrate its defenses. If they couldn't kill the fourth-grade beast, their team's performance in the Iron Curtain hunt would definitely suffer. Zhao Wu, carrying a massive machine gun on his shoulder, fired continuously, forcing the poisonous centipede to retreat. Ma Longting's shield was firmly pressed against its back. Yu Tian occasionally aimed for its eyes and fired, while Li Hongtian, using the speed of the mech's jet propulsion, once again swung his sword, piercing its hard scales. The greatsword only left a faint white mark on the poisonous centipede's scales. After a long and arduous struggle, Yan Xiangxue began to grow impatient. Suddenly, her mecha underwent a transformation. The small missile launchers on her shoulders slowly retracted, and then two larger small missiles extended. Li Yang watched as this fourth-grade alien beast was dragged out for so long without being killed. He pondered to himself, but he didn't want to reveal his full martial arts strength, and his mental power was absolutely out of the question. His lips twitched slightly as he asked Moro, "Can I use the flight function of the Heavenly King armor now?" Moro, unusually, did not answer immediately. After a while, he said, "You can actually use all three forms of the Heavenly King armor, but before, in order to protect the master, I locked two of the forms." "Oh, it seems even I, Master Luo, have my own little schemes," Li Yang teased with a smile. "Then how do I use it?" Li Yang continued to ask. "You just need to imagine the third form in your mind," Moro said, while also sending him a picture of the dark red Heavenly King armor spreading its wings. Following Mo Luo's instructions, Li Yang silently sketched the appearance of the third form of the Heavenly King armor in his mind. The Heavenly King armor covered his body, and as if it were alive, dark golden liquid substances slowly extended from his waist to both sides, intertwining and repeating endlessly, until two 1-meter-long wings grew from behind Li Yang. These dark red wings were a full 2 meters long. Li Yang gently shook them, and they suddenly began to vibrate. With just a slight increase in speed, he could soar into the sky. Li Yang gripped the azure dragon crescent blade in his right hand and slowly placed it in front of his wings. With a flap of his wings, his figure suddenly shot into the sky, his Heavenly King armor covering his face, like a rainbow streaking into the battlefield. He slashed diagonally at the poisonous centipede's eyes. The centipede, spewing venomous gas, tried to force Li Yang back, but, unexpectedly, his blade severed its eye. The reconnaissance team that had been attacking the poisonous centipede was immediately shocked. "What? One strike pierces armor?" Yuji looked through the scope and saw Li Yang slash through the eyes of the poisonous centipede with a single blow, his eyes filled with shock. "Li Yang is that fierce?" He Hongtian couldn't help but exclaim. The most shocked was Yan Xiangxue. She had originally thought that the reconnaissance team couldn't defeat the poisonous centipede, and that their performance in the Iron Curtain hunt would be greatly diminished. She never expected that this unofficial member, Li Yang, would not only fight so many strange beasts but also perform so formidably against a fourth-grade poisonous centipede. Li Yang's calm voice rang in their ears, "Leave the poisonous centipede to me." His tone was firm and composed, compelling everyone to believe him. After a prolonged and unsuccessful attack, the group was somewhat discouraged. Li Yang maneuvered his mech to a distance of 50 meters from the poisonous centipede, while the reconnaissance team kept watch over the surroundings. His figure flickered constantly within the poisonous mist emanating from the centipede, his dark red silhouette standing out conspicuously. Brilliant flashes of light appeared frequently, and suddenly, all the legs on both sides of the poisonous centipede were severed. Sizzle, 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 the venomous centipede screamed in agony. Li Yang coldly watched the writhing and struggling venomous centipede, his heart unmoved. The venomous centipede suddenly twisted its body and burrowed into the cracked ground. Trying to escape? Li Yang saw through its intention, and his powerful blood energy quickly condensed. 1/3 of the venomous centipede's body had burrowed into the ground, and the surrounding poisonous mist had completely dissipated. Even without legs, it moved swiftly. Everyone was extremely anxious as they saw it about to escape, but they noticed that Li Yang, wearing the dark red Heavenly King armor, remained completely still. Yan Xiangxue frowned her beautiful brows and pressed a few times on the mecha's control stick with her delicate fingers. A larger missile launcher slowly rose from the back of the jet black mech, or a medium-sized missile with the power equivalent to 10 small missiles stood ready to be launched. If Li Yang doesn't take action now, Yan Xiangxue will definitely launch without hesitation in the next second. The 4 team members watched Li Yang's movements intently, wondering why he wasn't pressing his advantage. The poisonous centipede swayed its tail, more than 2/3 of its body already burrowed into the ground. Li Yang, however, stood firmly in place. Suddenly, a dark red light flashed before their eyes, and the azure dragon crescent blade in his hand pierced through the poisonous centipede's tail in an instant. The sharp blade caused its body
ready to tremble in pain. It tried to shake off Li Yang's weapon, but it had no idea that Li Yang's strength was far beyond its ability to resist. The wings on his waist began to vibrate violently, and Li Yang stomped his right foot hard. The cracked ground pressed against the poisonous centipede. Veins bulged on Li Yang's hands as he gripped the weapon embedded in the centipede's body and pulled it out with a mighty jerk. The centipede was lifted from the ground, its entire body suspended high in the air, about 10 meters above the ground. It bent its body, looking down at its tail, its single remaining eye filled with rage, as if it wanted to tear Li Yang to shreds. He Hong Tian, Yu Ji, and the others were speechless with shock at Li Yang's formidable strength. "My goodness!" Zhao Wu exclaimed, his mouth agape. Li Yang's armor had sprouted wings and could fly, making it far more impressive than their bulky mechs. His eyes were filled with envy. The venomous centipede, suspended in mid-air, struggled desperately. Li Yang's azure dragon crescent blade held its body firmly in place, black venom dripping from the air and sizzling as it corroded the weeds. The centipede spewed out another thick cloud of poisonous mist, covering an area of several meters in radius within seconds. Everyone's vision was obscured by the mist, only tearing sounds and the centipede's sharp squeaking could be heard. As the poisonous mist dissipated, a 7 or 8 meter long venomous centipede lay motionless on the field. Its body was clearly divided in two from tail to head by a distinct line. Li Yang, clad in dark red armor and with a pair of dark red wings at his waist, stood there with his right foot planted on the centipede's head, holding the azure dragon crescent blade, exuding an aura of dominance. At that moment, the young man's figure appeared exceptionally tall and imposing. Yen Xiangxue stowed the launcher on her back, her almond-shaped eyes slightly shifting, lost in thought. Perhaps she was relieved that the Iron Curtain hunt operation hadn't worsened their team's performance. Wow, Li Yang is amazing. He actually cleaved the poisonous centipede in two from its tail with a single strike. Even more powerful than our captain at his peak. The 4 team members were stunned to see Li Yang lift the poisonous centipede from the ground into the air and then split it in two amidst the poisonous mist. They had initially wanted to help, but now it seemed pointless. At this moment, in their eyes, Li Yang's strength was on par with Yin Xiangxue's. That's how it is in the military. No matter how strong your background, as long as your strength is recognized, you'll earn everyone's respect. Li Yang nodded to them, then his dark red figure shot into the air, using his unique mental perception to unleash a powerful fallen sky slash that slammed into the horde of alien beasts. The 10 kill points he had just earned from killing the poisonous centipede had completely ignited his bloodlust. Looks like I'll break the 6,000 kill point mark today, no problem. Li Yang glanced at his kill points, 5,680. Originally, he was on a mission with the Reconnaissance team, which meant he had to conceal his mental power, preventing him from fully utilizing his strength, and significantly reducing efficiency. Fortunately, the third form of the Heavenly King armor was still active, allowing him to watch helplessly as so many alien beasts appeared before him, unable to kill them with gusto, which inevitably left him with a sense of regret. With a flash of the azure dragon crescent blade, a beam of light slashed through the air, and the heads of the 6 strange beasts flew off simultaneously. Ding! Killed a grade 3 exotic beast, the coarse hemp poison steed, gaining +5 kill points. Ding! Killed a grade 3 exotic beast, the coarse hemp poison steed, gaining +5 kill points. Ding! Killed a grade 3 exotic beast, the coarse hemp poison steed, gaining +5 kill points. Hee, this is so satisfying to gain kill points, Li Yang thought with immense joy. Looking around at the familiar beasts, he wielded his weapon, mercilessly reaping their kills. Meanwhile, Ma Longting, as the logistical support for the reconnaissance team, was busy extracting the beast crystals from the dead beasts. At first, he easily mined 1 or 2 beast crystals from his teammates. Then the captain instructed him to mine the beast crystals from the monsters Li Yang had killed. Initially, he only mined a few. Gradually, the situation changed drastically. The quality of the beast crystals was extremely high, none were lower than grade 2, and sometimes there were even rows of grade 3 monsters lying neatly on the ground. Ma Longting, shield in hand, mined the beast crystals, feeling extremely satisfied. The reconnaissance team hadn't had such a bountiful harvest in a long time. At this point, at least 1,000 beast crystals had accumulated in the mech storage space. Ma Longting's gaze towards Li Yang completely changed. He no longer dared to underestimate this young man who had directly joined the reconnaissance team. This is absolutely the team's merit collecting machine, Ma Longting exclaimed. In fact, the federal military has a unique merit management system. For every officer wanting to advance, kill points and battle records are key. Military merit and achievements are the most convincing criteria, and the regulations even explicitly state what positions can be obtained based on military merit combined with ability. This not only means that those with high military merit can obtain higher status in the military, but also serves as a motivation for soldiers to bravely slay alien beasts. Furthermore, military merit is a form of hard currency in the military, which can be exchanged for various resources and benefits provided by the military. However, Li Yang, as an unofficial member, had never had any contact with with the military before. He knew nothing of this.
If he had known that Zhuang Song forbade him from acquiring the resources from killing exotic beasts, yet these resources could ultimately be converted into military merits to enhance his strength, he would have felt immense regret for agreeing. Li Yang's figure darted once again to the side of a swarm of enormous red fire ants. Each red imported fire ant is 50 to 60 centimeters long, with two 10-centimeter long antennae on its head and a pair of hard, serrated pincers on its upper jaw. The red imported fire ant's abdomen protruded high at the end. Li Yang had just approached when they raised their abdomens and attacked Li Yang, their stingers aimed straight at his face.
Ouch, these tiny ants dare to shoot stingers at me? Li Yang was getting annoyed by the stings.
Numerous red imported fire ants continuously sprayed stingers, like countless people relentlessly firing arrows at you, only these arrows were much shorter.
Kongling had taught in class that you must never be hit by the abdominal stingers of red imported fire ants.
If you get infected, you may experience mild symptoms like skin redness and swelling, or severe symptoms like heart failure caused by the poison. You must stay away from such situations if you encounter them. If I had the right area of effect attack skill, I could easily wipe out this swarm of fire ants.
Li Yang lamented that his current methods for slaying alien beasts were still somewhat rudimentary. However, he also has his own unique killing technique.
Using the Heavenly King armor, I leaped above the red imported fire ants and aimed at the junction of their abdomens and heads. With a flick of his cyan crescent-shaped blade, the red fire ant had no time to react. A kill point for a third-grade exotic beast, the red fire ant, was thus obtained. The red fire ants on the ground continued to shoot stingers at Li Yang, but their companions fell,
one by one.
The queen ant, standing in the center of the swarm directing the attack, was furious, seeing her people die tragically. At the hands of this human, she was almost powerless to retaliate. Her antennae swayed from side to side, emitting a peculiar scent. Upon smelling the scent, the surrounding red imported fire ants also emitted a faint aroma, and the entire colony quickly retreated in other directions. Watching this well-organized and clearly structured colony of red imported fire ants retreat, Li Yang, though wanting to wipe them out completely, however, severing their connections one by one was too laborious, so she let them go.
Yan Shangxue piloted her mecha, blocking a fierce attack from the alien beast before
her, and retreated dozens of meters. The sound of the impact reached Li Yang's ears, and he, who had been only focused on the fire ants, shifted his gaze to that side. A 5-meter-tall, 10-meter-long, pure white, 5th-grade exotic beast, the Thousand-Conquer Snow Sable Horse, was confronting Yan Shangxue. The medium-sized missile launcher on the back of the mech rose up. The Thousand-Strike Ferret powerfully raised its hooves, preparing to clash with the mecha piloted by Yan Shangxue. Inside the mecha, Yan Shangxue locked onto her target, her gaze resolute, her delicate fingers pressing down hard on the control lever. White smoke rose from the launcher, and a medium-sized missile was launched with lightning speed. Sensing danger, the Thousand-Strike Ferret suddenly lowered its body, its massive form collapsing to the ground and rolling to one side. They successfully dodged the medium-sized missile. The medium-sized missile struck the horde of alien beasts behind them. A mushroom cloud nearly 100 meters in size was unleashed, and the scorching heat vaporized all the alien beasts within its range. The deafening explosion rendered most people almost deaf. Fortunately, Li Yang, thanks to the protection of his Heavenly King armor, was able to block out most of the sound vibration frequencies. A breach was forcefully torn open on the southeastern side of the reconnaissance team's hunting area. The Thousand-Horse Ferret gazed warily at the mushroom cloud that had just risen. Her lips parted slightly, and she felt the surrounding air suddenly freeze, with drops of frost appearing around Yan Shangxue's mecha. Yan Shangxue's expression turned serious as she pushed the mecha's power to its maximum.
The surrounding frost began to condense and solidify, and the temperature plummeted instantly.
He Hong Tian and the others were about to set off to provide support when Yan Shangxue gave them a command through the mecha's communication channel. No one is allowed to come over. You are no match for it. Despite her injuries, Yan Shangxue still hoped to contend with the Thousand-Conquer Snow Sable Horse. 5th-grade beasts already possessed the ability to unleash unique attacks, and the surrounding frost was precisely the Thousand-Conquer Snow Sable's unique frost attack. It condensed water molecules in the surrounding space, using its own beast crystal energy to lower the temperature. It continuously condenses into ice, causing its structure to gradually expand, and then it uses this frost to attack enemies. Yoji replaced the bullets in his sniper rifle with incendiary rounds and aimed at the head of the thousand-headed ferret.
A gunshot rang out.
The incendiary bomb nearly hit the head of the Thousand-Strike Ferret but was stopped by a block of ice. The bullet struck the center of the ice block and the incendiary bomb exploded immediately, while the ice block only trembled slightly. How can we play like this? Yu Tian was stunned by the special ability of the Thousand-Conquer Snow Sable Horse. Yan Shangxue piloted the jet-black mecha, whose color gradually turned dark red. The internal temperature of the mech continued to rise. Sweat dripped from her beautiful face and forehead. He gritted his teeth and spoke through the mech's communication channel.
Evacuate immediately.
I have already reported to the command post knows that a 5th grade beast has appeared in our area and reinforcements will be coming. Remember to take Li Yang, who is not on the official payroll, with you when you leave." Yan Xianshua's evacuation order came through the earpiece, and the team members couldn't help but look at her with worry. As a team member, I couldn't share the risks with my captain, and I felt a burning shame on my face. 4 Mechs took off simultaneously, and Yu Tian shouted to Li Yang, who was watching the battle. "Li Yang, the captain has ordered us to retreat. Someone will come to deal with this big guy in a while." Li Yang flapped his wings, flew to the side of the sky-soaring mecha, and calmly said, "You all evacuate first, I can fly, and I'll be there soon." Having witnessed Li Yang's strength, Yu Tian nodded in agreement, convinced that if Li Yang wanted to leave, the strange beasts wouldn't be able to stop him. The 4 Mechs rapidly ascended to higher altitudes, their orange-red tail flames elongating as their figures gradually shrank from enormous, moving away from the southeast of the Iron Curtain. Li Yang continued to vibrate the wings that came with the Heavenly King armor, flew to Yan Xianshue's side, and stared at her, wanting to see what special move she was going to use. Yan Xianshue discovered that Li Yang was still on the battlefield. The cold, synthesized voice rang out again. "Didn't I tell you to evacuate with them? Are you going to disobey my orders?" Li Yang looked helpless. This girl was actually using military orders to pressure him. He could only answer seriously, "I could never abandon my teammates and leave alone." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Yan Xianshue, who was usually aloof, felt a warmth in her heart. She then shook her head and reverted to her icy demeanor as a female warrior. She warned Li Yang, "Don't let its ice hit you. It's not only cold, but also very sharp." Li Yang could indeed feel the chill of the ice, but it was impossible to see any sharpness with the naked eye. He used his mental power to probe the surrounding ice blocks and discovered that the ice blocks were covered with sharp, overlapping layers, and the entire block of ice was actually made up of multiple layers. Yan Xianshue's strategy for dealing with Qianzheng Ferret Horse was to make the mecha operate at high speed and increase its temperature to counter it. "Luckily, my Heavenly King armor is not afraid of the cold," Li Yang muttered to himself. If Maro knew what he was thinking, he would definitely jump out and say, "Don't you even know whose product this is? This little bit of chill is nothing." The 1000-strike ferret controlled all the ice blocks and hurled them at Yan Xianshue's mecha. This 3-meter-tall mecha was facing dozens of ice blocks, each over a meter long. The giant mecha gauntlet relentlessly pounded the approaching ice blocks, causing them to shatter and scatter in all directions. Li Yang flew onto Yan Xianshue's mecha shoulder and used the Azure Dragon Bay Crescent Blade to help her shatter the ice. The mecha's shape kept changing, but Li Yang, standing on its shoulder, remained as steadfast as an ancient pine tree. The high-speed operation of the mecha put immense pressure on Yan Xianshue's mental state. Her beautiful black hair was already soaked with sweat, and her mecha combat suit was also drenched. The surrounding objects continuously bombarded the ice blocks, but failed to cause any real damage to the beast. She felt it was time to retreat, glancing at Li Yang still perched on the mecha's shoulder. "Adjust the direction of the mech's engine thrusters to bombard the ice blocks from left and right." It then soared into the sky, rising into mid-air, instantly increasing engine power, and chased after Yi Hongtian and the others. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Yan Xianshue discovered that Li Yang's figure on the shoulder of the mecha had already disappeared. A blush crept onto her beautiful face. "An unofficial staff member dares to disobey my orders." Li Yang was already 5 seconds after Yan Xianshue's mecha took off. Using his mental powers to sense the situation inside the cockpit, he noticed Yan Xianshue's eyelashes fluttering slightly. She was highly focused. He then unleashed the first move of the Phantom Blade technique, Explosive Flash Slash. A blurry image remained on the shoulder of the mecha, but Yan Xianshue, focused on escaping, did not notice. "I've used up 5,000 kill points to upgrade the Northern Darkness Sky Travel technique to the 3rd level. If I really can't win, I'll just run." Li Yang made up his mind. Moreover, in his view, as long as his alloy throwing knife appeared, the ice blocks of the 1000 Conquer Snowzable horse would not be able to get close to him at all. Whoosh whoosh. The expansive Heavenly King armor, with its wide wings, carried Li Yang gliding through the air. 10 S-grade alloy throwing knives appeared around him, fluttering and dancing. Utilizing the armor's flight capabilities, he no longer needed the 2 knives to support him. His figure flashed through the sky like lightning, swiftly slashing towards the 1000 Conqueror Snow Eagle. Thick blocks of ice blocked the blade, producing a crisp cracking sound as ice fragments scattered, sending the 1000 Conqueror Snow Eagle rapidly retreating. It stared at the tiny human before it, who was actually stronger than the steel humanoid from before. "Hee, let's have a spar." Li Yang smiled. A barrage of ice blocks rained down from the air, the ground, and from both sides. Li Yang shattered them all with his flying alloy knives, then swiftly aimed a slash at the leg of the 1000 Conquer Snow Eagle. Ice blocks piled up again in front of the horse's leg, but the sharp Azure Dragon Crescent Blade mercilessly cleaved them in two, the blade continuing its downward strike. A dull thud rang out, and a faint bloodstain appeared on the horse's leg. Its lantern-like eyes instantly flashed with ferocity, and its heavy breathing seemed to vent its anger. The 1000 Snow Eagle horse reared up and let out a piercing neigh, then suddenly leaped up on its forelegs, spun around, and swiftly kicked towards Li Yang with
its hind legs. Li Yang instinctively gripped the green dragon crescent blade, using it to block the attack. Boom boom. The powerful force sent Li Yang flying, crashing heavily onto a small hill 100 meters behind him. This is the first time I've been kicked this far by a monster. Li Yang spat out the dirt he had just swallowed, and laughed bitterly at himself. Since you don't want to play anymore, then let's have a serious match. A fierce glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes, and his aura suddenly intensified. The power of the second level of the dragon. Bone blood scripture within his body surged continuously, making his aura increasingly dangerous in the eyes of the thousand-conquering snow eagle, whose tail swung restlessly from side to side. Li Yang felt the surrounding air temperature gradually decreasing, and the ally-throwing knife's spinning speed increased rapidly. To guard against the sudden attack of the ice blocks, he had no choice but to remain vigilant. Northern Darkness Soaring Heaven Technique. He soared like a giant rock spreading its wings, charging towards the thousand snow eagle horse like a war god. The fifth-grade beast swiftly condensed a 3-meter square block of ice that crashed down upon him. Li Yang fought back with all his might, feeling the impact of its immense power. Even though the Heavenly King armor absorbed some of the damage, he still felt a faint pain from internal injuries within his body. A warm current surged from his abdomen to his mouth. Li Yang bit his lip and swallowed the blood. The patterns of the second layer of the dragon bone blood scripture were faintly visible beneath his skin, and the power he controlled continued to increase. The thousand snow eagle horse sensed an increasingly intense crisis when Li Yang suddenly appeared before it like a ghost, slashing down with the force of 1,000 pounds of his azure dragon crescent blade. It hastily condensed a 3-meter thick ice wall, but the ice wall crumbled the moment it touched the blade. The four hooves leaped high into the air, dodging Li Yang's fierce attack. I never expected a 5th-grade exotic beast to be so troublesome, Li Yang thought to himself. If it were anyone else, they would probably be beheaded by now. Li Yang secretly rejoiced that he was lucky. He knew all too well how terrifying exotic beasts were. While there were many low-level exotic beasts, martial artists could still handle them, and some particularly powerful ones could even take on 100 opponents single-handedly. However, the higher the level of the exotic beast, the stronger its abilities. The thousand-conquer snow eagle horse before him could not only manipulate frost but also condense ice blocks and even use ice walls to block attacks. No wonder humanity on Earth was reduced to only 8 bases. It seems my previous understanding was too superficial, Li Yang thought to himself, considering the current situation and the tragic state of Earth in recent years. Nevertheless, he still slashed at the thousand snow eagle horse with his azure dragon crescent blade. At this moment, Li Yang and Shenzheng's snow eagle horse had become mortal enemies, as if they were sworn enemies from a past life. Both sides were filled with killing intent. Under the protection of the Heavenly King armor, Li Yang showed no mercy and slashed with his sword. His alloy-throwing knives were even more ferocious, cutting out wounds one after another. The sharpness of the S-grade alloy made it difficult for the thousand snow eagle horse to defend itself, no matter how hard it tried. With 4 hooves slamming into the ground, the thousand snow eagle charged for the first time. Driven by its massive hooves, it surged forward at breakneck speed, reaching Li Yang in the blink of an eye. Li Yang would never be foolish enough to let it crash into him. The wings of the Heavenly King armor vibrated slightly, and his body drew an arc, nimbly avoiding the impact. Within a radius of 500 meters, only he and the thousand snow eagle remained, facing each other in isolation. Sensing the fierce battle between these 5th-grade beasts, the other exotic beasts all fled the area. More than 10 minutes passed after the reconnaissance team left, but no one from the military personnel appeared. The two sides maintained a distance of about 60 meters, unable to get close to Li Yang for a long time. The red pupils of the thousand-conquer snow eagle gradually faded, but the proud beast was unwilling to easily let go of its enemy. With the power of the beast crystal, the surrounding temperature plummeted to below zero. A chill swept over him, and a thin layer of frost condensed on the outer wall of Li Yang's dark red Heavenly King armor, drawing in the surrounding cold air. Li Yang knew that this was the moment of decisive battle. Northern Darkness Soaring Heaven Technique. 3rd stage. A streak of azure light ripped through space, swiftly passing by the thousand conqueror snow eagle horse. Blood spurted from its neck, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Ding! Killed a rank 5 exotic beast, thousand conqueror snow eagle horse, kill points plus 15. The sound of a mech gliding through the sky echoed. A long, narrow tail flame exploded in the air as a 5-meter-tall blue war mech landed steadily on the ground. The pilot's visor slowly retracted, revealing Zhuang Song's face inside the mecha cockpit. He saw the fallen Xinjiang snow eagle horse, and couldn't hide his shock. Turning to the young man recovering his strength, he exclaimed, "What a fine young man from Jiangcheng." Li Yang struggled to his feet, using the blade for support. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly noticed the faint shadows of beasts in the distance and pointed into the distance, saying, "General Zhuang, look." In the distance, a dozen strange beasts appeared, their colors identical to those of the thousand snow eagle horse. Go, go, go. Zhuang Song piloted the mecha to take off, while simultaneously reporting to the command post via the mecha's communication channel that more than a dozen rank 5,000 snow eagles had appeared in the Iron Curtain area. Inside
Inside the command tent, all the officers were busy and tense, especially after receiving Zhuang Song's report.
They were intensely debating whether to continue the Iron Curtain operation, gathering data from various sources. Faced with the enormous potential risks, no one dared to take responsibility lightly. Li Yang had recovered his strength and flew to Zhuang Song's mecha.
He stared at the fallen thousand snow eagle horse on the ground, his expression turning solemn. The dozen or so thousand snow eagles gathered at the sight of their companion's corpse, raised their long necks, and let out a long, loud howl that shook the surrounding area. Clearly, they belonged to the same herd. The thousand conquer snow eagle horse that Li Yang had previously killed was fighting alone. The temperature around the herd had dropped significantly, and large patches of white frost were visibly spreading around them. The frost gradually condensed into chunks of ice, which gathered towards the corpses of their companions. One of the larger beasts walked to the corpse and slammed its massive hoof into the ground, creating a crater more than 10 meters deep. It used its horse's head to drag the corpse into the pit, and the broken ice fell from the sky, quickly solidifying into a huge block of ice more than 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters above the ground. Then, several ice arrows suddenly materialized on the ground and shot directly at Li Yang and Zhuang Song, who were hovering in the air. The two simultaneously increased their altitude to dodge the oncoming ice arrows. Zhuang Song's deep, resonant electronic voice rang out, "We need to retreat to the command post first.
The appearance of so many rank 5 beasts is beyond our warning range." The whistling wind swept past his ears, and Li Yang responded loudly, "I'll do as General Zhuang says." Zhuang Song was originally in the command tent when he received Yin Xiangshue's urgent distress message. On the way, he saw the reconnaissance team return and meet with He Hongtian and the others. He then met with Yin Xiangshue. From her, he learned that the unofficial member Li Yang might still be in the same place, so he decided to go and check, and if there was an opportunity, to safely evacuate him. Seeing that Li Yang possessed the ability to fly, Zhuang Song did not use a mecha to carry him. Flying equipment is extremely rare on Earth. Mechas and fighter jets are special equipment, and ordinary flying vehicles are expensive and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, Li Yang was only a 4th-rank martial artist, yet he wore a dark red Heavenly King armor that he could wear close to his body and had the ability to fly. This made Zhuang Song roll his eyes, as if he was plotting something. "Follow me." The synthesized electronic voice sounded again, and the orange-red mech's tail flames suddenly shot out. Zhuang Song's light blue mecha suddenly ripped through space like a streak of blue light, leaving behind a long, narrow sonic wave that spread wildly. With a flip, Li Yang merged the Northern Darkness soaring technique with the wings of the Heavenly King armor, catching up with Zhuang Song's mecha in the blink of an eye. No matter how fast Zhuang Song accelerated, Li Yang always kept close behind the mecha's tail. Braving the howling wind and strong resistance, the two finally reached the airspace above the command post. The watchtowers on both sides of the military camp resembled the giant eyes of a strange beast, and the missile targeting devices precisely locked onto them. An invisible command emanated from Zhuang Song's mech, and the missile launcher automatically returned to its position, as if it recognized its own people. The two landed safely on the ground. Zhuang Song shut down the mecha's engine and then jumped off the mecha. Members of the reconnaissance team all came forward to watch. Upon seeing General Zhuang Song walking at the front, and Li Yang, who had already retracted the Heavenly King armor and wings, the tension and anxiety in everyone's hearts finally eased. Before Zhuang Song could speak, Yin Xiangshue stepped forward with an icy expression. "Report." Yin Xiangshue from the first investigation team requests General Zhuang's approval to remove the newly assigned non-staff members from the first investigation team. This person disobeyed orders from superiors and acted on his own initiative. "I am willing to take responsibility for his mistakes. I only ask that he be removed from the investigation team." Zhuang Song listened to Yin Xiangshue's report with great interest. He hadn't expected that Li Yang wouldn't fully obey Captain Yin Xiangshue's orders on the battlefield, and his gaze swept over the other members of the reconnaissance team with a hint of meaning. He Hongtian and Zhao Wu instinctively avoided eye contact, seemingly unwilling to get involved in the dispute. Zhuang Song coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said in a deep and steady voice, "Do you know that Li Yang killed that 5th-grade exotic beast, the 1000-strike snow weasel horse?" The 5th-grade exotic beast, the 1000-conquer snow weasel horse, was actually killed by Li Yang. To confirm the information, Zhuang Song repeated, "Li Yang killed the 1000-strike snow sable horse by himself. When I arrived at the scene, I saw it lying limp on the ground." Everyone felt as if they were in a dream, finding it hard to believe. He Hongtian said to Zhao Wu with a look of astonishment, "Little Zhao, try slapping me." Upon hearing this sudden request, Zhao Wu casually slapped him across the face, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He Hongtian covered his reddened cheek and frowned, shouting, "I told you to hit me, not to hit my face." "How do I know you didn't make me slap my face?" Zhao Wu asked innocently. The group simply couldn't accept this fact. Their teammates had not only killed the poisonous centipede, but had also single-handedly dealt with the 1000-conquer snow weasel horse when the 5th-rank beast captain was defeated and retreated. This is undoubtedly the most shocking and unacceptable news they have heard this year. Yin Xiangshue was the first to speak, her cold tone directly targeting targeting Li Yang. You really killed the 1,000-strike Snowzable horse from earlier?
Only Yan Shangxue knew the true strength of the 1,000-conquer Snowmarten, which was far beyond the reach of ordinary 5th-rank martial artists. Even if he were not injured, it would be difficult to kill that strange beast.
Its chilling aura during battle is suffocating, surrounded by ice blocks, making it both offensive and defensive.
It was simply impossible for Li Yang, a 4th-rank martial artist who had just joined the Reconnaissance team, to contend with him, let alone kill someone of a higher rank. Li Yang shrugged, his tone calm. It must have been the captain who depleted some of its strength that gave me the opportunity to kill it.
Hearing Li Yang's words, Yan Xianshua's impression of him was refreshed once again.
Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, he sighed inwardly. Is he really stronger than me, a 5th-rank martial artist, as a 4th-rank martial artist?
Zhuang Song smiled and said to everyone,
Everyone, get into the command tent. The situation with Operation Iron Curtain has changed, and we need to discuss our next steps. The group followed Zhuang Song into the command tent. Upon Zhuang Song's entry, the military secretary immediately handed him a tablet.
Earlier, the staff officers had already discussed specific plans.
Zhuang Song's expression was solemn, his brows furrowed, and he turned to look at the military secretary. The military secretary, who had worked with Zhuang Song for many years, understood his thoughts at that moment and shook his head helplessly, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Zhuang Song straightened his collar and spoke in a steady voice.
Pass on my order. Operation Iron Curtain is over.
All personnel pack up their equipment and return to the base of the machine gun. The order from the highest commander was quickly transmitted to the AI of everyone involved in the operation. A series of cleanup operations began inside the military camp. Zhuang Song gazed at Li Yang for a long time, his voice steady and sincere. Li Yang, I sincerely invite you to join our mecha base and become a formal member of the military.
Are you willing? Li Yang never expected that Zhuang Song would invite him to join the military.
Although he didn't know much about the strength of the Federal Army and only knew that there was a military headquarters on the border, he only learned about other information from his high school classes and the occasional news pop-ups from his AI. But he knew that it was precisely these military units that stood firm and protected the entire human race, demonstrating their profound strength.
Coupled with his experience of the Iron Curtain hunt, Li Yang personally experienced the advantages of
organization. Countless alien beasts were driven into a beast tied by the mechs, the roaring mechs appearing particularly majestic on the desolate wasteland, and most importantly, everyone supported each other and could work together to retreat in case of danger.
After a moment of contemplation, Li Yang said to Zhuang Song,
I am willing to join your military headquarters in the region, but I have a question. Zhuang Song then smiled and said in a rough voice, Speak.
Li Yang asked with a hint of shyness, Your department won't stay in the mecha base forever, will it?
He was thinking to himself that if he stayed at the base after the retreat, it would be better to continue to roam the wasteland.
Occasionally, he
could catch a suitable beast to hunt, and once he successfully killed it, he could increase his kill points and improve his strength each time.
Hearing his question, Zhuang Song laughed even more heartily.
Don't worry, Li Yang from Jiangcheng base, we fight against alien beasts all year round. We would never hide in the base and cower. These words were like a reassuring pill, putting Li Yang at ease. This time, he was still assigned to Yan Xianshua's reconnaissance team, but no longer as an unofficial member. Yan Xianxue stared intently at the information transmitted by the AI, her pretty face gradually turning cold. She hadn't expected that the person she brought back would actually become a formal member of her team, and a sense of helplessness welled up inside her, as if she had shot herself in the foot. Zhao Wu shrugged, nudged Ti Hongtian, and whispered,
You saw it too, didn't you? I feel that the captain is unusually cold right now.
Ti Hongtian also saw the military announcement posted by Zhuang Song. Li Yang had officially joined the military and become a member of the reconnaissance team. But in order to avenge the slap he received earlier, he shouted back, Captain is wise and mighty. How could he possibly be angry? Zhao Wu, don't make wild guesses. Zhao Wu was startled by the sudden loud noise.
Seeing Yan Xianshua's brows furrow slightly, he quickly covered He Hongtian's mouth and whispered, Are you trying to kill me?
As expected, Yan Xianxue handed over all the finishing work in the area where the first reconnaissance team was located to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu packed his things with a long face and entered the container, while Li Hongtian and Yuji chatted and ate sunflower seeds on the side, watching the show and urging Zhao Wu to hurry up. If you pack too slowly, you'll fall behind the group, and the captain might give you a hard time. The military's orders were executed with extremely high efficiency. Within just half an hour, all personnel were fully equipped and ready to go. Each person took off in a mech, and thousands of mechs flew in an orderly fashion, the roar of their engines breaking the silence of the wasteland. As expected of a mecha base, even the containers for equipment and supplies are transported by mechas. To keep a low profile, Li Yang did not use the wings of the Heavenly King armor and remained firmly on the shoulders of Yan Xianshua's mecha. After a 5-hour flight, a massive steel city stretching for tens of kilometers came into view. Several kilometers outside the giant city, several radars rotated and scanned, the ground was covered with mechanical manhole covers, and mechs guarded the surroundings. The city walls were covered covered with anti-aircraft guns and machine gun mounts, making it heavily guarded. The city has a crisscrossing rail network with 4 federal military bases stationed at its 4 corners. The area is bustling with people and thriving in commerce, far surpassing the Cheng base by many times. The mech formation passed through the steel city walls and continued flying westward towards the giant city. Pedestrians on the ground stopped to watch. The mecha formation, nourished by the blood of the alien beasts, was magnificent. The once bustling city was suddenly filled only with the roar of the mecha engines. After landing at the military base on the west side of the giant city, each mech entered the maintenance bay in turn for inspection and maintenance. Some people went home to reunite with their families, while others left the base to enjoy the city's prosperity, each living their own lives, with their own hobbies and jobs. Only Yan Xiangxue led Li Yang to the dormitory villa of the first investigation team. The villa has 3 floors. There are 3 rooms on the first and second floors, and only 1 room on the third floor. Li Yang was assigned to a room on the second floor, and Yan Xiangxue then explained the precautions to him from the Federal Military Department. She told him to be sure to follow the rules and not to embarrass the first investigation team, and before she finished speaking, she went up to the third floor without looking back. Li Yang pushed open his bedroom door. Inside, there was only a bed, a table, and a wardrobe, nothing else. This is really minimalist. Li Yang couldn't help but complain as he lay on the hard bed. He casually took Little Black out of his storage bag. As soon as it emerged, Xiaohei bared its teeth at Li Yang, as if complaining that he always kept it locked in the storage bag. The confined space made it feel suffocated, not to mention there was no food inside. Woof woof woof. Xiaohei continued to express its dissatisfaction with barks. Li Yang explained helplessly, there are too many strange beasts there. Letting you out would be dangerous. Xiaohei ran to the door, circled around, and then returned to Li Yang's side. He patted its head and gently comforted it. You stay here obediently for now. I'll go down and see if there's anything to eat, and I'll find you something good. Unfortunately, they could only find a box of ice cream in the refrigerator on the first floor. Li Yang took the ice cream back to his room, opened the lid, and handed it to Xiaohei. Xiaohei didn't hesitate and pounced on it, licking it greedily, occasionally barking out from the cold sensation. Lying in bed, Li Yang reflected on his experiences in the Wasteland. Although he hadn't encountered any fatal dangers, he had repeatedly brushed with death. If he had stayed in the Wasteland near Jiangcheng, he might have improved, but certainly not at the current rate of progress. Who could have imagined that in just over half a month away from Jiangcheng, his martial arts cultivation had reached the 4th rank, and even his secret mind master had risen to the 4th rank? Light screen, come out, Li Yang said in a low voice. Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 2000.00. Spiritual value, 2000.00. Kill points, 993.66. Realm, rank 4 martial artist, level 4 mind master. Martial arts, phantom blade technique, mastery, plus, northern darkness sky travel technique, tier 3, dragon bone blood scripture, tier 2, plus. It seems I need to find a way to acquire more cultivation techniques. The current ones are far from enough, Li Yang thought to himself. Even the azure dragon crescent blade is starting to fall behind my pace. I'll have to get a new one if I can find a suitable one. However, he also understood that he was still unfamiliar with everything upon arriving in the mecha base. In particular, his superiors. Inexplicable indifference towards him made him hesitant to act rashly, and he could only remain inactive for the time being. Just as Li Yang was thinking of someone, Yan Xiangxue suddenly appeared at his door and knocked. He hurriedly put Xiaohei, who was still licking ice cream, back into his storage bag and quickly went to the door. As soon as the door opened, Yan Xiangxue said coldly, we'll have a military merit meeting at 6 o'clock. You'll come too. Li Yang glanced at the smart device in his hand. The time showed it was 5:50, 10 minutes before the meeting was scheduled to begin. He was only being notified now. He nodded and replied, okay, I understand. Yan Xiangxue glanced at him and frowned. Why don't you borrow Yuji's military uniform to wear? Your clothes don't match our uniform at all. Li Yang looked surprised, but then the uniforms of the 7th high school at Jiangcheng base began to change, transforming in the blink of an eye into military uniforms identical to Yan Xiangxue's. The 1.8-meter tall boy, dressed in the uniform, exuded a commanding presence. Yan Xiangxue was amazed by the functions of Li Yang's heavenly king armor, but everyone has their own secrets, and knowing not to pry is the way to live. The two went downstairs to the villa entrance, where He Hongtian and the others were already waiting. The 4 made way for them, with Captain Yan Xiangxue leading Li Yang in front, followed closely by the other 3. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes inside the military base, we finally arrived at a large auditorium. Inside the auditorium, 5 chairs were arranged on the large stage, and many people were already seated. Yan Xiangxue led them to their seats. As they passed the second reconnaissance team, team leader Ding Feiping noticed Yan Xiangxue walking slowly towards them. Her delicate face captivated his gaze. Even in her military uniform, her charm was undeniable. Ding Feiping couldn't help but swallow hard. Li Yang, who was following behind Yan Xiangxue, also caught his attention. The entire reconnaissance team knew that Ding Feiping had a crush on Yan Xiangxue, and no one one dared to approach her. Even his familiar team members consciously kept their distance from her safe zone.
So why was a handsome, pale-faced military officer suddenly appearing and following her today? A vicious gaze was fixed on Li Yang.
As Li Yang followed Yan Shangxue to his seat, he suddenly sensed through his mental energy that someone was staring at him, and that the stare had been going on for quite a while.
He turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze, only to see an officer in the same uniform staring at him with a fierce look. Li Yang was puzzled and didn't pay much attention to it.
In Li Yang's view, he would never attack unless provoked first, but if someone challenged him, he would definitely retaliate to the end.
However, Li Yang was unaware that Ding Feipeng already felt that no one in the
reconnaissance team could rival him, and he had long considered Yan Shangxue as one of his own, even getting so close to her. In Ding Feipeng's eyes, Li Yang needed to be taught a lesson so he would remember it.
People took their seats on the platform.
Zhuangsong sat in the middle, for silver general stars hanging on his shoulders, clearly indicating his higher rank than the four people beside him. Seeing that everyone was seated, Zhuangsong's calm voice resounded throughout the hall.
Although uncontrollable factors emerged in the end and the cordon was breached during this Iron Curtain operation, we have recorded everyone's heroic achievements in fighting the enemy.
After a brief pause, he continued, "The military has always rewarded those who have made merit and punished those who have made mistakes.
Now, I announce the top 3 meriters of the Iron Curtain hunting army." The officers in the auditorium were ignited by Zhuangsong's words, each hoping their squad would stand out and become famous throughout the army. More importantly, military merits could be exchanged for many needed resources at the military headquarters. Their eyes gleamed as they listened intently to Zhuangsong's announcement. Zhuangsong scanned the auditorium, held the list in his hand, and announced loudly, "Third place, Special Mech Team, 1,600 military merits." Whoa!
Cheers erupted from the Special Forces Mech team members. They had actually secured third place. As the cheers subsided, Zhuangsong continued to announce, "Second place, Reconnaissance Team 2, 1890 military merits."
Woohoo woohoo! The cheers behind Li Yang and his team were even louder.
Reconnaissance Team 2 had ranked second with nearly 2,000 military merits, enough to earn them a large amount of resources. Ding Feipeng, the captain of Reconnaissance Team 2, was beaming with pride, basking in the envious glances from those around him. I, Ding Feipeng, am quite a formidable figure," he muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over Yan Shangxue sitting in front of him. Even though he only saw the back of her head with her long, flowing hair, he was already incredibly satisfied. Ding Feipeng's gaze then fell on Li Yang beside Yan Shangxue. Still basking in the pride of his second-place finish, a sudden surge of anger welled up within him. Looking at Li Yang's handsome back of the head, he felt an unbearable irritation. Seemingly sensing the gaze behind him, Li Yang turned around, seemingly deliberately moving closer to Yan Shangxue, as if trying to inhale her fragrance. Ding Feipeng's infatuation with Yan Shangxue had reached an almost obsessive level. Zhuangsong, standing on the platform, cleared his throat and solemnly announced, "First place, Reconnaissance Team 1, 2050 military merits." Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the auditorium, and everyone's attention turned to the Reconnaissance Team's position.
The members of the
Reconnaissance Team 2, who had just won second place and were still smug, now felt the attention from the entire audience, and their cheeks burned.
The Reconnaissance Team remained remarkably calm, showing neither enthusiastic cheers nor excitement.
Yan Shangxue, in particular, sat extremely quietly, seemingly unconcerned about first place. The team members all knew that nearly half of the 2,000-plus merits were contributed by Li Yang. If Li Yang hadn't killed the poisonous centipede, the reconnaissance team would have been unable to continue harvesting the monsters on the field. Unfortunately, they failed to extract the beast crystal of the 1,000 Conquer Snow Weasel Horse, otherwise, their military merit points would have exceeded 3,000. Tian whispered to Li Yang, "General Zhuang must have secretly taken the beast crystal of the 1,000 Conquer Snow Weasel Horse."
Li Yang, what do you think? Li Yang smiled slightly and shook his head in denial.
Faced with the sudden appearance of more than a dozen thousand Conquer Snow Weasel horses, they had no time to extract the beast crystal and could only helplessly take to the air to avoid them. Zhuangsong then summarized the hunting operation from the podium, encouraging all officers to strive for outstanding achievements and learn from the reconnaissance team.
The entire military merit ceremony lasted for half an hour before concluding. Li Yang followed Yan Shangxue back to the dormitory villa.
She went upstairs, and he followed closely behind. Just as they were about to reach the third floor, Li Yang said somewhat awkwardly, "I'd like to buy some weapons and cultivation techniques. I just arrived in the mecha base. I was wondering if you have time to take me shopping?" The four people in the villa were all eavesdropping, eagerly awaiting Yan Shangxue's answer. Her face was icy, her expression unwavering, and her tone indifferent.
"Considering you're unfamiliar with the area, let's go." This shows that Yan Shangxue is a decisive and efficient woman.
She told Li Yang to wait for her at the villa entrance, then turned and walked straight into the underground parking garage. The four people inside the villa were dumbfounded. The cold-blooded female war goddess captain had actually agreed to Li Yang's request.
In the underground parking garage, a silver motorcycle roared out. On it, the icy female warrior Yan Shangxue clung tightly to her
slender waist, her hands gripping the handlebars tightly as she sped off. Only when she was about 5 meters from Li Yang did she abruptly slam on the brakes, stopping less than 20 centimeters in front of him, seemingly unconcerned about hitting him. Wearing protective gear, she raised her hand to remove her helmet and goggles, her bright eyes glancing sideways at Li Yang.
"Get in the car, quickly."
Li Yang felt as if he had heard similar words in a game in his past life, but now it was reality. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped
onto the back seat of the motorcycle.
His hands were momentarily unsure where to go. He initially intended to rest them on the gas tank, but Yan
Shangxue twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward. Li Yang instinctively tightened his grip on her slender waist, the alluring fragrance of the young woman filling his nostrils.
He felt Yan Xiangshue's body tremble slightly, and the motorcycle's swaying gradually stabilized. At that moment, Ding Feiping, feeling frustrated, was driving his newly bought sports car, his right hand on the steering wheel and his left hand resting on the door armrest, preparing to get some fresh air to clear his head. Suddenly, a silver motorcycle sped up in his rearview mirror and was right next to his sports car in the blink of an eye. Ding Feiping's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and he shouted in disbelief.
"Isn't that Xiang Shue's silver dragon? Could that pretty boy officer be in the back seat?" His gaze, filled with resentment, caught Yan Xiangshue's eye on the motorcycle.
Her petite right hand suddenly twisted the throttle, propelling the motorcycle forward and quickly overtaking
the sports car. With a smooth motion, she changed lanes and entered Ding Feiping's lane. Li Yang was startled by the sudden acceleration, his body instinctively leaning forward.
This scene unfolded before Ding Feiping's eyes, and his initial annoyance instantly turned into a feeling of being cuckolded. He accelerated his sports car, determined to see what these two adulterers were up to. Sitting in the back seat, Li Yang felt the same gazes he had received in the auditorium, now gathering on the main street, which filled him with disbelief. They rode for half an hour before Yan Shangxue finally stopped her motorcycle in a spacious parking lot. She took off her helmet, smoothed her hair, and the fresh scent of her hair immediately wafted into Li Yang's nostrils. Still in a daze, Li Yang was startled awake by her cold words.
"Get out of the car now." Oh.
Li Yang quickly got out of the car, and his hand, which was supporting his waist, suddenly felt something was missing. He turned to look at the other side, where a 5-story building stood majestically, with a huge plaque hanging on the 3rd floor that clearly read Heaven. Yan Shangxue had already put away her helmet and explained to Li Yang, "This is a branch of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce that we have established in our machine base." After saying that, she lifted her long, slender legs and strode towards the building entrance, with Li Yang following closely behind. Ding Feiping, who arrived late, had just parked his sports car when he saw the two of them get in. He slammed his hands on the steering wheel, the car horn blaring throughout the parking lot, and muttered resentfully to himself, "It must be that pretty boy who wants to spend Xiang Shue's money."
Inside the store, 2 female greeters saw Yan Shangxue and Li Yang approaching.
One of them quickly stepped forward to greet them, smiling and saying,
"Welcome to Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, this way please."
They led the 2 women to the reception desk on the 1st floor of the Chamber of Commerce. A man dressed as a professional manager stood at the reception desk, greeting them with a friendly smile and asking, "Are you two buying or selling goods?" Faced with such a reasonable question, Li Yang frankly stated, "Yes, we have both." Upon hearing this, Fan Ming immediately felt that there was hope for improved performance, so he walked from the front desk to Li Yang's side and said kindly, "Sir, please follow me to the inner hall. We have professional appraisers there."
Li Yang nodded slightly, and the two followed Fan Ming into the inner hall.
The inner hall was spacious, clearly indicating that Tianfu Chamber of Commerce had made ample preparations. The several hundred square meters of space were enough for customers to bring out various large items.
In a corner, an elderly appraiser waited quietly. Fan Ming glanced around the inner hall, then looked at Li Yang. Li Yang understood immediately and slowly took out 500 rank 3 sky-soaring bull beast crystals from his spatial bag, piling them into a small mountain.
Then he took out rank 4 white-faced tiger beast crystals, a pile of rank 2, 3, and 4 Yuanlan tyrant lizard beast crystals, rank 4 grassland leopard beast crystals. Fan Ming watched Li Yang continuously pull out beast crystals, his heart pounding with excitement, secretly thinking that his performance this month was practically guaranteed. Just when everyone thought Li Yang had taken all the beast crystals, he continued to take out more from his spatial bag. The Xiong brothers possessed a wide variety of beast crystals, including 3rd-grade azure beast crystals, 4th-grade steel hyena beast crystals, and 4th-grade earth-splitting rhinoceros crystals. Fan Ming's eyes gleamed with golden light. The appraiser was overjoyed, and without waiting for Fan Ming to speak, immediately stepped forward to begin the assessment.
Even Yan Shangxue, standing to the side, was slightly tempted. She turned her cold face to look at Li Yang, thinking to herself, if
General Zhuang hadn't reached an agreement with him, he would have gained at least 1,000 more beast crystals. Indeed, even Li Yang himself felt somewhat disappointed at not obtaining the beast crystals of the poisonous centipede and the 1,000-headed snow marsh horse. Fan Ming saw that Li Yang had taken out all the items he intended to sell. He then said to him kindly, "Sir, the items in the inner hall need to be appraised by our appraisers first. Please wait a moment. If there's anything you'd like to buy, we can take a look first." Li Yang pondered for a moment, then decided that instead of wasting time waiting for an evaluation, he should first pick out some things he wanted. So he said to Fan Ming, "I need some information about chanters," and he took out the Azure Dragon Crescent blade from his spatial bag. Fan Ming and the two elderly appraisers were immediately shocked by the murderous aura of the weapon. Fan Ming said in a trembling voice, "Sir, our Tianfu Chamber of Commerce is quite powerful." Clearly, they misunderstood Li Yang's intentions, thinking he was up to something shady. Yan Xiangxue also frowned coldly, although she was currently no match for Li Yang in terms of martial arts. But if Li Yang really tried to steal from the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce in the mecha base, she would definitely stop him, even if her injuries hadn't fully healed. She thought coldly and resolutely, "Li Yang, don't do anything reckless, or no one can save you." Fan Ming and the appraiser instinctively took a few steps back. Fearing the guest might suddenly draw his knife at her, Yan Xiangxue swiftly grabbed the hilt of the knife. Li Yang was startled by this sudden action and looked at her hand in shock, asking, "Captain Yan, what are you doing?" Yan Xiangxue was left speechless by the question, and said in an icy tone, "Now that you've pulled out such a menacing weapon in the Chamber of Commerce, I really want to ask you what you're up to?" Li Yang then realized that when he took out his weapon, especially the Azure Dragon Crescent blade which was imbued with the killing intent of countless mortal beasts, everyone misunderstood that he was planning to cause trouble. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly explained awkwardly, "I took it out to ask your esteemed business association to help me upgrade my weapon, and I had no other intentions." Upon hearing this, the tension in everyone's hearts immediately eased. It turned out he simply wanted to upgrade his weapon. They then asked Li Yang about his specific upgrade needs, and Li Yang told Fan Ming, "This Azure Dragon Crescent blade was forged from iron ore from the deepest part of the sea, and weighs 6,000 kilograms. He hoped to increase the hardness and weight so that it could at least compete with 6th-grade weapons. The price doesn't matter, as long as it's good enough." Yan Xiangxue stood aside, surprised that Li Yang was already preparing to advance to the 5th or 6th rank. Indeed, Li Yang was not far from becoming a 5th-rank martial artist, and he had to plan ahead. If he hadn't encountered the 1,000-conquer Snowzable horse last time, he wouldn't have used his kill points on the Northern Darkness soaring technique. Li Yang's martial arts cultivation has already reached the 5th rank. However, at the 5th rank, his current Azure Dragon Crescent blade is somewhat unable to keep up with his pace. Neither its weight nor its sharpness allows it to fully utilize its potential. Fan Ming contacted the Chamber of Commerce's forging master through the AI, and ultimately needed to collect 10 million credits as a deposit. They went to the 2nd floor of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce. This place is full of martial arts manuals. The glass cabinet was filled with a dazzling array of secret manuals, and Li Yang didn't know where to start. As someone who works at the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, Fan Ming stepped forward, introduced Li Yang to various martial arts techniques and inquire about his specific needs. When Li Yang Gang asked about books on spiritual matters, suddenly, Moro's voice echoed in his mind, "Li Yang, are you out of your mind? How many people on your blue star are researching mental power? And mental power at that?" Moro suddenly jumped out at that moment. As his good partner, Li Yang knew that Mo Luo must be hiding some treasures, and planned to dig out some good stuff from it when he had time. The Mind Master's advancement from level 1 to level 4, aside from using throwing knives to circle and kill alien beasts and to lift themselves into flight, has had limited practical application. It's essential to comprehensively enhance the advantages of dual cultivation in martial arts and martial arts, especially in combat, where a Mind Master's sudden control can catch enemies off guard. When Fan Ming introduced the technique to Li Yang, his enthusiasm was palpable. For some reason, Li Yang suddenly lost interest and turned to ask him, "Where are the sword techniques?" Fan Ming hurriedly led them to the sword techniques area. Due to the pressure of performance bonuses, he opened several glass display cases, took out 5 manuals, and placed them on the glass table. They are Shaolin Long Saber, Tian Family Quick Saber, Sacred Saber of Evil, Tai Chi Saber, and Overlord Slash. Shaolin Longsword comes from Shaolin Temple and is a unique longsword technique evolved from a short sword by Shaolin monks. It is priced at 10 million credits. The Tian Family Quick Knife uses a short knife, which is different from the long knife that Li Yang is used to, so he immediately rejected it. The Demon God's Blade originates from a secret realm, and its creator is unknown. It requires absorbing demonic energy to cultivate, and the demonic energy entering the body is extremely painful. In addition, its price of up to 30 million credits has scared away many potential buyers. Tai Chi Sword is a sword technique evolved from swordsmanship by Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of the Tai Chi school, based on the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram. It combines softness and strength, and legend has it that practicing it can prolong life. It is
is priced at 20 million credits. Overlord Slash is a martial art created in later generations based on the biography of Xiang Yu, the Overlord.
It is extremely vicious and domineering, and costs 30 million credits.
Li Yang licked his lips as he looked at the descriptions of each martial arts manual on the stage.
He wanted to acquire all 4 of the remaining sword techniques, except for Tian family quick blade. However, he also knew that even with the help of the killing system, the principle of not biting off more than you can chew still could not be ignored.
Li Yang exhaled and said with a determined look in his eyes, I want the Demon God's blade, the Tai Chi blade, and the Overlord Slash.
Just as Fan Ming was about to urge the customer to place the order as soon as possible, his eyes lit up when he heard this. Because these 3 martial arts manuals combined cost nearly 100 million credits. Yan Xiangxue stood to the side, her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't know the value of the beast crystal in Li Yang's possession, but it was definitely less than 100
million credit points. With the weapon customization and upgrade, the final amount paid to the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce would certainly exceed 100 million credit points.
Hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs.
A figure darted up to the 2nd floor.
Ding Feiping immediately spotted Yan Xiangshue's beautiful figure and thought with disgust, sure enough, that pretty boy came with her. Ding Feiping strode over, and Fan Ming, seeing that he was an officer in military uniform but unaware of his identity, assumed that Ding Feiping and Li Yang were friends. He was organizing 3 martial arts manuals, bowing and smiling broadly as he said, Hello sir, the total cost of all goods is 90 million credits. She smiled at Li Yang, then turned to Yan Xiangxue.
Ding Feiping heard it clearly, quickly stepped forward, pointed at Li Yang, and said, Xiangxue, how could you spend money on such a pretty boy?
Faced with the sudden questioning, Fan Ming anxiously looked around, thinking that the relationships between these guests were so complicated that it was hard to understand. Yan Xiangxue rolled her eyes at Ding Feiping and said coldly,
I already said, please call me Yan Xiangxue.
She had indeed considered paying for Li Yang, but not in the same way as Ding Feiping.
She stole a glance at Li Yang. Li Yang is indeed quite fair-skinned and rather handsome.
However, their current relationship is merely that of superior and subordinate. Li Yang was still wearing his high school uniform back then. There's no way he could possibly be interested in a 24-year-old girl. Yan Xiangshue's thoughts were disrupted by Ding Feiping, and she was about to explain.
Ding Feiping walked up to Li Yang, pointed at his head, and said, Don't think you can get by just because you're handsome. In this world, what matters is the strength in your pocket.
I have no respect for someone like you who lives off a woman. Li Yang finally understood, from the gazes in the auditorium to the stares on the street. Recalling the scene from before, a meaningful look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ding Feiping.
So he likes Yan Xiangxue. No wonder I always felt something was off about him.
Li Yang did not respond, and the atmosphere at the scene immediately became awkward. Seeing Li Yang speechless for a moment, Ding Feiping smugly pulled out his smart device, showing off his credit account balance, which clearly displayed 110 million credit points.
He patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said proudly, Young man, do you see this clearly now?
This is what true strength is. Fan Ming, a man of the world, glanced at the message from the AI and, on a whim, walked up to Li Yang and said in a gentle voice, Hello sir, the total value of the items you sold is 52 million credits. The item you just purchased is worth 90 million credits, and you will still need to pay 40 million credits after deduction. Li Yang calmly took out the token given to him by Guan Meng from his spatial bag and handed it to Fan Ming.
The Tianfu Chamber of Commerce token grants a 20% discount at any store.
Fan Ming took the token, his mind racing for a moment, before finally smiling broadly at Li Yang and saying, Sir, you hold our Chamber of Commerce's token, you only need to pay an additional 20 million credits.
Li Yang's AI device opened its account, and with a light touch to Fan Ming's, the payment was completed.
Under Ding Feiping's astonished gaze, Li Yang accepted the token and martial arts manual from Fan Ming. He leaned closer to Yan Xiangshue's neck and whispered, Captain, let's go. Ding Feiping suddenly felt as if Li Yang had stepped on him from head to toe. His breathing quickened, and he angrily shouted behind the 2 men,
Kid, don't go. I challenge you to a duel.
Hearing the challenge behind him, Li Yang turned to look at Yan Xiangxue, who explained after a moment's thought,
Come in.
The military allows for the resolution of major private conflicts through duels, but this is not mandatory. After Yan Xiangxue finished speaking, Li Yang naturally understood her meaning. He could accept or refuse. The decision was entirely his own. A strange smile played on his lips as he turned to look at the furious Ding Feiping and said calmly, A duel is fine, but there has to be some stakes, right? At this moment, Ding Feiping, still furious, found Li Yang's words surprisingly reasonable. However, besides the new sports car, he only had 110
million credit points in his account. Was he going to gamble with his credit points? He mustered his courage and said, angry yet confident, How about we bet on credits? Each side puts in 110 million credits, how about that? Li Yang never expected Ding Feiping to offer all his possessions in a duel. Adhering to the principle that not taking money is
foolish, he readily agreed.
Yan Xiangxue was also surprised by Li Yang's quick acceptance and hadn't even had time time to process it. 9 o'clock tonight, the military camp arena. Anyone who doesn't show up is a dog, Ding Feiping said harshly, and quickly went downstairs to prepare. In fact, he was confident. His family's unique martial arts detection technique showed that Li Yang and he were both fourth-rank martial artists. He firmly believed that he would never lose to this pretty boy in martial arts. Li Yang and Yan Shangxue strolled leisurely towards the parking lot. Only after Li Yang had sent his weapon for a custom upgrade did Yan Shangxue, with a hint of worry in her expression, ask, "He's a fourth-rank martial artist, about the same level as you. You should be alright, right? Captain, remember to take me to the arena on the way back. I don't know the way." Li Yang didn't answer her question directly, but instead urged them to return. She straddled the back seat with her long legs, mounted the silver motorcycle, tidied her hair, put on her helmet, and coldly ordered Li Yang, "Get in the car quickly." As soon as he sat on the back of the motorcycle, Yan Shangxue suddenly twisted the throttle, causing Li Yang to lean forward and press against her soft back. He coughed awkwardly a few times, his hands naturally wrapping around her waist. Perhaps, dissatisfied with Li Yang's lack of a direct answer, the silver motorcycle sped along the road, turning left and right, braking sharply and accelerating abruptly. After a series of thrilling maneuvers, they finally returned to the dormitory villa. Li Yang expressed his gratitude. With half an hour to go before 9 o'clock, he excused himself, saying he needed to prepare. Back in his room, he looked down at the AI and called out, "Moro, do you have any of the mental techniques you mentioned that are suitable for me?" A projection of a child appeared on the AI. Mo Luo shook his little head and said smugly, "Grandpa Mo Luo never brags. The 9-star technique is definitely suitable for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Luo, using some unknown method, directly transmitted the 9-star technique into Li Yang's mind. Li Yang felt a throbbing pain in his head, and after enduring the pain for a full minute, the 9-star technique condensed 9 psychic stars in his psychic space. When a star is fully formed, it can unleash twice the spiritual power. When the 2 stars are fully condensed, they unleash twice the spiritual power. Once all 9 stars are fully condensed, they can unleash 10 times the spiritual power. It is also equipped with spiritual techniques such as divine thorns, enough for Li Yang to study as a mind master for a long time. He, as expected of my lovely Uncle Luo. Li Yang couldn't help but flatter him after receiving such a benefit. Mara waved his hand, as if he had only done a trivial matter, and the projection immediately disappeared, returning to the AI to attend to its own affairs. After spending more than 10 minutes carefully learning the basics of the 9-star technique, Li Yang summoned the control panel. Host, Li Yang. Chi and Blood, 2000.00. Spiritual Value, 2000.00. Kill Points, 993.66. Realm, Rank 4 Martial Artist, Level 4 Mind Master. Martial Arts, Phantom Blade Technique, Mastery, plus, Northern Darkness Sky Travel Technique, Tier 3, Dragon Bone Blood Scripture, Tier 2, plus, 9-star Technique, Beginner, plus. Seeing that the 9-star technique could improve martial arts level, Li Yang tapped the plus sign on it, and the martial arts level of the 9-star technique instantly changed to 1 star. 900 kill points have been consumed. The kill points are being used up too quickly. There are less than 100 left now, Li Yang muttered to himself, looking at his remaining kill points. Inside the villa, He Hongtian and the others learned from Yan Shangxue that Li Yang was going to duel with Ding Feiping, the captain of the second investigation team. The scheming Zhao Wu secretly started a betting operation. Having already gained some understanding of Li Yang's abilities, they deliberately set Li Yang's odds to be exceptionally high, with a 1-to-4 payout ratio. In fact, he was mentally prepared for Li Yang to lose. If he didn't have enough money to pay off the debt, he would borrow money from his teammates and eventually pay it off properly. If he won, he would be extremely happy afterward. Instead, they lowered Ding Feiping's odds significantly to 0.4 for betting on him. He even encouraged his friends in the military to have the second reconnaissance team make the purchase. After learning about Zhao Wu's opening odds from the team members, Ding Feiping was already confident about the final outcome. He looked at the ticking time on the wall. He clenched his enormous fist, a fierce glint in his eyes, and said, "Your time has come, pretty boy. You're going to die a horrible death." Inside the gladiatorial arena of the military camp, the lights were shining brightly. Ding Feiping, dressed in white armor, stood in the center, surrounded by a crowd urging him to teach that rookie in the reconnaissance team a lesson. After inquiring about Li Yang's situation and following Ding Feiping's reckless hype, so arrogant right after joining the military, to actually agree to a duel with our 4th-ranked Ding brother is simply courting death. With such high odds, I've already bet 5 million credits on brother Ding to win. I'm so happy thinking I'll make 2 million. Everyone was extremely pessimistic about Li Yang's abilities. Zhao Wukai's betting platform has received 80 million credit points betting on Ding Feiping to win. The few members of the investigation team only managed to scrape together a paltry 10 million credit points to bet on Li Yang to win. This presents a stark contrast. The time is 8:50. Inside the arena, only Ding Feiping was rubbing his hands together, ready to fight. Li Yang, one of the main characters, has yet
yet to appear, leading many to believe that he has backed down and is afraid to confront the challenge head-on. The members of the Reconnaissance team had grim expressions, and Yen Shangxue frowned, just in case.
It's already 8:56. Are you newbies really hiding here?
Ding Feiping mocked Zhao Wu and the others smugly. Faced with his arrogance, Zhao Wu clenched his fists, wishing he could go on stage and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Seeing their growing tension and anger, Ding Feiping became even more unrestrained and said, "If that kid dares to show up, I can take him down with one hand." Those who bet on Ding Feiping to win seem to already see credits beckoning to them. Just wait for the time to arrive, and you can easily reap the rewards.
"Oh, which hand are you planning to use to knock me down?"
A calm and indifferent voice came from behind the crowd. A handsome young man in military uniform walked slowly towards them, exuding an invisible aura that caused those around him to involuntarily make way for him.
Li Yang slowly walked into the arena, glanced at the AI in his hand, and said softly, "The timing is perfect." His extremely calm and indifferent attitude undoubtedly provoked Ding Feiping's nerves. It was as if he didn't consider him an opponent at all, yet he still shamelessly asked him how he could defeat him. A fierce glint appeared in Ding Feiping's eyes as he coldly replied, "Just you wait and see." The Ding family's unique detection technique showed that Li Yang was only a fourth-rank martial artist. His underlings even found out that Li Yang was just a new recruit who had just entered the military, and there was no way that could make him fail. This duel must teach him that some people cannot be easily offended, and some women must never be approached. Both parties paid their duel wagers at the arena management office, totaling 110 million. After Li Yang successfully transferred the money, Ding Feiping also completed his transfer. Seeing Li Yang's calm and composed expression, Ding Feiping felt a chill run down his spine. The surrounding loudspeakers blared, "Please enter the dueling arena, both duelists." The rules of the duel are as follows. The use of mechs and firearms is prohibited, and it is forbidden to harm the opponent's life. The duel ends when one of them falls to the ground or concedes defeat. The rules are simple and clear. As long as life is not endangered and the equipment is not misused, everyone can perform freely, and there is a lot of room for maneuver. Ding Feiping and Li Yang stood facing each other, and Ding Feiping said smugly, "It's not too late to admit defeat now, but if you hurt your little arms or legs, no one will care about you." He kept glancing at Yen Xiangshue's location while speaking. Li Yang smiled slightly. "Don't worry about it, just be careful yourself. I'd like to see what you're really capable of." Seeing Li Yang's sharp words, Ding Feiping took the initiative to strike first. Dressed in white armor, he moved with unusual steps and delivered a fierce and vicious punch to Li Yang's face. The force of the punch shattered the tranquility of the arena. Blood and power converged in the fist, determined to knock the boy down with a single blow and teach him the consequences of being stubborn. The fist struck Li Yang in the face, and Ding Feiping froze, leading everyone to believe that victory was in their grasp. However, the boy's figure vanished in a flash, instantly reappearing behind his opponent, hands behind his back, and he said softly, "I'm right behind you." It was full of sarcasm. Faced with Li Yang's sarcasm, Ding Feiping launched an even fiercer attack, unleashing the golden snake-catching crane fist, his body twisting like a snake, his fists waving left and right like silk. The sound of something cutting through the air echoed within the arena. Li Yang used the northern darkness soaring technique, his figure swaying and nimbly dodging, giving Ding Feiping no chance whatsoever. Suddenly, Ding Feiping lunged forward like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, his fists clamping down on Li Yang's head. But Li Yang touched the ground with his toes, causing him to lean back and fall into empty air. After 3 rounds, Ding Feiping still couldn't defeat Li Yang, and his face grew increasingly grim. Spectators shouted loudly, "Captain Ding, grab your weapons and take care of that kid quickly." After being reminded, Ding Feiping's face lit up with joy. He pulled out a pair of golden scissors from his spatial bag, his eyes filled with the desire to defeat Li Yang. He used the peach-cutting move, fiercely attacking Li Yang's lower body, ruthlessly determined to cut off the young man's future potential. Li Yang suddenly donned the Heavenly King armor from his waist, his dark red wings unfurled, and with a leap of his hind leg, he dodged and created distance. Unable to gain any advantage and with his opponent constantly dodging, Ding Feiping, exasperated, looked up at Li Yang, who was soaring high in the arena, and roared, "Kid, if you've got guts, don't hide, come at me head-on." Having exhausted all other options, he could only provoke Li Yang with words and confront him head-on. Having gone through countless battles, Li Yang saw through his intentions at a glance and slowly descended to the ground. His body was filled with concentrated chi and blood, and the physical strength enhanced by the dragon bone blood scripture was fully displayed. His gaze was cold and stern as he stared at Ding Feiping, his right index finger slightly curling in a provocative gesture. "Come on." At this moment, Ding Feiping had no energy left to think rationally. He was completely enraged by Li Yang's mockery and lost his mind. He launched a full-scale attack, swiftly clamping the golden scissors around Li Yang's neck, having long since disregarded the rules of the arena. The golden scissors opened and closed like a venomous snake, striking with lightning speed. Li Yang stood firmly, his gaze sharp and piercing. Faced with the rapidly approaching golden scissors, he remained calm and highly focused. An invisible divine thorn coalesced on his forehead. forehead.
Ding Feiping, who was trying to kill Ding Feiping with one blow, suddenly felt an invisible danger enveloping his entire body.
The incoming golden scissors began to tremble slightly.
The divine thorn detached from his forehead and pierced Ding Feiping's mind like lightning. Ding Feiping's pupils contracted sharply, and he felt as if his head had been struck by a sledgehammer.
His mind went blank, and dizziness struck.
His body swayed, and the gold wire scissors in his hand fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Yang flashed forward and quickly rushed forward. He raised his hand and slapped Ding Feiping's face repeatedly. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of a slap landing on Ding Feiping's face echoed throughout the arena, leaving everyone stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief. Completely baffled, Ding Feiping, who clearly held the upper hand, was now being slapped several times by recruit Li Yang.
5 red welts quickly appeared on his face. His cheeks gradually swelled, becoming red and swollen in the blink of an eye.
The dizziness lessened, and Ding Feiping's pupils returned to normal, but he only felt a burning pain on his face.
Li Yang's hand still swung forcefully.
Ugh, as he was beaten, Ding Feiping couldn't utter a single word, his body twisting and turning, trying to escape.
However, a strong arm firmly gripped his shoulder, rendering him unable to move.
To everyone's astonishment, he was slapped by Li Yang for a full 5 minutes, his face swollen and red like a pig's head.
Finally, he collapsed to the ground, limp and powerless, unable to move.
Li Yang glanced around, everyone's mouths were open, but no sound came out. They were already utterly shocked. Even He Hongtian and the others, who knew Li Yang's strength, were dumbfounded, completely unprepared for this outcome.
In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Zhao Wu was about to cheer.
I clenched my fist in excitement, but felt strange looks from those around me.
He waved his fists up and down with a hint of smugness, secretly pleased with himself. I've got this game in the bag.
The others, realizing what was happening, looked at Ding Feiping, who was slumped in the center of the room, with disappointment and anger that almost made them want to rush over and beat him up.
They actually lost, and even made them lose millions of credits. They fought tooth and nail in the Wasteland, only to lose everything. Useless.
They were so confident they could win at the beginning.
Can't even beat a new recruit. Let's go home and drink our milk.
He was so high profile back then, but now he's being cursed so harshly. Nobody cares about Ding Feiping's injuries. They only cared about the credit points they lost. Seeing that Ding Feiping hadn't gotten up for a long time, the arena management announced directly,
Li Yangshang, Reconnaissance Team 1.
The lively duel within the military headquarters thus came to an end. Seeing the notification from the AI that 220 million credits had been deposited into his account, a rare smile appeared on Li Yang's handsome face.
Meanwhile, inside the dueling arena,
Ding Feiping covered his swollen face and recalled,
the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce was shocked by Li Yang's financial power. Having just been thoroughly humiliated by Li Yang's force, and seeing Li Yang's smiling face, a seed of hatred quietly began to sprout.
Li Yang called to the reconnaissance team members, saying he'd treat them to dinner later.
The icy female warrior Yan Shangshua walked to the edge of the dueling arena and said in a rare gentle voice, "Not bad, they didn't disgrace our reconnaissance team."
Hearing his goddess's words from not far away, Ding Feiping said with a face full of resentment, "Xiang Shui, I was just careless for a moment, next time I will." Before she could finish speaking, Yan Shangshua frowned, her voice turning cold and stern.
"Captain Ding of Reconnaissance Team 2, we're just colleagues, please call me by my name."
Ding Feiping felt as if he had been struck 1,000 times over at that moment. He thought everyone understood his deep affection, but in return, he received only cold camaraderie from the girl. This was even worse than losing all his credits or losing a duel. He felt a sharp pain shooting straight to his crown chakra.
Seeing Yan Shangshua's reaction,
Li Yang, on the contrary, played the good guy, saying with a kind expression, Captain Ding just wants to get along well with us as colleagues, don't be so cold." Yan Shangshua actually nodded in agreement. Li Yang's feigned kindness made Ding Feiping unable to hold back any longer, his frustration overwhelmed him, and
he eventually fainted.
Seeing this, the members of the reconnaissance team rushed forward, and several men hurriedly carried him to the military medical ward. Although they lost credit points, everyone burst into laughter at the sight. From then on, the military personnel never dared to underestimate this newcomer who had just joined the reconnaissance team.
In the luxurious restaurant opposite the camp, Li Yang and his group had changed locations.
Along the way, Zhao Wu praised Li Yang's bravery and talked about how he could make a fortune. He insisted that he should treat everyone this time, and Li Yang couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. The private room was brightly decorated, and everyone sat around a table. A lavish spread of dishes and drinks was ordered. Since alcohol was forbidden in the military, everyone had to clink glasses with beverages instead. Zhao Wu was the most lively, urging everyone to serve themselves in celebration. With a smile on his lips, Zhao Wu said to Li Yang, "I bought 5 million worth of shares this time."
"You won. Do you know how much I made?"
Only then did Li Yang learn about Zhao Wu's opening of the betting market, and he asked curiously, "How much?" Zhao Wu chuckled and held up 4 fingers. 40 million credits. Lao He, Lao Ma, and Yu Tian each received more than 10 million.
Listening to Zhao Wu's excited story, the 3 men raised their glasses to thank Li Yang. Yang. After finishing their drinks, Yan Xiangxue interrupted their excitement with boredom, coldly asking, "Then do you know exactly how much he made?" The four were instantly drawn to Li Yang by the captain's ruthless words. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat heavy. Li Yang raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, and said, "It's not much, maybe 100 million, not much at all." The four of them froze, as if provoked by Li Yang's words. 100 million credits wasn't much? The investor, Zhao Wu, lowered his head and smoothed his hair before calmly accepting the reality. After all, he had risked paying off his debts and earned less than half of what the original investor had earned. "Li Yang, you're paying this time, I'm not paying." Zhao Wu pushed the bill toward Li Yang, and the meal, which he had thought was a great deal, suddenly lost its flavor. The three of them echoed the sentiment, urging Li Yang to pay the bill. Li Yang laughed heartily and readily agreed, as he had originally planned to treat everyone to this meal. Yan Xiangxue slightly raised her beautiful head, thinking to herself, "You little brat, when I make my move, you'll only be able to take the beating." Everyone enjoyed their meal amidst laughter and chatter. Afterward, Li Yang made a purchase of 500,000 credits, and everyone returned to their dormitory villa to rest. The camaraderie among comrades in arms has deepened. Yan Xianshue's icy demeanor seemed to have softened considerably. Military Medical Department. On a hospital bed, a person with their head wrapped in dozens of layers of white gauze poignantly recounted their ordeal. "Brother, you have to stand up for me. That kid not only injured my handsome face, but also, they don't even respect you, a senior colonel in the military." As Ding Feilong listened to his younger brother's story, his gaze gradually deepened. Sensing the change in his brother's emotions, Ding Feiping immediately burst into tears, embellishing the story. "Brother, he clearly knew I was your brother. They'll just beat me into a pulp." As Zhuang Song's advisor and strategist, Ding Feilong knew firsthand how Li Yang had joined the military during the Iron Curtain operation. They held the Jiangcheng base, which ranked last among the 8 major bases, in extremely low regard. They also looked down on Li Yang, who came from the Jiangcheng base, believing that he was just acting on youthful impulsiveness and had only managed to kill a few alien beasts in the Iron Curtain, which was why Zhuang Song paid him a little attention. He comforted his younger brother, Ding Feiping. "Don't worry, I'll stand up for you." In fact, Ding Feilong didn't genuinely want to help Ding Feiping save face. Outsiders all thought he and his younger brother had a very good relationship. They are actually half-brothers. Ding Feiping was born to their father's legal wife. He was an illegitimate child born from his father's illicit relationship with his mother in his early years, and was not valued by the family. On the surface, they treated Ding Feiping like family. In reality, he just wanted to wait until he gained the support of his family in the future so that Ding Feiping could stand firmly on his side. Now Ding Feiping and Li Yang have a conflict. This was the perfect opportunity for him to exploit psychology. Li Yang was unaware that he had solved the problem. He now has a new enemy on his radar. Li Yang tossed the takeout food he brought back from the restaurant to Xiao He and leaned against the bed. He has been away from home for some time and has never contacted his family or friends. Looking at the contact in the AI, I thought to myself, at this hour, Mom, Dad, and my sister are probably asleep, but the little fat boy is definitely still awake. Around midnight, the chubby Chao Juhai was intently watching the beautiful livestreamer perform a suggestive dance. Suddenly, Li Yang's video request popped up. The chubby boy reluctantly scrolled through the livestream, then gritted his teeth and clicked accept. The chubby little boy smiled broadly at the screen. Seeing that the boy answered instantly, Li Yang quickly moved the smart device further away. He said with a helpless disdain, "Fatty, what kind of research are you doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" The chubby boy chuckled, his fat face twitching on the projector screen as he said, "Brother Yang, I was just reviewing the body techniques that our homeroom teacher, Kong Ling, taught me." If Li Yang didn't know the chubby boy well enough, he would definitely have believed it. After exchanging a few polite words, the chubby boy began to share some interesting things that had happened at school recently. Xia Jimei went to the Beijing base with Zhang Junfeng. Class teacher Kong Ling remained very strict with them, and the chubby boy was repeatedly delayed from leaving school. When Zhou Chen was mentioned, the chubby boy, usually so docile, showed a rare hint of anger, and said resentfully, with the help of his uncle Li Gang, Zhou Chen broke through the bottleneck of a third-grade martial artist and secured his admission to Wuhan University through a guaranteed admission program. With a choked voice and an embarrassed expression, she said to Li Yang, "Yang Ji, if it weren't for you doing this for me back then, you probably could have gotten into university through a special admission program." Li Yang naturally understood what the chubby boy meant. Once upon a time, passing the martial arts exam and even being admitted to a martial arts university was Li Yang's goal. Now, as a 4th-rank martial artist and a 4th-level mind master, he no longer considered his former classmates as rivals. He maintained contact with the chubby boy only out of friendship. But regarding Li Gang, who had forced him to drop out of school, a rare hint of anger flashed across Li Yang's face. He quickly composed himself and said to the chubby boy, "I am now a 4th-rank martial artist, so martial arts are no longer important to me." After exchanging a few more jokes, Li Yang hung up the video call. This time, he didn't transfer any money to the chubby guy, he probably still hadn't used up the credits from the last secret realm. Li Yang sent messages to his mother Chen Su, his father Li Fu, and his sister Li Xian to let them know he was safe and transferred 1 million credits before going to rest. Just as he was fast asleep, a loud knocking woke him up. Still grumpy from being woken up, he went to open the door, but before he could even open his mouth to lash out, he was met with Yan Xiangshue's icy gaze. He immediately suppressed his anger, slowly lowered his head, and closed his mouth. Yan Xiangshue still spoke coldly. Go downstairs and assemble. General Zhuang is going to assign us tasks. The first and second reconnaissance teams stood in a neat row. Zhuang Song stood solemnly before them, flanked by several senior colonels. Pointing to the satellite map on the large screen, Zhuang Song said in a gruff voice, "We have received orders from the Federal Military Command to conduct an extermination operation at the mech base in the near future. After joint discussions by the General Staff of the military base, it was decided to first send your reconnaissance team to the northern plains to carry out preliminary work." At the same time, everyone's AI received a mission notification. After checking it, they learned that the mission required them to scout out the situation of the alien beasts in the northern plains, and to report any unusual situations immediately. Yan Xiangshue stood at attention, raised her hand in salute, and said concisely and powerfully, "Reconnaissance Team 1 guarantees to complete the mission." Ding Feiping, whose head was still wrapped in several layers of gauze, shouted, "Reconnaissance Team 2 will definitely complete the mission assigned by General Zhuang." Zhuang Song nodded in satisfaction and dismissed the team on the spot. Yan Xiangshue led the reconnaissance team away first, and Ding Feiping was about to follow closely behind, but was quickly stopped by Ding Feilong, who was standing next to Zhuang Song. He leaned close to Ding Feiping's ear and whispered something. Ding Feiping listened attentively, his gloom gradually fading, and finally he nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the operations room, Ding Feiping immediately ordered all team members to set off, in such a hurry as if some treasure was hidden in the northern plains. Inside the reconnaissance team's dormitory villa, Yan Xiangshue's expression was serious. She always held herself to high standards when it came to missions and her teammates. "For this mission, Li Yang and I will be the forwards, He Hongtian and Zhao Wu will be on the flanks, and Yu Ji and Ma Longting will be in the rear. Is that clear?" The 5 people answered in unison, "Understood." The 5 entered the maintenance bay and piloted their respective mechs. Li Yang did not pilot a mecha. Yan Xiangshue even asked Zhuang Song to assign him a mecha when Li Yang first entered the base, but Zhuang Song contacted Li Yang directly through the AI and received the reply, "A real man doesn't need a mecha." Zhuang Song, furious, said to Yan Xiangshue with dissatisfaction, "Ignore him." Therefore, high in the air, heading towards the northern plains, Li Yang, dressed in dark red Heavenly King armor, stood steadily on the shoulder of Yan Xiangshue's mecha. Although she didn't understand why General Zhuang didn't assign her a mecha, Yan Xiangshue blamed Li Yang for being neglected by Zhuang Song. The pitch-black mech suddenly spewed orange-red flames from its engine, and Yan Xiangshue's slender hands twisted the control lever. The mecha suddenly accelerated from its stationary, standing flight position and rotated 180 degrees. Standing on the shoulder, as the angle of the mecha's rotation changed, Li Yang gradually felt that something was wrong. He quickly used his mental energy to press himself firmly against the outer wall of the mecha beneath his feet, ensuring his heels were firmly planted on it and maintaining his posture. But it still couldn't stop itself from slowly declining. So, he quietly took out the kitchen knife he used for cooking from his spatial bag. He used his mental power to firmly control the kitchen knife, holding it above his head. When the mecha rotated 90 degrees, Yan Xiangshue, sitting in the cockpit, saw through her visor. Li Yang miraculously stood upside down on the mecha's shoulder. There was no sign of it falling. To teach Li Yang a lesson, this cold-blooded female warrior actually flew her mecha upside down for a full 5 minutes. They followed the 4 closely, quietly switched to a private channel to discuss. What exactly did Li Yang do to offend the captain again? They actually dared to pilot a mecha upside down. Just watching it spin makes me dizzy. To be honest, I admire Li Yang the most. He's completely unharmed after 5 minutes. Moro saw Li Yang's foolish behavior in the AI. I really don't know what to say. His pale blue hands tapped on the electronic circuits, and he muttered to himself helplessly, "What a waste of the Heavenly King armor. It just so happens that I, the idiot, unlocked the 3rd form for it." That's right, the 3rd form of the Heavenly King armor could originally unfold its wings, but Li Yang could only control that kitchen knife with his mental power. If Yan Xiangshue hadn't suddenly spun around, he, with his considerable intelligence, would certainly have been able to react in time. Fortunately, Yan Xiangshue herself could not withstand flying upside down for a long time. They flew out of the continuous mountain range. What came into view was a vast plain. We had clearly reached the northern plain. Various strange beasts were scattered on the ground. Li Yang used his mental power to scan a group of 4th-grade strange beasts, tiger-headed blue-scorched turtles. A murderous urge stirred within him. He licked his lips and rubbed his fingers together. He muttered to himself, "My kill points are about to increase." 5 imposing mechs hovered in the air. As the team leader, Yan Xiangshue sent a satellite map of the northern plains to all the AIs. eyes. The entire northern plain was like a perfect square. Reconnaissance Team 2 was responsible for the left flank. They were tasked with scouting the situation to the south. As originally planned, based on the satellite map, Li Yang and I were in the middle, with Zhao Wu positioned along the left side, separating us from the second team. He Hongtian was on the opposite side, while Yu Ji and Ma Longting were in the middle of us. Electronic synthesizers sounded, and each person was assigned their assigned area. Captain Zhao Wu guarantees to complete the mission. Zhao Wu continued to liven up the team atmosphere. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 5 mechs emitted orange-red tail flames, splitting into a fan shape as they headed towards the target area. Li Yang stood upright, flying on the shoulder of the mecha, and seeing all sorts of strange beasts, he felt an irresistible urge to explore. Inside the cockpit, Yan Xiangxue stared at the biological scanner. Red dots kept appearing on the screen, indicating that the highest-ranking beasts in the area below were only 4th grade. The equipment on their mechs cannot scan alien beasts of rank 5 or higher. Therefore, the team's reconnaissance work in the early stages of the operation is particularly important. Generally, the area within 3 kilometers of a 6th grade exotic beast is a no man's land, unless it is a vassal of its kind. It's easy to tell from the equipment. Watching countless kill points disappear before his eyes, Li Yang couldn't help but ask Yan Xiangxue for permission. I request to conduct a solo reconnaissance, just in case any unforeseen circumstances arise. He thought he would need an explanation, but Captain Yan simply let him jump off the mecha, leaving only the trailing flames that tore through space for him to admire. My cold-hearted captain is truly unfathomable. Li Yang couldn't help but sigh. Li Yang deployed the wings that came with the Heavenly King armor to slide over a group of 100 fire sky bears. Moro's little head appeared on the AI, and he muttered to himself, why isn't it flying upside down anymore? It can still fly using the 3rd form of the Heavenly King armor? His tone was full of sarcasm. For a moment, Li Yang hadn't realized what Mo Luo was talking about. A moment of stunned silence crossed his face as he recalled how Yan Xiangxue had toyed with him by making him fly upside down, and how he had used his mental power to control the cleaver and prevent himself from falling. I never expected the wings of the Heavenly King armor. He quickly gave Moro an awkward smile. Master Luo, why didn't you remind me sooner? Moro dismissed the projection with a disdainful look, leaving only one sentence. My mom won't let me play with idiots. Li Yang was completely bewildered by Mo Luo's sudden words, wondering if Mo Luo also had parents. Unfortunately, Moro completely ignored him. Instead, the 100 fire sky bear on the ground started throwing stones at him, its dark red armor and wings standing out conspicuously in the air. Frustrated, Li Yang was worried about having nowhere to vent his frustration. Bai Huac Xiaoqing, however, began to provoke him. One after another, alloy-throwing knives emerged from the storage bag and surrounded Li Yang. 10 alloy-throwing knives flew out in succession from in front of him, swiftly aiming at the 100 fire sky bear that was hurling stones at him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The defenses of the rank 3 exotic beast, the 100 fire sky bear, were simply unable to withstand the attack. 2 throwing knives were enough to kill one of them. Ding! Killed a rank 3 exotic beast, the 100 fire sky bear. Kill points +5. The remaining 8 alloy throwing knives swiftly flew towards the other 100 fire sky bears. Li Yang had initially thought that losing the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade would significantly weaken his strength, but relying solely on the Mind Master's attacks, his killing efficiency remained astonishing. As the notification sound rang out, indicating that his kill points were constantly increasing, he became even more determined to diligently study the Mind Master's unique offensive and defensive techniques within the 9-star technique. At this moment, Zhao Wu, who was patrolling along the area separated from the second team, suddenly brought his mecha to a stop in midair. 7 reconnaissance team mechs lined up menacingly in front, one of which had its firearms locked onto Zhao Wu, and alarms blared incessantly in the cockpit. Zhao Wu manipulated the mech's left and right arms, extending machine guns with 9 barrels on each arm, and coldly shouted, "What does your second reconnaissance team want?" A white mech in the center slowly advanced, its visor retracting. Pilot Ding Faping, with 3 bandages wrapped around his head, took out a large pair of scissors from his back and said with a broad smile, "Hey, isn't this Zhao Wu from Team 1? Lost?" Upon hearing this, the 6 mechs beside him quickly formed a circle around Zhao Wu and drew their weapons at the same time. Seeing that Zhao Wu did not answer, Ding Faping raised his large scissors and shouted, "You're good at making money by opening a market, but you're committing a serious taboo by making money by stepping on my face." At this moment, Zhao Wu realized that this bastard was here to deal with him. Whether reinforcements could arrive in time in the wilderness was still uncertain, so he continued to use the AI to connect with all members of the reconnaissance team and establish real-time communication. Even surrounded, Zhao Wu remained righteous and indignant. "The outcome of the arena is your business. What's wrong with me doing business honestly? Are you trying to take action now? Once the military finds out, you know the consequences." Ding Faping laughed loudly and coldly replied, "Consequences? Brothers, kill him." He naturally understood the consequences, but with his older brother backing him up, or by asking the family for help, he wasn't afraid at all. Zhao Wu faced a life-or-death crisis, and the machine
machine guns on the left and right arms of the mecha suddenly opened fire. The cockpits of the two mechs that had no time to dodge were violently pierced by machine gun fire, and their own mechs were also paralyzed by the concentrated fire, falling out of control to the ground. Flying over the northern plains, Yan Shangxue, who was at the very front and center on the right, heard intense conversations and gunfire.
Through the AI communication system, a chill ran down her spine, and she called out with concern, "Zhao Wu, hold on, I'm coming right away." Others also learned of Zhao Wu's peril through communication and rushed towards him. Li Yang, who had just finished clearing out the 100 Fire Sky Bear Beast Horde, earned 300 kill points and was in a great mood. Upon connecting to Zhao Wu's AI real-time communication and hearing Ding Feiping's smiling words, Zhao Wu was enraged and his anger soared into the sky. Not flying fast enough, Li Yang channeled his mental energy into the wings of the Heavenly King armor, propelling it even faster, determined to reach Zhao Wu's side. Because the others were positioned further forward, only Li Yang was closest to Zhao Wu. Yan Shangxue urged Li Yang to speed up in the communication, and Li Yang anxiously replied, "Zhao Wu, hang in there, I'm coming soon, don't give up." Before launching a counterattack, Zhao Wu heard that his teammates were rushing to his rescue, and a sense of pride welled up inside him. Despite the life or death situation, a triumphant expression still appeared on his face. He pressed the fire button on the control handle hard, and the sound of the machine gun echoed all around. Ignoring all advice, Ding Feiping ordered his team to attack Zhao Wu until his mech was paralyzed and crashed. During the fall, Zhao Wu pressed his wounded abdomen, coughed up blood, and said with difficulty, "Captain, I'm not afraid. A great opportunity. You four, you must live well. Li Yang, let's make a lot of money in our next life." Hearing Zhao Wu's words, the crowd was filled with anger and felt even more sorry for him. Li Yang used his mental power to pinpoint Zhao Wu's location 6 kilometers away and flew there rapidly. Ding Feiping landed next to Zhao Wu's mecha, intending to humiliate Zhao Wu before he died, but suddenly he saw the repulsive dark red armored figure not far away. Raising the massive scissors, Li Yang focused his attention on the center of Zhao Wu's mecha. With a single slash, Zhao Wu and his mecha were instantly split in two. As they flew at high speed, witnessing Ding Feiping's heinous acts, Li Yang's eyes reddened. His entire body emanated a strong aura of ferocity and killing intent as he roared, "Ding Feiping, I will definitely kill you." Ding Feiping neatly and efficiently put away the large, blood-stained scissors. His face was full of mockery as he glanced at the rapidly approaching figure. He didn't take Li Yang's words to heart at all, and just waved to his teammates. 7 mechs suddenly took off and flew towards the base. All that remained was Zhao Wu, severed in two, his blood splattered on the fragments of the mecha. Li Yang leaped from the sky and landed right next to Zhao Wu. Seeing this teammate, whose life was fading and who was now crippled, a sharp pain shot through my heart. That person who had just been talking on the phone. At this moment, they lie coldly scattered across the wasteland. A jet-black mech landed swiftly, and Yan Shangxue jumped out of the cockpit. He jogged over, his face covered in frost, but his eyes were moist. With a hint of sobbing in her voice, she communicated with He Hongtian and the others. "Come here and bring back a complete Zhao Wu." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and entered the mecha cockpit. The mechs rapidly increased their operating frequency, and the booming sound masked all the sorrow. A cold, synthesized voice rang out, blaming Li Yang, who was filled with remorse. "Aren't you coming up? Are you going to watch your teammate get killed and let the murderer get away with it?" Li Yang immediately came to his senses. He flipped over and leaped onto the shoulder of Yan Xianshue's mecha. The mech's engines were pushed to maximum power, their roar echoing through the sky. Li Yang pointed out the direction to the mecha and shouted loudly, "Towards the machine base." Yan Xiangxue obeyed the command, gripping the control handle tightly with both hands. The mech's tail emitted a long, narrow, orange-red trail of flame. The high-speed train sped towards the airport. Both were deeply affected by the grief of Zhao Wu's death and remained silent. The cold wind howled across his face, but it could not extinguish the burning flame of revenge in Li Yang's heart. Finally, at an altitude of 15 kilometers above the base, 7 mechs came into view. Standing on the mecha's shoulder, Li Yang suddenly felt a hydraulic sound. Yan Shangxue controlled the medium-sized missile launcher on the back of the mecha to slowly rise. A white mech was firmly locked on the screen. Beep beep beep. A piercing missile lock-on alarm blared inside Ding Feiping's mech. He turned around and saw that Yan Shangxue was aiming a missile at him. Feeling annoyed, he cursed inwardly, "You bitch, I've been pursuing you for so long, and you won't accept me, but you still have to use missiles against me." He anxiously racked his brains for a solution. He knew the missiles tracked by heat sources, and his gaze swept over his teammate's mech flying beside him. After locking onto Ding Feiping's mech, Yan Shangxue decisively pressed the launch button. The missile hurtled toward its target at high speed. Just as the missile was about to strike, Ding Feiping maneuvered his mech sharply towards the front of his teammate's mech. The missile eventually struck the teammate's mech, sending debris flying everywhere. Ding Feiping, who escaped death, truly lived up to his name. He escaped unharmed thanks to his teammates taking the fall. Another missile came flying in. He still managed to block them with his teammates. The members of the second reconnaissance team scattered to both sides. miss. However, Yan Xianshue's mech was only equipped with 2 medium-sized missiles, with the base less than 10 kilometers away.
Yan Xianxue fired all the small missiles at Ding Feipeng.
The reconnaissance team's mechs are superior in performance to those of Team 2.
The distance between them and Ding Feipeng quickly shrank. Faced with the relentless attack of small missiles, Ding Feipeng's speed noticeably decreased. The two sides gradually approached each other. Yan Xianxue piloted her mecha and crashed directly into the back of Ding Feipeng's mecha.
Li Yang reacted quickly, gripping the protrusion on the top of the white mecha.
With only 2 or 3 kilometers to go to the base, even though Ding Feipeng noticed someone climbing onto the top of the mecha,
remain calm. Through the mech's internal voice system, it said mockingly to Li Yang, "Li Yang, do you know how horrible it was when I cleaved your teammate in two with a single scissor strike?"
Li Yang gripped his position tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. 10 alloy throwing knives suddenly appeared behind him.
He shouted menacingly,
"Ding Feipeng, I'll make sure you die an even more gruesome death."
Those alloy throwing knives that Moro called S-Class, revolving around the white mecha,
regardless of whether it would damage the mech. They all pierced through the rear of Ding Feipeng's mecha's engine. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of meters above the ground of the machine, the white mech, along with its own fragments, it plummeted from the sky with a crash, slamming heavily onto the ground.
Inside the base operations room,
Ding Feilong glanced at the distress message his brother had sent on the smart device, then looked up at the screen. The screen displayed
2 mechs and a dark red figure, the black mech continuously firing small missiles. The intense explosions had already been detected by the base's surveillance system. Just as Zhuang Song was about to take a short rest, the personnel on duty in the operations room were
awakened by the continuous bombardment, only then learning that the 2 teams on reconnaissance missions had actually approached the base. Zhuang Song led his men, rushing out of the military camp's operations room. They hoped to uncover the truth and prevent the conflict from escalating further. Ding Feilong followed closely behind Zhuang Song, his eyes cold, thinking to himself, "Little brother, you are in danger.
I'm coming to save you."
Finally, Ding Feipeng crashed his white mech into the ground, arriving at the scene. At that moment, Yan Xianxue landed in her battered mech. In front of the crowd, while Li Yang, clad in dark red Heavenly King armor with wings spread, exuded a murderous aura, landing heavily beside
the white mech like a war god.
Zhuang Song rushed forward, but Yan Xianxue jumped out of the cockpit, not saluting him, but instead turning to
stare coldly at the white mech.
Silence fell, broken only by the sound of Ding Feipeng frantically pounding on the cockpit of the white mech. Seeing that no one offered an explanation, Zhuang Song shouted sternly, "Yan Xianxue, captain of the reconnaissance team, please tell me immediately why you started fighting with your comrades outside the base?"
Yan Xianxue didn't turn around, but coldly retorted, "Would a comrade kill another comrade?" Sensing the complexity of the situation, Zhuang Song softened his tone and asked, "Xiang Shui, what exactly happened?"
High in the distance, 3 mechs slowly approached, carrying Zhao Wu's mech and body, and landed on the ground. He Hong Tian, his eyes bloodshot, instructed Yu Ji and Ma Longting to protect Zhao Wu's mech and body, and recounted everything that had just happened to everyone. At that moment, this grown man, with tears streaming down his face, choked out as he asked Zhuang Song, "General Zhuang, do you think someone like this is still worthy of being our comrade in arms?" Zhuang Song remained silent, unable to accept that his subordinates had turned on each other. Ding Feipeng struggled to knock open the cockpit door and slowly climbed out, but was terrified
by Li Yang's intense killing intent. He frantically looked around for help, his eyes landing on Ding Feilong, and cried out in fear, "Brother, save me. That kid tried to kill me." His composure vanished instantly. Ding Feilong's eyes darted around, revealing an anxious and concerned expression. He jogged over to support him, asking, "Feipeng, are you alright? Are you hurt?" With his brother Ding Feilong's help, Ding Feipeng managed to stand up, his panic gradually subsiding. He couldn't believe that the kid would attack him. In front of his brother, General Zhuang, and everyone else. Ding Feipeng grinned, "Brother, I only got a scratch. As for the others, I don't know." Clearly, there was more to his words than met the eye. The members of the reconnaissance team had bloodshot eyes, but with so many superiors present, they dared not act rashly, and could only glare at each other angrily. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed throughout the scene. "I told you, Ding Feipeng, I will definitely kill you." An alloy-throwing knife flew swiftly toward Ding Feipeng. Ding Feipeng instinctively tried to dodge, but his body was frozen in place and he could not move. The alloy-throwing knife pierced Ding Feipeng's forehead, splattering blood. His pupils lost their light, his eyes fixed on his brother Ding Feilong, as he murmured, "I really regret listening to his advice and continuing to provoke Li Yang." His memory was frozen at the moment his body was covered. He died with his eyes wide open, and the one who wanted him dead the most wasn't Li Yang, but second, it turned out that the one who wanted him to disappear the most was his half-brother. Ding killed a 4th-rank martial artist, kill points +10. A few drops of blood splattered on Ding Feilong's face, and he froze instantly, involuntarily releasing Ding Feipeng. Seeing him collapse to the ground, blood streaming down his forehead, he felt he hadn't done enough. He bent down, placed his left hand on his brother's shoulder, clenched his right fist,
chest and gently checked his pulse with his middle and index fingers together. After confirming there were no signs of life, brother, you died such a tragic death. He bowed his head and wept, his voice trembling, as if afraid that others would not know that Ding Faping was dead. Upon hearing Colonel Ding's cries, Yu Ji and Ma Longting looked down at Zhao Wu's pieced-together corpse and gritted their teeth, saying, Old Zhao, we've avenged you. Brother Wu, you can rest in peace now. Those beasts have gone with you. When the officers following General Zhuang saw Ding Faping killed by a flying knife, their hearts tightened, and they felt that something big was about to happen. The crowd exchanged glances, no one willing to be the first to step forward. Yan Shangxue re-entered the mecha cockpit, started the engine, and a small missile launcher extended from the mecha's arm. The white mech that Ding Faping had been piloting was blasted to pieces by a small missile fired from the cockpit. The black mech hovered 3 meters in the air, its voice resolute as it spoke. Ding Faping disregarded camaraderie and dared to kill my team members. He deserves to die. I will bear any punishment. Zhuang Song's face was rugged, but he didn't show any emotion. He simply ordered everyone to clean up the scene and that no one should leave without permission, and to wait for instructions from the military. The men behind him obediently walked towards Yujima Longting, took Zhao Wu's body in the mecha, and also took Ding Faping's body with them. Li Yang retracted his wings, transformed his Heavenly King armor back into a military uniform, and slowly walked towards the base. Regardless of the consequences, he was determined to eliminate Ding Faping completely. Everyone returned to their respective dormitory villas, silent and heavy with sorrow, each preferring to remain alone in their own room. In the living room, Ding Filong, bent over with a face full of sorrow, cried to his elderly father, who was sitting in a grand chair, Dad, my brother was killed in the military. The elderly father, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the armrest of the chair, stared at Ding Filong and asked, What? Say it again. Thinking his father was old and hard of hearing, Ding Filong repeated what he had just said. Ding Chun confirmed the news again, and his entire aged body trembled uncontrollably. He had never imagined that his most beloved, youngest son would pass away before him. He covered his forehead and sighed deeply, a white-haired man burying a black-haired man. Ding Filong looked at his father's sorrowful sigh with disgust. He was already disliked in the Ding family, and if his younger brother continued to live, his future wouldn't be much better. But on the surface, he still had to pretend to be concerned, crying as he comforted his father. Dad, don't be sad, your health is the most important thing. Ding Chun ignored his eldest son's attempts to comfort him and bluntly stated, Your military should give our Ding family an explanation, or we will take this to the Federation. Dad, I understand. I will pass it on to my superiors. Ding Filong said and left the living room, leaving Ding Chun alone to immerse himself in grief. After informing Zhuang Song of the Ding family's attitude, Ding Filong hummed a tune happily, preparing to celebrate. Although Ding Chun was old, the Ding family still held considerable influence in the base of the machine shop. They united various forces to put pressure on the military, demanding a thorough investigation into the cause and effect of Ding Faping's death and that those guilty be severely punished. Inside Zhuang Song's office, he pounded his broad hands on the desk angrily, saying, Everyone, put pressure on me and make sure the military gives an explanation. He even received a message from someone inside the base that Reconnaissance Team 2 had completed its mission, and that Reconnaissance Team 1, in order to avoid embarrassment, had attacked their own comrades first. The map of the area that the mission required scanning was also displayed on his AI. However, Zhuang Song, a general who had served for many years, would not easily accept a single conclusion. He summoned the guards and questioned each relevant person, eventually compiling the information into a file and submitting it to his superiors. Yan Shangxue, He Hongtian, and others were summoned by the guards for questioning in turn. Li Yang was questioned the longest. If it weren't for Mo Luo's assistance and the conversation between Zhao Wu and Ding Faping when Zhao Wu sought help, they probably would have already concluded that Li Yang was not a qualified officer, having actually killed his comrade in full view of everyone. After reviewing the proposal submitted by the guard regiment, Zhuang Song pressed his temples, feeling a severe headache. After much thought, he finally came up with a preliminary solution. He notified Yan Shangxue and Li Yang to come to his office via the smart device. The two walked towards Zhuang Song's office one after the other. Yan Shangxue stopped, her long legs swaying, and said gently, Thank you. Li Yang calmly responded, The incident started because of me. Anyone else would have killed him. Yan Shangxue responded softly, continuing to take her long, slender steps. Zhuang Song looked at the young couple in front of him and said in a low, steady voice, I already know the cause and effect. Ding Faping made the mistake first, and you killed him to avenge your team members, which is morally justifiable. But you should know that the Ding family still has considerable power in the mecha base. Currently, they are putting pressure on me with multiple forces, demanding an explanation from the military. At this point, Zhuang Song unusually revealed a lack of confidence. After taking a deep breath, his tone became calm. I have two options for you to choose from. First, after retiring from the Mech Army's ground forces, I can recommend you to other military headquarters, as the federal military headquarters is relatively difficult to enter. At the same time, I will have the military headquarters compensate Zhao Wu's family with 10 million credits. Secondly, you must humble yourself before the Ding family. I will take you to apologize. Out of respect for me, they will at least not openly harass you in the future. When he said you all, Zhuang Song's eyes kept glancing towards Li Yang's position.
A moment of silence filled the office. Zhuang Song didn't interfere with their thoughts and choices, simply waiting quietly.
Yan Shangxue bit her lower lip slightly, about to get up and speak, but Li Yang pulled her back, calmly saying to Zhuang Song,
General Zhuang, I think the third option is better.
The words had barely left his mouth when a metal-throwing knife suddenly appeared in front of Li Yang, circling him and even weaving freely through the office.
Zhuang
Song, sitting in his chair, abruptly stood up, staring at the swirling metal knife. As if realizing something, he stared in shock at the young man before him. You are. Zhuang Song's face was full of shock. He pointed at Li Yang, his voice seemingly stuck in his throat, each word difficult to utter. You are a psychic. 3 more alloy-throwing knives appeared around him, forming a triangle and hovering steadily in Li Yang's palm. The young man's eyes were firm, neither humble nor arrogant, as he replied, Yes,
I am a spiritualist.
Yan Shangxue witnessed the scene firsthand, her delicate body instantly stiffening, her pupils contracting sharply, and she even held her breath.
Zhuang Song, upon hearing this,
involuntarily took a step back, his shin hitting the chair before he snapped back to reality.
It's important to understand that among all the martial artists in the federal government, there had never been a psychopath. Their understanding of psychopaths was limited to some rudimentary rumors. The first psychopath on Earth, Sanmu from Tianfu, was said to be able to control objects and stun enemies with his eyes during combat. One can imagine how incredulous the two people in the office were upon learning Li Yang's identity.
Zhuang Song never expected that the boy he had taken in the Wasteland would actually be the Federation's first psychic. The two plans he had originally prepared now seemed unsuitable. Li Yang's third plan was clearly more appropriate for the current situation.
Ha 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 ha.
Zhuang Song sat back down in his chair, bursting into laughter. His eyes were fixed on the alloy-throwing knife swirling in Li Yang's hand. The furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and his expression became unusually excited. He recalled the throwing knife that had pierced Ding Feiping's forehead as he died, and asked, Was Ding Feiping's attack caused by you using your mental power to control the throwing knife? Li Yang hadn't expected Zhuang Song to be so observant, noticing even the detail of him killing Ding Feiping with an alloy-throwing knife outside the base, so he frankly admitted, yes. Zhuang Song smiled knowingly upon hearing this, waved his hand, and said, You can all go back now. Li Yang's third option is very suitable. Li Yang lightly tugged at Yan Shangshue's sleeve, who was still standing there in a daze, and then left Zhuang Song's office. Yan Shangxue stared at the young man before her with a complex expression, thinking that Li Yang always revealed astonishing strength at crucial moments, with one trump card after another. Her eyes darted around, and thinking that her subordinate Li Yang had only just revealed his identity as a mentalist, a haughty look appeared on her face as she coldly said to the young man, Let go of my sleeve, I can walk by myself.
Li Yang stopped in his tracks, subconsciously letting go of the sleeve he was holding, and stared in astonishment as Yan Shangxue walked past him, muttering to himself, What's wrong with this woman?
She was fine just a moment ago, and then she suddenly turned on me. A woman's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. She can change her mind faster than turning the pages of a book.
How could an 18-year-old boy possibly see through her thoughts?
Zhuang Song sat in his office, excitedly initiating a voice communication request through his AI. 3 seconds after the beeping sound, a puzzled voice came from the other end.
A matter of utmost importance.
A mentalist has appeared in our city.
He is only 18 years old and has a martial arts cultivation level of 4.
Zhuang Song reported excitedly to the other party. The other party's voice became solemn and serious.
Zhuang Song, do you know that you can't just say things like that?
Old squad leader, I, Zhuang Song, am not that kind of person. I witnessed him using his mental powers to control 4 throwing knives in my office, making them fly and dart about at will. Moreover, he himself admitted that he is a spiritual practitioner. Zhuang Song first tried to get on the other party's good side, then excitedly explained the situation in detail. The other party was unusually silent for a moment.
He then instructed Zhuang Song to send Li Yang's information to the federal military headquarters. Li Yang's information was clearly and concisely presented in the military archives. The security classification was clearly marked as SSS, top secret.
Meanwhile, Zhuang Song recounted the entire story of Li Yang's killing of Ding Feiping. The other party only stipulated one bottom line: Li Yang must not be harmed. Everything else was up to them. Zhuang Song respectfully stood at attention and saluted. Old squad leader, Zhuang Song guarantees it. Beep beep beep. Only the sound of the phone being hung up answered him. Zhuang Song awkwardly pulled himself back to reality, his eyes darting around, his fingers tapping the table as he pondered his next solution. The next day, the Ding family then received a notification from the military. The notification stated that outside the base, reconnaissance teams 1 and 2 had engaged in a fierce battle. The incident began when Ding Feiping, the captain of the 2nd Reconnaissance team, engaged in a gambling duel with Li Yang of the 1st Reconnaissance Team in the fighting arena of the military camp. As a result, Ding Feipen lost to Li Yang and harbored resentment, so he sought revenge against Zhao Wu, who profited from betting on duels. According to Article 6 of Section 9 of the Military Headquarters Wartime Wilderness Management Regulations, if an attack is launched against a comrade in the wilderness, resulting in injury or death, the military headquarters has the right to take action against the attacker. Ding Feipen was killed by members of the reconnaissance team, which complies with the military headquarters regulations. Upon hearing the contents of the military headquarters notification, Ding Chun lay back in his armchair. Despite his weak breath, he pounded the chair back forcefully, coughing angrily as he said, "Killing my son, and that's still within military regulations?" He reached out and pressed a button on the bottom of the chair seat, and a figure in black immediately appeared behind him. The man in black stood motionless, his eyes vacant, as if dead. Ding Chun's face hardened with murderous intent as he weakly said, "The military is failing in its duties. Black Tiger, you have 1 month to erase the man who killed my son from this world." Upon hearing this, the man in black immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in a salute, and responded, "We swear to carry out the Patriarch's orders, even at the cost of our lives." Ding Chun waved his hand weakly, and the man in black had vanished. At that moment, Li Yang was leisurely lying on the first floor of the dormitory villa area. He took a can of drink from the refrigerator and leaned back comfortably on the living room sofa, sipping it slowly. Just then, he saw Yuji busy in the kitchen. He walked over to his side. With a serious yet concerned expression, he asked, "Brother Yang, you killed Ding Feipen. Aren't you afraid the Ding family will come after you?" He Han Tian was also somewhat worried about Li Yang. After all, he and the captain had gone to General Zhuang's office yesterday, but hadn't mentioned how to handle the matter upon their return. Li Yang took a sip of his drink and looked at the concerned He Han Tian, saying, "General Zhuang will handle it, don't worry." Yoji had already prepared the meal and was calling everyone to come and eat together. Simultaneously, everyone's AI received a push notification. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy has emerged in the Mecha region. This station has learned from the military that the Mecha region military, among its many talents, a genius with psychic abilities has been discovered. This young man is reportedly the second psychic on Earth. He is also the first psychic in our federation. The message also included a dark-themed picture of a boy's back. After reading the message, Yan Shangxue glanced at Li Yang, who was eating with his head down beside her. I suspected that this text must have been carefully polished by a master of language, and I thought to myself, the way he's engrossed in eating, how does he look like a genius? Unaware of the situation, Li Yang was still eating at the restaurant when he looked up and praised Yuji's culinary skills. Inside the machine base, the people who received this message were thrilled. People from all walks of life were shocked. In the live stream, a young man even publicly declared that he was the second mentalist on Earth. Instantly, the live stream's popularity soared to over 1 million viewers online, and more people flooded into the live stream. The young man, with a sincere expression, said, "Welcome, everyone." Watching the endless stream of spectators, he was so excited he almost shouted, "Family members, log in now. Family members, now unleash the unique technique of the Mind Master, object manipulation." On the screen, a piece of white paper floated in the air, slowly moving up, down, left, and right. The live stream chat was filled with flashing gift effects, and some viewers couldn't help but shout, "Master, I'm already 38 years old, I have to have your babies. The Nien Master chose me. I've just come of age, and I can also." Before he could finish speaking, the live stream was banned. Several prestigious martial arts schools have publicly declared, "This young Nien Master was trained by our school." The space technology company also publicly extended an invitation. "If Nien Sure is willing to join, our company will definitely do its best to train him." The federal government stated, "The addition of this young spiritual master to the government will significantly improve the efficiency of federal operations." Various rumors circulated, making it difficult to discern whose words were more credible. Looking at this complex and conflicting public opinion, Zhuang Song harbored a growing suspicion that the information he had released might have been deliberately misinterpreted and spread. He hadn't expected everyone to have such high expectations for the newly emerged mind masters in the Federation. The old squad leader even secretly instructed him to quickly quell this frenzy. Zhuang Song was quite troubled by this. Li Yang, the person involved, also saw a lot of news and almost doubted whether he really had mental powers. An invisible spiritual wave spread out from Li Yang's side. Yan Shangxue, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly felt as if she was being seen through. She couldn't help but touch her clothes to make sure that she was indeed wearing clothes. She frowned slightly, her eyes scanning her surroundings warily, when she suddenly noticed that Li Yang's nose was bleeding. Li Yang tried to use his mental power, but he never expected that he would get so excited that his nose would bleed. He awkwardly covered his nose, avoiding everyone's gaze, and quickly stood up, saying, "I'm full, I'm going back to my room first, you guys continue eating." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up and saw Li Yang staggering towards the second floor. Yan Shangxue stared coldly at his fleeing figure, her eyes filled with murderous intent.
Everyone was confused. He Hongtian seized on the information he had just received and started a conversation. Who exactly do you think this young mind master is? I don't know, but perhaps we'll have a chance to witness his unique abilities, Yu Tian replied. Ma Longting scoffed dismissively, old you should get some rest. You might see him in your dreams. Yan Shangxue, who knew the true identity of the young mind master, sighed inwardly. What you wanted to see was right beside you just now. Finally back in his room, Li Yang let out a long breath, never imagining that his mental energy could be used in this way. He couldn't help but think to himself, Yan Xiangshue's figure. He released Xiao He and threw it some treats. Having been away from home for a long time, Li Yang finally used his AI to request a video call with his mother, Chen Su. In the video, his mother sits at the dining table, looking at him with a hint of reproach. Yang, you've been gone for so long, why didn't you even video call home? Li Yang thought his mother was still angry, so he didn't dare to respond. Chen Su continued, you should keep in touch with your family more often. I have something to tell you. A psychic has appeared in the Federation. It's second on Earth and first in the Federation. Li Yang couldn't believe how quickly the news had spread. He had just revealed his identity to Zhuang Song, and it had already reached his home in Jiangcheng base. He smiled and replied to his mother, really? Is that true? Chen Su pretended to be angry and said, of course it's true. The AI is full of news about this Nian master right now, and even the federal government says he has joined. If you haven't experienced it yourself, anyone would believe it to be true. After chatting with his mother about everyday matters and listening to her remind him to be careful, Li Yang took the opportunity to say that he was going to take a shower, and his mother reluctantly ended the call. He then transferred 100,000 credits to his sister Li Xian's account and left a message. Remember to tell mom not to always believe all kinds of news on the internet. Sometimes it's not necessarily true. Inside the Jiangcheng base, Guan Shishue, sitting at the front desk of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, stared blankly at the popular figure, the young Nianshi, feeling as if she had seen him before. Guan Meng came out from inside and saw her in a daze. He teased, still thinking about that young Li Yang? Hearing her second uncle's words, Guan Shishue blushed slightly and said reproachfully, second uncle, you're talking nonsense. I wasn't thinking about anyone. Ha ha ha. I have some breaking news about Li Yang. I wonder if you want to hear it? Guan Meng offered a tempting offer. Guan Shishue's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked in a coquettish tone, what news is there about Li Yang? I want to hear it. He told Guan Shishue about the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce commercial tokens that Li Yang held in the Jiji base. I never expected him to actually have a mecha base. A trace of sadness flashed in Guan Shishue's eyes, but she excitedly muttered to herself. Inside a luxurious mansion at the Beijing base, Zhang Junfeng reached out and pulled Xia Jime down to his sides. While enjoying the experience, they also browsed the latest trending information. Upon seeing the mention of the young mind master, he imagined himself as that young mind master, and just as he imagined himself floating above the capital base, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Angrily, he kicked Xia Jime away and painfully accused her. If a person is not good enough, they can't even live. Xia Jime slumped helplessly to the ground, the image of that boy from years ago flashing through her mind, and murmured to herself, what would it be like if we were still together? If I hadn't come to the capital, would things be different? She followed Zhang Junfeng to the Beijing base, originally thinking she could live a life of luxury. But people's hearts are unpredictable. Their apparent closeness masked their underlying suspicions. Within the organic methyl base, in the battle, Zhuang Song leaked information about the young Nianshi. This sparked a great deal of discussion and excitement throughout the Federation, and he urgently needed to divert everyone's attention. He urged his staff to discuss the specific plan for the beast extermination operation overnight, even though Li Yang's identity had already been reported. Sergeant Zhuang Songhui will be credited for this, but if he cannot quell the public's criticism, the credit may not outweigh the mistake. Ultimately, they will still face severe criticism. After a night of discussion, in the operations room, Zhuang Song announced, in 3 days, the extermination operation will commence. Black Tiger, as the leader of the assassins trained by the Ding family, had learned from his sources within the military that an operation was imminent. Patriarch Ding Chun will personally lead an expedition for a month, with the goal of beheading Li Yang. He exhaled coldly and said in a deep voice, your death will be in 3 days. The mech formation was neatly arranged in the military camp, ready to go. Operation Extermination is about getting you to exert your maximum strength and eliminate the alien beasts. Zhuang Song gave a brief speech before the operation, boosting the morale of the officers. The officers shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the camp. Zhuang Song looked at the energetic faces below the stage and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and issued the command to depart to the sky. The neat formation of mechs quickly took off. The roar of mech engines echoed throughout every corner of the base, and everyone could see the perfectly aligned array of mechs in the sky. Everyone understood that the military soldiers had once again set foot on the wasteland to slay the alien beasts for the safety of the Federation. Li Yang's reconnaissance team was assigned to the rear of the mech formation, while the reconnaissance team, having followed Ding Feiping's instigation, were all
left at the camp to clean toilets as punishment.
Li Yang already obtained the Azure Dragon Crescent blade from the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce yesterday.
This upgraded weapon weighs 10,000 jin, approximately 5,000 kilograms, and was forged and upgraded using a variety of precious ores.
Its rank is high enough to rival a 6th rank weapon.
He spent a total of 210 million credits, including a 10 million deposit. The blade features a blue dragon-shaped pattern, a curved back, and a sharp edge.
Li Yang loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He remained standing on Yan Xianshue's black mecha shoulder, flying towards the high sky above the northern plains. The neatly arranged mech formation, at Zhuang Song's command.
They quickly dispersed, breaking into smaller groups, and charged towards the horde of alien beasts on the ground. Yan Xianxue led the reconnaissance team and flew towards the tiger-headed blue-scorched turtles they had encountered before.
She understood Li Yang's abilities. Perhaps Zhao Wu's death had left her with lingering fear. He even specifically asked Li Yang to provide immediate assistance should anyone else encounter a crisis.
Li Yang obediently nodded in agreement, and wings extended from the back of the Heavenly King armor. Like dark arrows, they swooped down on the tiger-headed blue-scorched turtles. Wielding the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, he unleashed the Fallen Heaven Slash from the Phantom Blade technique. It precisely pierced through the group of blue-headed tortoises. Even though they possessed thick and incredibly defensive shells, it was also difficult to withstand the upgraded Azure Dragon Crescent blade, which unleashed a powerful strike carrying the mighty power of the Fallen Heaven Slash.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, the tiger-headed blue burning turtle, gaining 10 kill points.
Ha 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 ha. Li Yang laughed with satisfaction upon hearing the kill point notification.
Looking at the more than 200 tiger-headed blue-scorched turtles, a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. 10 alloy throwing knives were neatly arranged in front of him. 9-star technique, chain impact. In the mental space, a star twinkled. The mental energy, carrying the alloy throwing knife, shot straight at a tiger-headed blue-scorched turtle in front of it. Sensing danger, the blue-headed tortoise quickly retracted its head. Li Yang used his mental power to control the alloy throwing knives, launching them continuously from where they retracted. The incredibly sharp alloy throwing knife pierced through the turtle's shell and emerged, creating a 10-centimeter square hole in the body of the tiger-headed blue-scorched turtle through continuous impacts.
Wow! The flying knives controlled by the 9-star technique are so powerful? Li Yang was deeply shocked by the power.
Yan Xianxue, He Hantian, and others were engaged in a fierce battle with a tiger-headed blue-scorched tortoise, the fight being evenly matched.
In contrast, Li Yang has already killed 2, and the difference in strength has become obvious.
He retrieved his throwing knife, circled around himself, and prepared to spar with the tiger-headed blue tortoises, intending to test the knife techniques he had previously purchased on them one by one.
Li Yang has mastered the Sacred Blade of Evil, the Tai Chi Blade, and the Overlord's Slash to the basic level.
Thank you for practicing your swordsmanship with me. Now, I'll send you on your way, Li Yang said to the 4 strange beasts beside him.
4 alloy throwing knives shot towards their foreheads in an instant.
Ding! Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, the tiger-headed blue burning turtle, gaining 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, the tiger-headed blue burning turtle, gaining 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, the tiger-headed blue burning turtle, gaining 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, the tiger-headed blue burning turtle, gaining 10 kill points.
For cold, familiar kill point notification sounds rang in Li Yang's mind. He then added dozens of tiger-headed blue-scorched turtle beast crystals to his collection. Host, Li Yang. Chi and Blood, 2000.00. Spiritual value, 2000.00. Kill points, 1852.98. Realm, rank 4 martial artist, level 4 mind master. Martial arts, Phantom Blade technique, mastery, Northern Darkness sky travel technique, tier 3, Dragon Bone blood scripture, tier 2, 9-star technique, tier 1. The kill points have increased to 1852. Only a few tiger-headed blue tortoises remained on the field. The rest had already been slaughtered by Li Yang and scattered in all directions. With a flap of its wings, it brought Li Yang to Yan Xianshue's side and cleaved the tiger-headed blue-scorched tortoise they were attacking in two with a single slash. Li Yang expressed his intention to act alone to Yan Xianxue. The sight of the scattered carcasses of strange beasts on the ground horrified Yan Xianxue. She bit her lower lip lightly and said softly, "Okay, but you have to be careful." He gestured to Li Yang that it was okay. Li Yang then soared into the sky. Not far away, Black Tiger, disguised as a member of the military, stared in the direction Li Yang flew off to. Those behind him, seeing Li Yang's bloodthirsty nature, couldn't help but feel somewhat hesitant. Black Tiger, a 5th-rank martial artist, exuded an aura of power over everyone. He shouted sternly, "What's there to be afraid of in a mere 4th-rank martial artist? I'm here." Hearing Black Tiger's words and feeling his imposing aura, everyone's faces were no longer pale. Black Tiger led them in pursuit of the direction Li Yang had flown. In fact, if Li Yang had expanded his mental perception range to 6 kilometers, he would definitely have been able to detect the presence of Black Tiger and the others. Li Yang found a canyon. There are many water crabs in the canyon, each one holding up its large pincers and its its 8 legs supporting its body as it slithers sideways.
Li Yang used his green dragon crescent blade to pierce a steel crab that was on guard. Suddenly, within a 3-kilometer radius of mental perception,
a group of people rapidly approached his location. Li Yang frowned and asked in confusion, "Did anyone else in the military notice these water steel drinking crabs?"
He paused what he was doing.
Sure enough, a group of people dressed in military uniforms came into Li Yang's view.
The leader turned out to be a 5th-rank martial artist.
Upon spotting Li Yang, they immediately accelerated their approach.
With a gentle wave of his hand, the group formed an encirclement. Li Yang glanced at the light screen. He was only 60 kill points away from reaching 2,000. Even surrounded, his expression remained calm, and he thought to himself,
"If we can't beat them, we can just fly away. I'd like to see who they really are."
The group surrounded Li Yang within a radius of about 50 meters.
Black Tiger slowly walked towards Li Yang. When he was about 10 meters away from him, Black Tiger said coldly, "Li Yang, is that you?" Li Yang nodded and asked curiously, "Why are you surrounding me?" Black Tiger found this amusing and sneered, "You killed someone you shouldn't have killed. Why do you think that was?" "I killed someone I shouldn't have killed?"
Upon hearing Black Tiger's words, Li Yang recalled his recent memories with a sense of unease.
Murder? Recently?
Connecting the two, Li Yang immediately understood, his calm expression gradually turning cold. He said coldly, word by word, "Ding Faping, he deserves to die." Black Tiger was nearly killed as a child and was rescued by Ding Chun, who happened to be passing by. He was raised by Ding Chun from a young age and became fiercely loyal to the
Ding family.
Upon hearing that the patriarch's youngest son had died and was even being insulted, his eyes glared at him as if he were looking at a dead man, and he said fiercely, "You little bastard, you deserve to die even more." He turned to his men and ordered, "Brothers, charge. Kill him. Whoever cuts off his head will be rewarded with 100 million credits." The moment the words left his mouth, a fighting spirit ignited in everyone's eyes, their gazes like those of walking bounty hunters.
They all simultaneously drew their crossbows and aimed at Li Yang.
Years of training have made their movements incredibly synchronized. Arrows from crossbows rained down on Li Yang from all directions, attempting to kill him with a hail of arrows.
Li Yang remained calm in the face of danger, flapping his wings, and just as the arrows were about to strike, the figure shot into the sky like lightning.
However, the crisis drew ever closer. He dodged to the side, and Black Tiger's deadly dagger slashed past his eyes.
With his 5th-grade martial arts cultivation, he could fly. Black Tiger continued to ascend, attacking Li Yang's vital points from the air, causing Li Yang's figure to plummet. The soldiers on the ground skillfully aimed their crossbows at Li Yang, waiting for their leader Black Tiger to withdraw so that Li Yang, suspended in midair, would be riddled with arrows.
A dagger swiftly stabbed downwards. Li Yang gripped the hilt of the green dragon crescent blade, using the blade to brace against the dagger.
The immense force pressed him down relentlessly.
Black Tiger exuded a deathly aura, his moves vicious and ruthless, each strike aimed with deadly force.
Damn it!
Li Yang wasn't afraid to fight Black Tiger, but the group of men poised to attack on the ground made him feel extremely troubled. Black Tiger stared fiercely at Li Yang, noticing his constantly changing expression. As expected of a master who has spent many years teetering on the edge of life and death, he suddenly increased his strength and struck Li Yang hard in midair, causing him to plummet to the ground.
"Li Yang, I'd like to see how you dodge this."
Black Tiger struck the blade hard, revealing his dark teeth in a sinister manner. Above them stood the menacing Black Tiger, while below, a swarm of soldiers were all aimed at the falling Li Yang.
As soon as Black Tiger withdraws, Li Yang will be pierced by countless arrows.
At this critical moment, Li Yang turned pale and looked at Black Tiger with a chuckle as he slowly moved away from him, instantly realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous.
A team of 30 people on the ground.
The leader stepped back, suddenly understanding, and the others coordinated perfectly, firing arrows one after another. Countless arrows shot towards Li Yang high in the sky, and the crowd followed up with more arrows and reloaded, firing 3 waves of arrows in succession.
Feeling countless arrows coming at them,
in his panic, Li Yang tried to use the Heavenly King armor to defend himself, but then Maro's mocking voice echoed in his mind, "Fool, use your mental power to control the alloy throwing knives to wrap around your body."
After Maro reminded him, Li Yang, whose judgment had been clouded by Black Tiger's imposing aura, finally came to his senses.
10 alloy throwing knives spun rapidly around Li Yang, about a meter away from him. Arrows shot from the ground were cleaved in two by the throwing knives, and as the number of arrows increased, the speed at which the throwing knives spun became increasingly rapid. Occasionally, an arrow would pierce through the circle of throwing knives, approaching Li Yang, whom he would catch in a flash. He gathered his vital energy in his arm and hurled the arrow at the crowd on the ground. It pierced straight through a person's neck, causing blood to gush out, and everyone hurriedly stopped attacking.
Ding! Killed a rank 3 martial artist, kill points +5.
High in the sky, accompanied by a rain of countless arrows, shafts, and fletchings, a dark red figure appeared in the air.
"You're still alive after all that?" Black Tiger stared intently at Li Yang.
They mistakenly assumed that the throwing knives surrounding him were some kind of newly developed special weapon, failing to connect Li Yang with the rumored Nen master. faster. Li Yang let out a long sigh of relief. The recent crisis had kept him on edge. If Maro hadn't reminded him, he probably would have been in a complete panic. He didn't answer Black Tiger. His eyes turned calm as he began to analyze the situation. In their initial exchange, neither side had gained the upper hand. Li Yang hadn't expected this group to be so clever. One person was responsible for entanglement while the others waited for an opportunity to attack.
Let's break their rhythm first.
Having devised a plan, Li Yang's figure flashed like a red lightning bolt, charging straight at the men on the ground.
He swiftly produced 3 alloy-throwing knives, silently chanting, 9-star technique, chain impact.
To everyone's astonishment, the 3 knives pierced the heart of an enemy, blood gushing forth. Ding! Killed a rank 3 martial artist, kill points +5. 2 of the 30 men on the ground had already been killed, but Li Yang's throwing knives did not stop and continued to fly towards the remaining 28 men. It wasn't until Black Tiger attacked with a cold dagger that Li Yang's powerful control over the throwing knife was interrupted. At this moment, only 10 people remained standing on the ground, and Li Yang's kill points had already climbed to 2030.
Ah, Li Yang, you deserve to die. I'll kill you.
Black Tiger roared, driven nearly mad by the heavy losses suffered by his men.
No one expected that in the blink of an eye, Li Yang would have killed more than 20 enemies. Ha ha. Li Yang looked at the furious Black Tiger and revealed a sinister smile.
Black Tiger's blood surged, unleashing the full power of a 5th-grade martial artist. He swung his dagger from midair, aiming straight for Li Yang's forehead.
Li Yang also went all out, concentrating his strength to wield the green dragon crescent blade.
The two collided violently, raising a cloud of dust. They were evenly matched, and neither gained the upper hand. You and your men are just as useless as each other.
You even want to kill me? Li Yang mocked, trying to disrupt Black Tiger's composure.
Black Tiger unleashed his martial skill, killing Ghostblade, the dagger flashing with a cold light, instantly appearing in front of Li Yang.
Li Yang hurriedly retreated.
Although his neck was slashed by the dagger, making a scraping sound, fortunately, the Heavenly King armor was highly defensive, otherwise he would have been covered in blood. But the burning pain in his neck made Li Yang's expression serious. Seeing that his ultimate technique had failed to kill Li Yang, Black Tiger's eyes turned cold and ruthless. He had never seen such a troublesome 4th-rank martial artist before, who not only had a variety of techniques but also astonishing defensive capabilities. Having not been injured in a long time, Li Yang's eyes were firm as he said in a low voice, "You forced me to do this."
The wings of the Heavenly King armor began to vibrate at a high frequency. Li Yang's figure flew into the sky like lightning, summoning the killing system light screen and frantically tapping the plus sign on his health bar.
2,000 kill points were instantly added to his health.
Ah!
His heart pounded violently, his blood surged like waves, and the strengthening of his body caused his meridians to expand with intense pain, making him unable to help but let out a sound. Scanning the Black Tiger on the ground, Li Yang's face was filled with fervor, his eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his arms bulged as his strength increased, accompanied by pain. His face was contorted with rage, but his brows relaxed as he straightened his chest, opened his arms, and felt the immense power of a 5th-rank martial artist. Black Tiger's face grew increasingly grim on the ground, and his remaining subordinates were so frightened by Li Yang's 5th-grade martial artist aura that they collapsed to the ground. A flying knife slashed through the air, piercing the heads of all 8 people, killing them instantly. Black Tiger's face was extremely ugly at this moment. He never expected that his subordinates, whom he had painstakingly trained, would be slaughtered by Li Yang. The descending youth was strangely unpredictable. He fought the 5th-rank martial artist with only 4th-rank strength to a standstill, and it was only through his unique skill that the youth managed to sustain a minor injury. His duty as head of the family now left him feeling utterly powerless. "Your men have all set off. It's time for you to join them," Li Yang said calmly.
Black Tiger gripped his dagger tightly, remaining silent as he stared fiercely at Li Yang.
His feet slid slightly, revealing a posture of fighting to the death. He suddenly leaned back, and the dagger shot towards Li Yang like a flying sword.
Li Yang gripped the green dragon crescent blade tightly and with a forceful flick, broke through the attack. Upon closer inspection, the Black Tiger's figure had already flown into the air. Under Li Yang's mental control, 3 alloy-throwing knives swiftly shot towards Black Tiger's back.
Black Tiger noticed the approaching throwing knife and hurriedly swung his arms left and right, smashing the knife away. Black Tiger's face lit up with joy after confirming that the danger had passed. However, his brows furrowed, his face turned pale, and his arm, which was only 10 centimeters long, was severed from his hand and hand bones, and the severed arm fell to the ground. He covered the cut and hurried away. Just as Li Yang was about to give chase, the AI sent a communication request from Yen Shanshui. He had no choice but to answer the call, and Yen Shanshui's anxious voice came through.
"Li Yang, come save us."
"I'm coming right away," Li Yang reassured him. Watching Black Tiger's retreating figure, Li Yang ascended to a high altitude and murmured to himself,
"I'll let you go for now."
He was evenly matched with Black Tiger in the battle and was planning to advance to the 5th rank to kill him in one fell swoop, but fate had other plans. Someone had previously waved off a severed arm to block the enemy, but now that Yen Shanshui and her group were in danger, they had no choice but to give up. A dark red bolt of lightning tore through the air and shot
shot straight towards Yan Xiangshue's location.
Yan Xiangxue, pale-faced, struggled to control her mecha, aiming at a group of wind demon giant weasels. Large missiles were launched from the back of the mechs, and long, narrow white plumes of smoke shot straight into the swarm of wind demon giant weasels. The violent explosion created an opening in the giant wind demon weasels, and the reconnaissance team, which had been trapped, finally saw hope of escape. You guys take advantage of the opening and rush out quickly.
I've already called Li Yang for reinforcements.
Yan Xiangxue anxiously urged the team members to evacuate. Ma Longting charged toward the breach with his shield, followed closely by Yu Ji and He Hongtian, while Yan Xiangxue was the last to retreat. As the team leader, she could never escape danger before her teammates, even if it meant facing death. As He Hongtian cleaved back the approaching wind demon giant weasel with a single sword strike and quickly broke free from the encirclement, Yan Xiangxue was preparing to take advantage of the situation to move forward when suddenly two wind demon giant weasels blocked her path. Faced with so many fourth-grade exotic beasts, the wind demon giant weasels, Yan Xiangshue's face showed a look of despair. Inside the mech, she gazed helplessly at the horde of beasts, her expression dazed, and murmured to herself,
"Am I really going to die here?
But I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, I haven't taken my revenge, and I haven't even been with that boy yet." Although the mech was well stocked with ammunition, Yan Xiangxue seemed to have given up the struggle for survival, remaining motionless and no longer controlling the mech to attack the wind demon giant weasel.
The 3-meter-tall wind demon giant weasel stood upright, waving its two large claws, ready to strike Yan Xiangshue's mecha.
Yan Xiangxue closed her eyes in despair, while her teammates on the outside watched with great anxiety.
Yu Ji even set up a sniper rifle and fired at the eyes of the giant wind demon weasel. The wind demon giant weasel was hit and staggered back a few steps. Blood flowed from one of its eyes, leaving it with only one eye. Its face grew increasingly frenzied. Yan Xiangxue did not feel the sound of the mecha being hit. When she opened her eyes, she saw the wind demon giant weasel angrily baring its teeth and lashing its tail towards the cockpit. It was destined. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death. Time passed by, but nothing happened. She was still alive. Opening her eyes, she saw through the cockpit visor that a young man in a dark red battlesuit was gripping the mouth of the wind demon giant weasel tightly, its tail being pierced into the ground by a blue longsword. The boy, as if possessed by a war god, tore open the mouth of the giant wind demon weasel and pulled out the beast crystal directly from its head. He turned back to the cockpit, smiled, and said, "It's not good for the captain to just sit here and wait to die." Someone shielded her from the attack and killed the beast in front of her. Yan Xiangshue's eyes welled up with tears, and her mask concealed her excited and joyful expression. Hearing that familiar yet somewhat mocking voice, she smiled sincerely and said in a slightly cold tone, "Never mind that, just kill those wind demon giant weasels, they're practically military merits." "Captain, Li Yang has received the order and will complete the mission without hesitation," Li Yang responded.
The nearly 100 giant wind demon weasels were unaware that the young man who had just appeared was about to instill true fear in them. After scanning his surroundings with his spiritual power and finding nothing amiss, Li Yang, radiating murderous intent, unleashed the Lone Star Demon Strike from the slaughtering holy blade. The Azure Dragon Crescent blade in his hand slashed towards the wind demon giant weasel like a meteor, instantly eliciting a painful howl. The killing holy blade is all about two words: killing. Through relentless slaughter, they forged a powerful holy sword offensive. When ordinary martial artists first begin their training, they can only unleash a faint killing intent. Having experienced countless battles with strange beasts, the slaughtering holy blade was practically tailor-made for Li Yang. Every move he made was a Lone Star Demon Slash. Wherever the blade struck, strange beasts fell to the ground. He Hongtian and his companions, standing outside the encirclement of the wind demon giant weasel, were filled with excitement. Within minutes, a large number of wind demon giant weasels were killed. The three were dumbfounded.
Was this really the Li Yang they knew? This combat power is terrifying,
Yu Ji exclaimed, his mouth agape.
"Don't call it terrifying, it's absolutely terrifying," He Hongtian responded. Ma Longting was speechless.
After fleeing the northern plains, Black Tiger quickly treated his severed arm wound and hurriedly headed towards the base of the machine gun. Inside the Ding family mansion, Black Tiger knelt on the ground, while Ding Chun, who was lying on a grand chair, propped himself up by pressing the armrests. He looked at the Black Tiger, who was now covered in black but only had one arm left, and he already knew what would happen. Ding Chun was still weak, but he asked unwillingly, "If you were given another chance, could you kill him?" Facing his savior, Black Tiger said with deep remorse, "Patriarch, I am truly sorry. Li Yang was already able to contend with me at the 4th rank martial artist stage. His talent is extremely astonishing, and he
even broke through to the 5th rank realm during the battle.
I fought with all my might, sacrificing an arm, in order to escape. Please punish me, Patriarch." Upon hearing Black Tiger's reply, Ding Chun slumped back into his armchair, waving his hand to signal him to leave. Black Tiger, filled with shame, silently departed. Ding Chun muttered to himself as he operated his AI, sending a message to someone. "Fortunately, someone in the capital still owes me a favor. Killing a 5th rank opponent opponent shouldn't be difficult for him. On the northern plains, Yan Xiangxue surveyed the fallen wind demon giant weasel, watching Li Yang continuously extract beast crystals
from its body.
She marveled at his astonishing growth rate. From their first encounter to his current status as a 5th grade
martial artist, his combat awareness far surpassed that of ordinary people.
A unique sense of security welled up within her. Even in moments of crisis, her first thought wasn't to seek help from General Zhuan, but rather to think of Li Yang first.
Could it be that spending so much time with people leads to this feeling?
Yan Xiangshue's mind raced with wild thoughts. Unfortunately, Li Yang was unaware of her thoughts. He was focused on collecting beast crystals and checking his personal information.
Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 4000.00. Spiritual value, 2000.00. Kill points, 1202.00.
Realm, 5th rank martial artist, 4th level mind master. Martial arts, Phantom Blade technique, mastery, plus, Northern Darkness sky travel technique, tier 3, Dragon Bone blood scripture, tier 2, plus, 9-star technique, tier 1 plus. Seeing that he had already reached the 5th rank of martial artist, Li Yang was quite satisfied, currently still having around 1,000 kill points. Noticing Yan Xiangxue and the others approaching, he calmly spoke.
Why don't you go back to the command post for maintenance and repairs? It seems like your mechs are all having problems. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Yan Xiangxue sensed from his words that Li Yang had no intention of returning with them, so she asked him with some concern about his plans.
Li Yang smiled at Yan Xiangxue. I'm going to slay the alien beast.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and soared into the sky without looking back. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yan Xiangshue's face on the ground. Having been rescued from danger by Li Yang multiple times, she hadn't even had a chance to say thank you this time. In truth, she herself hadn't realized that her attitude towards Li Yang had subtly undergone a complete change. What she didn't know was that Li Yang had already flown higher into the sky, escorting them to the vicinity of the temporary command post for the beast extermination operation before turning back to search for traces of the strange beast. A thunderous roar echoed from a group of strange beasts somewhere on the northern plains. The Flying Flower Explosive Sable clan had encountered Li Yang descending from the sky. He had crushed 2 of them to death, and they cried out in terror. Each sable was about 1.5 meters long, with a fluffy tail and 2 large, lively eyes, making them quite endearing. If you weren't beasts, I probably would have spared your lives, Li Yang said helplessly after seeing their appearance. When the Flying Flower Explosive Weasels realized that the falling creature was a human, they became enraged. Their bodies instantly grew to 2 meters tall, their eyes turned blood red, and they opened their mouths to reveal fangs. They all rushed towards Li Yang. You guys are really slapping me in the face, Li Yang said with a wry smile, helplessly muttering to himself. In an instant, ally throwing knives appeared around him, 3 encircling him for protection, while the other 7 shot out like lightning, accurately striking the Flying Flower Explosive Weasels. Before they could even get within 10 meters, their lives were reaped by the sharp blades. Ding! Killed a rank 3 exotic beast, Flying Flower Explosive Weasel, plus 5 kill points. Ding! Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, Flying Flower Explosive Weasel, plus 10 kill points. Ding! Killed a 1st grade exotic beast, the Flying Flower Explosive Weasel, gaining plus 1 kill point. Ding! Killed a rank 2 exotic beast, Flying Flower Explosive Weasel, plus 2 kill points. Ding! Killed a young Flying Flower Explosive Weasel, kill points plus 0.01. The entire Flying Flower Explosive Sable clan was slaughtered by Li Yang using his mental power to control throwing knives, leaving no survivors, not even the newborn cubs. If they could speak, they would surely wail and cry out, "Demon! This human is a demon! Little Black, woof woof!" Li Yang released Little Black from his storage bag for some fresh air. It picked up the carcass of a flying explosive weasel, wagging its tail and barking happily. The implication was clear, it was hinting to Li Yang to make it some freshly roasted meat. Wait a minute, let me finish dealing with the beast crystals and mink fur first, Li Yang coaxed Xiaohei, explaining that he had other things to do. This biological dog is quite mischievous, Li Yang. Should I turn it into a digital pet? Moro jumped in to join the fun. Little Black seemed to understand, barking incessantly at Moro. Li Yang stroked Little Black's gray-brown head gently, soothingly saying, it's okay, it won't happen. Actually, neither of them had spent much time alone with Li Yang during this period, especially Xiaohei, that greedy little dog who had been staying in the storage bag the whole time. Moro was doing better. Ever since leaving the secret realm, it had always enjoyed delving into its own things and would occasionally chat with Li Yang. After finishing its tasks, Li Yang set up the grill and began marinating the sliced mink meat. He used his mental power to control 2 large leaves, fanning them evenly to ensure the charcoal fire burned continuously. He pierced the mink meat with a sharpened twig and placed it on the grill. The charcoal sizzled, the oil began to ooze out, and the aroma slowly spread. Little Black, who was playing nearby, smelled the aroma and immediately ran over, jumping around at Li Yang's feet to please him. Before long, the fragrance of the mink meat sprinkled with barbecue seasoning whetted Little Black's appetite, and its mouth watered. Li Yang casually tossed 2 large pieces of meat
to it.
Regardless of whether the roasted meat was too hot to handle, Xiaohei devoured the roasted mink meat with relish.
Mo Luo's projection appeared somewhat sad, seemingly sullen because it couldn't eat the fragrant roasted meat.
The projection gradually faded away as it went off to play. After Li Yang finished eating, he watched Xiaohei finish its meal, put it into his storage bag, and continued searching for traces of the strange beast. Scanning the surrounding environment with his mental energy, he discovered a strange beast similar to Xiaohei, the flying phoenix indigo dog. They were entirely indigo blue, but much larger than Xiaohei, about 3 meters long, with clearly defined muscle lines on their limbs.
21 flying phoenix indigo hounds were devouring a gruesomely killed beast.
One of the flying phoenix indigo hounds, which was on guard duty, noticed Li Yang approaching and immediately howled towards the sky. Woof woof woof. A throwing knife of alloy sliced through its open fangs, the sound abruptly ceasing.
Ding!
Killed a rank 3 exotic beast, flying phoenix indigo dog, plus 5 kill points. Hearing the warning sound, the other animals that were munching on their food swarmed over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Alloy throwing knives flew towards them, darting back and forth twice, killing all 22 flying phoenix indigo dogs.
Li Yang seemed to have a particular fondness for eating lychees with fragrant meat,
casually peeling the skin off 2 flying phoenix indigo dogs and tossing them into his spatial bag, muttering to himself, "I wonder if Little Black will eat their own kind?" Just as they were about to continue searching for other strange beasts, the AI sent a message from Zhuang Song. "Li Yang, come to the temporary command post. I wonder what business General Zhuang Song has with me."
Li Yang muttered to himself, somewhat puzzled by Zhuang Song's sudden summons to the temporary command post. His entire body immediately rose into the air.
This time, instead of using the wings of the Heavenly King armor to fly, they relied on the true flying ability of a 5th-rank martial
artist to fly towards the temporary command post.
Zhuang Song still asked incredulously, "Li Yang really advanced to the 5th rank? Really, General Zhuang, you've asked me 3 times already." Yan Xiangxue responded helplessly. After handing the mecha over to the staff for maintenance, Yan Xiangxue immediately came to report to Zhuang Song. When she recounted her ordeal and how Li Yang rescued her, the powerful aura of a 5th-rank martial artist made her feel an even stronger pressure than Zhuang Song did.
However, she didn't voice it.
Then, she was repeatedly questioned by Zhuang Song until she became numb and answered countless times. Zhuang Song's repeated questioning had its reasons. 3 5th-rank Silver Moon Crimson Claw Lions have appeared in the northern wasteland, although no unusual activity has been detected yet. But no one can guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. Zhuang Song alone can handle 2 rank 5 alien beasts. The remaining one was originally planned to be held off with the assistance of the Reconnaissance team and special mechs.
Even if they cannot be killed, they must be driven out of the area of operation. Li Yang appeared above the command post.
Upon landing, his mental senses detected him being locked onto by firearms, perhaps recognizing his identity, but the lock quickly dissipated. He was about to cover his entire body with the Heavenly King armor to test the current level of threat from the firearms.
What a pity. Knowing that he couldn't test it, Li Yang felt a little disappointed.
He landed outside the gate of the temporary command post and walked steadily toward the familiar command tent. Along the path, which stretched for dozens of meters, neatly arranged mechs. Some of the mechs still had maintenance personnel busy working on them.
Report, Li Yang requests entry. Li Yang followed the military's rules and reported before entering the command tent. Come in.
Zhuang Song's rough voice came from inside the tent.
Lifting the curtain, Li Yang bowed and walked in. The command tent was still bustling with activity. Staff officers were engaged in a heated
discussion around the sand table, the atmosphere lively. Seeing Li Yang enter, Zhuang Song, who was signing documents nearby, looked up and said, "Li Yang, wait a moment, I still need to sign a few documents." "General Zhuang, I'm not in a hurry. Please go ahead with your work," Li Yang replied politely. Zhuang Song sat down, and with a pen in hand, quickly signed a thick stack of documents in a cursive script style, completing the task in just 3 minutes. Then he stood up, walked to Li Yang's side, and said, "Li Yang, come out with me for a bit." Li Yang followed Zhuang Song out of the command tent, out of the temporary command post, and even out of the entire command post. Zhuang Song rose to a height of more than 10 meters and continued forward, with Li Yang flying behind him, closely following. After flying for about a kilometer, Zhuang Song suddenly stopped. His tall figure hovered in midair, then he turned to face Li Yang, a satisfied expression on his face, and said confidently, "You really are a 5th-grade martial artist. No wonder you are the Federation's only mentalist." Zhuang Song praised Li Yang repeatedly, clearly extremely satisfied with his rapid growth. As a genius skilled in both martial arts and physical prowess, Zhuang Song was filled with anticipation for Li Yang's future. "General Zhuang, you flatter me too much. I just came of age this year and don't deserve your praise," Li Yang said modestly. Zhuang Song laughed heartily, looking at Li Yang's youthful appearance, which contrasted sharply with the murderous aura emanating from him.
"Don't be so modest.
When I was your age, I was still studying."
Zhuang Song jokingly compared himself to Li Yang.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and Zhuang Song's expression immediately turned serious. He stared into Li
Yang's eyes and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I called you over?"
Li Yang couldn't understand Zhuang Song's intentions at all, and shook his head, saying, "Please enlighten me, General Zhuang."
Suddenly, Zhuang Song threw a punch at Li Yang.
Before Li Yang could react, he hurriedly crossed his arms to block, but was blasted back 30 meters by the punch. Just as Li Yang was about to ask Zhuang Song why he had suddenly attacked, Zhuang Song kicked him hard in the head with his long leg. Helpless, Li Yang had no choice but to use the second level of the Dragon Bone Blood scripture to block this fatal blow.
Zhuang Song refused to give up and switched to his other leg to continue kicking.
Suddenly enraged by the attack, Li Yang gathered his strength, grabbed Zhuang Song's leg, swung it around in circles, and then threw him out. Zhuang Song, having been left 40 or 50 meters behind by Li Yang, spoke in a steady voice.
Li Yang, hearing Zhuang Song's inexplicable praise, looked utterly bewildered. Zhuang Song quickly came over to explain.
He said he learned from Yan Shangxue that Li Yang's cultivation level had reached the 5th rank, and then he talked about the Silver Moon Crimson Claw Lion. He suddenly attacked Li Yang to test him, because he believed that Li Yang's strength had surpassed his own and that he could definitely help him drive away or even kill the Silver Moon Crimson Claw Lion in this beast extermination operation. Currently, within the mech armored ground forces, only the two of them possess rank 5 combat power.
As long as the mission is completed, they can report to the Federal Military Department to secure a better position for Li Yang. Li Yang never expected that Zhuang Song, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the beast extermination operation, would not only
call him out alone but also personally test him and try to win him over with empty promises.
But Li Yang knew he couldn't refuse.
"General Zhuang, when shall we set off to deal with the Silver Moon Claw Lion?" Instead of waiting for Zhuang Song to inform him, Li Yang simply took the initiative to ask.
"Let's go now,"
Zhuang Song answered with a beaming smile.
Clearly, he had already made preparations. If Li Yang's strength did not reach the 5th rank, he would activate a backup plan. From receiving the message to setting off, Li Yang was somewhat dazed.
Although he felt that his strength had been recognized, he still felt that something was strange. In fact, he didn't know that Zhuang Song had been meticulously planning every step, from sending messages to directing the tents and then setting off immediately, all to ensure that Li Yang couldn't refuse. The two followed Zhuang Song as they flew high in the sky. Upon seeing a large basin, Zhuang Song pointed below and said,
"Right in that basin, we each landed on one side."
In the center of the basin lay 3 Silver Moon red-clawed lions, 1 male and 2 females, affectionately licking their fur. With their silvery white fur, red claws, and a body length of 3.5 meters, their enormous lion heads are particularly eye-catching, and the male lions are even longer and larger. Sensing the figures appearing on both sides of the basin, the Silver Moon Crimson Claw Lion immediately straightened its massive body.
It opened its blood-red maw.
They let out a deafening roar, as if declaring this their territory and warning Zhuang Song and Li Yang to leave immediately. Zhuang Song pulled out a set of sun and moon rings from his robes and shouted to Li Yang opposite him.
"Li Yang, let's attack together and take them down." Zhuang Song usually gives people a dignified feeling. At this moment, however, he acted like a street thug, excitedly urging Li Yang on. He was 1.8 meters tall, holding a moon ring in his left hand and a sun ring in his right, and leaped up from the edge of the basin. Li Yang vanished instantly like a ghost, unleashing the Northern Darkness soaring technique, his figure swiftly darting forward like a soaring rock. As the two approached,
2 female Silver Moon Red Claw Lions also stood up at the roar of the male lion.
The 3 Silver Moon Red Claw Lions stood in distinct positions, with the 2 female lions facing Li Yang and the male lion roaring even more fiercely at Zhuang Song. Clearly, they have already divided up their forces and are each going to deal with their respective targets. Their intelligence is really not low. Li Yang noticed their scattered formation from the air.
The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and he lightly drew a streak of azure light, slashing straight at one of the female Silver Moon Crimson Claw Lions. Zhuang Song clashed fiercely with the Gongyin Yuehong Claw Lion. Both the beast and the human were thrown back 50 meters by the powerful impact, neither gaining the upper hand. The two were evenly matched. The massive head of the Crimson Claw Lion suddenly lunged forward, opening its blood-red maw.
He actually unleashed a sonic attack, the invisible sonic waves rushing straight towards Zhuang Song.
Zhuang Song quickly waved the sun and moon rings in his hands from side to side, and covered his ears with both hands to reduce the decibel level of the sound waves. Seeing an opportunity, Gongyin Yuehong Claw Lion lowered its body and quickly rushed towards Zhuang Song. It opened its blood-red maw, as if to swallow Zhuang Song whole. However, Zhuang Song held it firmly in place using the sun and moon rings. "No matter how hard I clench my teeth, my mouth just won't close. The two sides are deadlocked."
On the other hand, Li Yang's situation was much more relaxed.
His figure weaved between the 2 female Silver Moon Red Claw Lions, honing his agility. Since advancing to the 5th rank, he has only fought against Black Tiger and Zhuang Song a few times, and his actual combat experience is still not rich enough. At this moment, when using the Northern Darkness soaring technique, I felt a significant increase in speed, stronger blood and chi, and the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade in my hand was also more comfortable to wield. In the instant he dodged a lion's bite, he swung his knife and slashed the right right foreleg of one lioness, then rolled over to avoid another's attack. Standing in front of the two female Silver Moon Red Claw lions,
Li Yang, dressed in dark red armor, looked very thin.
The two lionesses, as if by telepathy, simultaneously leaped up, raised their front legs high, and pounced on Li Yang. He brandished the green dragon crescent blade with his right hand, swung it to the left, and then caught it with his left hand. For red claws slammed into the blade, the force traveling along the blade to Li Yang's arm. Li Yang quickly activated the Dragon Bone Blood Scripture, efficiently enhancing his power to resist the attack. He roared, slightly bending his body to gather strength, then forcefully pushed aside the two female Silver Moon Red-Clawed lions, swinging his knife to the right, his eyes fierce as a beast.
They seemed to be even more terrifying humanoid beasts.
The two Silver Moon Red-Clawed lions were so frightened that they retreated.
He lowered his head and roared, trying to resist Li Yang's momentum.
At this moment, the situation was deadlocked on both Li Yang's and Zhuang Song's sides, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Zhuang Song noticed Li Yang's condition, his face immediately darkened, and his blood surged. The twin rings of the sun and moon in his hands turned bright red, and the Silver Moon Red-Clawed lion was so burned that it quickly opened its mouth and moved its head away. The Silver Moon Red Claw lion, its mouth scalded, howled in pain. His eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing rapidly, and his tongue was flailing. Upon hearing their mate's call, the two Silver Moon Red-Clawed lions disregarded their enemies and turned to charge towards Zhuang Song. Having just gained the upper hand, Zhuang Song naturally wouldn't allow the situation to return to a stalemate.
He hurriedly shouted to Li Yang, stop them. Don't let them come and help.
At the same time, he took advantage of the situation and hurled a bright red sun ring at the head of the Crimson Claw lion of the Silver Moon. Li Yang flipped and leaped in front of the two female Silver Moon Crimson Claw lions, slung the back of his knife over his shoulder, and raised his head to shout, "If you want to pass through here, you have to leave the beasts alive." His response was two deafening roars. One opened its mouth wide and bit at Li Yang's head, while the other revealed sharp white teeth and pounced on his legs.
Unexpectedly, the two Silver Moon Red Claw lions cooperated perfectly, attacking separately.
From the initial male lion attacking Zhuang Song and the female lion attacking Li Yang, to the current situation where the two female lions are attacking together, the wisdom of the Silver Moon Red Claw lion is indeed astonishing.
"Unfortunately, I cannot let you pass."
Li Yang drew his sword, forcing back the enemy beast, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the Gongying Moon Crimson Claw lion clashed fiercely with Zhuang Song, leaving 3 bloody scratches on Zhuang Song's arm. One of the male lion's ears had been severed, and the two engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Zhuang Song smeared blood on his face, his eyes fierce, and hurled the sun ring in his hand with lightning speed, followed by the moon ring.
The massive
male lion had no time to dodge and was struck in the abdomen, roaring in pain. 10 alloy throwing knives surrounded Li Yang's body, and 2 lionesses tried to pounce but were instead cut. The more panicked he became, the more wounds he sustained. Li Yang arranged all the throwing knives in a straight line and whispered, 9-star technique, chain impact. 10 throwing knives pierced the head of one of the female Silver Moon Crimson Claw lions, then turned to strike the rear end of another.
Ding!
Killed a rank 5 beast, Silver Moon Crimson Claw lion, kill points +10, ding! Killed a rank 5 beast, Silver Moon Crimson Claw lion, kill points +10. 2 enormous beast crystals were flicked away by the throwing knife and flew into Li Yang's hand, which he then stored in his spatial bag. Only one Silver Moon Crimson Claw lion remained in the basin.
Seeing its mate killed by humans,
blood tears streamed from its eyes, its expression ferocious. Li Yang used his mental power to control an alloy throwing knife, precisely aiming for the male lion's vitals, creating a better opportunity for Zhuang Song to attack. Finally, the throwing knife pierced the lion's eye, and Zhuang Song's twin rings of the sun and moon smashed open its skull. The lion collapsed to the ground, its life ending. Zhuang Song leaned wearily against the side, panting, while Li Yang looked down at the information, silently thinking.
Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 4000.00. Spiritual value, 2000.00. Kill points, 1560.19.
Realm, 5th rank martial artist, 4th level mind master. Martial arts, Phantom Blade technique, mastery, Northern Darkness sky travel technique, tier 3, Dragon Bone Blood scripture, tier 2, 9-star technique, tier 1. Only 30 points were gained.
I should have grabbed General Zhuang's first, Li Yang lamented.
However, Zhuang Song had a different idea. He believed that after eliminating the 3 Silver Moon Claw lions, the beast
extermination operation should be free of further mishaps.
Zhuang Song promised to apply for a commendation for Li Yang upon returning to the mech base. The two then flew back to the temporary command post together.
Inside the Beijing base, a middle-aged man stared at the boy's photo and muttered under his breath, "They actually want to use my favor to kill a boy?"
Inside the temporary command post, a medical officer was disinfecting and bandaging Zhuang Song's arm, instructing him not to get the wound wet before leaving the tent. Zhuang Song moved his arm, a sheepish smile on his face, and said to Li Yang, "They're overthinking it.
It's just a small wound. They have to disinfect and bandage it. It's making a mountain out of a molehill."
Li Yang stood opposite him, a faint smile playing on his lips, cups, offering no response. Zhuang Song coughed a few times, picked up the teacup on the table, drank it all in one gulp, his expression returning to normal, and said, "Thanks to you this time, you first killed those 2 Silver Moon Crimson Claw Lions, and then cooperated with me, so the beast extermination operation could proceed smoothly."
"I really..."
Li Yang quickly interrupted, speaking calmly, "General Zhuang, I am also a member of the military, and it is my duty to assist you." Seeing that Zhuang Song wanted to continue, Li Yang excused himself from the command tent, escaping the awkward praise. Breathing in the outside air, he felt instantly refreshed. Currently, the highest level of skill in the military camp was achieved by Zhuang Song and himself. In a sense, Li Yang was even the top combat force of the mecha army. With the dark red wings of the Heavenly King armor unfurling from his waist, combined with the flight ability of a 5th-rank martial artist, Li Yang dashed out of the military camp like lightning and continued searching for strange beasts on the northern plains. This operation had 2 objectives. First, to continue hunting the alien beasts and accumulating kill points, and second, to serve as an important fighting force for the military, providing timely assistance should any members of the unit be in danger. The alien beasts on the northern plains posed almost no threat to Li Yang's life. Soaring high in the sky, Li Yang was completely unconcerned, his mental power scanning the movement within a 6-kilometer radius like radar. The alloy-throwing knife shot down from the sky, heading straight for the group of flint and stone apes in the forest.
More than 200
strange beasts were frolicking and playing in the orchard, completely unaware of the danger that was quietly approaching. One after another, incredibly sharp throwing knives pierced their heads, and blood sprayed out like blooming flowers, specks of blood scattered in the forest, and an atmosphere of panic quickly spread. The kill point notifications kept ringing out, and Li Yang was extremely satisfied with the results of this harvest. In just 10 minutes, he had killed all 220 sharp fire stone apes. The blood of the strange beasts spilled onto the fruit trees, perhaps changing the fruit they would bear in the future.
Li Yang gained over 1,400 kill points. This speed of harvesting is truly addictive.
His eyes gleamed with greed as he leaped into the air and continued his search across the northern plains.
"Are you alright?"
After flying for only 20 kilometers, familiar figures appeared within their mental range. Yan Xiangxue and her companions were engaged in a fierce battle with a strange beast. As Li Yang approached, an alloy-throwing knife darted through the herd of Chikoro deer, leaving them astonished. Before the 1,000-headed crimson deer could even resist, they all collapsed. Just as Yan Xiangxue was about to launch a small missile, she also saw these strange beasts fall to the ground as if they were asleep. One by one, the 1,000-headed crimson deer fell silently, and Li Yang gained over 600 kill points. At this moment, his kill points had accumulated to 3,653 and 19. A dark red figure flashed across their field of vision.
"Captain Yan, Li Yang, a member of the Reconnaissance team, is reporting for duty."
A familiar voice rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and even the usually aloof ice goddess of war smiled, a rare occurrence.
"Li Yang, when did you arrive?"
He Hong Tian asked, carrying the giant sword. Li Yang slightly pushed away the greatsword that was near his neck and pointed at it with a smile, saying, "I just arrived."
"Are you trying to murder your teammate?"
He Hong Tian looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly moved the giant sword behind him. Yan Xiangxue and the others also gathered around. After not seeing each other for a few days, their feelings for each other seemed to have deepened. Yuji asked curiously,
"Li Yang, what method did you use to kill the alien beasts just now?"
"We didn't see it clearly, but they all fell down."
Li Yang feigned mystery and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?"
Ma Longting nodded eagerly, looking as if he couldn't wait to learn the ultimate martial arts technique. Li Yang put his finger to his lips and whispered, "I am the Federation's only junior Nen master.
Don't tell anyone."
Apart from Yan Xiangxue, who was certain that it was Li Yang's method just now, everyone else thought he was joking. He Hong Tian even bluntly stated, "You might be able to fool a 3-year-old, but it'll be difficult to fool us." The group chatted and joked for a while longer. Yan Xiangxue could tell that Li Yang had no intention of continuing to slaughter the alien beasts with them, so she pulled him aside and said seriously, "Your ability as a mind master is too strong.
Joining us will only be a burden to you."
Li Yang could only explain that his encounter with them was purely accidental, and that he believed there was no such thing as a burden or drag among teammates. Everyone looked out for each other. If it weren't for Yan Xiangshue's help, he would never have had the chance to join the mech army. Yan Xiangxue believed Li Yang's flattery without a doubt. Afterwards, Li Yang left behind the corpses of the 1,000-headed crimson deer scattered all over the ground, without collecting any beast crystals, and gave them directly to them as a reward for military merit. After all, in the GG base, besides Zhuang Song, they were the ones with the best relationship with Li Yang.
Li Yang leaped into the sky. 3 minutes later, the AI began to vibrate. He opened the call and saw it was a message from his sister. Li Yang quickly found a place to answer it and asked gently, "Shouldn't you be in class at this time? Why are you calling to chat?"
The younger sister, Li Xin, did not respond, only occasional soft sobs could be heard. Hearing his sister cry, Li Yang felt a surge of inexplicable anger, but he still asked gently, "What's wrong? Even your brother doesn't want to talk to me anymore?"
anymore?
Upon hearing this, Li Xian, the younger sister, cried even harder and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, I don't want to go to school anymore.
The teachers don't like me, they all hate me."
Li Yang frowned, thinking to himself, my sister studies at Cheng No. 7 middle school. How could the teacher dislike her? I've even provided her with resources, and her chi and blood value has been steadily increasing. The teacher shouldn't hate her out of love.
Teacher? Li Yang suddenly realized.
He comforted her, saying, "Stay home for the next few days.
I'll be right back and help you sort this out."
After hanging up the call, Li Yang told Zhuang Song and Yan Shangxue that he had to go back to Jiangqing for some business. A dark red streak shot out from the plains north of the Mecha base, heading straight for Jiangqing base.
Li Yang, his face icy cold, gritted his teeth and said, "Teachers are under the jurisdiction of the education department, right?"
Li Gang, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you dare to make advances on my sister? He increased his flight speed. Meanwhile, on the northern plains, a middle-aged man looked at a photo of a boy while searching in the air. I've searched the northern plains 10 times already, and I haven't found a single trace. The middle-aged man looked anxious, and after a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll have to ask someone for directions." His gaze shifted downwards, fixed on a reconnaissance squad engaged in hunting down a strange beast. A dark red streak of light flashed across the wasteland. From day to night, the streak of light continued to flicker as it moved forward. Enhanced by the Dragon Bone Blood Sutra, the wings of the Heavenly King armor were pushed to their limit. Using the Northern Darkness soaring technique, Li Yang's flight speed reached an astonishing 300 meters per second. After traveling over 25,000 kilometers for a full day and night, he finally caught sight of the border defenses of the Jiangqing base as the sun began to rise. The long flight had left Li Yang looking extremely tired. He passed through the border checkpoint and excitedly headed home. Having been away from home for nearly a month, the wanderer felt a sense of relief. The familiar roads and streets, the surrounding buildings still retaining their original style. Standing in front of his house, Li Yang gently knocked on the door, only to find that he had lost his keys. "Get out! We don't need insurance," came his father, Li Fu's, impatient roar from inside, followed by his mother, Chen Su's, sobs.
Instantly, Li Yang realized things weren't as simple as he thought, and hurriedly shouted, "Mom and Dad, it's me, Li Yang. Open the door."
There was no response from inside after hearing Li Yang's voice, only the sound of Li Fu's footsteps approaching the door. His father, his face haggard but smiling, said, "Son, when did you get back? Come in, come in." After Li Yang entered, Li Fu quickly closed and locked the door to prevent anyone from breaking in. At this moment, his mother, Chen Su, had no tears on her face, only red eyes and a pale complexion. Li Yang could tell at a glance that she had indeed been crying.
"What exactly happened? Can anyone tell me?" Li Yang asked gently, suppressing his emotions.
His mother, Chen Su, turned her head away without speaking, and Li Fu's gaze remained fixed on his wife, also silent.
Only an angry roar came from the doorway. "Let me tell you."
Li Xian stood at the door, only 1.6 meters tall, but her eyes were full of grievance as she said, "My dad got a complaint about his dishonesty while repairing cars.
Someone was hospitalized
after eating my mom's food, and the restaurant was reported for being unhygienic.
My teacher dislikes me.
And recently, people have been coming to our door every day to sell personal accident insurance."
Each word struck a chord with Li Yang.
He gently comforted his tearful sister, while solemnly promising his parents, "Don't be sad, I'm back, and I'll help you solve all your problems."
Mother Chen Su remained silent upon hearing this, but skillfully walked into the kitchen.
Father Li Fu looked at his now mature son, his brow furrowed, and said worriedly, "If it really doesn't work out, let's move to another base." Li Yang reassured them not to worry, as he was now fully capable of handling all the problems. A surge of anger welled up within him. He never imagined that after he left Jiangqing to seek his fortune elsewhere, Li Gang would shamelessly target his family, displaying such narrow-mindedness. After eating the meal prepared by his mother, Li Yang took out the gifts he had prepared for his family in the city of Jime, and then went back to his room to rest. The journey of over 25,000 kilometers had left him exhausted, and he fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. His younger sister, Li Xian, looked at the martial arts resources in her hand, her heart warmed by the unexpected return of her brother.
What else? How dare Li Gang be so audacious?
Li Yang sensed through his mental power that Li Gang was sitting in his office, with women on his left and right, and his subordinates snuggling up to him one after another. After waking up, Li Yang briefly spoke with his family and then went out to the area around the Ministry of Education. He didn't go directly to Li Gang, but instead began a series of preparations. From the workplace to his personal life, Li Yang conducted a meticulous investigation and understanding of Li Gang, the narrow-minded man who had forced him to drop out of school. At work, Li Gang was a seasoned and cunning office worker. He used both carrot and stick tactics with his young and beautiful female subordinates, turning them into his sexual subordinates in the workplace, and even arranged for his mistress to work in the education department. 80% of the education department's operating funds ended up in his pocket through various means, while he always grandly claimed that the director would handle it properly.
Within the Jiangqing Cheng base, Li Gang owned multiple
properties and villas, where more than a dozen mistresses lived.
Whenever they went out to eat, he always relied on his status as the director of the education department and never paid. When shopping with his mistresses, he would even have them subtly reveal his position as the director of the education department, causing some merchants with children in school to reluctantly charge him a penny more. The most shocking news was that Zhou Chen was Li Gang's biological son, and Zhou Chen's nominal father was just someone Li Gang arranged for his sister to have a sham marriage with Zhou Chen's biological father in order to cover up the truth. Looks like I've finally figured everything out, Li Yang muttered to himself. He had never understood why Li Gang, Zhou Chen's uncle, cared so much about Zhou Chen. Now that he knew Zhou Chen's real name was Li Chen, the whole story suddenly became clear. He first compiled all the information he had found into a booklet and anonymously submitted it to the education department's inspection office. Then, he reported it to the federal government in the same way. Although he didn't know if it would be effective, Li Yang still submitted it with a try-it-out mentality. Standing in the park, looking at the Jiangcheng base being heavily guarded by countless people, Li Yang couldn't help but wonder, why would there be parasites like Li Gang in the base? The external threats have never diminished, yet some people within the base are indulging in extravagance and even acting recklessly by abusing their power. As soon as Li Yang stepped out of the elevator, he saw two sleazy-looking second-rank martial artists at the door, shouting loudly, "Want to buy personal accident insurance?" Li Yang stood behind them, grabbed their shoulders tightly, and to their astonishment, tossed them off the fourth floor like chickens. He leaped down, landing precisely on their chests, and with a slight exertion of his mental power, asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? Who sent you to my house?" The two men trembled with fear at Li Yang's sudden action, and said in a trembling voice, "Handsome, spare us. We were sent by Li Gang from the education department. We know we were wrong. Please let us go." Li Yang's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, and he involuntarily increased the pressure on his feet. Sure enough, Li Gang was behind it all. He dislocated the shoulders of the two men, his eyes fierce, a murderous intent lurking beneath the surface. "Don't let me see you again, or else." The two men, as if granted a pardon, beamed with smiles and clasped their hands together in reverence, saying, "Thank you for sparing our lives. We'll leave immediately." With that, they scrambled out of the martial arts community. Watching their departing figures, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he vanished from the spot in a flash. Just as Zhou Chen had left gracefully, separating from Bai Mao and Huang Mao, Li Yang silently covered his entire body with a sack and began to beat him mercilessly, his painful screams startling passers-by who were trying to walk through the alley. The howling lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Zhou Chen tore open the sack, staring at the empty alley, where he was all alone, his swollen head screaming, "Don't let me find out who you are. I'll get my uncle Li Gang to kill you." In the mansion and villa, wearing a silk pajamas made of deep red silk, Li Gang sat sullenly in the study. "Starting today, a constant stream of troubles will begin. First, I received a message from a colleague in the education department's supervision division saying they had their own report materials. Cut off the materials and place them on the desk." Federal government officials then inquired about the details of where the education department's funds went. He had just received a call saying that his own son, Zhou Chen, had been brutally beaten by someone. "Nothing good has come out. You. Li Gang leaned back, sulking in the luxurious mink-covered chair. "Suddenly I felt like I was being targeted. Not only at work, but also in life, recalling recent events in my mind. He hasn't offended anyone, has he? That's strange." He never took the matter of Principal Gushi of Jiangcheng No. 7 high school pressuring and threatening Li Yang to heart. He even remembered the incident where two second-rank martial artists were allowed to act recklessly against Li Yang's family. "I kept thinking about whether I had offended my superiors or some blind fool had reported me." Zhou Cheng looked at her son with a pained expression, complaining, "Who the hell beat my son like this?" With her elegant, noblewoman-like face, Li Xiaolu shoved Zhou Cheng away. With a tender touch, Zhou Chen blew on the wound, and cried even harder, sobbing and whining, "I want Uncle Li Gang to find him and kill him." Good son, we'll have Uncle Li Gang help you get revenge." Li Xiaolu comforted her son, while Zhou Cheng stood by as if she had no status. The lights in the villa suddenly went out. The crackling sounds continued as Zhou Chen was struck again. Li Xiaolu, who was standing next to her, was not spared either. The mother and son's painful groans stimulated Zhou Qing until they suddenly recovered. Li Xiaolu, the noblewoman, had a deep red handprint on her face. Zhou Chen cried and covered his even bigger swollen head. Only Zhou Qing stood unharmed to the side. "Wife, son." Zhou Cheng went up to check on their injuries, but was pushed away again. Li Xiaolu shook her messy hair like a shrew and roared, "Get out of here, you piece of trash. You can't even protect us." In front of Zhou Qing, he used the AI to seek help from Li Gang. Li Gang, still in his pajamas, answered the call request, his face full of impatience. "Why are you calling me in the middle of the night?" "Brother, Zhou Chen and I were beaten up at home." Li Xiaolu stretched out her noblewoman face to show Li Gang, and cried out, "What? Zhou Chen got beaten up again?" Li Gang slammed his fist on the desk in front of him in a fit of rage,
stage, looking at the distressed Zhou Chen with deep heartache. After calming them down for a while, he told them with a serious expression that they should be careful lately, as it seemed that some people with ill intentions were trying to harm him.
Li Yang was leisurely heading home.
After venting a little, I felt much better, both physically and mentally. Li Yang planned to torment Li Gang. Such a shameless and depraved person in a high position needed to be punished. He has absolutely no morals. He not only preyed on his close friend Li Xiaolu but also fathered Zhou Chen.
Zhou Qingren is truly as green as his name suggests.
After Yan Shangxue and the others finished their beast extermination operation, they hurriedly discussed the matter with Shuang Song. They rushed to the Jiangcheng base.
However, what they didn't know was that someone was also following their trail and heading towards the Jiangcheng base.
Li Yang had just stepped into his home. I saw my father sitting at the dining table, drinking tea. Upon seeing Li Yang return, Li Fu poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him, asking thoughtfully,
Yang, do you think that sometimes the human heart is more terrifying than strange beasts?
Li Yang didn't know why his father suddenly asked him such a profound question. After holding the teacup and thinking for a while, he revealed his answer to his father. Perhaps in the future, there will be a base where people are kind and there is no threat from alien beasts. Li Fu made no comment, finished his tea, and went back to his room to rest with a smile. Li Yang was left staring at the tea in his cup, several thoughts swirling in his mind.
Take a deep breath and drink the tea in your cup. When I woke up the next day,
Li Yang changed his opinion of Li Gang, originally intending to slowly torment him, plunging him into daily irritability and pain.
But doing it this way, it would waste too much of Li Yang's time. He had more important things to do. Because we don't have Li Gang's contact information,
Li Yang had no choice but to beat Zhou Chen up again. Looking at Zhou Chen, who was clutching his swollen head and crying, Li Yang stepped on his third leg and said, "Help me arrange for your uncle, Li Gang from the education department, to come out for a moment."
"Boy, you're looking for death."
He paused briefly, then pressed harder on his feet and continued, "If you can't get him to come out, you know the consequences."
Zhou Chen's limbs trembled in pain as his fingers moved, trying to control the AI to contact Li Gang. After the real-time communication is connected,
Li Gang's kind and friendly voice rang out, "Chener, why are you looking for your uncle instead of taking care of your injuries?"
"Uncle Li Gang, the guy I asked you to deal with last time, Li Yang, is with me. Please come and save me." Zhou Chen ignored Li Yang's warning and defiantly complained to her uncle.
Li Yang stomped hard on the egg and the sound of it breaking rang out. The intense pain caused Zhou Chen to scream in agony.
Hearing his son's screams, Li Gang roared, "Li Yang, don't do anything rash. If anything happens to my son, Zhou Chen, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. Hurry up and come over here, stop bragging."
He then stomped on the smart device on Zhou Chen's wrist, crushing it.
Zhou Chen couldn't bear the increased pain and fainted.
Inside the office, Li Yang angrily slashed things off his desk with both hands. He kicked the stool behind him hard, walked towards the door, and rushed to the location where Zhou Chen last appeared in the smart brain. Her face no longer had that ethereal, otherworldly look. He leaped into the air like a mad dog. When Li Gang arrived at the villa, he saw Zhou Chen lying on the ground and Li Yang staring at him with great interest.
Zhou Chen was kicked away by Li Yang like a dead dog, flying towards Li Gang.
Li Gang stepped forward, took Zhou Chen with both hands, and stomped his feet rhythmically behind him to dissipate any impact he might have on Zhou Chen.
Feed Zhou Chen a few pills and set him aside.
He turned around and glared at Li Yang, his voice low and filled with suppressed anger. "Li Yang, do you know that you have committed an unforgivable crime?"
Li Yang responded by shaking his head. Li Gang said without any hesitation, "Zhou Chen is my biological son. What do you think?" Li Yang pretended not to understand and asked, "Zhou Chen's mother, Li Xiaolu, is your sister. What is your relationship?"
"Shut up, shut up," Li Gang shouted, as if struck in a sensitive spot, telling Li Yang to stop talking. Li Yang looked at him with utter contempt and began to expose Li Gang's dark side one by one. "You and Li Xiaolu were having an affair, and you even let Zhou Chen act recklessly. Are you fit to be the director of the education department? You forced me to drop out of school and even had people harass my family. Don't you think that's extremely excessive? You've embezzled and committed heinous acts, disrupting the educational environment of Jiangcheng. You deserve to die."
It turns out that Li Yang was behind everything. Li Gang was furious at this moment.
He leaped into the air, adopting a superior air, and said, "You have no right to talk about things from the bottom of the world like an ant." A set of steel claw sheaths was taken out of the space bag.
Wearing it on your hands gives off an arrogant and domineering aura.
Looking down at Li Yang from high above, Li Gang spread his arms and coldly shouted, "Ants at the bottom should crawl with difficulty and not try to see the world above."
Li Gang crashed into a building, causing it to collapse with a loud bang. "Why are you trying to show off to me?" Li Yang couldn't stand his arrogant attitude, his pretentious act of pretending to be an angel and saying pretentious things, unleashing its full speed before the enemy could react. He kicked Li Gang away, interrupting his speech. Li Gang leaped back into the air from the pile of dilapidated buildings, his clothes covered in mud. It looked a bit sloppy. Cough, cough, cough.
He coughed and spat out the dirt from his mouth.
"Damn ant, how can you be so strong?" Li Gang asked Li Yang, his mind racing. In Li Gang's memory, it seems that Zhou Chen had a conflict with Li Yang, either at school or in the secret realm. He begged me to teach Li Yang a lesson. How could a high school student possess such formidable strength in such a short time? Didn't you say you weren't even a martial artist before? You can't possibly fathom my secrets. Li Yang sneered. How could he possibly know? Zhou Chen, who was standing nearby, suddenly woke up. He squeezed his legs together, covered his genitals with his hands, and was covered in sweat with an unusually pale face. He cried out to Li Gang high in the sky, "Uncle Li Gang, he broke my testicles." He used to be a useless person with only 31 qi in blood. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Gang stared intently at Li Yang. The handsome young man before me had increased his qi in blood from 31 to the 5th rank in strength. What extraordinary opportunity or treasure did he obtain that made Li Gang so envious? Zhou Chen continued to reveal information about Li Yang, enduring the excruciating pain as she forcefully clenched her fists again to cover herself. He has definitely not had his current level of ability for more than 2 months. At most, he was only slightly better than me in school. A stone flew precisely towards Zhou Chen's lower body. Blood seeped from his hands as he was hit, and the pain sent the sensation to his brain, causing him to faint again. Li Gang surprisingly ignored Zhou Chen, who had fainted. Instead, they stared greedily at Li Yang, trying to find out the reason for his rapid rise. Li Yang restored the Heavenly King armor to its original form, now wrapped in dark red up to his collar, with the azure dragon crescent blade appearing in his hand like a dragon emerging from the sea. A great battle is about to break out. Li Yang began to unleash his aura, not underestimating Li Gang, who was also a 5th rank martial artist. Li Gang also unleashed his aura, his 2 silver-white steel claws and bronze armor giving him an imposing presence. The powerful aura was sensed by the experts at Jiangcheng base. Just as the two were about to start fighting, other figures flew in from all directions in the distance. Chen Hong, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng base, was the first to arrive, followed by Gu Shi and the principals of the other 6 high schools. Guan Mang was also present. Chen Hong scanned everyone around him, giving Li Gang and Li Yang a warning. The damage caused by the two of you inside the Jiangcheng base is too great. We need to fight our way out. Li Yang nodded in understanding, then leaped towards the outside of the Jiangcheng base, shouting at the same time, "Li Gang, you bastard, come and catch up if you dare." The dignified director of the education department of Jiangcheng, in front of numerous 5th rank powerhouses. How could Li Gang possibly back down? In fact, in order to find out the secret to Li Yang's rapid growth, he flew at full speed to chase after Li Yang. The others followed behind the two. 10 kilometers outside the Jiangcheng base, Li Yang landed on the ground, and Li Gang also descended from a distance of 50 meters. The two locked eyes, and a strong killing intent gradually arose between them. One is an enemy who used his power to force him to drop out of school and harassed his family, making their lives miserable. One is an enemy who deliberately harms his own son in order to obtain the secret to becoming stronger quickly. The two figures disappeared from the spot. Li Yang's green dragon crescent blade and Li Gang's steel claws probed and collided with each other. The former did not retreat at all, while the latter retreated 30 meters. Li Gang dissipated the force from the steel claws by walking on them. Looking at the 2 furrows he had drawn on the ground, he realized that Li Yang's strength was indeed extraordinary. Li Yang stood there, smiling, and beckoned to him with his finger. Li Gang was like an enraged lion. He stomped his feet hard on the ground. The figure charged towards Li Yang like a wild beast, its 2 steel claws waving and emitting bursts of silver light. Li Gang's face hardened with murderous intent, and he roared. Li Yang used his green dragon crescent blade to deflect the attack from both sides, and then used the hilt of the blade to leave a red mark on the attacker's face. Li Gang was struck in the face and howled in pain. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Yang instantly moved to pursue him, and smashed the green dragon crescent blade fiercely towards his head. Li Gang had no choice but to cross his steel claws to block the falling blade. The steel claws collided with the blade, producing a piercing buzzing sound. Li Gang's body was impacted, and his legs sank 20 centimeters into the ground. Li Yang's leg was 1 body length behind him. He raised the green dragon crescent blade and turned the blade to the right, intending to cut Li Gang in half at the waist. Seeing that things were going badly, Li Gang lowered his body and used his steel claws to dig through the soil, then rolled over and soared into the sky. He dodged a fatal blow. That bastard dodged pretty fast. Li Yang cursed under his breath as the blade missed its mark. The main powerhouses at Jiangcheng base watched with great interest, seeing the boy so brave. They actually managed to defeat Li Gang, a 5th rank martial artist, so badly that I'm very curious about whose child they are, to be so outstanding. Among the crowd, only Gushi was secretly saddened, because he knew that the boy was Li Yang, who had dropped out of school. Moreover, he chose to drop out of school because of the pressure from Li Gang. Li Yang was preparing to send Li Gang on his way. The sound of mechs cutting through the air could be heard in the distance. Several mechs appeared high in the sky, steadily approaching their direction. Higher up in the sky, a middle-aged man was following closely behind the mecha. Yan Xianshua's jet-black mecha landed beside Li Yang, retracted her mask, and greeted him with a smile. "Li Yang, we're here to help you." The middle-aged man heard Yan Xianshua's his words, directly hitting the ground from high altitude. The deafening roar of the impact on the ground was deafening, and the middle-aged man emerged from the dust and smoke. He took out the photo and asked, "Is this you?" Li Yang nodded in astonishment. Yan Xiangxue looked at the middle-aged man in horror. "Is it you?" Trembling with fear, she asked, "When did you follow me here?" The middle-aged man smiled as he put the photo away, a grotesque scar on his cheek that looked quite unsettling. He said in a cold tone, "Of course I followed you all the way here." When on the northern plains, Yan Xiangxue and her group were immobilized by the middle-aged man's 6th-rank martial arts prowess. Holding up the photo, they asked everyone if they had seen Li Yang before. He never expected that. His fierce appearance made him seem like a bad person, and at first everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know him, and then left. After catching his breath, Yuji said, "What does this uncle want from Li Yang, looking so fierce?" Before anyone could reply, a gust of wind blew by. The middle-aged man suddenly reappeared, grabbed Yuji's shoulder with his large hand, and asked, "Where is the Li Yang you mentioned?" Seeing that Yuji was enduring the pain, he kept silent. A large hand pinched Yuji's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his face gradually turned pale. Finally, Yan Xiangxue stepped forward and told him that Li Yang was at the Jiangcheng base. Only then did she let Yuji go. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man did not come to find Li Yang first, but instead followed them over. Yan Xiangxue said to Li Yang with remorse, "Li Yang, I'm so sorry." Li Yang waved his hand and said calmly, "It's okay, they'll find me eventually anyway." But now things have become a bit unusual. Li Gang is floating in the air, and the middle-aged man is standing next to Li Yang. People from Jiangcheng base and Jiji base gathered here to watch. Li Yang looked at the middle-aged man and tentatively asked, "Uncle, you're here to kill me?" The middle-aged man grinned, revealing yellow teeth with bits of vegetable leaves and meat still stuck between them, and made a sound. "Someone used his personal connections to get me to kill you." Upon hearing this, Li Gang, who was at a disadvantage, shouted loudly, "Brother, since you also want to kill Li Yang, let's join forces to deal with him." Hu Yinghao glanced up at Li Gang's disheveled appearance. He said dismissively, "I, Hu, would never stoop to joining forces with you." Li Gang thought he could invite outside help to join forces and kill Li Yang here, but he never expected that this person would look down on him completely. He felt a powerful killing intent enveloping him. Li Yang became humble and polite as he discussed the matter with Hu Yinghao. "Uncle, wait until I've settled things with him, then I'll come and kill him for you, okay?" Hu Yinghao comes from the Beijing base and has traveled extensively for many years. His abilities and vision far surpass those of ordinary people. Since Li Yang said so, why not accept it? If he doesn't have to lift a finger, he can simply return the favor to Ding Chun, making things easy and pleasant. Alright then, Hu Yinghao reluctantly agreed. Li Yang's figure soared into the sky, hovering in midair opposite Li Gang. Li Gang gathered his chi and blood, circulated his internal energy, and charged towards Li Yang like a hungry wolf. Soul-stealing ghost claw. Two silver steel claws slashed and crossed, their fierce attacks inspiring fear. Li Yang swung the green dragon crescent blade's blade and hilt back and forth to stop the steel claws from advancing, while the two men raised their feet and kicked out simultaneously. The sound of legs colliding made a dull thud. Li Yang's pupils contracted slightly, and he spun around, slashing at the man's feet with his blade. Li Gang stuck out his buttocks, pulled his legs back, and kicked backward, brandishing a steel claw at the left side of Li Yang's head. Both attacks were skillfully deflected. "Damn it, the way you attacked and the angles were pretty tricky," Li Yang said insincerely. Li Gang chuckled. "Kid, you're not good enough. You need to practice your knife skills more." Phantom blade technique, exploding dragon slash. Li Yang's afterimage lingered high in the sky, and he appeared in front of Li Gang in an instant, like lightning. Looking at the blade hurtling towards him at lightning speed, Li Gang felt a jolt of fear and leaped backward to avoid it. He really couldn't understand this young man. He was so young, yet his swordsmanship was like that of a veteran who had been immersed in it for decades. Just as he was stunned, the azure dragon crescent blade, as if by magic, slashed open a gash in his chest. If he hadn't reacted quickly and stepped back, he would have been stabbed in the heart. "So you can keep showing off to me?" Li Yang disdainfully flicked the few drops of blood off the blade and mocked. Li Gang cried out in pain and hurriedly took out some medicine powder to apply to his wound, his face turning pale. However, Li Yang did not stop his attack. His ultimate goal was to take the dog's life. He circulated the dragon bone blood scripture, gathering all his blood and chi, and his body radiated terrifying power. The cyan blade light pierced through space and launched another surprise attack. Li Gang's body was slashed open again and again. It surrounded him like the Grim Reaper. The 7 high school principals exchanged thoughtful glances, seemingly asking each other whether they should lend a hand to Li Gang. Gushi from the 7th high school shook his head. Even he felt he couldn't withstand Li Yang's attack. "Moreover, I already feel very sorry for forcing him to drop out of school." The other principals could only sigh helplessly. Li Gang did not have a good reputation in the education system. He was very unpopular, and people generally treated him with deference because of his position. During eye contact, Li Gang looked at the powerful figures of Jiangcheng and pleaded helplessly, "Esteemed 5th-rank experts of Jiangcheng, if you help me kill this petty thief today, I will surely
repay you handsomely in the future. Everyone lowered their heads to avoid eye contact, so as not to cause any misunderstanding.
You still want to ask for help? Li Gang, don't you know how bad your reputation is in Zhongcheng? Your mistresses are practically lining up to the border. Li Yang spoke frankly.
Covered in blood, Li Gang brandished his steel claws, desperately unleashing his ultimate move, the King of Hell's soul catching. Two steel claws, radiating a deadly aura, shot towards Li Yang's head like deadly hooks. The earlier plea for help was merely a distraction. A gleam of joy appeared in his eyes. He couldn't believe Li Yang could dodge this fatal blow. The steel claw struck Li Yang with lightning speed, piercing right through him.
Dead now?
Li Gang looked at the special move that passed through Li Yang and a look of joy appeared on his face. A cold voice sounded behind him.
Aren't you getting a little excited? Let's get going.
Just now, Li Yang used the Northern Darkness soaring technique with all his might, leaving an afterimage in the air at extreme speed, and dodged Li Gang's attack. A streak of cyan blade light appeared before Li Gang could speak. Its head was chopped off like chopping vegetables, and its body fell to the ground even faster than its head.
The surroundings were completely silent. It was thought that Li Gang's fatal blow would kill the young Li Yang.
No one expected that the young Li Yang's movement technique was so terrifying, leaving behind afterimages to confuse Li Gang and the others. He then circled around behind Li Gang and beheaded him.
Li Yang is still as amazing as ever,
He Hong Tian praised as he watched the young man chop off someone's head.
Yan Shangxue was also happy that Li Yang had killed the enemy.
But when her gaze swept over Huang Hao to the side, a look of worry appeared on her face. Li Yang landed next to Chen Hong, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng base, and said firmly, Commander-in-Chief Chen, I am very sorry for killing the strongmen of Jiangcheng. He then shared all the dirt he had on Li Gang with everyone.
He even added Chen Hong as a friend on his AI and sent him the information that Moro had collected online.
Chen Hong's anger flared, and he gritted his teeth, shouting furiously, I never imagined that the personnel in charge of education in Jiangcheng would be so shameless and corrupt. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. Chen Hong shared Li Gang's dirty secrets with the 7 school principals, who were all filled with righteous indignation.
Kid, you've got everything sorted out, right? It's our turn. A discordant voice broke the atmosphere. Huang Hao was getting a little impatient.
Seeing that Li Yang had not died in the battle, and that he had not yet fulfilled his favor, he urged him on. The oppressive aura of a 6th-rank martial artist slowly spread out. The crowd moved aside to make way for Li Yang. Facing invisible pressure, Li Yang slowly stepped forward, taking a deep breath.
Judging from the aura emanating from Huang Hao, this battle was unavoidable. May I ask, if I may, this is a question, who asked you to kill me out of a favor?
Li Yang stopped and stood opposite Huang Hao, asking a question. In order to make his death understandable, Huang Hao explained, I once owed Ding Chun a favor, and he asked me to come here. Unexpectedly, all of this stemmed from Ding Feipen, whose father was Ding Chun, and Li Yang had some knowledge of him. Li Yang unleashed the wings of his heavenly king armor and, using his speed technique, dashed towards the clouds like lightning. He left behind a single sentence, if you want to kill me, come with me. Having just advanced to the 5th rank, he has only fought against Black Tiger and Li Gang. The rest of the time he has been slaughtering exotic beasts.
Li Yang wasn't very confident about dealing with a stronger 6th-rank martial artist.
To prevent loved ones from being coerced or harmed,
finding a place far away from Jiangcheng in the battlefield we just fought is the wisest choice. Moreover, it is not appropriate for me to reveal my identity as a mentalist in front of others.
Huang Hao shot off in a burst of speed, chasing after Li Yang. Their goal was very clear, they only had eyes for Li Yang.
The flight lasted for 20 minutes.
Li Yang stopped flying between mountains, and Huang Hao stopped 100 meters behind him. Turning around, Li Yang circulated the Dragon Bone blood scripture, channeling the power of his entire body's chi and blood. The heavenly king armor covered his entire body, leaving only his black pupils and nostrils exposed. A chilling alloy throwing knife appeared around him, and his aura surged continuously. Seeing the overwhelming momentum, Huang Hao also unleashed the powerful aura of a 6th-rank martial artist to press forward. The two forces clashed fiercely, causing the small pebbles on the mountainside below to vibrate under the pressure of the energy field. Knowing his chances of winning were slim, Li Yang gripped the Azure Dragon Crescent blade tightly with both hands and unleashed the full power of the Northern Darkness soaring technique, leaping upwards 80 meters like a Kunping spreading its wings. Phantom blade technique, Fallen Heaven slash. A dark red figure, enveloped in a cyan blade of light, used its momentum to slash towards Huang Hao's neck. The flying alloy knives around him resembled a blade array, inspiring fear in all who beheld them. As Li Yang approached, a golden bell-shaped Buddha statue appeared around Huang Hao's body, and the blade struck down with a deafening roar. The golden bell-shaped protective shield of the Buddha statue trembled slightly, but Huang Hao stood steadily within it.
Li Yang was thrown back more than 100 meters by the enormous force and landed on the ground.
Young man, although you are strong among your peers, it will be difficult for you to break through my golden bell shield, Huang Hao said calmly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. As expected of a 6th-grade expert, I couldn't even break through his defenses even with my full strength.
Li Yang also expressed his admiration for its unparalleled defense.
A mutual mutual respect between strong individuals was formed during their initial encounter. Hu Yinghao swooped down with a clenched fist, his body flashing through the array of alloy-throwing knives, and punched Li Yang in the abdomen. The force of the punch penetrated Li Yang's internal organs, sending him flying 200 meters away before crashing into a pile of rocks.
A 6th-rank expert took the initiative to attack. The difference between the two was obvious, and Li Yang was completely powerless to fight back.
Pushing aside the stones pressing down on him, Li Yang staggered and slowly climbed out of the rubble. He swallowed the warmth spreading from his abdomen through the hood, but the taste of blood was extremely difficult to swallow. Using the Azure Dragon Bay Crescent Blade to prop himself up, he gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on Hu Yinghao opposite him.
They were trying to find a way to deal with it. Cough, cough, cough.
Unable to bear the pain any longer, he let out a painful cough. With his mental power, he once again controlled the alloy-throwing knife that had fallen to the ground, causing it to slowly rise and circle around him. In both rounds of clashes, Li Yang failed to gain any advantage. Hu Yinghao's domineering attitude left him momentarily at a loss for how to deal with it. Adjusting his mindset, he used his Azure Dragon Crescent Blade to pick up a nearby rock and hurl it at Hu Yinghao. A star formed by condensed spiritual energy in the mental space flickered, and with a push of the right foot backward, the figure shot out along with the stone. The 9-star technique's divine thorn materialized into an invisible, sharp needle.
Li Yang forcefully activated both attack methods with his mental power.
His face was unusually pale.
10 alloy-throwing knives launched a series of attacks, all aimed at Hu Yinghao. The 6th-rank expert's keen senses allowed him to intuitively sense an approaching threat.
Hu Yinghao was enveloped in a golden bell-like aura radiating light, like a Buddha statue. He brought his fist to his waist, and his vital energy surged continuously into his right hand. Before the stone even got close, it was kicked away.
Just as the alloy-throwing knife was about to strike, the invisible divine thorn suddenly activated.
Hu Yinghao felt as if a thin needle had pierced his brain, causing him excruciating pain. He was momentarily stunned and lost in thought. One after another, alloy-throwing knives pounded against the even stronger golden bell-shaped shield of the Buddha statue.
The first handle vibrated slightly. The second handle vibrated strongly. It wasn't until the 10th alloy-throwing knife struck the Buddha statue's golden bell shield that
the golden bell-shaped shield of the Buddha statue shattered with a deafening roar, and Li Yang followed closely behind, his entire body's power piercing straight into Hu Yinghao's heart. When the green dragon crescent blade pierced his flesh, Hu Yinghao's pupils dilated, the physical pain jolted him from his daze, and he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain in his mind. A powerful hand gripped the blade of the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, pinning it down. Even with Li Yang's best efforts to push forward again, he only made a slight progress. Hu Yinghao roared loudly, lifting up the green dragon crescent blade along with Li Yang. The sizzling sound of the knife tip tearing through flesh and blood rang clearly in their ears. Click, click. As Li Yang's body rose, blood slowly oozed from the wound, growing larger as he rose. Hu Yinghao's facial muscles tensed, his expression extremely ferocious and terrifying.
Xinglong Bei Moon was forcibly pulled out by brute force, and kicked hard at the hilt of the knife.
The powerful object flung Li Yang more than 50 meters behind him, where he crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Hu Yinghao joined his index and middle fingers together and tapped repeatedly near his wound, slowing the flow of blood overflowing from the wound. He turned and walked towards the spot where Li Yang had fallen.
The intense pain from his wound made Hu Yinghao's face contort with rage. He hadn't expected a mere 5th-rank youth to.
They had so many attack methods, I almost fell into their trap.
The powerful aura of the strongman was severely offended by Li Yang, and he had to be given a gruesome death.
Young genius, you shouldn't offend the strong.
You cannot bear the consequences. As Hu Yinghao walked forward, he made a declaration to Li Yang.
Li Yang struggled to his feet, his eyes fixed firmly on Hu Yinghao, who was approaching with a murderous aura. He spat out the mud and sand from his mouth. With a pale and weak face, he said, even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit, let alone someone who wants to kill me. Hu Yinghao seemed to agree with Li Yang's words. The approaching body exuded an even stronger aura and killing intent. Li Yang checked his current kill points. He had 3,653.19 left. He muttered to himself, then let the Nin Master advance to level 5. 2,000 kill points were consumed in an instant, and Li Yang's face turned even paler in Hu Yinghao's eyes. The hot-blooded young man's body was now covered in cold sweat, and the veins near his temples were slightly bulging. A volcanic eruption seemed to erupt in my mind, accompanied by intense pain. My mental space expanded continuously, from 10 meters to 50 meters. The range of mental perception has been expanded from 6 kilometers to 10 kilometers. He keenly sensed every subtle sensation in his body, even the faint frequency of blood pooling and impacting Hu Yinghao's wound 30 meters away was imprinted in his mind.
Unbearable changes.
This caused Li Yang to clutch his hair tightly with both hands, covering his head, to alleviate the intense pain caused by advancing to the next level of the Nin Master.
During his promotion process,
the alloy-throwing knives that had fallen behind Hu Yinghao rose one by one from the ground, circled around him, and came to Li Yang's side, hovering in front of him.
Slowly, Li Yang's pale face faded. An invisible invisible spiritual force emanated from his body, autonomously resisting the aura emanating from Huinghao.
He gripped the green dragon crescent blade tightly with his right hand and plunged it into his body. He removed the mask from his head, gently wiped away the cold sweat with his left hand, and revealed a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He thought to himself, with both martial arts and mind control at level 5, I refuse to believe I can't beat a 6th rank martial artist. As Huinghao slowly approached, he suddenly realized that the boy's spirit and energy seemed to have been elevated in an instant. The look in his eyes that had just been tinged with a hint of fear was now completely calm, and he exuded an unusually dangerous aura.
This is the eeriness that Huinghao sensed after years of experience traversing the wilderness. No matter how hard you struggle, you can never change the final outcome.
Huinghao sensed danger, so they tried to undermine the boy's mindset with simple words.
Unfortunately, he didn't know. Countless beasts have died at Li Yang's hands, but even when a beast raises its claws near its head and roars loudly, it cannot shake his strong will.
Li Yang forced a smile despite the abdominal pain. With his teeth stained red with blood, he said, "Uncle, it's still uncertain who will win." He coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam and then said, "Uncle, why don't you leave, and I'll repay you for your favor." Huinghao felt like he had heard the best joke in the world. He leaned closer and replied, "I admit you have good talent, your martial arts are impressive, and your unpredictable attacks are quite good too." His feet came to a firm stop, his aura exploded violently, and he roared, "But are you worthy?" The divine spike coalesced once more before Li Yang's forehead. With his mental strength increased to level 5, the divine thorn expanded to the size of his index finger in Li Yang's perception. The alloy throwing knife carried even more spiritual power, radiating a visible frost-like aura. Li Yang's circulation of the dragon bone blood scripture accelerated, and his overall energy and spirit reached an unprecedented level. Huinghao severely provoked her strong-willed personality. He gripped the azure dragon crescent blade tightly in his right hand, a continuous flow of vital energy surging into his right arm. The wings behind the dark red heavenly king armor vibrated at a high frequency, as if they were about to carry Li Yang to strike the enemy at any moment. Huinghao looked at the boy 20 meters away, his aura rising steadily, and the dangerous aura growing stronger. 20 copper rings flew out of the space bag, and 10 were inserted into each hand, gathering on the arms. At this moment, he dared not underestimate Li Yang. The pain from his wound and the strong sense of danger forced him to take him seriously. Li Yang unleashed his invisible divine thorn, striking directly at his head. Huinghao felt an even larger needle piercing his mind than before. He forcibly suppressed the pain in his mind, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose, making his face look frighteningly grotesque. He swung his arm to deflect the incoming alloy throwing knife. I sensed a strong life-or-death crisis. Huinghao's eyes widened, and he saw a dark red figure in midair. Like a rainbow, it flew swiftly towards me, the cyan blade flashing with a piercing light that seemed to strike at the heartstrings. Huinghao crouched down, his stance firmly planted on the ground, his arms crossed in copper rings to block the descending blade. The violent impact sent rocks flying within a 50-meter radius. Smoke and dust billowed as both men were subjected to a violent impact, their bodies emitting muffled thuds involuntarily. Lifting one leg and squatting like a golden rooster standing on one leg, Huinghao kicked upwards amidst the smoke and dust. Feeling the explosive sound of his foot striking the ground, Li Yang stomped down hard, his legs colliding, causing both of their bodies to vibrate. Li Yang kicked forward with his other leg. Huinghao lowered his arms, bearing the green dragon crescent blade to withstand Li Yang's attack. He felt a surge of blood rush to his mouth, his body trembled and he retreated continuously, his copper rings on his arms vibrating. Li Yang, who was still above, was hit in the body by 20 copper rings shot by Huinghao. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Both of them were kneeling on the ground. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, Li Yang coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Huinghao's arms hung limply, his spirits were low, and he no longer possessed the imposing presence of a 6th-rank expert. "Uncle, I think I'm worthy right now, aren't I?" With a determined look in his eyes, Li Yang uttered words with difficulty, responding to Huinghao's earlier statement. Huinghao looked haggard and much older. He said unwillingly, "He is indeed worthy. Perhaps only he in the entire Federation could be as crazy as you." He then stood up, trembling. Turning around, I moved my feet toward the distance. The figure's departing figure, like a hero's final act, echoed in Li Yang's ears. "I kept my promise to others. If I can't kill you, I'm not strong enough." There was another sentence Huinghao only said to himself, "Young Li Yang, the Federation will have a place for you in the future." Li Yang knew that Huinghao had left decisively. The recognition between the strong doesn't need many words. "Take care, uncle. Come visit Cheng sometime." Li Yang called out as he said goodbye. He greatly approved of Huinghao, simply because he allowed him to fight Li Gang. Then, after their fierce, life-or-death attack, both sides recognized each other's strength. Put away the alloy throwing knives. The wings of the Heavenly King armor vibrated at a low frequency as Li Yang flew low towards Cheng. At this moment, he felt that his internal injuries were severe. There is an urgent need to find a safe place to recover from the injury. He could think of people who met the criteria. Only Guan Shishue from the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce. The internal injuries caused excruciating pain, and the plane landed 4 times. He only felt better after coughing up blood. Li Yang's face was unusually pale, he was weak all over, and his body swayed in the low air.
Morrow reminded him,
if you don't heal your wounds soon, continuing like this could damage your foundation. I was just looking for a place to heal my wounds, Li Yang said weakly.
Distance from Jiangcheng base, a 25-minute journey,
Li Yang in a state of serious injury. It took the same amount of time to fly halfway, which shows how serious the injury was.
On the other side, Huang Hao. His situation wasn't much better than Li Yang's.
He had forcibly used the ancient method of acupressure to stop the bleeding from his wounds during the fight, but now the wounds had reopened and blood was flowing out continuously. He stopped and sat down on the ground, leaning against the tree stump. Tearing open the clothes revealed a wound more than 10 centimeters long and about a finger's width, with 3 bones exposed inside. Take out a large amount of wound medicine and pour high-proof alcohol onto the wound. A heart-wrenching pain shot through him, and Huang Hao gritted his teeth and screamed. He then poured in the healing medicine, wrapped the wound several times with gauze, and took a long breath, recalling Li Yang, whom he had fought. He snorted and said, indeed very strong, even when fighting opponents of higher levels, it's just as good.
The boy's formidable strength has been deeply imprinted in Huang Hao's memory.
Jiangcheng-based Tianfu Chamber of Commerce reception desk.
Under the light,
a young girl, dressed in a white dress, with her long black hair cascading down to her waist, sat on a chair, her beautiful face furrowed in worry, her cherry-like lips pouted, and she muttered under her breath,
why would I need a fiancé? Why should my future depend on a man?
News has arrived from the Guan family's base in Beijing that Guan Shishue has turned 18, and the family has already found her a fiancé in the capital. He is said to be the eldest son of a powerful family in the capital, and is exceptionally talented. Let her go back soon so we can meet, get to know each other, and strengthen our relationship. When the time is right, the two will get married and hold a wedding ceremony.
What man? A familiar yet weak voice reached Guan Shishue's ears.
A man dressed entirely in black robes entered the guild and stopped in front of them.
May I ask who you are? Guan Shishue skipped over the question and asked with a look of confusion.
The black-clad man slowly fell down. Li Yang, with his delicate features and pale complexion, was revealed in his eyes.
Just as Li Yang was about to express his demands, he staggered and collapsed weakly to the ground.
Guan Shishue was caught off guard by Li Yang's sudden collapse before she could figure out what was going on. Checking on Li Yang, they could see that his breathing was weak, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body was trembling from time to time, so it seemed that something unusual must have happened. Her slender arm slipped between Li Yang's arms. A youthful, masculine energy wafted over Guan Shishue and entered her high, straight nose, instantly making her beautiful face flushed and alluring. With great effort, he lifted Li Yang's body. They led her from the front desk to the backyard, into a fragrant and exquisitely decorated room. Her black hair brushed against Li Yang's face as Guan Shishue forcefully moved him onto the bed. When moving the animal to lie flat, lean forward and use your arms to drag it to a new position. Losing his footing, he leaned forward and fell onto Li Yang. A broad chest, the sound of his heart beating clearly like the pounding of a drum. Guan Shishue's delicate body trembled suddenly, her rosy face turning fiery red. She had never been in close contact with a man before.
At this moment, an indescribable emotion welled up inside me. Li Yang's body trembled, and Guan Shishue hurriedly got up.
She ran to the door, glanced at the unconscious Li Yang, her eyelashes fluttering and stirring her heartstrings, before disappearing through the doorway.
Guan Shishue led Guan Meng into the room from the outside.
Upon seeing Li Yang lying on his niece's bed, his eyes were filled with surprise. They went forward to check on Li Yang's condition. Guan Meng touched Li Yang's entire body, while Guan Shishue, who was standing to the side, watched with a mixture of curiosity and nervousness. After the inspection, Guan Meng's face turned solemn as he took out a blood-red pill with a strong medicinal fragrance from his spatial bag. A 6th-grade healing treasure, the blood lotus pill. Guan Shishue exclaimed in surprise when she saw the pills her second uncle had taken out. Feed Li Yang the blood lotus pill. Guan Meng gathered his chi and blood power in his hand and moved it from Li Yang's mouth all the way down to his abdomen to help with the initial digestion of the pill.
Fong slowly got up and went outside.
Guan Shishue covered Li Yang with her own blanket and tiptoed quietly to follow her second uncle out. Guan Meng sat on the stone bench watching his niece leave the room. After sitting down, then, he recounted how Li Yang had forcefully killed Li Gang, the Minister of Education, among the powerful figures in Jiangcheng that day.
He told Guan Shishue everything in detail. Guan Shishue was filled with shock upon hearing what her second uncle had said.
She thought Li Yang was training hard at the base, but she never expected him to return to the Jiangcheng base. His martial arts cultivation soared to the 5th rank, and he became so bold as to kill Li Gang, the director of the education department, in front of the many powerful figures at the Jiangcheng base. Moreover, people from the Mech Kingdom also came en masse to cheer him on.
What about Li Yang fighting against a 6th rank expert?
Guan Shishue asked curiously what happened next. Her second uncle shook his head and said, at that time, Li Yang flew flew away to lure away the 6th rank expert, and we didn't know what happened afterward. Guan Meng turned to look at his niece's room, his expression grave, and continued, I didn't expect that a 6th rank martial artist couldn't kill him, and that he would come to find you with such serious injuries.
This Li Yang is truly astonishing. Guan Shishue did not understand the implied meaning.
Li Yang managed to escape from the pursuit of a 6th rank expert and returned to Jiangcheng, where he hid in the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce.
Guan Meng was somewhat worried that the 6th rank expert might follow him.
Although the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce also has martial artists of the 6th rank or even higher, he is the only one with the highest martial arts cultivation in the Jiangcheng base. If they really come knocking on our door, and they don't give Tianfu Chamber of Commerce any face, then even distant water can't help us in our immediate crisis.
Second uncle, then Li Yang's health should be alright, right?
Guan Shishue asked with a worried expression after hearing this. Seeing that his niece didn't understand his words, Guan Meng shook his head helplessly and said, once he has fully digested the effects of the blood lotus pill, he will be able to recover at least 60%.
Upon hearing his second uncle's answer, Guan Shishue's worries eased a little.
Guan Meng asked him to take care of Li Yang in the backyard and to keep an eye on what happened the day before yesterday. As he got up to leave, looking at Li Yang and his niece rubbing their hands together in the room, Guan Meng sighed inwardly. Inside the Beijing base,
in the luxury private room,
on an expensive sofa, a handsome young man dressed in a gorgeous suit, black leather shoes, and with a French hairstyle, has his arms around two beautiful maids, his hands moving freely between their soft bodies. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and puffing out smoke, his eyes gleaming lecherously, he grinned at Guanzhe across from him.
My fiancé, when is your cousin coming back to the capital? Guanzhe got up and moved closer.
He said with a smile, young Master Fong, the family has already sent the message to Jiangcheng.
Please wait for good news. Fong Wenbin nodded in satisfaction, thinking about the task assigned by his family. Not only will he win the heart of the beauty, but he can also seize the assets of the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce.
If Guanzhe weren't still somewhat useful,
Fong Xiao didn't even bother to include him.
Upon receiving the news, he kicked Guanzhe with his legs crossed. With a firm squeeze of both hands, two soft moans escaped. The maids, one on each side, lightly punched Fong Wenbin's chest and said in unison, young Master Fong, you're so naughty.
Fong Wenbin felt a surge of heat rising in his abdomen.
He plunged his palms into the maid's long hair and pressed them against his lower abdomen. Seeing this, Guanzhe smiled and sensibly withdrew from the private room. A series of groans echoed from the private room. Inside the Jiangcheng base,
Li Yang was unconscious for a day and a night.
Guan Shishue sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping down from time to time, and she had gone through countless handkerchiefs in her hand. Seeing the cold sweat breaking out on Li Yang's forehead again, he instinctively reached out to wipe it away.
At this moment, Li Yang's eyelashes were twitching frequently.
Li Yang opened his eyes and saw Guan Shishue reaching out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. A wondrous atmosphere filled the fragrant room, and Guan Shishue's slightly pale face flushed with a delicate rosy hue. They looked at each other without saying a word. The awkward atmosphere was broken by the pain in Li Yang's body, followed by a weak cough. Seeing this, Guan Shishue turned and ran out of the room. Then a bowl of medicinal soup was brought in from outside and placed near the bedside. Her delicate right hand reached down from her waist, along her shapely buttocks, to hold her dress as she sat gracefully on the edge of the bed. Using a ladle to scoop up the medicine from the bowl, she said with captivating eyes, come on, Li Yang, take your medicine. At this moment, Li Yang obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the medicinal soup that Guan Shishue handed over. After several movements, only a little medicinal soup remained in the bowl.
Seeing that the bowl was gone, Guan Shishue got up to take it out. Perhaps it was because he got up too quickly, coupled with having stayed by Li Yang's bedside for a day and a night. A wave of dizziness washed over me.
Seeing this, Li Yang quickly propped himself up and caught Guan Shishue, who was about to fall. He inhaled a burst of virgin fragrance and felt the softness of her delicate body, which stirred his heart. I bit my lip hard, shook my head weakly, and tried to clear my mind of all thoughts. I moved my body, picked her up, and gently placed her on the bed. Guan Shishue's pale face as she lay on the bed stirred up indescribable emotions in Li Yang.
He asked Moro, what happened while I was unconscious?
In Li Yang's mind, Mo Luo recounted how Guan Shishue asked his second uncle to check his body, even giving him pills to take and using her qi and blood to help him digest the initial effects of the medicine, as well as how Guan Shishue stayed by his bedside for a day and a night, wiping away his cold sweat. After listening to Mo Luo's story, Li Yang looked at Guan Shishue, who had fainted while taking care of him, and silently made a promise to himself. I, Li Yang, will never forget this kindness. He only wanted to find a safe place to heal his wounds. He forced himself to come to the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, but unexpectedly fainted as soon as he saw Guan Shishue. Fortunately, thanks to Guan Shishue's genuine care, he has woken up and recovered about 20 to 30% of his original condition. Feeling the pills still inside his body, Li Yang felt that as long as he refined them, recovering to 50% or 60% of his original strength wouldn't be a problem. In order not to disturb Guan Shishue's rest, Li Yang dragged himself out of the room and tiptoed
tiptoed into the courtyard. Used the AI communication system to contact Yan Shangshui and the others.
So much time has passed, if they're still worried and even ask Shuangsong for help from the federal military, that would be troublesome.
Yan Shangshui immediately answered Li Yang's call request and asked urgently, Li Yang, are you alright?
We've just returned to the base of the machine, and we're preparing to contact General Zhuang to get some powerful people to help you. Upon hearing this, Li Yang quickly stopped him, saying,
No, I'm fine.
I've already driven that 6th grade expert away, so you don't need to worry. He then thanked them for coming to support him, expressing his deep gratitude and promising that in the future, he would do whatever he could to help them and that they should feel free to ask him for any assistance they might need.
Yan Shangshui awkwardly said, if we weren't going to Jiangcheng, even a 6th grade expert wouldn't have followed us. You don't need to do this.
He would have found me eventually, even if he hadn't met you, because he wanted to repay the favor Ding Feiping's father did.
Li Yang explained the whole story to Yan Shangshui, telling them not to feel guilty.
He did not fight Hu Yinghao. I was afraid that if I told her about her serious injuries now, she would overthink it.
He took the opportunity to say he was busy and quickly ended the chat.
During his time on the base, the reconnaissance team and Zhuang Song were generally good to Li Yang. Right now, the priority is to recover from his injury, and there's no need to cause them unnecessary trouble. He sat cross-legged on the stone bench. The battle with Hu Yinghao flashed through his mind. Li Yang felt that he had used all his attack methods, but he still could not kill a 6th rank expert who was above his level. He always felt that something was missing.
He muttered to himself, how exactly can I defeat enemies beyond my cultivation level? You idiot, don't you know to ask your master Luo if you have a problem?
Seeing that there was no one else around, Moro projected himself onto the AI. The child, Moro, lectured like a teacher, conjuring a small stick in his hand and poking around as he spoke.
If you want to fight enemies of higher levels or even kill them, you need an incredibly powerful cultivation technique, understand? Li Yang nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite.
Moro raised his little blue head and continued proudly,
Master Luo happens to have one.
But, she rubbed her thumb and forefinger together on her other little hand, showing them to Li Yang. He mimicked the gestures of humans demanding bribes, making it seem as if you wouldn't get the cultivation technique without paying money.
Li Yang asked, half laughing and half crying, how many credits do you need?
The stick swayed from side to side.
This indicates that you do not need credits.
After some discussion, Moro reluctantly agreed to give Li Yang the first level of the cultivation technique. If he wanted the content of the later levels, he would need to provide the materials it wanted.
The cultivation technique passed down from Mo Luo appeared in Li Yang's mind, the first level of the world-destroying demonic force.
The world-destroying demonic force originates from qi and blood, circulating endlessly along the secret pathways of the meridians to generate domineering demonic power, tempering the body and forging bones. Those who practice martial arts develop abundant qi and blood, and their demonic power becomes stronger. The demonic energy not only strengthens the internal organs and body, but can also be released externally to injure enemies. It is as solid as a substance and can break through armor and destroy physical barriers.
At its peak, the demonic energy permeated the entire body.
He forged an indestructible demonic body, his physical form traversing the void, his power suppressing all laws. It can be called the supreme secret manual for proving the Tao through force.
Exclamation point. Li Yang couldn't help but swear after reading the introduction of the world-destroying demon force technique. Don't be surprised, you'll probably develop an indestructible demonic body in your lifetime. Knowing full well the difficulty of cultivating the world-destroying demonic force, Mo Luo retorted without mercy. Footsteps could be heard inside the room.
Moro suddenly disappeared, giving Li Yang no chance to refute.
Guan Shishue stepped through the door, her eyes moist, and said through gritted teeth, Li Yang, can I ask you for a favor? You just saved my life. Why are you begging? Just tell me what to do. Li Yang stood up and responded.
Okay, you'll come to the capital with me in a couple of days, Guan Shishue said to Li Yang, her eyes even more moist. She then ran into the room, and soft sobbing could be heard. Just now, while Li Yang was immersed in the joy of obtaining the world-destroying demonic power, Guan Shishue woke up groggily and was about to get out of bed when she received another notification on her smart device. News came again from her family in the capital, urging her to return to the capital as soon as possible to complete the engagement. In order not to become a tool or victim of a family marriage, Guan Shishue decided to invite Li Yang, a male friend with whom she had a relatively good relationship, to her home in Beijing.
If you can't convince your family,
if the outcome cannot be changed, then Li Yang will be used as a shield.
She didn't believe that a family seeking a marriage alliance would marry a girl who already had a boyfriend.
Guan Shishue had already mentally prepared herself. The worst outcome would simply be. Li Yang, who was in the courtyard, sensed Guan Shishue's unusual emotions through his spiritual senses and guessed that she had encountered a rather troublesome matter, which was why she asked him for help.
The situation just now.
Li Yang couldn't find a reason to refuse to help, and he seemed to have a feeling that he cared about Guan Shishue. He gathered his thoughts and prepared to cultivate. At the gate of the courtyard, a familiar figure walked in,
woman, looked at the boy standing in the courtyard, and asked with a smile, "Young friend Li Yang, are you feeling any better?" It turned out to be Guan Meng, who had just closed down and was looking after the business at the front desk. Li Yang bowed and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying gratefully, "Thanks to your help, senior, I was spared from death." "Ha ha ha, no need for that, no need for that." Young friend Li Yang is standing outside the Cheng base, looking quite imposing. "I really admire his formidable strength." Guan Meng, as expected of a seasoned businessman, speaks with perfect tact and makes people feel very comfortable. "You flatter me. I still need to keep working hard." Li Yang spoke his mind with neither arrogance nor servility. As early as when Guan Shishue was talking to Li Yang, Guan Meng was already standing outside the courtyard gate. In order to observe this person more closely, he didn't want to interrupt their conversation. "I just walked in. From the time I first met Li Yang through my niece's introduction to him, to our close conversation today, Li Yang was reserved, neither arrogant nor humble, and possessed formidable strength and decisiveness." Guan Meng greatly admired Li Yang. If his niece really doesn't want to accept the arranged marriage, he will definitely try to bring the two together. Guan Meng's admiring expression kept changing, and standing opposite him gave one the feeling of an elder scrutinizing his daughter-in-law and son-in-law. "I have a dinner party outside, young friend, you should get some rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the door and walked out of the yard. After watching the figure walk away, Li Yang sat cross-legged on the stone table. As he circulated the dragon bone blood scripture to refine the remaining medicinal power of the blood lotus pill within his body, pain occasionally emanated from the injured areas. They gritted their teeth and persevered to avoid damaging their own foundation. While he was recuperating at the Tianfu Chamber of Commerce, inside the Cheng base, various rumors and speculations were circulating. The most popular topic of discussion is the beheading of Li Gang, the education secretary. The dirt on Li Gang circulating on the AI network is unclear whether it was the work of another school principal or Chen Hong. As the policies were released one after another, the education system in Jiangcheng was severely paralyzed. The 7 high schools and junior high schools, under the strong intervention of their respective principals, continued to operate stably. However, the connection between the education department and schools seems to have been severed by some invisible hand. The staff of the education department also transformed into messengers of justice, exposing the corruption and darkness of the education department online. Even the mistress of an employee who had an affair with Li Gang could only hide at home and dared not go out. The education sector in Jiangcheng is about to undergo a new reshuffle. Zhou Chen and Li Xiaolu were currently hiding in a dilapidated house. Zhou Chen went to the hospital for a checkup after injuring her genitals, where Zhou Qing discovered that Zhou Chen's blood type was different from hers. She secretly went to get a paternity test, and the results showed a 99.99% mismatch. Then, she went crazy and kicked the two of them out of the house. Li Xiaolu originally wanted to ask her good brother for help, but instead discovered Li Gang's tragic death in the news. Even as his sister, she was ranked second in the condemnation of corrupt elements in the education system. Left with no other choice, they hid in a civilian house with Zhou Chen. Looking at the recent trending news, Li Fu's face was full of smugness, and he sneered, "You little rascal, you've finally done one right thing in all your life. What are you muttering about over there? Hurry up and get some beef out of the fridge for me." Chen Su was busy in the kitchen when she saw her husband standing there blankly, so she quickly called him to help. "Okay, I'll get it for you right away," Li Fu replied obediently. There was no sign of her younger sister, Li Xin, at home. She had obviously returned to school. Outside the gate of Jiangcheng No. 7 High School, in the grove, the chubby boy stared at the news with a smug look on his face and said, "Li Gang, if you dare to force my brother Yang to drop out of school, my brother Yang will take your life." A sweet, coquettish female voice rang out, "Brother, hi, why are you watching the news the whole time while you're on a date with someone?" The chubby boy looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes filled with love. A massive body was revealed on the opposite side. This is the chubby boy's girlfriend, a student in class 7 of the 3rd year of high school at the same school. She weighs 300 pounds and has a sweet voice. Her name is Qiao Biluo. Often after academic classes, their eyes would meet, and over time, sparks of love would ignite between them. If Li Yang knew how satisfied he was with the girlfriend the chubby boy had found, "I will definitely send the little fat boy to wander in the wilderness. Sigh, at most I can recover to 55% of my strength." After a full day of refining, Li Yang's body had fully absorbed the medicinal power of the blood lotus pill. Her overall complexion looked much better. He stood up, jumped from the stone table to the ground, and stretched his muscles and bones. Sounds emanated from his bones as he clenched his fist and punched out, the force of the blows creating a loud, whistling sound. The Northern Darkness celestial travel technique was activated. Li Yang's figure appeared in different locations in the courtyard. Guan Shishue brought some food from the kitchen and looked at Li Yang, who was moving swiftly in the yard. He stood there motionless, as if trying to etch the memory of that figure into his mind forever. Her bangs fluttered down her forehead. A handsome face suddenly appeared before him. Her beautiful face flushed involuntarily, and she muttered a cold cold snort. Don't you know that suddenly appearing in front of someone can scare them to death? Excuse me, I smelled the aroma of your cooking and I'm a little hungry. Li Yang quickly found a suitable excuse to avoid upsetting his host and preventing him from even eating, and sent him to the street outside. The two sat facing each other at the stone table. The boy devoured the delicious food, unable to resist having been hungry all day. The girl's words reached Li Yang's ears. We're leaving for Beijing tomorrow. Okay, just tell me what you need me to do. Li Yang spoke while chewing. Okay, you can sleep in my room tonight. I'll rest in another room. After taking a few bites, Guan Shishua put down her chopsticks and left the courtyard. A slight bloating sensation came from my abdomen. Li Yang entered Guan Shishua's boudoir to rest, lying on the comfortable bed, with a small wind chime hanging by the headboard. A gentle breeze blew in, the wind chime swayed and made a sound, and Li Yang closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. He went to the front desk to greet Guan Shishua and then told her about his harvest at the machine base. Put it into another space bag. Let them count the money gradually and convert it into credits. Before going to Beijing, Li Yang told him, I'll go home first and then I'll come over. Guan Shishua nodded obediently, holding the spatial bag. On his way home, Li Yang, upon arriving at the slaughterhouse where he used to work part-time, Uncle Wang and 3 others were busy under the awning. Approaching them with practiced ease, Li Yang greeted Uncle Wang, calling out, Uncle Wang, how many did you kill today? Uncle Wang had just tossed the Qingyan chicken into the basket when he heard a familiar voice. He looked up and saw it was Li Yang. He chuckled and said, not much, not much. Li Yang, weren't you preparing for the martial arts exam? How come you have time to come to the slaughterhouse? Li Yang explained that the student needed to relax before the exam and then bought 3 Qingyan chickens. I transferred the money directly to Uncle Wang and also gave him some diluted spiritual spring water. Leaning close to Uncle Wang's ear, he whispered, they say it can strengthen the body, nourish yin and yang, and is even better than rooster kidneys. After saying that, the two of them understood each other perfectly and burst into laughter. Put the Qingyan chicken in your hand into the refrigerator. They discovered that their father and mother were not home. They must have gone to work. Only their younger sister, Li Xin, mischievously darted out of the room. He ran up to Li Yang with a grin and said, brother, tell me honestly, are you a peerless master? Did you kill Li Gang from the education department? Li Yang hadn't expected the little girl to have such a divergent way of thinking. He had only said earlier that he would handle it. He immediately connected Li Gang's death with his own. You want to know? Li Yang asked her mysteriously. Of course. You have no idea how many people at school admire him right now. Since Director Li Gang died, the resources the school distributes to everyone each month have increased several times over. Li Yang had no idea how intense the uproar caused by killing Li Gang would be, especially the overwhelming praise he received at the school. It's all because of him. I asked a friend to do it, not me. Li Yang scratched his head with a regretful expression. She kept pestering her brother for that friend's contact information, hoping to show off to her classmates. He doesn't use AI, he doesn't. Li Xin's eyes widened upon hearing this. In this day and age, there are still people who don't know how to use a smart device. I thought to myself, my brother's friend must be an old relic who likes to practice asceticism all year round. He lost interest instantly, his mood changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Seeing his younger sister become cheerful and lively again, he felt that becoming a martial artist, or even a more powerful one, was absolutely the right thing to do. At least they will have the power to fight back when their family members are bullied. I told my younger sister that I was leaving again and asked her to tell our parents as well. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, or if you're short on credits, you must tell yourself immediately. I know, bro, you're getting more and more long-winded, Li Xin said impatiently. A boy with dark red wings followed in front of him, who was wearing a pink flying vehicle. It was clearly Li Yang and Guan Shishua who had already left Jiangcheng. Ordinary aircraft can reach speeds of 400 kilometers per hour. Guan Shishua's aircraft appears to be a specially customized version, with a speed of over 600 kilometers per hour. The distance from Jiangcheng to Beijing is over 200,000 kilometers, and normally it would take them more than half a month to travel there. My second uncle and other family members will come to take over the branch and follow suit. Guan Shishua shouted towards Li Yang against the wind. Upon hearing the call, Li Yang shifted his flying position forward to move parallel to Guan Shishua, nodding to indicate that he understood. Long-distance flight requires not only speed, you also need to have enough strength. Just like when Li Yang first left Jiangcheng, he only dared to fly short distances and would immediately land and take cover if he encountered any special circumstances. Guan Shishua came to Jiangcheng from Beijing before. She was always with her second uncle, Guan Meng, but this time, because Li Yang was there, she was able to go back first. After traveling approximately 2,000 kilometers, Guan Shishua gave Li Yang a thumbs up, poked the ground with it, and landed in the valley first. Just as I was about to look around, Li Yang's entire figure fell like a meteorite, and the azure dragon crescent blade slashed 4 meters to his left, causing the blood of a disguised alien beast to fly up from the weeds. Next time we land, I'll come down first, Li Yang said, slowly putting away his weapon. The mental perception spread spread and expanded.
Guan Shishue felt a warm glow in her heart and responded obediently to Li Yang's sudden act of protection.
Li Yang released Xiao Hei from the storage bag. With its grayish-brown little head, it opened its mouth and barked. Li Yang knew it was probably cursing him again. If he hadn't locked it in the storage bag, Xiao Hei's life would probably have been over long ago. Little Black snarled and grumbled as it walked to a small tree, raising one of its hind legs. "Hey, Li Yang, your dog is so unhygienic," Guan Shishue complained when she saw Xiao Hei urinating carelessly.
Li Yang, skinning the chameleon he had just killed, turned around and laughed awkwardly. Little Blackie was really holding it in. "Please don't be offended." Xiao Hei seemed to know that Li Yang was protecting it. After relieving itself, it actually ran to Guan Shishue's slender legs. It sticks out its long tongue, licks affectionately, and makes excited noises. Luckily, Guan Shishue was wearing a fitted outfit today. If she had been wearing a dress, Xiao Hei would definitely have taken advantage of her. She bent down and scratched the dog's head to help it itch. Li Yang took out 2 folding chairs, and Xiao Hei actually ran over, grabbed one of them, and dragged it towards Guan Shishue's position. It barked and its head swayed back and forth between Guan Shishue and the chair. "Are you asking me to sit down?" Guan Shishue asked, puzzled, as she watched Xiao Hei fiddling with it. "Woof woof woof." Little Black nodded vigorously in response. Guan Shishue sat down slowly, her legs together, outlining a perfect curve. Li Yang set up a grill, skewered the marinated lizard meat, and grilled it one by one on the grill. The fragrance began to waft up, but it didn't attract Xiao Hei's attention. It continued to lick Guan Shishue's calf. What a complete simp. While busy with his work, Li Yang glanced at the scene and complained helplessly. It wasn't until Li Yang finished roasting that Xiao Hei, perhaps hungry from licking, sat down next to Li Yang, drooling. Li Yang tossed a few pieces of meat to it and scolded, "Remember not to fall asleep while keeping watch tonight." Afterwards, he had dinner with Guan Shishue. As darkness fell, Li Yang finished eating. They set up warning devices around the area. Although they couldn't sense any strange beasts nearby using their mental powers, no one could guarantee what the situation would be like in the Wasteland at night. Sitting cross-legged in front of the fire with his eyes closed, Li Yang thought to himself, "It's time to cultivate the world-destroying demonic force." When the essence, energy, and spirit are united, the mind pervades the entire body. Gently guide the flow of qi and blood along the meridians. Blood and qi flowed slowly to Li Yang's left hand, making the skin and flesh of his left arm bulge. A snake-like stream of qi and blood flowed downwards towards the thumb. A slight stinging sensation entered his mind, but Li Yang endured it and continued his cultivation. He now understood what Mo Luo had said. The world-destroying demonic force was exceptionally difficult to cultivate. To ensure that qi and blood flow along the meridians, you have to endure the stinging pain and keep your mind clear. Any lapse in concentration means you have to start all over again. Li Yang made a soft sound. The stinging sensation disappeared, and the qi and blood dispersed, marking the failure of the first attempt at cultivation. Each attempt to stimulate the flow of qi and blood fails from the very beginning, but gradually it manages to reach the biceps. The powerful heart of a 5th-grade martial artist continuously supplies vital energy, allowing his cultivation progress to slowly increase. During Li Yang's cultivation period, after Guan Shishue quickly washed up, she lay down on the portable bed next to her, with Xiao Hei watching over her very obediently. Although Li Yang was concentrating on his cultivation, the little beast triggered the alarm. He could still sense them, and after repeatedly interrupting his cultivation state, he used his mental energy to scan them and found that they were just some insignificant strange beasts. "Looks like I'll need to buy a better alarm device when I have time." Li Yang was interrupted multiple times and muttered complaints to himself in frustration. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. A captivating, delicate voice, as if about to wake up, jolted Li Yang awake from his cultivation and startled Xiao Hei from his deep sleep. Li Yang moved his eyes in the direction of the sound. The young girl, her hair flowing freely, lay on the portable bed, her delicate body bent to the side, slowly straightening her long legs and slender waist. A splash of white caught my eye, and the wake-up call sounded again. I quickly looked away, afraid of getting too caught up in it. Guan Shishue just used her fair and delicate hands. "Push yourself up and place your feet on the ground." Little Black wagged its little tail, its ears slightly tucked in, revealing its little white teeth in a grin, and walked to its feet. He affectionately rubbed his head against Guan Shishue's leg. "Hey, Xiao Hei, you can do it too." Feeling the friction against her legs, Guan Shishue said sweetly. "Woof woof." Little Black actually barked softly twice, as if responding and saying, "Yes." Turning its little head to look at Li Yang, the dog had already put away its white teeth and kept barking. Hearing Xiao Hei's urgent barking, Guan Shishue asked Li Yang with a serious expression, "Li Yang, what's wrong with Xiao Hei? It's been barking incessantly all of a sudden." Li Yang and Xiao Hei have spent so much time together. Having already figured out its little scheme, I calmly said, "It asked me to prepare breakfast for you." Guan Shishue was full of surprise, not expecting that Xiao Hei's barking just now was a reminder to Li Yang to cook. Little Black proudly raised its head, turned to Guan Shishue, and flashed its little white teeth. He acted as if it were perfectly natural. Li Yang, who was sitting
cross-legged, straightened his back and stood up. He chuckled and walked to the side, picking up 3 larger stones. Make a simple stove in a triangular shape, and then put a clay pot on it. The fire would occasionally glow red, containing millet and silver moon red claw lion meat, warmed by the life-giving spring water. It was bubbling and rolling, releasing a fragrant aroma of meat and rice. Woof woof woof. Little Black smelled the scent and barked. Guan Shishua rubbed the dog's head to calm it down. The girl and the dog have a very warm relationship. Li Yang scooped out a bowl and handed it to Guan Shishua. Since there wasn't a suitable bowl for Xiao Hei, I had to chop down a tree stump with my green dragon crescent blade, spinning it a few times. Make a dog bowl for it. He then scooped a bowl for himself and savored the delicious flavor of the meat and millet porridge, which Li Yang called lion rice porridge. Bowl after bowl, Li Yang drank 5 bowls in a row before finally putting down his bowl and spoon with satisfaction. Guan Shishua had never tasted such delicious lion rice porridge before. She drank 3 bowls and only stopped when she felt her lower abdomen slightly bloated. In the end, Xiao Hei had to bear the rest of the lion rice porridge alone. The sky had cleared up by now. He quickly extinguished the fire and stored the miscellaneous items in his spatial bag. Just as Li Yang was about to put Xiao Hei into his storage bag, Xiao Hei ran to Guan Shishua's side and started barking at Li Yang. Woof 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 woof. Clearly unwilling to enter the storage bag, Li Yang was about to use coercion and enticement to get him to comply. Guan Shishua bent down and picked him up, her face full of doting affection, and said, Li Yang, I can hold little black fly, I don't need to lock it up. I don't know what special treasure Li Yang has that can carry living creatures, but she really likes Xiao Hei, which is all fluffy and very clingy. Okay. Li Yang reluctantly gave up his usual habit and agreed. Guan Shishua then took out the flying device. Holding Xiao Hei, he flew into the sky, with Li Yang following closely behind. The 2 people and the dog traveled by air, rested, cooked, and Li Yang cultivated. The 16th day of our journey to the capital. As they passed a mountain range, Guan Shishua's gaze was drawn to a clear, blue lake below, and she suddenly stopped. Li Yang quickly turned around and retreated, his expression grave and concerned as he asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? After spending several days together, Guan Shishua completely figured out Li Yang's personality, summarizing it in her own words, a man with absolutely no sense of romance. Guan Shishua rolled her eyes at him and said softly, Isn't the lake below beautiful? There's even a small island in the middle. Don't you think it's lovely? Upon hearing this, Li Yang looked down. The lakeside is lush with trees. It's a small, emerald green lake, about 700 meters in diameter, with a small island about 50 meters high in the middle. The small island was lush and green, with a few unknown bamboo groves standing at one end. The scenery is really quite beautiful. It is a bit. Li Yang hadn't finished speaking. Guan Shishua descended towards the island below, and Li Yang quickly used his mental power to carefully scan the island's condition. They were afraid that the first situation would happen again. Guan Shishua sat on a rock on the small island, while Xiao Hei sat quietly beside her. A gentle breeze rustled the lawn around them. Guan Shishua, dressed in a smart outfit with her long hair tied in a ponytail, focused her gaze on the lake, looking dashing and heroic. Li Yang, who was standing nearby, was so engrossed in watching that a strange emotion stirred within him. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. Woof woof woof. The sudden barking of the simp Xiao Hei broke the silence. For a moment, Li Yang really wanted to pull it away from Guan Shishua and beat it up. Take out the ingredients, set up the pot, and light the fire. Watching Li Yang busily working away, Xiao Hei grinned with satisfaction, revealing its white teeth, and affectionately rubbed against Guan Shishua's feet. Li Yang was flipping the black-scaled rabbit meat he had caught yesterday over. An elderly man dressed in an old robe, with his long hair tied back, appeared silently before Li Yang. The sound was like sandpaper rubbing against dry wood. The technique is good, but the ingredients are a bit lacking. Li Yang was startled by the sudden appearance of the mysterious old man, breaking out in a cold sweat. The old man's martial arts prowess was completely imperceptible. He seemed like a Taoist priest playing a carefree game in the mortal world. But my mental strength kept warning me. This means the old man possesses the ability to instantly kill them. Li Yang watched warily, not daring to move or reply. Guan Shishue and Xiao Hei also watched the mysterious old man warily. Seeing this, the old man didn't seem surprised. The old man stroked his nearly 30-centimeter long white beard, smiled without speaking, and as if by magic, several things appeared in his hands. They were placed in front of Li Yang. He picked up one of the lively shrimp, about the size of an arm, and said in a low voice, "The purple shrimp raised in Linquan for 5 years have a sweet and delicate taste and tender meat." Then, holding up the sliced, white pig's trotter, he slowly said, "White crystal pigs that have been free-range on the snow-capped mountain peaks for 20 years, and their white crystal pig trotters are the best of the best." He continued, not stopping. Shuanghua silkworm, lingua, a type of fruit. Then he stared intently at Li Yang. Li Yang didn't dare to speak carelessly, and cautiously asked, "Senior, do you want me to process these ingredients and make them into food?" Seeing that Li Yang understood, the old man's entire aura changed instantly. Like a gluttonous old man on the street, he stretched out his index finger, shook his arm, and pointed, saying. He raised his sleeve and waved it gently. The The black rabbit meat in Li Yang's pot flew into the lake in a parabola-like motion. The old man appeared beside Guan Shishue and Xiao He in a flash, muttering to himself. Li Yang, standing to the side, had no choice but to obediently become a quiet cook. Cut and slit the white crystal pig's trotters, coat them with seasonings, and place them on the oven. Then take out the garlic, chili peppers. I plan to make charcoal grilled white crystal pig's trotters, raw marinated purple shrimp, and deep-fried silkworm pupae. Finally, I'll cut the lychee into an exquisite shape and arrange it on a plate. After finishing everything, Li Yang even flew to the lakeside to cut down a few trees and made them into tables and chairs before returning. Find a suitable spot for 3 people on the small island. Wooden tables and chairs are arranged neatly, and then the finished dishes are placed on the wooden tables. Approaching the mysterious old man and Guan Shishue, he humbly and respectfully smiled at the old man and said, "Senior, I have prepared everything. Please take a seat and enjoy your meal." The old man laughed and said, "Good, good, let's all enjoy it together." The old man got up first and walked ahead, followed by Guan Shishue, with Xiao He trotting behind her. Li Yang was last in line and also last to take his seat. The mysterious old man remained unmoved, while the two sat upright, gazing at the tempting dishes. The old man, stroking his long beard, stretched out his head, sniffed the aroma, and then reached out a somewhat dirty hand to grab a purple shrimp. Hold the shrimp by the head and body with both hands, pry it open, and suck on it to make a sound. He then bit into the shrimp body and chewed, tossing the head to Little Black beside him. Looking up and seeing the two sitting there dumbfounded, he quickly said with a cheerful laugh, "We're all friends here at the table, so hurry up and start eating. Don't be so polite and just watch the old man eat." Li Yang watched as Guan Shishue picked up a piece of lychee and put it in her mouth, while the old man grabbed a piece of white crystal pig's trotter. There was no sign of him getting angry. Only then did I dare to pick up a frostflower silkworm and put it in my mouth. Despite the simple yet luxurious outdoor feast, Li Yang, filled with trepidation, didn't eat much, only managing to consume 2 frostflower silkworms. The old man ate the most, devouring the white crystal pig's trotters all by himself, while the bones were given cheaply to the cunning little black dog. Guan Shishue ate the most happily, and the old man would tell a joke from time to time, always covering her mouth to laugh out loud. After finishing off all the food on the wooden table, the old man looked at Li Yang with satisfaction in his eyes. It was like a magician producing 3 items and placing them on the table: a crystal ring, a brocade pouch, and a book. The mysterious old man leaned back in his wooden chair, stroking his beard to the end, and then rubbing his slightly swollen belly as he looked at Li Yang opposite him. Satisfied, he turned to Guan Shishue and said, "Girl, we are destined to meet. This old man doesn't have any special treasures." He pointed to 3 things on the wooden table and said, "Consider these 3 items as a gift from me to you when we first meet." Then the mysterious old man mumbled something, but Li Yang couldn't hear a sound. It seemed only Guanxi could hear it. Then the old man looked at Xiao He. Xiao He seemed to sense the gaze, and with a bone in its mouth, it showed its little white teeth and kept wagging its little tail. The old man, still with a satisfied expression on his face, said, "Good bloodline, but too young. Remember to eat well." The old man beckoned Li Yang to follow, and the two arrived at the edge of the small island. The old man gazed at the woods across the lake, took a deep breath, and placed his hands behind his back, as if he had something very important to say to Li Yang. "Young man, you need to keep it up. The shrimp is a bit salty." Li Yang heard these words. The mysterious old man vanished without a trace, just as he had appeared. Li Yang stood there dumbfounded, pondering the mysterious old man's last words, but he couldn't understand their meaning no matter what. He even turned to Guan Shishue to ask what she meant. Guan Shishue had not yet answered. "Woof woof 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 woof," Little Black barked first. Maybe, the old man meant the food was really a bit salty," Guan Shishue said softly and haltingly. The words struck Li Yang like a bolt from the blue. "Hello, Captain. Was I too nervous and put too much salt in the marinade?" Li Yang muttered to himself, launching into a profound self-examination. Li Yang then realized that after all his hard work, the old man had given Guan Shishue a gift and even commented on Xiao He. "Only I received the message. The shrimp is a bit salty." Then, during the journey, Li Yang was sullen the whole time. A strange beast flying in front of them let out a cry. The sound reached Li Yang's ears. Frustrated, Li Yang brandished his azure dragon crescent blade and appeared behind the beast like lightning. A dazzling burst of cyan blade light entered Guan Shishue and Xiao He's eyes. The strange beast was dismembered alive by Li Yang into countless small pieces, which then fell from the sky. Li Yang's mood improved slightly. Finally, before reaching the capital, Guan Shishue and Xiao Heidi's playful antics cheered him up, easing his gloomy mood. After arriving in the capital and passing through several checkpoints, Guan Shishue led Li Yang into the city. When Guan Shishue's identity information passed through security, the staff on duty discovered it and sent a message using a smart device. Inside the luxury private room, Fong Wenbin continued to enjoy himself comfortably. The door to the private room was open from the outside, and Guanze rushed in. Startled, Fong Wenbin, who was enjoying himself, shuddered and turned to the other side, while pulling the maid on his right to bend over and move towards her. With his back to Guanze, he said slowly, "How can you accomplish great things if you're so impulsive? What's going on?" on. Guanze, panting heavily, chuckled and said, I received news that my cousin has returned to Beijing today. What? My fiancé has returned to the capital?
Fang Wenbin, who had just begun to get a feel for it, asked with a surprised and excited tone.
Yes, I'm definitely back.
At the door of the private room, Guanze bowed, took 2 steps back, and carefully closed the door, reiterating the news to Fang Wenbin. Lying on the luxurious sofa, Fang Wenbin tilted his head back slightly. He stroked his hair with his right hand, nudged the maid beside him with his right leg, and his eyelids twitched slightly.
The maid understood immediately.
The maid rose and walked towards Guanze, her eyes alluring, her slender fingers tugging at his collar. They headed towards the restroom and the private room.
I'm one step closer to completing the task assigned by my family. With his mission in mind, Fang Wenbin opened his left hand and pinched the soft spot. In the Guan family mansion,
Guan Shishue settled Li Yang in her small villa. He abandoned Li Yang in Shaohei and then went off to do something else.
Li Yang looked at the antique courtyard, which was square and about 500 square meters. There are 4 side rooms on the left and right. The master bedroom faces the main gate of the courtyard.
2 plum trees are planted in front of the side rooms, and the plum blossoms on the trees are about to bloom.
This contrasts sharply with the towering walls surrounding the capital. In fact, Li Yang was deeply shocked by the capital city when he first entered it.
The city gate walls were 50 meters high and 15 meters thick, constructed of incredibly hard marble. On the city walls, massive crossbows and various firearms launchers stood tall, and city guards clad in dark armor stood with long spears in hand. The patrol team, composed of many people, worked in perfect unison, patrolling the surrounding area in sections.
5 checkpoints check the identity information of people entering the city.
If one's identity is suspicious, they face the risk of being arrested at any time. The city stands like an impregnable fortress, barring any federally wanted criminals or suspicious persons from entering. Even if a horde of strange beasts were to appear, it would probably be difficult for them to breach the capital, because the capital city was divided into an inner city and an outer city, and the outer city had such high walls.
The inner city walls are even higher.
Even in the Guan family mansion in the outer city, Li Yang could vaguely see the high inner city walls, and the weapons and personnel on the walls must be even more sophisticated.
Following Guan Shishue through the outer city,
one sees neat streets and a blend of ancient and modern architecture.
Modern traffic weaves back and forth on wide, flat roads, while countless cameras are positioned in the corners of elegant buildings.
Guard posts are set up at intervals, and personnel are on duty at all times.
Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's the Federation's #1 base. Even in the large base in Beijing, Li Yang maintained his good habit of sitting cross-legged under the pavilion in the courtyard.
A faint aura of vital energy emanated from his body, and the sleeve of his left hand bulged slightly.
He became increasingly proficient in cultivating the world-destroying demonic power.
The wisp of demonic energy that had gathered yesterday lingered between Li Yang's shoulder and palm, constantly tempering the flesh and blood of his left hand. After more than half a month of hard work, we have finally achieved some results. A heated argument broke out in the main courtyard of the Guan family mansion.
For the sake of the family's strength, what does it matter if you, as the daughter of the family head, sacrifice a little personal happiness?
A stern rebuke reached Guan Shishue's ears.
The sound continued. Besides, the eldest son of the Fang family is a dragon among men. If you become his fiancé, you will be the envy and jealousy of countless girls.
Guan Shishue looked at the middle-aged man who was speaking with a cold gaze. The middle-aged man had a short, buzz-cut head with streaks of silver hair, fine lines around his eyes, and a somewhat hunched build. He sat in the chair at his desk and gave a deep, cold snort.
Guan Shishue's father, Guan Ji, the current head of the Guan family, was very dissatisfied with his daughter's statement. It should be noted that although the Guan family appears very powerful in the outer city, the Fang family is even stronger.
If they want to enter the inner city, the only way is for the two families to join forces.
Right now, the Fang family has proposed a marriage alliance to them. The two families will
become in-laws and rely on the Fang family's powerful military force and the Guan family's abundant wealth to bring the Lin family down from the inner city and allow them to move in.
A once-in-a-century opportunity is right in front of us.
The Lin family in the inner city is now gradually weakening, and they are only waiting for the Fang and Guan families to unite their strength through a marriage alliance. By cooperating with some families in the inner city, entry into the inner city is a certainty, and from then on, they will have a place in the Federation.
A powerful family?
My mother longed to see you before she died, but for the sake of the so-called strength of the family, she was gone for a week before you finally came back from outside.
Guan Shishue's eyes were wet with tears as she shouted angrily at her father, Guan Ji.
As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. As Guan Meng listened to his daughter's tearful account, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes.
He was about to open his mouth to explain again.
Guan Shishue raised her hand to wipe away her tears, her face cold.
She said firmly, I have a boyfriend. I will not become the Fang family's fiancé.
After saying that, he turned and walked out of the study without looking back. He slammed the door shut and left. The sound of the door slamming against the doorframe echoed dully in the study, accompanied by by Guan Ji's helpless sigh. Looking at the gate of the Guan family, a glint of greed flashed in Fong Wenbin's eyes as he proudly raised his head. Under Guanzai's careful guidance, I stepped through the Guan family's gate, feeling the task completion rate needs to be pushed forward again. Guanzai first took Fong Wenbin to meet his father. As the son of the second in command of the Guan family, Guanzai was very obedient to his father. He followed Fong Wenbin because he was obeying his father, Guan Bin. At this moment, Guan Bin was studying the power dynamics in the capital when his confidant reported that his son Guanzai, along with Fong Wenbin, the eldest son of the Fong family, had come to visit. He quickly ordered tea and snacks to be prepared and waited in the reception room of the detached courtyard.
Fong Wenbin had just appeared behind Guanzai when
Guan Bin greeted him with a smile at the entrance of the reception room, extending his hand and saying with a beaming smile, "Welcome, young Master Fong, welcome, young Master Fong." "Elder Guan, you're too kind," Fong Wenbin said, extending his hand to shake hers. He then sat down in the reception room to greet Fong Wenbin, glanced at his son Guanzai, and then at Fong Wenbin.
He smiled and said, "Young Master Fong is indeed a dragon among men.
My son seems to have become much more outstanding since he's been with you." After a series of polite exchanges, Guan Bin and the Fong family reached a consensus once again, and both were very satisfied with the conversation. Then Guanzai was asked to take Fong Wenbin to meet his niece and get to know her better, so they could develop a relationship. Before entering the villa, Wan Shishua forced back her tears and walked in with red eyes. I was just about to say hello to Li Yang. Little Black wagged its little tail happily and ran to its side, hopping and skipping. My sadness was half cured by Shohei. Li Yang heard the noise. He stopped cultivating, got up, and walked over. Seeing Guan Shishua's red eyes, he asked in a gentle and concerned tone, "What happened?" "It's nothing." Guan Shishua fiddled with the little black dog's head, forcing a smile. Li Yang wanted to press further, but footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. Guanzai bowed and walked in with Fong Wenbin, without saying a word. Fong Wenbin immediately noticed the beautiful Guan Shishue, with her delicate skin and slender figure, and couldn't help but swallow. Then he saw Li Yang looking over from the side. The courtyard fell silent instantly. Fong Wenbin nudged Guanzai with his shoulder and asked curiously in a low voice, "Who is that man next to me?" Upon hearing the question, Guanzai turned to look at Li Yang with a puzzled expression. Li Yang smiled and nodded, only to feel a sharp pain in his waist. Guan Shishua's expression was indifferent as she pinched the soft flesh of his waist hard with her fingers. His smiling face turned into a frown before he finally let go. "Young Master Fong, I don't know either. Let me ask my cousin," Guanzai said with an embarrassed look on his face. Guanzai strode towards Guan Shishua and Li Yang, with Fong Wenbin following about a meter behind. Their positions changed. "My cousin heard from the people downstairs that you're back. I've missed you so much." I don't know if Guanzai learned it from Fong Wenbin, but he spoke to Guan Shishua with a shamelessness as thick as a city wall. Before a reply could be received, Guanzai continued, "Who is this brother?"
"I am Guanzai from the Guan family, and Guan Shishue is my cousin."
To build rapport, Guanzai used every word he could think of. Upon hearing the question, Li Yang intended to answer politely. Before he could even open his mouth, a familiar pain shot through his waist, a scene witnessed by Fong Wenbin and Guanzai. A certain thought unconsciously popped into their minds. "I'm just not sure." While the two were still wondering, Guan Shishua withdrew her hands from her hips, put her hands on her hips, and said in a sweet tone, "He is my boyfriend, Li Yang." Sweet words, like a bolt from the blue. Upon hearing this, Fong Wenbin felt his breathing quicken, and his uncertain thoughts were confirmed. His words to his fiancée felt like an invisible, cold knife piercing his heart, especially after their actions just now. This sudden feeling of being green with envy, a surge of anger rising in his mind, made him, a veteran of many battles, feel a chill run down his spine. His gaze toward Guan Shishua had changed. If it weren't for the family mission, he would have wanted to vent his anger in the luxury private room. Guanzai heard his cousin's words. I simply couldn't believe my ears. My cousin, who had just returned from outside, had brought home a boyfriend. At first, I just thought they were classmates or friends. To make Guanzai and the people around him more convinced, Guan Shishua covered Li Yang's face with both hands and forcefully turned his head towards her. Li Yang's bright eyes were fixed on her, while Guan Shishua's alluring eyes flickered. She tiptoed closer to Li Yang, her head jutting out. The closer she got, the more Guan Shishua could feel Li Yang's breath. A faint lip print was left on Li Yang's lips. My boyfriend is Li Yang, Guan Shishua said, turning to the two of them again. Li Yang was still savoring the memory of what had just happened. Having lived two lives, this was the first time he had ever felt such a soft and smooth sensation. He couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue. This scene intensified Fong Wenbin's anger. His fiancée had dared to do this right in front of him, mouth to mouth with others like that. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were fixed on the two of them like those of a beast, as if he was about to rush up and tear them apart at any moment. Guanzai stood there, stunned. Hearing her cousin Guan Shishua say twice that the man was her boyfriend, she thought to herself, our Guan family has already decided that you and young Master Fong are getting engaged. A powerful aura, typical of a 5th grade martial artist, swept towards Guan Shishua and Li
Yang. Li Yang enveloped himself in Guan Shishua with his spiritual power, his eyes turning cold as he fixed his gaze on Fong Wenbin's position. In a low, questioning voice, he asked, "What do you want?" Seeing that Li Yang was not intimidated by his fifth-rank martial artist aura and even questioned him, Fong Wenbin was already burning with rage, and he proudly puffed out his chest and said, "I am Fong Wenbin, the eldest son of the Fong family. The Fong family and the Guan family are allied through marriage, and Guan Shishue is my fiancé. What do you think I want to do?" Upon hearing the words of the person on the other end, who identified himself as Fong Wenbin, the eldest son of the Fong family, Li Yang finally understood Guan Shishua's behavior earlier, and the reason why she asked him for help in Jiangcheng. So he's being forced into marriage. No wonder. Li Yang thought to himself, "I'm not your fiancé, and I never agreed to be with you." Guan Shishua knew that the person next to her was the man she was planning to marry, and her gaze toward Fong Wenbin turned extremely disgusted. The time for the performance has arrived. Guan Shishua felt a warm, large hand encircle her slender waist, and her whole body trembled violently. Then, she was pulled into Li Yang's strong arms by his wide embrace. A very peculiar scent sprayed onto my hair. Fong Wenbin stared wide-eyed as Li Yang pulled his fiancée into his arms and lowered his head to sniff her hair. "Kid, is she your fiancée? Are you worthy?" "She is my woman." Li Yang pulled her up by her slender waist, their bodies pressed tightly together, the position incredibly intimate. He turned to Fong Wenbin with an interested expression and uttered 3 sentences that struck straight to the soul. A murderous intent appeared. Li Yang unleashed the aura of someone who had slaughtered countless beasts, staring intently at Fong Wenbin, who was radiating killing intent. If the other party made any move, he would kill him without hesitation. As if being watched by death, even with murderous intent rising, Fong Wenbin remained calm. After a long standoff, he turned and walked towards the Guan family's gate. "Cousin, you're so confused." When Guanze saw his boss leave in anger, leaving behind a message, he hurriedly ran after him, until the two disappeared. Guan Shishue's face flushed crimson as she felt the unique warmth against her chest. A delicate hand appeared around Li Yang's waist, twisting and turning forcefully. He gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you going to let go?" Li Yang reluctantly released the softness in his arms, its fragrant and alluring scent intoxicating him. After escaping Li Yang's despicable clutches, Guan Shishue gave a shy snort and ran back to her master bedroom. Li Yang was left alone in the courtyard. There was also a little black dog digging in the dirt. Inside a luxurious private room in Beijing, bang 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 bang, the sounds of things being smashed rang out continuously, and the two beautiful maids stood in the corner, not daring to approach. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Guan Shishue, "Wait until I get my hands on you, finish the family mission, and then I'll send you to Japan when I'm done with you." Guanze heard the commotion inside the private room but didn't dare to go in, fearing that he would be the one to suffer Fong Wenbin's wrath the next second. He turned to find his father, Guan Bin, for a solution. "You two, get over here. I need to vent. Hurry up." Fong Wenbin smashed everything on the table and roared. Two maids cautiously approached him and skillfully knelt down. "What? Shishua has a man outside? And she even brought him home?" Guan Bin, who was still studying the power dynamics in the capital, was incredulous when he heard what his son told him upon returning home. Fong Wenbin, who had just arrived, was so angry that he felt dizzy and disoriented. The sudden change made him feel that the situation was somewhat complicated. He called his son Guanze closer and whispered in his ear, "You're doing this. What? The patriarch's daughter brought her boyfriend home? Isn't Shishua doing business at the Jiangcheng base? How could she be seduced by a pretty boy? My dear niece, she's actually been snatched up by a cabbage? What about the marriage alliance with the Feng family?" The news that Guan Shishua brought her boyfriend Li Yang home. Like a tornado, it swept through the entire Guan family mansion, and everyone was talking about it. Guanze, the instigator, listened to everyone's discussion and then went to report the situation to his father. "Yes, let the news spread, and the pressure will naturally fall on the head of the family. We don't need to worry about it." Guan Bin slowly explained to his son that this was the plan he had in mind. After hearing his father's explanation, Guanze suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Father is brilliant! Father is brilliant!" Guan Bin waved his hand gently and said modestly, "Little dour, son, you should watch and learn carefully." Guanze nodded obediently. Inside the main courtyard of the Guan family, at this moment, Guan Ji felt extremely uncomfortable. His daughter had just had a fight with him, and when he turned around, he heard the family saying that his daughter had brought her boyfriend home and even had a conflict with the eldest son of the Feng family. "A daughter you love will always have to be a source of worry for you." He sighed helplessly. As Guan Meng reached the door, he heard his elder brother's deep sigh and asked in confusion, "Brother, what troubles you?" Guan Ji, who was full of confidence, looked up when he heard this and saw that his second brother, Guan Meng, had returned. His face lit up with joy. He quickly invited them to sit down. Thinking of the marriage alliance between the Feng and Guan families, he sighed and said, "The eldest son of the Feng family, the #1 family in the outer city, wants to get engaged to Shishue." She paused for a moment, then continued, "But Shishue disagrees, and she even brought back a boyfriend. I'm really worried about about that. Brother, why don't we go and see Shishue? Guan Meng suggested to his elder brother, Guan Ji, whose fate is currently unknown. After hearing my second brother's suggestion, I thought it might be a good idea to go and take a look. The two walked slowly from the main courtyard to Guan Shishue's villa.
Guan Ji stared at the entrance of the villa, his heart filled with complex emotions. Ever since he became the head of the family, Guan Shishue had never allowed him to return here. If his second brother hadn't been with him today, he wouldn't have dared to go in alone. Brother, let's go. Guan Meng reminded his brother to go inside together. The two stepped into the courtyard.
They saw Li Yang practicing in the pavilion.
Sensing someone enter, Li Yang stopped his cultivation, slowly stood up, and looked coldly at the doorway. Surprisingly, Guan Meng and another man, a burly but somewhat hunched man, walked in together.
His expression returned to normal, and he stepped forward to Guan Meng, saying, Vice President Guan Meng, when did you return?
Just got back.
Brother, this is Li Yang, and Li Yang is my elder brother, Guan Ji. Guan Meng replied, introducing the two at the same time.
What? Li Yang and Guan Ji exclaimed at the same time. One is a father's concern for his daughter. Upon hearing the name of his daughter's boyfriend, he raises a question. One was trying to repay a life-saving debt, but upon hearing that it was a father forcing his daughter into marriage, he was filled with disdain.
Caught in the middle, Guan Meng was momentarily bewildered. Guan Meng leveraged his expertise as vice president, utilizing his familiarity with Li Yang and his close relationship with his elder brother. I finally figured out what happened. Guan Ji stood up and decided to talk to his daughter again. Not long after entering, Guan Shishue's cold words of rejection came from the master bedroom, and Guan Ji walked out again with a helpless expression. His gaze remained fixed on Li Yang, then he glanced at the two plum trees in the courtyard. Guan Ji slowly spoke. I can buy you 2 years. If by then you have enough strength to contend with the Feng family, the #1 family in the outer city, I will no longer force her. Li Yang heard Guan Ji propose a land plan.
He pondered for a moment, thinking about how much he had grown with the killing system in the past 2 years.
What was the Feng family back then?
Okay, 2 years.
If Li Yang can't do it, I'll marry him myself. Guan Shishue stood at the door and answered Guan Ji's question.
Because Guan Shishue clearly knew from her first meeting with Li Yang and the last time she heard her second uncle talk about Li Yang's strength. In just 1 month, he has already become a 5th-grade expert, based on his inner trust and genuine affection.
Guan Shi decided to gamble on her own happiness. Then it's decided.
I'll communicate with the Feng family,
Guan Ji said and walked out.
It was as if I felt that my presence here would affect them. Only 3 people remained in the courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Guan Meng instructed Li Yang to take good care of her niece and then left. This leaves the two of them some space to be alone. You. Before Li Yang could finish speaking, Guan Shishue silenced him with her lips. Without realizing it, Li Yang placed his hands on her waist, pressing her slightly against his body, and immediately felt his clothes rise.
The two separated, Guan Shishue's face flushed, and she said gently, This is the answer from my heart. Okay, Li Yang said very solemnly. Just as the two were about to say something more, Little Black ran between the two, showing its little white teeth and licking them left and right, wagging its little tail and looking very happy.
The Feng family in the outer city received a message from Guan Ji. The marriage alliance will be postponed for 2 years.
The matter was of utmost importance, and Feng Wenbin dared not vent his anger any further in the private room.
He immediately contacted his inside contact, Guan Zhe, to inquire about the reason.
Guan Zhe repeated his father Guan Bin's instructions to Feng Wenbin.
The family head, Guan Ji, decided to give Feng Wenbin and Li Yang 2 years. Whoever has the strongest foundation will be the one his cousin marries.
2 years?
Feng Wenbin kept repeating this to himself and then returned home to discuss it. The family's final advice was to let him focus on his cultivation and to allocate family resources at will, as the Feng family had plenty of resources.
I don't know who leaked the information about the Feng family, the Guan family, and Li Yang.
It spread throughout the inner and outer cities of the capital.
Some people are optimistic about Feng Wenbin, the eldest son of the Feng family.
Some believe the Guan family is using time to weigh their options and make a judgment.
Some people even thought that Li Yang had potential.
Everyone is looking forward to a spectacular and exciting event in Beijing 2 years from now.
High above Beijing and Jiangcheng, Guan Shishue shouted loudly, Actually, you don't have to participate. If you want to back out now, you can still.
A young man clad in dark red armor was seen savoring the delicate flavor of a young woman high in the sky.
Dark red and greenish-orange intertwined to create a beautiful rainbow.
The iridescent light turned dark red. Young Li Yang, inhaling the fragrance emanating from his arms, gazed resolutely into the distance, muttering to himself,
The slaughter is about to begin.
More than half a month has passed.
Are you really not coming in with me?
The two stood outside the border of Jiangcheng. Guan Shishue, dressed in a snow-white long dress, held a warm, large hand tightly in her delicate one. She stared intently at Li Yang across from her, asking him with great reluctance. In just over a month, their relationship became like the positive and negative poles of a magnet, attracting each other tightly. Even though there is so much reluctance in my heart.
Li Yang shifted shifted his gaze from the young girl to the familiar Cheng.
He understood the difficulty of obtaining this relationship, yet he still wore a gentle and warm smile. Turning to Guan Shishue, he said, 2 years is not a long time, I must grow up quickly.
In the capital, we will openly and honestly tell them, in the manner of a strong man, you are my woman.
Guan Shishue was deeply moved by the young man's words. From agreeing to accompany her to the capital to now being determined to grow up for her sake, he wanted to show those who were arrogant and force them to separate that she was his woman. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she embraced his strong, powerful waist with both hands, pressing her beautiful face against his magnificent chest. The towering peaks were squeezed together. I don't want you to leave, the girl whispered, her voice filled with tender affection.
Li Yang was deeply moved by Guan Shishue's heartfelt words.
He imagined that perhaps 2 years later, Li Yang would step into the Guan family in the capital as a powerful figure, trample on the Feng family, the #1 family in the outer city, and finally live a blissful life with Guan Shishue. He forcibly circulated the undying demonic energy, causing his blood and chi to stimulate his left hand, and the pain assaulted his mind with a jumble of chaotic thoughts.
I will come back when I have time. Li Yang lowered his head and smelled the fragrance of black hair as he spoke. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, he slowly pulled himself out, and the compressed mountain peaks returned to their towering and upright form. Dark red wings spread from the waist. Li Yang smiled and watched the girl, who was deeply moved and reluctant to leave, as he flew into the sky.
Guan Shishue remained where she was, her white dress billowing in the wind.
Li Yang's head was not covered by the armor.
After flying for more than 20 minutes, the wicked thoughts in his mind finally subsided.
Recalling the girl's charming beauty, he almost couldn't resist. Armor covering the entire body. 2 alloy throwing knives appeared on the soles of the feet. The aura of a 5th-grade martial artist was fully unleashed, and the mental power of a 5th-level mental master surged from the mental space. Northern Darkness Celestial Travel Technique.
Li Yang exerted his full strength, his flight speed exceeding 400 meters per second, like a rapidly launching rocket high in the sky. It flew towards the machine base 25,000 kilometers away.
20 hours later,
a young figure appeared in the dormitory villas inside the military camp. He muttered to himself, flying at full speed is too exhausting. Thankfully I slowed down halfway through.
Upon entering the villa, it was completely empty.
Except for him, the entire reconnaissance team went out on a mission. After washing away the fatigue from the journey, Li Yang planned to cultivate the undying demonic force in his room before resting.
The next morning,
the villa remained empty, and Yan Shangxue and the others had not returned.
Li Yang walked towards Zhuangsong's office. Knock knock knock. Reporting that Li Yang requests entry.
Upon reaching the door, he knocked and reported according to military protocol.
The office door opened. Zhuangsong, a man of burly build, appeared and met Li Yang.
Zhuangsong's face was filled with undisguised joy.
He quickly grabbed Li Yang's hand and pulled him into his office. He ran his fingers over Li Yang's body once more.
Zhuangsong Kai said awkwardly, I was so worried when I heard from Xiang Shui and the others that you were in danger. I'm so sorry, General Zhuang, for causing you so much trouble and worry, Li Yang said, bowing slightly in apology.
After exchanging information about their recent situation,
Li Yang proposed to him the idea of leaving the military and continuing to venture into the wilderness alone. Because military personnel are required to obey orders and actively integrate into the group, they can effectively exert all their strength. In case of special circumstances or missions, they need to arrive at the scene as soon as possible or strive to complete the mission. This is in great conflict with my goals for growth over the past 2 years. Upon hearing Li Yang's idea, Zhuangsong sat quietly in silence for a long time.
I have a suggestion for you to consider.
After letting out a long sigh, Zhuangsong said to Li Yang, this means that Li Yang can continue to venture out on his own, but he will not be completely separated from the military and will not be under the jurisdiction of the military headquarters. It is directly under the jurisdiction of the Federal Military Department. He is awarded the rank of 3-star major by the Federal Military and enjoys all the rights of a major. He will only be called up in special events or during a level 9 beast tide.
I don't know if you can accept this? Zhuangsong asked after giving his suggestion. How could I possibly deserve such special treatment? Li Yang felt that his abilities did not match the offer of treatment and humbly and tactfully declined. Alright, stop arguing. Let's just settle it here.
Zhuangsong, as if a duck had been forced onto a shelf, gave Li Yang no chance to refuse and forcefully made the decision for him. At this point, Li Yang was no longer affiliated with the mecha-based ground military command. The legion belonging to the Federal Military Department, as shown in the military records, is a legion called the Yama Legion.
Zhuangsong then provided Li Yang with a place to make his fortune. Li Yang bowed again in thanks, then bid farewell and left.
Zhuangsong watched the young man close the office door, his eyes filled with envy, and muttered to himself, the Yama Legion, a special legion that I once wanted to enter, but I could hardly even reach the threshold. Ever since Zhuangsong told the old squad leader that Li Yang had survived against a 6th-grade expert, the old squad leader instructed him to do everything possible to keep Li Yang, and allowed Zhuangsong to make a decision first and report later. leader. They were extremely optimistic about Li Yang's potential and even offered him a spot in the Yama Legion.
The Abyss of the Ember Dragon?
The names of the areas Zhuang Song introduced to Li Yang for his adventures. The data retrieved from the AI indicates that the Ember Dragon Abyss is located in the central part of the Federation. Adjacent to the Qianchuan base, it is a scorched abyss formed after a volcanic eruption. When it was discovered, its entrance resembled the shape of a dragon's head. Its interior space is unfathomably deep, hence the name Ember Dragon Abyss. It is said to be rich in resources and teeming with exotic beasts, making it a unique secret realm belonging only to the Blue Star.
Resources depend on luck, but exotic beasts are what I want most.
After reading the information about the Ember Dragon Abyss, Li Yang expressed his true feelings.
Back at the dormitory villa,
I wanted to have a meal with the reconnaissance team, catch up, and say goodbye, but they still haven't returned.
Leaving the military camp,
the figure shot into the sky like a missile launch, heading towards the location of the Ember Dragon Abyss. The distance is as long as 100,000 kilometers. Li Yang's flight speed is maintained at 300 meters per second, and it is estimated that he will reach his destination in about a week. Although it's not as far as going to the base in Beijing. However, it is also necessary to stop and rest during the journey to recover physical strength and energy in order to avoid encountering special situations or crises.
They landed in the valley.
After letting Xiao Hei out for some fresh air, Li Yang skillfully prepared dinner on his own. This time, Xiao Hei seemed rather depressed, perhaps because Guan Shishue wasn't around.
He lay prone beside Li Yang, watching the flickering flames. After Li Yang finished dinner,
sitting cross-legged on the rock, my blood and energy surged within me.
His left hand exuded a terrifying aura. 3,000 kilometers away from the abyss of the Ember Dragon, on a towering mountain peak.
By constantly using my left hand to circulate qi and blood along the meridians, I was finally able to apply the world-destroying demon force to my palm. Li Yang raised his left hand, which exuded a terrifying aura, and slammed it down on a rock beside him. The palm struck the stone, producing a dull thud. The stone appears completely undamaged and remains as intact as ever. Li Yang stared at his left hand, which was now clenched into a fist, and muttered, "This shouldn't be happening." The stone scattered with a crash, turning into stone dust in an instant.
A gust of wind blew by, carrying some of the stone dust far away. The terrifying power of the world-destroying demonic force startled Li Yang. At first, he thought Mo Luo was joking.
I never expected it to be so powerful. It's hard to imagine what would happen if you gathered demonic energy in your palm and slapped someone with it. After putting the little black creature that was gnawing on into his storage bag, Li Yang flew towards the abyss of the Ember Dragon. The flight lasted for more than 3 hours.
A patch of reddish-brown, resembling the scorched earth formed by flowing lava, caught the eye.
A scene resembling a giant dragon emerging from the sea, with its enormous head and wide open mouth, is prominently displayed.
Countless tiny black dots disappeared into the pitch-black mouth. Many small black dots also came out of the big mouth. The abyss of the Ember Dragon truly lives up to its name.
Li Yang transformed his dark red Heavenly King armor into the attire of an ordinary martial artist, put on a baseball cap, and looked like a naive and inexperienced newcomer.
Descend from high above to a location far from the entrance to the abyss.
He took out a second-grade treasured sword, held it in his hand, and slowed his pace towards the entrance by taking small, quick steps.
They encountered many people coming and going, entering and leaving the abyss of the Ember Dragon.
Some were elated, some looked solemn, and some had dejected eyes.
As Li Yang hurried towards the entrance, a voice rang in his ears. "Young man, are you also heading to the abyss of the Ember Dragon?"
Turning his head towards the direction of the sound, he saw a bald young man, shirtless and wearing tight jeans, nodding to Li Yang.
Li Yang responded, "My name is Wei Longyang from Qianchuan base. Would you like to team up with me?"
As Wei Longyang spoke, his eyes kept glancing behind Li Yang, making Li Yang feel somewhat uncomfortable. "If my heart is moved, I will act on it." Li Yang quickly waved his hand and said,
"Excuse me, I'd like to go in alone." Looking at Li Yang's handsome face, Wei Longyang's eyes were full of regret, and he sighed. They then slowed down and stayed far behind Li Yang.
Li Yang felt something was off. He deliberately moved through the crowd, but the feeling persisted. The strange sensation only disappeared after he passed a pale young man.
Standing at the entrance to the Ember Dragon Abyss, a warm current blew up, and the dark entrance to the cave filled one with a sense of dread.
Seeing others walk straight in, Li Yang followed closely behind.
The figure swept past the dark cave entrance. After entering about 50 meters, a blinding light appeared.
After continuing for about 100 meters, the surroundings changed completely, with deep red becoming the dominant color and a winding road leading deep underground. Some of the people ahead continued along the road, while others stepped into the caves on the side.
Li Yang used his mental energy to scan his surroundings.
They discovered that the deep red stone was impenetrable. They could only sweep it from open areas, and their mental energy was severely restricted.
The maximum distance is only 500 meters?
Li Yang attempted to extend his mental power, but could only use it within a range of 500 meters. Following the winding path down, Li Yang darted into a cave. Just as he entered the 60-meter mark, A red figure attacked Li Yang, and an ally throwing knife suddenly appeared and shot towards the red figure. The figure fell to the ground with a thud, and the ally throwing knife returned to Li Yang's side. Ding! Killed a rank 2 beast, Crimson Serpent, plus 2 kill points. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Li Yang remembered seeing this kind of snake somewhere before, only it wasn't as red.
Let me see if there's a Snake King. The rank is too low and there aren't enough kill points. A mental scan swept towards the cave.
Li Yang sensed with his mental power that there were countless snakes all around, but the highest grade was only 2nd grade. A large quantity might satisfy their hunger, but Li Yang didn't want to waste his mental energy and martial arts skills on them.
After leaving the snake cave, we entered a few more along the way,
but they were still low-grade exotic beasts. It seems we need to go deeper down.
Li Yang summarized the patterns in his self-analysis.
Spotting a lone 5th-rank martial artist, Li Yang quietly followed him within 500 meters.
After walking along the main road for more than half an hour,
the lone warrior finally entered a cave. Li Yang wanted to continue following, but he was worried that the cave was short and he would be discovered.
I randomly picked one and entered it.
The cave was incredibly spacious, and bloodworm stone turtles were foraging for food. Noticing Li Yang entering,
emits heavy, labored breathing, attempting to drive away the intruders.
Its tortoise feet slapped the ground rhythmically, the sound echoing through the cave.
You want me to leave? Too bad you're all 4th-rank officials. I don't want to let you go.
A terrifying aura emanated from his left palm, and Li Yang's figure flashed onto the body of a bloodworm stone tortoise. With a palm imbued with world-destroying demonic power, it slammed down, and the bloodworm stone turtle remained as still as a stone, then flipped over and fell. The bloodworm stone tortoise beneath their feet shattered with a deafening roar, countless fragments falling to the ground, the world-destroying demonic force utterly terrifying. However, Li Yang had consumed a lot of his energy and blood, and it seemed that he could only strike 10 palms at most before he would die from exhaustion.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, bloodworm stone turtle, plus 10 kill points.
Hey.
Li Yang looked at the hundreds of bloodworm stone turtles inside the cave and let out a chilling laugh. A cyan blade of light flashed and landed on a group of bloodworm stone turtles. The bloodworm stone turtles in the center died instantly, and the bloodworm stone turtles around them were also injured.
One after another, alloy throwing knives pierced into the injured areas.
The killing scene unfolds inside the cave.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, bloodworm stone turtle, plus 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, bloodworm stone turtle, plus 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, bloodworm stone turtle, plus 10 kill points.
Half an hour later, Li Yang looked at his information with satisfaction. Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 4000.00. Spiritual energy, 4000.00. Kill points, 3789.69.
Realm, 5th rank martial artist, 5th level mind master. Martial arts, Northern Darkness sky travel technique, tier 3, Dragon Bone blood scripture, tier 2, plus, 9-star technique, tier 1, plus, world destroying demonic force, beginner, comma. He gained over 2000 kill points from just one cave. This made him feel that Zhuang Song's recommendation to come to the abyss of the Ember Dragon was indeed a very good suggestion.
I really want to see what's going on in the other caves soon. Li Yang's gaze greedily swept out of the cave. If you can obtain more kill points in the Ember Dragon abyss, Li Yang was very confident that he would crush Fang Wenbin in 2 years.
With a flash, he jumped to the cave entrance and then casually walked to the main road. Those around him noticed him, but simply regarded him as a reckless fool who didn't know what was good for him. There was even an auntie around 50 years old. He was reminded not to take risks, and that if he needed credits, he could contact him. He was handed a slip of paper with the AI's contact information. If auntie hadn't been middle-aged, Li Yang would have almost drawn his green dragon crescent blade and slashed her down. To avoid getting involved with the aunt, Li Yang deliberately walked slowly behind them until they entered a cave. He licked his lips, feeling a pang of longing for Guan Shishue. We sped down for 500 meters and found a brightly lit cave.
We entered it out of curiosity. I don't know how far away this cave is,
but it's the first time I've ever seen one like this, Li Yang muttered to himself, looking around curiously. Inside the cave stood rows of glittering ice pillars, surrounded by many strange beasts, emanating a chilling and piercing aura. One by one, the heavenly Yuan ice cicadas lay prostrate beside the ice pillars, each 3 meters long with 2 transparent wings on their backs. White eyes protrude on both sides of the forehead, with a striking black dot in the center of the eyeball. The caves extend deep into the caves. Li Yang's spiritual power was unable to perceive the situation deeper inside the cave, and he was unsure whether there were even more powerful beasts in the depths of the cave.
Who cares about all that? Everyone has the right to kill those strange beasts.
The azure dragon crescent blade gleamed, and the power of blood and chi gathered. A phantom blade technique, exploding dragon slash, was unleashed with a deafening roar, shattering the tranquility of the cave.
The heavenly origin ice cicadas began to stir.
The heavenly origin ice cicada that Li Yang had killed had not had time to extract the beast crystal. A continuous swarm of heavenly Yuan ice cicadas rushed up, their transparent wings flapping rapidly, their buzzing echoing throughout the the cave, making Li Yang feel irritable and restless. You forced me to do this. Even with the Heavenly King armor covering his head, Li Yang's voice could still be heard as he covered his ears and shouted.
10 alloy throwing knives were thrown by Li Yang in his rage.
It flew continuously within the brightly lit cave at an incredibly fast speed.
It was clearly provoked by the Heavenly Yuan Ice Cicada.
The spiritual energy in its mental space was constantly decreasing, and the stars formed by the 9-star technique condensing spiritual energy were trembling slightly. The alloy throwing knife experienced loss of control and stalling, resulting in reduced power. Seeing that half of the Heavenly Yuan Ice Cicadas were still alive, he used 3,500 credits to upgrade the 9-star technique to 2 stars. And information about the control, attack, and defense of mental power.
The mental energy was continuously being channeled into his mind.
Within the mental energy space, the mental energy star shifted from its central position, and another mental energy star suddenly appeared, growing larger from a small size. The 2 mental energy stars rotated in parallel. A technique called entangling silk to control throwing knives appeared in my memory.
Li Yang gained a deeper understanding of mental power, and he was able to bring the out-of-control, speed-decelerating alloy throwing knife back to his side.
Wrapped around his body, the single-handled alloy throwing knife spun 360 times. The 10 stems were connected together and flew towards the Tianyuan ice cicadas, sometimes moving horizontally and sometimes vertically, their positions constantly changing.
From a distance, they looked like silk threads, entangling the Tianyuan ice cicadas. Many prompts echoed in my mind.
Ding! Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, Heavenly Origin Ice Cicada, plus 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, Heavenly Origin Ice Cicada, plus 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, Heavenly Origin Ice Cicada, plus 10 kill points.
In less than 10 minutes, the remaining Heavenly Yuan ice cicadas were all strangled to death by Li Yang using the entangling silk he had just acquired. The kill points I just used have returned to 2,000. From this perspective, with 1 loss and 1 gain, the overall result isn't a loss. Li Yang checked the kill points and put the remaining beast crystal into his spatial bag. Then they went deeper into the cave.
His appearance was no longer that of a naive young man.
The Heavenly King armor now covered his entire body.
He gripped the Azure Dragon Crescent blade tightly in his hand. The alloy throwing knife had been put away because it had consumed too much mental energy. The brightly lit cave was unusually quiet at this moment. Li Yang, who was originally walking on the ground, floated up to 30 centimeters off the ground and slowly moved forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of high-frequency vibrations came from deep within the cave. Li Yang stopped floating, his mind in turmoil, wondering whether he should investigate further.
Tada!
Sounds could also be heard from outside the cave.
It sounded like the footsteps of many people.
Li Yang looked around and felt that he was in a very bad situation in the middle. More than 400 meters away from the cave, Li Yang used his remaining mental energy to sense that 10 people were walking towards him.
The group stopped and waited a few seconds. Ah, who killed my beloved Tianyuan ice cicada?
A loud, piercing scream rang out from the woman. Li Yang wanted to hide, but the surroundings were bright, and there was nowhere to hide at all.
A young man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face kept approaching Li Yang.
Pointing at Li Yang, she shouted, Miss, it's him.
It must have been him who killed Tianyuan Bingley-chan.
Upon hearing the sharp-mouthed youth's words, the 7 people quickly gathered around. They grabbed their weapons and blocked the cave exit.
Tada!
The sound of high heels clicking on the ground continued, and a girl dressed in a white bodysuit, with her hair tied in pigtails and a white cape draped behind her, slowly appeared behind the group.
A 6th-rank female military officer followed closely behind. The girl pushed the 2 apart with both hands, walked up to Li Yang, and pointed at him arrogantly, saying, Tianyuan ice cicada is so cute, how could you kill it? He was so frightened by what he saw that he almost dropped the green dragon crescent blade he was holding. Li Yang wondered to himself, is the Heavenly Yuan ice cicada associated with cuteness? Is there anything wrong with me killing alien beasts normally?
The young girl, Pan Yushir, held her head even higher, her slender waist arched. Once again, he strutted around arrogantly, constantly pawing at Li Yang and saying, I said, Tianyuan Binglai-chan is so cute, how could you kill Chan-chan? Li Yang's expression remained calm, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. Strange beasts are something everyone has the right to kill, so why can't I kill them? Upon hearing Li Yang's reply, Pan Yushir put her hands on her hips and stomped her high heels on the ground. The 7 warriors beside him seemed to have received a command. They surrounded Li Yang, their blood surging, and pointed their weapons at him.
It seemed that upon hearing the attack order, they would launch an attack on Li Yang without hesitation.
The young girl, Pan Yushir, took out a gun, stared at Li Yang, and said loudly, word by word, as the daughter of General Pan from the Qianchuan base military headquarters, I say that Tianyuan Bingley-chan is so cute, she cannot be killed. The military forbids us from killing alien beasts? Li Yang showed no fear upon hearing Pan Yushir's words. Instead, his eyes turned cold, and he asked in an unusually indifferent tone. Pan Yushir pushed away the person in front of her.
He raised the pistol, pointed it at Li Yang's head, head and cocked it. With an arrogant and indignant expression, he said, "Do you think you're more powerful than the military? Who do you think you are?" Looking at the toy-like pistol, Li Yang slowly moved towards Pan Yusher in everyone's eyes. "Stop 50 centimeters from the muzzle of the gun. I am just an unknown soldier of the Federation, doing my best to eliminate alien beasts for Blue Star." With his chest puffed out, Li Yang looked directly at Pan Yusher and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Go to hell." Pan Yusher was provoked by Li Yang's upright and indifferent demeanor and cold attitude. No one had ever spoken to her the opposite of what she was told before, and she became frantic and agitated. At the same time, he pulled the trigger of his pistol, and bullets shot out from the muzzle, heading straight for Li Yang. At the critical moment, a large hand caught the incoming bullet, pinching it between the thumb and forefinger, and a faint warmth emanated from the left hand. Just as he was about to swing the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, he suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. Li Yang snorted coldly, quickly lowered his body, tiptoed on his right leg, and forcefully braced himself with his left hand on the ground. A sweeping leg kick. His long legs kicked Pan Yusher down like a hurricane, and the blade of his right green dragon crescent blade brushed against her neck. He turned his head and looked behind him with murderous intent. The group that was attacking Li Yang saw this. They hastily withdrew their offensive. The attack, which couldn't be retracted in time, was aimed at other positions from the side, for fear that Pan Yusher's life would be in danger. "If you want her dead, get closer." Li Yang slowly stood up, his Azure Dragon Crescent blade trembling slightly. A line of blood appeared on Pan Yusher's fair neck. The sudden change and the pain in her neck made her face turn pale. Li Yang stared down at Pan Yusher with murderous intent in his eyes, as if he were about to end her life at any moment. Sensing Li Yang's intense killing intent, Pan Yusher's eyes welled up with tears, and she hurriedly said, her voice trembling with sobs, "Please, don't hurt me. I'll give you anything you want. Kill Tianyuan Bingley-chan as you please. I'm not angry anymore. My father is a general at the Qianchuan base. If you touch me, you'll regret it. You'll be hunted down endlessly." The others also shouted for Li Yang to stop. The female military officer, a 6th-rank martial artist, unleashed her full aura of power, and a bamboo-green leopard tail spear instantly reached Li Yang's face. It exudes a cool aura that sends chills down your spine. "Don't move." Seeing the leopard tail spear coming straight at him, Li Yang's knife trembled, and blood slowly trickled down Pan Yusher's neck. He shouted coldly. The saliva sprayed onto the face of the 6th-rank female officer. He looked tense and annoyed, and took a step back with his calf. Pan Yusher was forcibly pulled up from the ground by Li Yang, who simultaneously held the Azure Dragon Bay crescent blade to her neck. He said coldly, "I don't care who you are. When you're out in the world, you should control your temper. My knife is for everyone, and I don't care whose daughter you are." After looking around at his subordinates, Li Yang said coldly again, "Beasts and humans are mortal enemies. Being cute cannot stop their death, nor is it a reason for you to shoot me." The tug at his left hand left 2 deep red handprints on his face. The sound of crying rang out, echoing in the brightly lit cave. The 9 people around him looked extremely tense, fearing that Li Yang would do something out of line again. Pan Yusher's face was unusually pale, and the bright red handprint on her face frightened her so much that she dared not utter a word. The female officer said calmly, "Release our young lady, and we can let bygones be bygones, otherwise," but he secretly gestured to the others. As expected of a 6th-rank martial artist, her speaking style and demeanor were completely different from those of her pampered young lady. Upon hearing the female officer's words, the other 8 men all took a step forward in unison, as if her words were the only correct ones. Li Yang's cold expression turned tense as he pulled Pan Yusher's small body towards the cave exit. 9 people, each wielding a different weapon, followed closely behind. Because within Li Yang's 500-meter mental perception range, a 6th-grade Heavenly Origin ice cicada appeared, moving at an extremely fast speed. It seemed that even Li Yang's hair was being blown by the breeze stirred up by the Heavenly Origin ice cicada deep inside the cave. Li Yang's expression became even more tense, as the rank 6 Heavenly Origin ice cicada was steadily approaching. The 6th-rank female officer seemed to have also noticed the unusual situation. The leopard tail spear in his hand was gathering a terrifying aura, and his gaze was firmly fixed on Li Yang. "No, we can't stay in the cave any longer. We have to leave quickly." Li Yang was making plans in his mind, and he also noticed the female soldier's eagerness to gain merit. Just as I was about to throw Pan Yusher out, the female officer attacked Li Yang's shoulder first. The 6th-grade Heavenly Origin ice cicada also appeared in everyone's sight at this moment. Everyone was terrified by the sudden appearance of the strange beast, and even the female officer in the attack frowned deeply. The demonic force of annihilation emanated a terrifying aura in his left palm. With a cold snort, he slammed it down hard against the incoming leopard tail spear. A loud and terrifying collision resounded, and both of them were forced back. Li Yang tossed Pan Yusher, who was next to him, toward the female officer. An ally throwing knife appeared silently, and the shark-mouthed, monkey-faced youth desperately clutched his bleeding neck. Li Yang shot off towards the cave exit, leaving behind a chilling utterance in the air. "Don't mess with me, or that girl will definitely be the one who dies next time." Then he walked away. away. The 6th grade Heavenly Origin Ice Cicada roared behind them. The female officer stopped retreating, reached out and gently took Pan Yusher's gun. Looking down, she saw the leopard-tailed gun quietly shatter, turning into powder that fell and flew away. Tianyuan Binglichan stared blankly, unable to believe the gap between them closing in. With a steely resolve, he gritted his teeth, grabbed a person, and threw them aside. He carried Pan Yusher and quickly headed towards the cave exit. She was fearless against the 6th grade exotic beast, but unfortunately, the weapon in her hand had been taken away by that little thief using some unknown means. In addition, the young lady had just been frightened and it was not advisable to stay on the spot. The best of the 36 stratagems was to flee. A few sharp-eyed people also followed and fled, leaving behind the person who was thrown into the air and the young man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face. Sister Xiaofei, I must kill that person. Pan Yusher was held in the arms of female officer Xiaofei, crying and shouting through gritted teeth. Okay, Yusher, let's leave here first. As Xiaofei left, she comforted her mistress. I never expected to encounter such a troublesome person in the abyss of the Ember Dragon. Disregarding the young lady's status, he acted decisively and ruthlessly, guiding her closer from the moment she was surrounded. He would seize an opportunity to get close and threaten with a knife, and while exchanging blows with himself, he could also spot a strange beast, escape, and kill one person. The most terrifying thing is that, by some unknown means, a 6th grade weapon could be turned into dust. He felt a sense of apprehension towards Li Yang, this 5th rank youth. Ding! Killed a 4th rank martial artist, kill points plus 10. Li Yang heard the prompt in his mind. He scoffed, I hope you won't mess with me again. Li Yang exited the cave. Continue walking down the main road. The main path of the Ember Dragon abyss spirals downwards, its hollowed-out center truly resembling an abyss. Disguised once again as a naive young man, he advanced as discreetly as possible, during which he witnessed a conflict erupting within a group of people. A frail young man was thrown off the main road by the red-haired youth and plunged into an abyss of endless darkness. The cries were melodious, deep, and mournful. As Li Yang passed by them, the red-haired youth leading the group glared at him menacingly. I thought he would make a move, but he was stopped by the people around him. He narrowly escaped death. Otherwise, with his strength as a 4th rank martial artist, he wouldn't have lasted even half a round against Li Yang. A little incident on the road. Li Yang didn't take it to heart and continued walking until he came across a cave about 400 meters in size. The walls at the cave entrance were an intense crimson, as if they had been stained with blood. I walked in with great curiosity. After walking about 200 meters, I saw a few scattered figures, each using their own weapons to chisel at the wall. Knock knock knock. The sounds of weapons clashing against the walls were incessant. As they approached the crowd, before they could even see what was happening, a voice rang out. A bald man wearing tight jeans shouted at Li Yang. Young man, what a coincidence. Are you also here to mine blood flame crystals? Looking over, Wei Longyang was holding a large flute, leaning against the wall and looking at Li Yang. Beside him was a young man with a fair complexion and equally fair skin. The young man's eyes were fixed on the bald-headed Wei Longyang. Wei Longyang had a muscular physique, 8-pack abs, and a bronze complexion, with sweat constantly pouring out. When Li Yang saw the strange young man again, he instinctively wanted to leave, but then awkwardly answered. Wei Longyang beckoned with his hand and called Li Yang over. What's your name, young man? We can dig together. As Li Yang approached, Wei Longyang asked him warmly. After a brief chat, everyone understood the situation and hoped to temporarily form a team in a crowded and chaotic place. The fair-skinned young man was named in June, and he kept looking at Li Yang with a slightly hostile gaze. Carefully sensing the hostility in gazes, Li Yang felt very strange, as if this was the first time he had met him and the second time he had met Wei Longyang. So he inquired about the relationship between Wei Longyang and the other man. I'm his boyfriend. And June glanced at Li Yang with hostility and said with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Li Yang cast a questioning glance at Wei Longjun, only to see him chuckle and nod. Wei Longyang is male, and June is also male. This complex relationship challenged Li Yang's mindset for a time. Although he had doubts in his heart, he said aloud, "You two are such a perfect match. I was blind to your true nature. Please forgive me." After hearing Li Yang's flattering and self-deprecating words, June put away her hostility and snorted coldly. Holding his rapier, he turned and repeatedly rammed it against the blood-red wall. Brother Li Yang, please don't take offense," Wei Longyang said, trying to ease the tension. Li Yang nodded, then took out the Azure Dragon Crescent blade and began striking it against the wall. Later, Li Yang also learned about the effects of blood flame crystal, which can improve a martial artist's blood and chi. It is necessary to grind the blood flame crystal into powder, mix it with water, and then drink it. The darker the color of the blood flame crystal, the stronger its effect. The three of them dug together in the same spot for several hours. Li Yang only obtained 3 pale-colored blood flame crystals the size of eggs, Wei Longyang obtained 10, and June obtained 15, one of which was as big as a palm and was a deep red color. When they dug it up, Anju glanced at Li Yang with disdain, as if to say, "You're no good." Li Yang felt it was time to leave, so he told Wei Longyang that he was going to go deeper into the cave to check the situation. Wei Longyang seemed to
to have thought of something and said with a worried expression,
"Brother Liang, there are many blood flame crystal beasts deep inside the cave."
The blood flame crystal beast has thick hide and tough flesh. It's far beyond the capabilities of ordinary 5th grade martial artists like us.
You must be careful. Liang nodded, indicating that he would be careful.
He then hurriedly left the two of them and headed deeper into the cave.
Watching Liang's departing figure, and June pinched Wei Longyan's exposed waist hard with her hand, and said to him jealously, "Have you taken a liking to that kid? Should I give you to him?"
Wei Longyang quickly waved his hand in rebuttal and rattled off a string of words.
Liang, who caused the argument between the two.
At this point, they had already penetrated more than 3,000 meters into the cave. There was no one in front of them anymore, indicating that they were getting close to the blood flame crystal beast area that Wei Longyang had mentioned. Continue forward 500 meters, and you'll encounter strange beasts within your mental perception range.
Li Yang cautiously moved forward.
The Heavenly King armor transforms, covering the entire body, with 10 ally throwing knives wrapped around the right arm like threads. Each creature is covered in thick, protruding, blood-red scales, with eyes that glow like light bulbs. They are 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, with toes resembling 4 human fingers. The rank is generally 5th grade, with only the young ones at 3rd grade. It should be harder to kill than the blood-warm stone turtle.
Li Yang pondered the more than 300 blood flame crystal beasts deep within the cave.
This time, Li Yang doesn't plan to use his mental power to control the alloy throwing knives entirely, as that would consume too much mental power. He collected the alloy throwing knives, leaving only one with him. A cyan blade shadow appeared in Li Yang's hand. For such a large beast,
Li Yang decided to use an alloy throwing knife to break through the blood flame crystal scale armor's defense.
Then, using their speed advantage, they would kill the enemy with their martial arts skills.
Blood flame crystal beast, here I come.
Li Yang spoke to himself, his figure flashing away.
Under the control of his mental power, Alloy's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, as easily as slicing tofu, it pierced into the body of the blood flame crystal beast it was about to kill. Following closely behind was a dark red figure and a cyan blade of light. Li Yang inserted the azure dragon crescent blade into the wound of the blood flame crystal beast and pulled it forcefully.
The blade clashed against flesh and scales, producing a cracking sound, and a 5th grade blood flame crystal beast fell into Li Yang's hands.
Ding!
Killed a rank 5 exotic beast, blood flame crystal beast, 15 kill points.
If one is 15, then how many are there in total? Over 300.
Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Li Yang muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on a living killing ground. The alloy throwing knives were used in the same way, and the azure dragon crescent blade followed closely behind. With each leap of the dark red figure, a blood flame crystal beast was predicted to fall.
1 every 3 minutes. As he racked up more and more kills, Li Yang also began searching for their weaknesses. Finally, it was discovered that the blood flame crystal beast's eyes were its weakest point. The kill efficiency increased several times over, and notifications for the kill points gained kept ringing out. Ding!
Killed a rank 5 exotic beast, blood flame crystal beast, 15 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 4 exotic beast, blood flame crystal beast, 10 kill points.
Ding!
Killed a rank 5 exotic beast, blood flame crystal beast, 15 kill points.
After 6 hours of fierce fighting,
deep within the cave, not a single blood flame crystal beast survived. The ground was stained bright red with the blood of the blood flame crystal beast.
I gained a total of 4,300 kill points. That was really satisfying.
After reviewing the information and calculating the gains, Li Yang said with delight,
Host, Li Yang, Chi and Blood, 4,000.00 plus.
Mental Strength, 4,000.00 plus.
Kill points, 4,536.69.
Realm, 5th rank martial artist, 5th level mind master. Martial arts, Northern Darkness sky travel technique, tier 3, Dragon Bone blood scripture, tier 2, plus, 9-star technique, tier 2, plus, world destroying demonic force, beginner, comma. There are over 4,500 kill points, and multiple of them can be used to upgrade. Only the Northern Darkness soaring technique and the world destroying demon force require far more than 4,500 killing points, making it difficult to determine the level of the two techniques. Li Yang thought that several thousand or even tens of thousands of kill points would be enough for him to grow to a very high level, but in reality, the kill points he needed far exceeded his imagination.
Get rid of the distracting thoughts in your head. Li Yang collapsed against the wall, exhausted, and hadn't even mined the beast crystal yet. After eating something to restore my energy, Li Yang collected all the beast crystals, a total of 320.
Looking at the blood flame crystal beast's corpse on the ground, Li Yang glanced at the deep red wall, seemingly lost in thought.
A faint layer of world-destroying demonic energy emanated from his left palm. Walk up to the deep red wall and give it a gentle tap. A muffled sound rang out, and a large hole suddenly appeared in the wall.
Various blood flame crystals covered both sides of the hole, deep red and translucent, catching the eye.
So many blood flame crystals?
After spending hours digging outside, he realized that the quality of the seed he was digging for was not as good as the one right in front of him.
Li Yang couldn't help but swear,
thinking that there was no one else around at this moment.
Alloy throwing knives appeared around Li Yang.
Two stars rotated in the telekinetic space, emitting a strange light, precisely controlling each alloy throwing knife. They dug out the blood flame crystal from the large hole.
A deep red blood flame crystal flew into Li Yang's hand. Then the second one, the third one.
420 high-quality blood flame crystals were harvested.
After the large hole was dug, Li Yang's left hand once again emitted the aura of the world-destroying demonic power.
His figure kept flashing in the depths of the cave, and he patted it a total of 20 times. He could use the world-destroying demonic power twice as much if he didn't use it at full power.
Boom 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 boom.
The dull sounds continued to ring out, and one after another, like the large holes that had appeared at the beginning, they came into view.
The 20 large holes emitted a blinding, intensely red crystalline light. Li Yang stared wide-eyed, then turned and scanned the room.
He exhaled a deep breath and muttered to himself intermittently, so many blood flame crystals, I don't want to leave here.
With the appearance of the alloy-throwing knife, Li Yang continued his great undertaking of mining blood flame crystals.
When I got tired, I would rest, take something to eat to fill my stomach, and continue after I regained my energy. Deep within this cave, Li Yang forcefully broke through the surrounding walls, expanding the overall diameter by 3 meters. He dug for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. There were still some dark-colored spots on the wall, but he couldn't be bothered to touch them. He had already thrown the 3 egg-sized blood flame crystals at the beast's corpse. He harvested 16,536 blood flame crystals this time, the largest of which was 1 meter long and 80 centimeters wide, and many were the size of a football. If Guan Shishua hadn't given him some spatial bags before they parted ways, he wouldn't have been able to fill them all. A pale blue projection of a child named Moro appeared, chuckling.
Li Yang looked at it without speaking.
This was the first time he had heard Moro act so strangely.
He wondered what it wanted to do. Li Yang, do you still remember our agreement? Moro shook his little blue head and said softly. Li Yang's memories flipped rapidly through the pages of his mind. The agreement with Mo Luo?
Seeing that Li Yang was still thinking and didn't speak, Mo Luo gently pointed to Li Yang's left hand, still chuckling.
Li Yang raised his left hand and looked at it.
Suddenly realizing something, he raised his head and finally remembered that when Mo Luo passed on the world-destroying demonic power to him, they had made an agreement.
You wouldn't, Li Yang exclaimed in disbelief.
You guessed right, I need your blood flame crystal, I need the energy inside.
Moro chuckled as he spoke. Li Yang's heart was filled with emotion.
He had worked hard for 3 days and 3 nights to dig out the blood flame crystal.
Was he really going to give it away in the blink of an eye?
I could hardly believe my ears.
Don't worry, I won't give up.
Mo Luo was also a little afraid that Li Yang wouldn't give it to him, so he chuckled and comforted him.
Li Yang is truly helpless. A promise made cannot be broken, and besides, the power of the world-destroying demon force is terrifying.
I only learned a little bit of the basics, the rest of the techniques were firmly in Mo Luo's hands.
No matter how many blood flame crystals I had, I couldn't buy the world-destroying demon force. Li Yang drawled in agreement. In an instant, countless blood flame crystals flew out of Li Yang's spatial bag.
Moro emitted countless pale blue rays of light, and the blood flame crystals, drawn by these rays, shrank in size and converged onto the AI. With a flick of his little hand, Moro caused all the blood flame crystals to disappear, and its projection also vanished from the AI.
Li Yang checked the spatial bag. 36 blood flame crystals appeared in view. Li Yang called out Mo Luo's name, his voice a mixture of anger, helplessness, and disappointment. Boom!
The sound echoed long and deep within the cave. To everyone's surprise, when Moro said he wouldn't finish, he meant he was leaving him with the remaining 36. This time, aside from the killing points, everything else was just working for them for free.
Li Yang walked slowly toward the cave exit, feeling depressed.
The red-haired youth smiled respectfully, then pointed at Wei Longyang and Injun, and said loudly,
Miss Pan, that person is definitely related to the two of them.
That person walked past me, then entered this cave, and mined snowflame crystals with the two of them. I could see it very clearly from behind. Pan Yushir nodded slightly and waved gently.
Upon hearing this, Pan Yushir's remaining 6 underlings surrounded Wei Longyang and Injun.
Accompanied by Xiao Fei, she slowly walked up to the two of them, her delicate index finger waving gently. The two were unable to move under Xiao Fei's pressure and were held up by their arms by her 4 henchmen. Pan Yushir had 3 layers of white gauze wrapped around her neck.
Tada!
The high heels clicked again as she walked forward, but Xiao Fei, worried about the danger, stopped her.
She wisely stopped as well. He asked the 2 men, where did the people who were mining blood flame crystals with you go?
A sullen-looking young man was walking towards them from inside the cave. Wei Longyang said with a wry smile, Miss, he was definitely with us just now, but we really don't know where he went after that. Upon hearing this answer, Pan Yushir's face, marked by 2 handprints, turned unusually cold, and she snorted coldly. Then, pointing to the fair-skinned Injun, he said, Is what he said true? I'm warning you, don't lie, or you won't be able to afford the consequences. Looking at Pan Yushir's arrogant demeanor, Injun realized that questioning Wei Longyang wasn't enough, and now she was being asked to confirm it as well. He raised his chin, turned his head to look aside, and responded with a cold snort. short. Upon seeing this, Pan Yusher's eyes filled with gloom. He said coldly to Xiao Fei, "Sister Xiao Fei, kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Fei, dressed in military uniform, clenched her fist and attacked Injun, striking him in the chest with lightning speed. Turning his head to look at Injun, he sensed danger approaching. I instinctively looked back. All that could be seen was a small, dangerous fist. As the figure approached, before he could even stop it, Xiao Fei's fist had already slammed into his chest. Wei Longyang heard the girl's words and also noticed Xiao Fei's actions. He struggled to break free from the restraints around him, and with a powerful leap, he jumped towards Injun, hoping to use his body to block Xiao Fei's fist. As Xiao Fei threw her punch, she looked at Wei Longyang's struggle with disdain. When Wei Longyang jumped over, he was only a body length away from the fist before falling to the ground. The sound of flesh being impacted, and a few drops of blood fell onto his cheek. Looking up in disbelief, he saw that Injun's mouth was full of blood, and his chest seemed to have collapsed. Injun smiled and looked down at Wei Longyang. My abdomen suddenly contracted, and I felt an discomfort inside my body, as if something was about to burst out. Injun's mouth bulged rapidly, his body trembled, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Wei Longyang's eyes went blank, his face covered with drops of blood that Injun had spat out. He watched as Injun slid down helplessly, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Longyang, I can't stay with you. Injun was on the verge of death, coughing up blood, tears welling in her eyes, gazing affectionately at Wei Longyang on the ground. Xiao Fei looked at the two of them speechlessly, then retreated to Pan Yusher's side. Wei Longyang couldn't believe his eyes and pounded the ground with his fists, shouting. The sound reached Li Yang's ears as he slowly approached. Li Yang muttered to himself in confusion, did Wei Longyang have a fight with Injun? Why is he shouting so loudly? His mental energy swept towards the cave exit. A few people I was somewhat familiar with seemed to be within my perception range. It emitted a chilling aura and shot towards the cave exit. Injun, don't die. I'll fight you all to the death. A murderous intent arose in Wei Longyang's body. Seeing his loved ones fall in front of him, coughing up blood and about to die, he could no longer hold back and stood up, roaring. Pan Yusher rushed towards the culprit. Before he could even get close, Xiao Fei kicked him against the wall. The strength of a 5th-grade martial artist was no match for Xiao Fei's 6th-grade strength. As Li Yang rapidly approached them, witnessing Wei Longyang being kicked away by Xiao Fei, a metal-throwing knife suddenly appeared beside him. It shot towards Xiao Fei like an arrow. Sensing danger, Xiao Fei hurriedly pulled Pan Yusher away from their original position. The alloy-throwing knife grazed his arm, leaving a wound, before hurtling away into the distance. Under Li Yang's control, the alloy-throwing knife turned and attacked her. Xiao Fei looked down at the wound on her arm, then pulled Pan Yusher over and jumped to the other side. I told you not to mess with me again. Li Yang's icy words appeared even faster than his figure. Xiao Fei stared intently as the alloy-throwing knife returned, and from the direction the voice came from, she saw the dark red figure of a young man appear in her field of vision. He walked up to Wei Longyang. He helped her to the lifeless Injun, and Wei Longyang staggered as he carried her in his arms. Li Yang could guess that the two of them must have been implicated by him to have ended up in this situation. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, his gaze fierce and menacing, looking at Pan Yusher, who was being protected by Xiao Fei. Li Yang took out the Azure Dragon crescent blade with its cyan patterns, raised it, and held it horizontally across his arm, his eyes fixed on a dead man. He said slowly, this time, you're definitely the one who'll die. Pan Yusher was completely terrified by Li Yang's fierce appearance. She did remember what Li Yang said when he left, but because Xiao Fei was by her side and she knew that Li Yang was only a 5th-grade martial artist, she guessed that he left because he was afraid of them, so she didn't take his words to heart. We continued searching along the main road. Finally, they encountered the red-haired youth and found the cave based on his description. Although he drove one of his friends to his death, Pan Yusher did not feel that anything was wrong. At this moment, with the menacing young man radiating murderous intent and focusing on her, she began to panic. Xiao Fei looked at Li Yang with apprehension, put her hand on Pan Yusher, and patted her back to reassure her. He stood up and stood in front of Pan Yusher. Having no spare weapons, he had no choice but to take out a wooden gun that he used for daily practice. With a warning look in his eyes, he said to Li Yang, your 5th-rank strength is indeed impressive. If you want to kill her, you'll have to get past me first. Her response was Li Yang's explosive figure shooting towards her. Bang 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 bang. A cyan blade flashed in front of Xiao Fei, while the wooden spear swayed left and right in her hand as she retreated continuously. After the wooden spear withstood 4 blade strikes, Li Yang cleaved it into 5 pieces. The sound of the 4 pieces of wooden spear falling to the ground was clearly audible. Xiao Fei glanced at the half-broken wooden spear, threw it at Li Yang, and then punched him in the chest with her right fist. Li Yang deflected the half-splittered wooden spear that was shooting towards him, and then met Xiao Fei's fist with his left palm. The two stood facing each other. Hands and fists touched, and Li Yang's eyes flickered slightly. He transformed his palm into a claw, grabbed Xiao Fei's fist, pulled it backward, and kicked her abdomen with his right leg like a sharp weapon. Seeing this, Xiao Fei's expression turned serious. She lightly touched the ground with her small feet, turned
turned over, withdrew her fist that had been clenched, and landed behind Li Yang. Just as they were about to launch another attack, Li Yang was already beside Pan Yusher, his large hand gripping her neck, lifting her 50 centimeters off the ground, and then he turned to face Xiao Fei. Suspended in midair, Pan Yusher was breathing rapidly, her face flushed, and she kept trying to pry open Li Yang's strong arms with both hands. 2 more crisp slaps followed. The handprint struck Pan Yusher's face, overlapping with the previous one, making the palm print particularly clear. "Put Miss Pan down, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Seeing that Miss Xiao was being seized by Li Yang and slapped in the face, Xiao Fei shouted coldly. Li Yang did not listen. Instead, the hand gripping his neck tightened its grip. Pan Yusher's breathing became more and more rapid, and her little hands started pawing at the ground even faster. Xiao Fei's expression was extremely solemn. She gathered her chi and blood power into her fist and attacked Li Yang again. Hopefully, this will give Miss a chance to catch her breath, and perhaps even rescue Pan Yusher from Li Yang's clutches. As a 6th rank expert going all out, Xiao Fei was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was about to reach Li Yang's side. Li Yang, holding Pan Yusher who was suspended in midair, moved her in front of him. In her haste, Xiao Fei used her other hand to grab the ground and her toes to pierce the earth, hoping to stop herself from falling. A 5-finger scratch in a shallow groove appeared behind him, and the fist stopped half a meter away from Pan Yusher. After Li Yang increased the strength in his hand, he gently squeezed. Pan Yusher was thrown in front of Xiao Fei as if she were trash. He looked at Xiao Fei with disdain and said casually, "I've let it go." When Xiao Fei saw Li Yang twist Pan Yusher's neck, she instinctively reached out to stop him. He staggered over and quickly caught Pan Yusher, who had been thrown into the air. After picking him up, I looked down. Pan Yusher rolled her eyes lifelessly, her face turning from flushed to pale. He leaned in close and tried to hear her heartbeat. It was as if there was no sound in a silent valley. Xiao Fei's expression turned panicked. General Pan had ordered her to protect Pan Yusher's safety, but she never expected that she would die in the cave of the Ember Dragon Abyss after entering the cave. Ha ha! Wei Longyang was holding in June and smiling. Seemingly because the culprit had been punished by Li Yang, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You will pay a heavy price for your actions." A chilling aura emanated from Xiao Fei as she coldly spoke. With his eyes fixed on Li Yang, he took out a rusty iron spear from his spatial bag. She had originally planned to never use her family heirloom weapon, but now she couldn't care less about those family rules. "If they can't kill Li Yang, if I return to the Qianchuan base, I will absolutely not be able to withstand General Pan's wrath." General Pan's most beloved daughter, who was protected by her, still died tragically. "My fate will be even worse than Pan Yusher's." Xiaoyun Divine Spear Technique. Xiao Fei swung the rusty iron spear. Sparks flew from the friction against the ground, heading straight for Li Yang's head like a snake. Knowing the power of a 6th-grade martial artist, and seeing the iron spear that suddenly appeared, Li Yang's expression turned serious. The body's chi and blood converge in the left hand. World-destroying demonic force. With powerful force amplified by demonic energy, it slammed down hard on the rapidly approaching spearhead. It felt as if my palm had struck hard divine iron. My left hand, which had been tempered by the world-destroying demonic energy, felt a tingling pain. Xiao Fei felt as if the tip of Xiaoyun's spear had been struck by a tremendous force, and it suddenly tilted to the other side. Neither side gained any advantage. "You're really something. You actually dared to clash with a weapon comparable to S-grade alloy using only your bare hands. Luckily you have the world-destroying demon force, or your hands would be ruined." Moro's voice echoed in Li Yang's mind. Just now, when Li Yang clashed with him, Mo Luo was drawn to the scene. After observing for a while, he discovered the secret of Xiaoyun's divine spear. Li Yang blamed it for not saying so sooner. He still gathered his strength and struck at the Xiaoyun spear that attacked again, his palm turning slightly red as he felt waves of intense pain. The recoil force transmitted from Xiaoyun's divine spear. Xiao Fei's expression grew increasingly solemn. The young man before her seemed to possess an indestructible will, and this time he was striking with a domineering palm. She was well aware of the power of the Xiaoyun spear. None of the people she had seen before had ever survived. Moreover, using the Xiaoyun spear consumes a great deal of chi and blood. Feeling the power within his body, he thought, "What should I do? If I can't kill him, I'll only die if I go back. The power within me is enough to fight him for at most 3 rounds." Li Yang didn't care what she was thinking. Taking the initiative to defend himself was no problem. Offense is the most effective form of defense. The dragon bone blood meridian circulated violently at its 2nd level, increasing the power of his blood and chi throughout his body. A dark, black hand slapped towards Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei felt the little power left in her body, so she withdrew some of it, gripped both ends of the Xiaoyun spear with both hands, and pushed upwards to block the dark palm that was about to strike. An even greater force than before sent Xiao Fei and her Xiaoyun spear flying more than 30 meters. Despair washed over Xiao Fei. She couldn't possibly defeat, let alone kill, that boy who was like a god of war. Despite feeling powerless, Xiao Fei stubbornly maintained her fighting stance. Li Yang stood still, feeling that the strength of a 6th-grade expert was comparable to his own, and thinking about what had happened 2 years ago, as well as the weapon that Mo Luo had mentioned that was comparable to an S-grade alloy. He had the idea of subduing Xiao Fei. The 2 stars in the telekinetic space trembled violently. 10 alloy throwing knives were wrapped around Li Yang's body. Dong dong dong.
The demonic force of annihilation fully covered his left palm, while the Azure Dragon Crescent blade was tightly gripped in his right hand.
He then raised his footwork to initiate the Northern Darkness soaring technique. An invincible aura emanated from Li Yang, and his figure suddenly burst forth.
Despite hearing the young war god shout the word die, Xiao Fei, her eyes brimming with the will to survive, still chose to fight him. Shoyun's spear was held in her hands, her heels pressed together, and her feet spread apart in a V-shape. She spun around, and the Shoyun spear followed suit, growing faster and faster, like a horizontal tornado, rushing towards Li Yang, who was coming from the opposite direction. The divine thorn pierced Xiao Fei's mind, but Xiao Fei gritted her teeth and persevered, continuing to unleash her martial arts skills. The 10 alloy throwing knives formed a spiraling thread that struck Shoyun's spear with a series of thuds, shattering its martial skill. Shinshio Wind. With his left hand, imbued with the power of a world-destroying demon, he slapped Shoyun's spear away, sending it flying straight into the wall inside the cave. His Azure Dragon Crescent blade, aimed at Xiao Fei, stopped 3 centimeters in front of the towering peak to the left of his body. Li Yang's imposing aura and radiating spiritual power succinctly issued a test of the soul. Submit or die. Xiao Fei stood there without answering immediately, her eyes revealing a conflicted expression. She thought she was going to die when the blue blade appeared, but unexpectedly, the boy's blade stopped in front of his heart, and the terrifying aura emanating from him demanded that he submit to him. Driven by an instinctive will to survive, she wanted to submit. She rolled her eyes and saw that only a few people remained in the group. As if understanding her thoughts, the 10 alloy throwing knives darted through the cave, their screams echoing throughout. In the end, only the boy, her, and the disheartened Wei Longyang remained.
Count down to the last 3. If you haven't made a choice, then die. After Li Yang finished dealing with the miscellaneous fish in the cave, he issued an ultimatum to Xiao Fei.
The Azure Dragon Crescent blade moved forward, its tip already touching Xiao Fei's clothes. Any further and
I surrender. I choose to surrender.
Xiao Fei felt the knife tip pressed against her chest and shouted loudly.
Li Yang put the Azure Dragon Crescent blade back into his spatial bag.
Xiao Fei collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. She had almost died at the hands of the boy. Introduce yourself, Li Yang said coldly to Xiao Fei, standing condescendingly.
My name is Xiao Fei.
I am a major in the military headquarters of Qianchuan Base, a 6th-rank martial artist.
My measurements are.
Li Yang quickly interrupted him. Stop.
I didn't want to know that many details. I thought to myself, this Xiao Fei is probably called Xiao Fei, right?
I told her to rest where she was and recover from her injuries, and then I walked toward Wei Longyang.
He comforted the heartbroken Wei Longyang, saying things like how many people can't be brought back to life and that we should live well.
Finally, Wei Longyang put in Jun's body into his spatial bag, bid farewell to Li Yang, and said that he would take in Jun to his hometown for burial.
And Jun had never been to his hometown before.
Watching the dejected young man slowly head towards the cave exit,
Li Yang didn't know how to express himself, so he sighed deeply in frustration. He came to Xiao Fei's side. Why did a military major end up working as a bodyguard?
Li Yang asked Xiao Fei about her position as a major in the military headquarters of Qianchuan Base, with great confusion.
Many things in the Qianchuan Base military are based on nepotism.
Without connections, even with martial arts skills, it's difficult to achieve anything.
That's why Xiao Fei looked ashamed and said, I am a dignified 6th-rank martial arts expert.
In many places, he would definitely be doing better than at the Qianchuan Base, all because he wanted to contribute to his hometown. Having come this far step by step, I feel like I've brought this trouble upon myself.
It's better not to stay at that kind of base. Just follow me closely from now on.
As Li Yang spoke, he took out 6 football-sized blood flame crystals from his spatial bag, flew them toward Xiao Fei's face, and then slowly landed in front of her.
If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass.
Li Yang understood this principle. After all, he had just beaten her up and even almost stabbed her with his green dragon crescent blade. Looking at the blood flame crystal that flew towards her, Xiao Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. The item was about the size of a football and worth at least 1 billion credits, yet the owner gave it to her so cleanly and efficiently. Moreover, he used a bizarre method of controlling the flying knives to bring the blood flame crystal to his side. He asked with great curiosity, Master, how do you manage to make the throwing knives and blood flame crystal fly?
Li Yang's lips curled slightly. It's just a little trick, Master Nian. Do you understand? My name is Li Yang. You can call me by my name or call me boss.
Xiao Fei opened her cherry-like mouth, widened her eyes, stood up and shouted loudly, Boss, you are that young mind master who's been so popular in the Federation lately?
Li Yang controlled the surrounding pebbles to fly 1 meter high.
With a gentle wave of the fingers, small stones rained down, and he humbly said, genuine product, no doubt about it.
Xiao Fei's eyes gleamed with golden light.
She had completely forgotten that the two of them had just been opponents. She was deeply fascinated by Li Yang's formidable strength. The expensive blood flame crystal potential and his status as a popular young mind master.
A firm idea formed in my mind. I will strive to follow Li Yang and make a name for myself in the Federation in the future. Boss, do you need a girlfriend?
I'm only 30 years old this year, Xiao Fei asked him with extreme enthusiasm as she moved closer to him.
Invisible black lines spread across Li Yang's forehead.
He hurriedly opened his palms to stop Xiao Fei from getting closer and began to instill his personal beliefs. Determined to become a stronger martial arts master, a strong person does not need love. Various inspirational and encouraging words flowed continuously from Li Yang's mind, which had witnessed his 2 lifetimes, and were directed at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, with her simple mind.
He nodded repeatedly in agreement after hearing what Li Yang said. Thus, the top member of Li Yang's faction has emerged.
In order to help Xiao Fei recover from her injuries, he even took her deep into the cave, into the area of the blood flame crystal beast. They took out the ingredients they had found from Xiao Fei's former teammates. Cook her a delicious and unforgettable feast. She even let out her little black dog to play with her. As Xiao Fei ate the delicious food prepared by her boss, Li Yang, she felt that all the food she had eaten before was garbage, and she had long forgotten about being beaten up by Li Yang. The little black dog rubbed against her calf. Li Yang seriously doubted Xiao Hei's true character. From Guan Shishue to Xiao Fei, he felt that Xiao Hei was more popular than Li Yang.
Am I not as good as Xiao Hei?
Li Yang muttered, staring at Xiao Hei rubbing his beautiful legs. Woof woof woof. Seemingly noticing Li Yang's strange gaze, Little Black rubbed against Xiao Fei's beautiful legs, shaking its little head and meowing at Li Yang. When Li Yang saw Xiao Hei barking at him, he quickly shook his head to clear his mind.
How could he compare himself to a dog? If Xiao Hei knew Li Yang's thoughts and could speak, they would definitely bark and say, I'm better than you.
Li Yang ignored them, focusing on his food while his mind raced with thoughts.
Actually, the last time I returned to the Cheng base from the machine base.
As Father Li Fu recounted, an idea came to him when they moved to a different base. After accompanying Guan Shishue to the Beijing base, his resolve became even stronger. One day he will establish his own city base, making it the Federation's 9th human base, and perhaps even surpassing the previous 8.
It will become the #1 city base in the Federation.
It can protect family members from threats and harm.
It can protect humans from being slaughtered by alien beasts.
To ensure everyone can live safely, happily, and joyfully within the city base, the first step is to build up our own power, create a massive and powerful team, and crush Fong Wenbin of the Fong family in the capital 2 years from now. Then, step by step, we can realize our ideas.
Boss, what are you thinking about? You looked so handsome when you were thinking just now.
Xiao Fei chewed something and looked in Li Yang's direction, asking a question. Li Yang smiled, paused for a moment, and then slowly said,
Do you believe that in the future there will be a city base where people can live safely and happily, free from nepotism and threats from alien beasts?
This question seemed to stump Xiao Fei, and she stopped chewing. His eyes darted left and right, pondering Li Yang's question and his own inner thoughts. After a while, Xiao Fei reached out and stroked the little black dog rubbing against her leg, slowly chewing on it, her eyes filled with longing, her cherry lips slightly parted.
He said to Li Yang, Boss, I believe it will happen. Li Yang nodded in agreement.
He put Xiao Hei back into his storage bag, not worried that Xiao Fei would find out about his ability to collect living creatures, and led Xiao Fei out of the cave. When passing by Pan Yusher's body, Xiao Fei asked Li Yang to help bury her in the cave. Because it was a trivial matter, Li Yang did not refuse and slapped Pan Yusher so hard that it left a hole in her grave. Observing Xiao Fei from multiple perspectives,
Li Yang felt that winning over Xiao Fei was his clearest choice.
Continuing along the main path of the Ember Dragon Abyss, after walking for 20 minutes, there was a commotion ahead, as if something unusual was happening. Li Yang's Heavenly King armor transformed back into his naive and impulsive form, while Xiao Fei, no longer dressed in her officer's uniform, appeared once more.
Now I finally understand why the boss made us change our clothes.
He thought to himself, what a classic case of playing dumb to fool the enemy.
More than 100 people were gathered in front.
As Li Yang and Xiao Fei slowly approached, they could clearly see the crowd. The group of over 100 people was vaguely composed of people from 4 different directions. One side is dressed in a white ancient robe, with their hair tied up in a bun at the back, and carrying an exquisite longsword on their back. He was dressed entirely in black, with a black cloth tied around his head, and his eyes gleamed with a chilling light. There were also women dressed in various gauze dresses, with unique hairpins inserted at the back of their hair, and graceful figures. Scattered lone travelers also formed a group around them.
What are they planning to do by standing around like that?
Li Yang asked, puzzled, after observing the situation of the crowd. Xiao Fei, standing beside him, stared at her boss as if he were a fool.
What kind of look is that? Can't I say I don't know?
Sensing the strange look from his top subordinate, Li Yang pretended to scratch his forehead awkwardly. Xiao Fei had no choice but to give Li Yang a basic introduction to the Federation, explaining the specific circumstances of the population. Those carrying swords on their backs are the people of Divine Sword Valley. Everyone in the valley practices swordsmanship, regards the sword as the most revered, and possesses formidable offensive power.
The one in black is from the Xintian sect, which prides itself on being a prestigious and righteous sect. However, they are extremely skilled at poisoning, and the entire sect cultivates the 100 Tribulation's poisonous body, often using close-quarters combat to unleash their poisonous attacks. A group of beautiful and charming women, known as the Xiannu men, communicate with each other through their hearts and govern with their emotions. They possess unique movement techniques and are skilled in musical arts. The others are loners like us. Xiao Fei explained it to him. This was the first time Li Yang had ever heard of the existence of sects within the Federation, which broadened his understanding of the world. How strong are they? Li Yang couldn't help but ask. Our martial arts realm and the classification of exotic beasts both originate from the ancient sect's inheritance system, so our strength is naturally quite formidable. Xiao Fei continued to explain things to her boss slowly, but in her heart she thought, of course I can't compare to you. It wasn't said. In order to better promote education, the federal government deliberately conceals the affiliation of certain schools of thought when disseminating certain knowledge. The federal government and military are having a major headache because members of the sect do not fully comply with federal regulations. This is the knowledge that Li Yang, a high school dropout, did not have access to. After clearly knowing who they were, Li Yang, looking rather naive, led Xiao Fei toward the lone traveler. In the crowd, a man in black coldly said, "Junior Sister Aya, you should not get involved. We want a fight against Divine Sword Valley." This was clearly advice given to a member of the Xiannu faction. Before anyone from the Xiannu sect could respond, a young man, upright and incorruptible, spoke from among the crowd of people carrying long swords. "Xiantian sect wants to compete with us? You need to go back and practice your poisonous techniques." Upon hearing this, everyone from Divine Sword Valley nodded in agreement. A voice also rose from the Xiannu sect. The Xiantian sect is a bunch of people who only know how to attack from behind and use vicious tricks. Do you think you can make us give up the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit just because of one sentence from you, Gubei? The lone wolves finally understood why the three major forces had gathered here. So it's the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit. A 5th grade martial artist can advance 1 grade by consuming one of these pills. Such a precious treasure, we must also try to win it. The brief exchange between the three parties ignited the crowd of lone travelers, who all revealed greedy eyes. Look towards the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit tree in the center of the crowd. It was a tree 2 meters tall, with a trunk and branches that were bright red, even the leaves were red, and 5 slightly red fruits hung on the branches. It was clearly the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit they were talking about. The 5 Blood Yang Spirit Fruits were shaped like apples, about the size of a palm, and emitted an enticing fruity aroma. The 5 fruits hanging from the Blood Sun Spirit tree were gradually deepening in color, indicating that they were slowly ripening. Among the many women of the Xiannu sect, a sweet-looking girl at the 5th grade cultivation level, holding a long flute, gazed solemnly at the Blood Sun fruit tree. She said to a senior female student beside her with concern, "Senior sister, there are too few of us this time. I wonder if we can manage to snatch one for the Holy Maiden." The senior sister beside her shook her head with little confidence and said, "I don't know. I didn't expect the Xiantian sect to send Gubei, a 5th rank expert, this time. Let's try our best." Upon hearing this, Aya gripped the flute tightly with both hands and nodded. Among the Xiantian sect members, everyone was talking about it. A man with a festering sore on his face, a hunched back, and a fawning expression said to Gubei, "Senior brother Gubei, when we leave later, should we ambush those women from the Xiannu sect?" Gubei slapped his junior brother, who had a boil, to the side of his head and said coldly, "You can do whatever you want with the others, but junior sister Aya is mine." Junior brother Poisonous Sores and the other fellow disciples quickly nodded in agreement. They dared not offend Gubei in the slightest, knowing that Gubei was notoriously ruthless in the Xiantian sect and was the most vicious in dealing with both enemies and his own people. His patron, the holy son of the Xiantian sect, has always been very protective of him. In contrast, the sword-wielding disciples of Divine Sword Valley remained calm and composed, appearing confident and assured. "I'm not worried about anything happening, because their senior brother Hua Xiong of Divine Sword Valley is well known for his strength at the 6th rank, and he carries the strongest sword of Divine Sword Valley on his back, the Divine Rainbow Sword." Li Yang joined the crowd. They discovered that the Lone Wolves also had a 6th rank martial artist as their leader. Standing tall in the crowd with his powerful physique, Zheng Chaotong said in a hoarse voice, "When the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit ripens, you can all rush in with me, and we'll definitely be able to snatch one." Everyone else nodded in agreement, but Li Yang and Xiao Fei frowned. Xiao Fei's hair brushed against Li Yang's neck, and she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Boss, I think it's safer for us to rely on ourselves." Xiao Fei knew that Li Yang had overheard the crowd's discussion. His eyes gleamed with greed as he scanned the surrounding crowd. Having already set his sights on the Blood Yang Spirit Fruit, as the boss's top subordinate, he felt obligated to offer advice and demonstrate his due role. Hey, Li Yang didn't express his own thoughts, but just chuckled and agreed with what Xiao Fei said. To snatch one of the 5 Blood Sun Spirit Fruits from among a large crowd is not something that can be done by strength alone. If everyone on the field attacks together, even a 6th rank expert would probably perish here. The best strategy is to wait for the the opportune moment and seek out the best opportunity. Li Yang silently made plans in his mind. Gubei stared fiercely at the Blood Sun Spirit Tree, his heart filled with a chilling thought. If I manage to seize the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit and offer it to the Holy Sun, then my 100 tribulations poisonous body can reach an even higher level. Everyone on the field, they all seemed to have their own little schemes, just waiting for the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit to ripen. Li Yang subtly extended his mental energy outwards, sensing the nutrients from the spiritual young tree continuously gathering on the fruit. The large hand gently pulled Xiao Fei's head. Xiao Fei suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, her whole body trembling. A bad thought popped into her mind. Did the boss want to? Li Yang's magnetic voice was like a gentle tickle. The following message rang in Xiao Fei's reddened ears. Wait a minute. The color of the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit continued to deepen. It drew everyone's attention, making them stare intently. Some people craned their necks in anticipation, some took out their weapons, and others moved their feet. The members of the three major forces each occupied a position 10 meters away from the Blood Sun Spirit Tree, facing one direction. Zheng Chao's imposing figure led the others to occupy the remaining directions. A rich, fruity aroma filled the air, and the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit was an exceptionally bright, red color. A figure dressed in a purple gauze robe appeared beneath a Blood Sun Spirit Fruit with graceful steps, like a goddess descending to earth, and extended her slender, fair hand. Stop right there. The Blood Sun Spirit Fruit is mine. You bitch, let go of my Blood Sun Spirit Fruit, or I'll kill you. You want to steal my things, Gubei? Aya, you're so naive. Unexpectedly, the Xian Nu faction struck first, seizing the initiative by using the rainbow feather dance footwork. Everyone was eager to wait, fearing that if they waited any longer they would only be able to pick leaves. Zheng Chao, with his burly body slightly crouched, stomped his feet on the ground and leaped high towards the Blood Spirit Fruit like a maddened bear. Seeing this, Gubei also used his sex movement technique, instantly appearing 5 meters away, staring at him with a cold gaze. Junior brother Gubei, whose face was covered in sores, followed closely behind. Everyone rushed forward. More than 100 people were delayed in reacting and missed their chance. 20 or 30 people watched helplessly as 100 or so people unleashed their various movement techniques and skills, plunging the scene into chaos. The young man in white robes carrying a sword exuded the aura of a 6th-rank official, pressing down on everyone present. Suddenly, everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, except for one dark red figure who remained unaffected. Hua Xiong, like a hero making his entrance, leaped into the air, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and slowly said, "My divine sword valley possesses one Blood Sun Spirit Fruit." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light shot out from his position, and a bright red, incredibly fragrant Blood Sun Spirit Fruit quietly fell to the ground. His figure shot straight like a flying sword, and Hua Xiong caught the falling Blood Sun Spirit Fruit steadily. At this moment, Aya from the Xian Nu faction also picked one into her hand. Only 3 Blood Sun Spirit Fruits remained on the tree, hanging from the branches. Zheng Chao, who had the advantage in size, also got one, chuckled, and dodged left and right, escaping the crowd. Gubei, who had already reached the tree, reached out to pick a fruit. A large hand with dark red armor appeared beside him, snatched the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit before it could even be seen clearly, and darted into the crowd. Die! How dare you steal my Blood Sun Spirit Fruit? His pitch-black hands opened into palms, rotating as they swirled. Wisps of black poisonous mist rapidly spread from his sleeves, causing several martial artists nearby to have their clothes torn by the mist, their flesh corroded, and they screamed in agony. Then he picked the remaining Blood Sun Spirit Fruit. However, he did not stop releasing the poisonous mist. His cold eyes blazed with fury. It seemed that only by poisoning everyone present could he relieve the frustration of having his fruit stolen. Aya looked at the crazed Xiantian sect Gubei under the Blood Sun Spirit Tree, and retreated with her senior and junior sisters, cursing inwardly. The others also moved away from where they were. More than 100 people scattered with a roar, leaving only the people from the Xiantian sect and a few lone travelers who had been poisoned to death by Gubei. Hua Xiong retreated behind the disciples of Divine Sword Valley, keeping pace with them. Looking at the innocent people who had been poisoned to death, he recalled his master's words, "Never trust any disciple of the Xiantian sect." He felt as if his master's warning words were vividly unfolding before his eyes. Others also avoided it. Some even shouted, "The Xiantian sect claims to be a prestigious and righteous sect, but they all resort to underhanded methods." Gubei's figure flashed within the poisonous fog. Appearing before the man in the blink of an eye, Gubei grabbed him by the neck and said coldly, "My Xiantian sect uses underhanded methods?" The man was pale and pleaded for mercy with eyes full of fear. Then Gubei grabbed the man's neck and remained unmoved, took out a black pill, punched the man in the abdomen, pinched the man's mouth and threw in the black pill. He grabbed the man by the collar and threw him out like a dead dog. His tone was unusually cold as he said, "You cannot tarnish the reputation of my Xiantian sect. This 7-day heart-eating pill is your punishment." The man, filled with pain and pitifully begged Gubei for mercy, saying that the 7-day heart-eating pill would continue to cause him suffering until the 7th day when he bled from all 7 orifices and his heart ruptured, causing him to die. After calling to his junior brother,
who was suffering from poisonous sores, Gubei headed towards the spot where the Xian Nu sect had left. Zhang Chao picked the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit and headed straight for the exit of the Ember Dragon Abyss. He planned to auction it off at a capital city auction house in exchange for cultivation resources for the rest of his life. Humming a little tune, I walked with light steps. Zhang Chao suddenly felt a pat on the shoulder. He turned around and saw a woman swinging a huge fist at his forehead. "You!" Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed like a tree, falling over and fainted. Xiaofei took Zhang Chao's spatial pouch, and before leaving, she kicked him on the forehead and said disdainfully, "Pa, what's the use of being so big?" She not only stole the items but also mocked them. Xiaofei didn't know if this was her natural personality or if she was influenced by her boss, Li Yang. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place, heading towards Li Yang's location. After Li Yang snatched the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit from Gubei, he ran to the place he had arranged to meet Xiaofei, took out the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit and examined it closely. He could clearly feel a tremendous power contained within the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit. No wonder everyone wants to snatch it. One can't help but marvel at the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit, which holds a fatal allure for martial artists. Sensing someone approaching, Li Yang was about to put it away when he realized it was Xiaofei. Xiaofei slowly approached, looking at the Blood Sun Spirit Fruit in Li Yang's hand. Swaying her body, the mature woman exuded a unique charm, and with a flirtatious glance, she said to Li Yang, "Boss, you're really amazing. You managed to snag a Blood Yang Spirit Fruit. I followed your advice and caught a fat sheep too." At the same time, he took out a bright red Blood Yang Spirit Fruit from his spatial bag. Li Yang reached out, took it, and tossed it into his spatial bag, asking with concern, "Were you not in any danger?" The two exchanged information about what had happened. Li Yang never expected that Xiaofei was so capable, managing to knock Zhang Chao unconscious and snatch the treasure in one move. Xiaofei stared wide-eyed in disbelief that her boss would do something so drastic. Moreover, the other party is the Xiantian sect, one of the three major powers. On the main road, which is further away from the Blood Sun Spirit Tree, in the abyss of the Ember Dragon, the members of the Xian Nu sect had solemn expressions, each taking out various weapons, with Aya and White Gauze standing in front. Gubei's junior brother from the Xiantian sect, with his poisonous sores, stared lecherously at the towering peaks of the Xian Nu sect members, a grin spreading across his face. "Senior and junior sisters of the Xian Nu sect, where are you going? Our senior brother from the Xiantian sect wants to bring you joy." Junior brother Poisonous Sores grinned at them with a wicked smile. The other disciples of the Xiantian sect chuckled along with him. Their eyes and words clearly carried an ulterior motive, especially since the Xian Nu faction consisted entirely of women. One of the Xiantian sect disciples boasted to his companion, "The last time I encountered a lone member of the Xian Nu sect in the Wasteland, that feeling, I still miss it to this day." Aya held up her flute and cursed at the boastful Xiantian sect disciple. Holding the flute upright with both hands, her pink lips slightly parted, the melodious sound of the flute began to play. The 20 female disciples of the Xian Nu sect all played music. An invisible sonic attack struck the Xiantian sect disciples, their ears feeling as if they were being pounded by giant drums, and blood seeped from their ears without them even realizing it. Caught off guard, everyone quickly covered their ears. In an attempt to reduce the damage suffered, the Xiantian sect member named Shenqi, whose face was covered in sores, was also covering his ears, enduring the sonic damage. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Senior brother Gubei said we'd come together," but he ran away halfway. Looking around, he saw his fellow disciples struggling to hold on. Shenqi gave up resisting the sound waves, his face contorted with venomous sores, and said to the disciples of the Xiantian sect, "Junior brothers, quickly release the poison. Once the poisonous smoke appears, they have no chance of winning." It must be said that Shenqi, having followed Gubei, was very skilled with words and immediately ignited the fighting spirit of the Xiantian sect disciples. Despite the excruciating pain, Shenqi was the first to take out several poison pills and throw them at the Xian Nu sect members. Others followed suit. The poisonous fog spread among the Xian Nu sect members, who all stopped playing music and raised their arms to cover their noses with light gauze. The toxic fog was mixed with paralyzing drugs. Even the fourth-rank cultivators of the Xian Nu sect couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground, their bodies going limp. Next, the fifth-rank female disciple collapsed to the ground, and even Aya's senior sister couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Aya looked extremely flustered. She wanted to use her footwork to escape, but she didn't want to leave her senior and junior sisters behind. Finally, the poisonous fog dissipated. The disciples of the Xiantian sect all had blood streaming from their ears, looking extremely eerie. They were dressed in black, and their eyes gleamed with a sinister light. They all chuckled as they looked at the Xian Nu sect disciples who had collapsed to the ground. Shenqi grinned and walked to Aya's side. Aya felt weak all over and stared intently at Shenqi. Shenqi lowered his head and sniffed Aya's hair, his eyes full of wicked charm, and said, "Senior brother Gubei told me not to touch you, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to have it." He then reached out and began to tear off her gauze dress. The other Xiantian sect disciples were in the same situation. The stronger one stood next to a Xian Nu sect female female disciple, while the weaker ones surrounded one. Some even tore off a corner of their gauze dress, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. Clap clap clap. I never expected to encounter such a spectacular scene in the abyss of the Ember Dragon. Boss, the Xiantian sect is really despicable, okay? The disciples of Xiantian sect and Xiannu sect first heard someone clapping their hands, and then heard two people talking. A young man dressed in dark red armor and a mature and charming woman appeared. At this moment, Aya felt as if she had seen a ray of light in the dark abyss. She twisted her delicate body and cried out, "Please help us. We, the Xiannu sect, will be eternally grateful." Shinshi slapped Aya across the mouth. Then she stood up and said to Li Yang aggressively, "You brat, you old woman, this is Xiantian sect business. Get out of here." Li Yang continued to smile as he watched, while Xiao Fei beside him had a cold expression. Shoyun's spear appeared in his hand and was thrown towards Shinshi with a bang. Shinshi was too slow to react. His body was pierced by Shoyun's spear, dragged along until it struck the wall of the abyss. Xiao Fei spat out a pooey sound. With a displeased look, she said to Shinshi, who was pinned to the wall, "You're the old woman. Your whole family is old. Your relatives and friends are all old." Pinned to the wall, Shinshi was in excruciating pain, gripping Shoyun's spear tightly with both hands. He never expected that his words would offend a lady's taboo. "Kill them all," the boy said with a smile. Enraged by Shinshi, Xiao Fei flew out like a female war goddess, heading towards Shoyun's spear. He drew his Shoyun spear and thrust it fiercely into Shinshi's head as he fell. Blood splattered all around. The other Xiantian sect disciples were terrified. Just moments ago, they were the victors, ready to enjoy their captured prey, but now they faced a life-or-death crisis. They then discovered that the woman was actually a 6th-grade expert, and the boy was a 5th-grade expert. Shinshi, whose cultivation level was the highest among them at the 5th rank, was already on his way to the Yellow Springs. "Please, don't kill me. I'm just a child, don't kill me." If Li Yang hadn't witnessed the impending humiliation, he might have believed the Xiantian sect disciples' words. However, having experienced Blackstone Fortress, Li Yang was extremely disgusted by these things. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fei had killed so many Xiantian sect disciples that only one remained. That clever man had taken a Xiannu sect disciple hostage, shouting, "Let me go, or I'll kill her." Holding a dagger, he lightly cut a thin line of blood on the female disciple's neck. Xiao Fei held Shoyun's spear and confronted him, then looked at Li Yang. Li Yang conjured an invisible divine spike the size of an index finger, which pierced the minds of the remaining Xiantian sect disciples at the speed of light. The disciples' eyes glazed over after being struck by the divine thorn. Li Yang looked up at Xiao Fei and said, "Kill him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei turned around, pondering how to do it, and noticed that the disciple looked dazed, the dagger in his hand having somehow drifted away from his neck. The Shoyun spear seemed to lock onto itself automatically in its hand. They sent him to the exact same death as Shinshi, and with that, all the Xiantian sect disciples here were killed. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, something suddenly occurred to Li Yang. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said sadly, "I should have done it myself. Ha ha ha." The boss's sudden words left Xiao Fei, who had just finished the slaughter, somewhat bewildered. Of course, she had no idea that her boss was upset about not getting so many kill points. Aya struggled weakly to take out the antidote pill, swallowed it, and circulated her internal energy to consume the medicinal power, recovering some of her strength. She first helped each of her senior and junior sisters take the antidote pills, and then came to Li Yang. He bowed deeply and said with great emotion, "Thank you for saving my life. As a disciple of the Xiannu sect, I am extremely grateful to have met you." Li Yang waved his hand and said, "It was she who saved you, not me." Then he pointed at Xiao Fei. Aya could naturally tell that Li Yang was the one in charge, and she still came to Xiao Fei and expressed her gratitude. They were even invited to visit the Xiannu sect and were told that they would be treated well. They were also given a token engraved, with various classical musical instruments, with the traditional Chinese characters for Xiannu sect engraved in the center. After accepting the token, Xiao Fei advised them to leave first to avoid further danger. After thanking the two again, Aya led the Xiannu sect disciples back to the exit of the Ember Dragon Abyss along the main road. Xiao Fei watched the disciples of the Xiannu sect leave and asked, "Boss, where do we go next? To continue venturing into the abyss of the Ember Dragon, I need more resources." Li Yang focused his gaze on the main road and said with a firm look in his eyes. The two continued forward along the main road. Xiao Fei's injuries inflicted by Li Yang have healed. The two Blood Yang spirit fruits were placed in Li Yang's spatial bag, and he had not yet decided what to do with them. Li Yang possesses a killing evolution system. You can use kill points to upgrade. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he intended to save it for Guan Shixue or his sister Li Xin. As for Xiao Fei, she is already a 6th grade martial artist. Using the Blood Yang spirit fruit would only increase her health points, which is completely unnecessary. "Xiao Fei, you're 30 years old this year, why aren't you married?" As the two walked, Li Yang suddenly blurted out a question to Xiao Fei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei, who was walking ahead, my mind was filled with doubts. I wonder if the boss is asking about her personal situation, or if he really intends to do something to her, or does
does he have some other plan? Her delicate body slowed down. Xiaofei, standing behind Li Yang, bit her lower lip shyly and said, "The main problem is that I don't have anyone I like." Li Yang, who was walking in front of her, simply replied with an indifferent "oh." Xiaofei felt like she had misheard. She looked down at her feet, which she couldn't see, and her protruding breasts blocked her view. "I don't think there's anything wrong." Then, watching Li Yang's retreating figure, suspicion began to creep into my mind about the boss. "Boss, is it that you're not good at that thing? Or are you too young and it hasn't developed yet? What are you standing there for? Let's go." Seeing that Xiaofei hadn't followed for some reason, Li Yang urged her on. She hurriedly followed her boss, the thought that Li Yang might be impotent lingering in her mind. She vaguely remembered the time she was conquered by Li Yang, and how Wei Longyang clearly had special feelings for the deceased in June. Women's thoughts will never be the same as men's. Xiaofei was lost in thought. Li Yang, meanwhile, was contemplating the conflict with the Xintian sect. It wasn't that he regretted killing them, but rather that it was the first time he had learned of their existence. Their sect's strength, which had grown and prospered in the Federation for 300 years, was unmatched by ordinary people. If there is one, it's Qin Tianming, the god of war of the Federation. Having become a martial artist just over a month ago, even though my strength has reached the 5th rank in both categories, I still need to be careful. Actually, he should have included the Xian Nu faction as well. That's the safest approach, since often if no one sees it, it means nothing happened. Li Yang saw a large cave entrance. He beckoned to Xiaofei, and the two of them went inside together. The cave space was far larger than any of the ones they had seen before. The towering camphor trees, 200 to 300 meters high, with trunks 50 to 60 meters thick and stumps 70 to 80 meters in size, are rooted in the hard ground, their root systems invisible, and it is unknown how they obtain nutrients to grow in the deep abyss. "Wow, boss, these trees are so big and thick," Xiaofei exclaimed in admiration upon seeing the vast expanse of camphor and mahogany trees. The insects on the tree are quite large too." Li Yang agreed with her view and also told her about his own findings. At the fork of the camphor tree, each of the Tianrui redwood insects, the same color as the tree trunk, clings upright to the tree using its legs. Over 3 meters long, they have 2 short, thin antennae that sway gently. Their eyes and bodies are entirely red, making them easily overlooked if not carefully observed. If it weren't for Li Yang's mental scan, it was almost overlooked. After being guided by her boss, Xiaofei also noticed the Tianrui redwood beetle swaying its tentacles. Seeing the creature covered in red hair, Xiaofei instinctively felt a chill run down her spine and felt fear. He stepped back slightly. A powerful, large hand blocked his hind legs from behind his supple waist. Li Yang looked at Xiaofei with interest and said slowly, "Don't be afraid. It's just a small insect of the 5th rank at most. It's nothing to you, a 6th rank expert." "Boss, I have a fear of insects," Xiaofei answered in an uncoordinated tone. Girls are afraid of bugs. Li Yang had always assumed it was cockroaches or spiders. Moreover, Xiaofei is a 6th grade martial artist who must have killed many strange and unusual beasts. How could she be frightened by insects? So Li Yang smiled and said, "I'm going to kill all 300 plus Tianrui redwood worms. My demands on you aren't high either. All you need to do is severely injure yourself or break through their defenses. I'll handle the final kill." Such a requirement. It's actually not that high. Firstly, Xiaofei can attack from a distance, overcoming her inner fear. Secondly, and most importantly, it is Li Yang who kills them, so he can get kill points for each one. Really? Hearing the boss's words, Xiaofei's eyes were filled with surprise. Unable to believe such a simple request, he immediately inquired, "You should know that when we were following Pan Yushir, we always had to rely on her to deal with or escape from troublesome beasts. It was much more comfortable to be taken under Li Yang's command." "Of course it's real, even more real than pearls," Li Yang said with a smile. At the same time, he took out his weapon and alloy throwing knife. The Heavenly King armor covered his entire body, and to Xiaofei's astonishment, dark red wings slowly unfurled behind him. His blood and chi surged, and a dense killing intent erupted from Li Yang's body. It shot upwards like lightning. Concentrating all his strength in his hands, he swung the Azure Dragon crescent blade from behind to the right. A flash of cyan blade light suddenly slashed into the body of a 5th grade heavenly sharp redwood worm. The thick outer skin only provided slight resistance, and the blade sliced through the worm from head to tail as easily as cutting tofu. Puff puff puff. The deep red blood of the Tianrui redwood worm gushed out from both sides of its body. A prompt came to my mind. Ding! Killed a rank 5 beast, the heavenly sharp redwood insect, gaining 15 kill points. The alloy throwing knife, resembling alloy threads, flew towards the center of a heavenly sharp redwood insect, coiling around it like threads. He cut it in half lengthwise, and the pieces fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a rank 5 beast, the heavenly sharp redwood insect, gaining 15 kill points. Li Yang heard the notification of kill points being collected again. Xiaofei, still standing there, stared in disbelief. Li Yang killed the beast so cleanly and efficiently, and it was even a beast of the same level. She was secretly relieved that she hadn't fought her boss to the death. Her intuition told her that she would be the one to die in
the end.
Since the boss was doing everything personally, Xiaofei naturally dared not slack off.
He quickly took out the Shoyun spear. He leaped into the air, tinged with fear. It lunged at a Tianfu redwood insect clinging to a camphorwood tree, unaware of the impending danger. The insect was in great pain from being pricked. Its body undulated like waves, and its mouth swelled, as if it were preparing to attack. He slightly opened his mouth and saw an incredibly bright red, pungent liquid.
The antennae on its head stood upright.
With its scarlet eyes fixed on Xiaofei, it opened its mouth wide, ready to spew venom.
Xiaofei was just about to dodge.
A metal throwing knife flashed past, entering directly through the open opening, and then several holes appeared on the surface of the insect's body.
Blood accompanied by screams. Shocked, Xiaofei nodded gratefully to Li Yang and quickly left to find other targets. Ding!
Killed a rank 5 beast, the heavenly sharp redwood insect, gaining 15 kill points.
The notification sounded again. Li Yang smiled wickedly, thoroughly enjoying the pleasure of reaping the rewards.
Xiaofei, the top henchman, wielded a weapon and darted around various positions.
After each stab, an alloy-throwing knife would always appear at the opportune moment. Ha, now I don't have to worry about touching bedbugs.
Xiaofei watched with a happy expression as the alloy-throwing knives annihilated the Tianfu redwood worms in front of her, muttering to herself.
Unfortunately, she didn't see it. Li Yang was actually happier than her. Sensing Xiaofei's condition with his mental power, Li Yang immediately controlled the alloy-throwing knife to attack when the time was right. In just half an hour,
all 300 plus heavenly sharp redwood insects inside the cave perished at the hands of the two men.
To be precise, he died at Li Yang's hands, because he gained 4,680 kill points. He excitedly chanted in his mind. Host, Li Yang. Chi and blood, 4,000.00 plus.
Mental strength, 4,000.00 plus.
Kill points, 9,216.69.
Realm, 5th rank martial artist, 5th level mind master. Martial arts, Northern Darkness sky travel technique, tier 3, Dragon Bone blood scripture, tier 2, plus, 9-star technique, tier 2, plus, world destroying demonic force, beginner, comma.
Just over 700 short of breaking 10,000. Li Yang focused his attention on the killing points and muttered to himself. Li Yang added 3,000 kill points to his health. A powerful force suddenly appeared, and his hands clenched into fists.
Veins bulged on his arms, and his brows were furrowed. My heart was pounding, and my meridians felt like they were being pierced by needles, causing excruciating pain. The aura of a 6th grade martial artist slowly appeared on his body, startling Xiaofei, who was standing to the side.
Li Yang stood upright, enduring the pressure, feeling a surge of powerful energy within him.
His blood and chi concentration increased, and his overall strength was enhanced.
There's a lot of pent-up anger inside me that I need to release.
He slammed both fists into the tall camphorwood beside him.
2 holes appeared in the 200-meter-tall camphorwood tree, which then collapsed.
Li Yang sensed the increase in his strength, and a fighting spirit rose in his eyes. He really wanted to find someone to spar with, so he set his sights on Xiaofei, who was standing nearby.
Li Yang beckoned to her and said, "Xiaofei, let's spar a bit."
Xiaofei thought she had misheard. Instead, looking at the fallen camphor wood, he felt that his physical strength was far inferior to its hardness.
She twisted her body coquettishly and said to Li Yang,
"Boss, you can even knock down big trees, but these little guys with their small arms and legs can't withstand your rough treatment.
If you prefer something else, that's fine with me."
Li Yang was swayed by her words and did not press the matter.
What does it mean to say that liking other things is okay?
As a model youth of the Blue Star Federation, Li Yang was actually quite curious about what Xiaofei meant by other. Focusing my attention on my body, I felt my physical strength increase significantly, and the weight of the 10,000-pound green dragon crescent blade felt much lighter in my hand. His physical strength is estimated to be around 50,000 gene.
The enhancement of his chi and blood will improve his stamina in future battles.
If you knew that advancing to the 6th rank martial artist only required 3,000 killing points. When he killed Tianyuan Bingli-chan, he would definitely have improved his martial arts realm first, and it's impossible that he would have prioritized upgrading the 9-star technique.
From an optimal perspective,
improving a martial artist's strength is more important than improving their martial arts techniques.
If I improve my martial arts skills, will I be able to kill Xiaofei then?
After a thought flashed through Li Yang's mind, he spoke to himself. Although her words were as soft as rain, they still reached Xiaofei's ears, and she thought to herself,
"The boss is truly ruthless. He actually tried to kill me back then." But Li Yang had no idea what she was thinking.
I walked over and discussed my experiences and insights into the 6th grade realm with him. Finally, he realized one thing: advancing to the 6th rank would primarily enhance physical strength. After clearing the battlefield and collecting all the beast crystals, the resources in Li Yang's spatial bag have increased significantly. Emerging from the enormous cave, they walked for about half an hour.
Moro's voice echoed in Li Yang's mind. "Li Yang, follow the main path all the way to the bottom of the abyss. There might be something good down there."
Li Yang jumped forward a little and asked in a low voice,
"Uncle Luo, don't lie to me.
I only have 30 blood flame crystals left from last time." Moro's voice grew irritated. "Believe it or not, the blood flame crystals crystal was something you and I agreed upon.
In fact, Li Yang knew that. Once Morrow opens his mouth, it's either good or bad news.
It says there are good things at the bottom of the Ember Dragon Abyss, and maybe there really are treasures there. After informing Xiao Fei of the speed increase,
like an exception, the two continued along the main road.
We passed through countless caves, some strangely shaped and others of various colors, without stopping.
Bottom of the Ember Dragon Abyss. Someone went down to investigate.
There was only dark, murky water firmly occupying the bottom. There was nothing special about it whatsoever. No one wanted to travel such a long distance, they preferred exploring various caves.
The cave contains rare treasures and exotic beasts, and some people have even made a fortune by exploring it. Xiao Fei is truly a qualified top subordinate.
They didn't ask Li Yang why he was advancing so far, or whether he was going to stop exploring the cave. From the moment Xiao Fei met Li Yang until now, she has never been able to see through her boss. He is young, promising, powerful, decisive, and ruthless. The only drawback seems to be that it's not good. Li Yang and Xiao Fei traveled quickly along the main road for 5 days. If it weren't for Li Yang's delicious food along the way, Xiao Fei would have almost tried to persuade the boss to turn back from his wrong path. A stretch of black water covering a radius of 30 kilometers.
It came into their view.
The water was still and dark, with only occasional falling rocks, creating an eerie atmosphere.
That's right, it's 3 kilometers underwater. Morrow's voice rang in Li Yang's mind again, with a hint of urging in his tone.
Li Yang glanced at the surface of the black water, pondered for a moment, and then, with a grave expression, he said to Xiao Fei, "Xiao Fei, wait here for me.
I'm going down into the water. If I don't come out in more than a day, you can leave now. Do you want me to go with you?"
Xiao Fei asked with slight concern. Li Yang shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it, and then plunged into the black water. In the black water, the second form of the Heavenly King armor appeared. Its wings slowly unfurled behind it, dozens of winglets extending and bending to join together in front of Li Yang. A dark red membrane appeared above and below the wing, enveloping Li Yang entirely. Like a dark red balloon, it headed towards the bottom of the black water.
Descending to 500 meters, Li Yang did not feel any pressure.
Descending to 1,000 meters, Li Yang felt that the surroundings were completely dark and eerily silent. When we reached 3,000 meters, Li Yang felt a chill seep into him, and a projection of the childlike appearance of Mo Luo appeared.
Following Morrow's instructions, Li Yang used his mental perception to move forward little by little. Morrow anxiously directed Li Yang's actions, saying,
Yes, right there, press your arm down and then." Li Yang pressed down with his arm. The sound of the mechanical hydraulic device working rang out. It felt like a large door was slowly opening. A glimmer of light appeared in Li Yang's field of vision. Indeed, a large door was opening. There wasn't time to examine the inside closely. Li Yang felt a pressure coming from behind him as the black water pressed towards the open door, pushing his body forward.
"Reach your hands toward the light."
He touched the stiff board and used both hands to push against the body that was being pushed. Inside the second form of the Heavenly King armor, encased in water, Li Yang gritted his teeth and shouted under the pressure. At this moment, Li Yang's eyes were fixed on the position of the light. The light amplified with the sound of the hydraulic device. A futuristic alloy steel plate came into Li Yang's view.
Morrow shook his pale blue head and said, "Haha, I knew it." Li Yang, panting heavily, asked with difficulty, Uncle Luo, what?" It was indeed true.
Morrow ignored him completely and stared wide-eyed at what was in front of him. After the light was sufficient for Li Yang to enter, Li Yang, bearing the pressure of the black water flowing into the light, moved his body with immense difficulty to enter. It felt as if my body was bearing the weight of tens of thousands of pounds, a pressure that kept converging from all around, first moving my legs in, then my thighs. Li Yang faced the flowing water, his arm covered with the demonic energy of destruction. He pushed aside the water flow and slammed his hand on a blue button. The hydraulic system was restarted.
Finally, I could see what was moving.
It turned out to be an alloy door panel, slowly moving from right to left. The alloy door panel pressed firmly against the left side, making a creaking sound.
Li Yang collapsed, demonstrating just how difficult and strenuous the operation was. A small, blood-red robot appeared beside Li Yang. Morrow's voice came from his mouth. "Li Yang, you're too weak. You're having so much trouble opening the door of a transport ship." The crimson robot was slapped away by Li Yang. He said, panting heavily, "If you're so good, then you do it. You're just being a know-it-all." The small machine controlled by Morrow did not refute, but instead rolled its wheels forward toward the cockpit. Li Yang, supporting himself on the alloy of the ship's cabin, slowly stood up. A slight warmth emanated from the AI in Li Yang's hand. Mo Luo was doing something inside Li Yang's AI.
Looking at the huge and spacious space of the spaceship, Li Yang still felt very novel, as this was different from the scene he had seen in the secret realm. This spaceship has only one central aisle. There are many alloy compartments on the left and right sides, which should contain some things. Li Yang followed the corridor toward the cockpit, wanting to know more, and only Morrow could answer his questions. Inside the cockpit, there weren't screens or buttons. Instead, a holographic projection floated above, and the crimson machine, controlled by Morrow, kept manipulating it with its mechanical claws. Different sections are distributed on the holographic projection.
Under Moro's manipulation, various information is displayed on the panels, and the panels move.
Finally, the last section disappeared, revealing a video of a figure in alloy armor clutching his heart and abdomen, talking incessantly incoherently.
Li Yang couldn't understand at all, and Mo Luo didn't speak either. Helpless, I looked around and saw that apart from a cockpit seat, the rest of the cabin was made of alloy. Li Yang sat down in the cockpit out of boredom. Beep beep beep. Red lights flashed inside the spaceship, and an alarm sounded. 3 black stripes appeared on the right side of the driver's seat, running from right to left, binding Li Yang inside the driver's seat. You little transport ship, you think you can cause trouble in my hands?
The crimson robot, Moro, arrogantly waved its mechanical arm.
Just 3 seconds later, the alarm stopped, the red light disappeared, and the black straps binding Li Yang retracted from left to right.
Moro managed to resolve the commotion.
After a while,
Moro then projected the image of a child and told Li Yang the information he had obtained.
The spaceship was originally piloted by 2 transport crew members.
For some unknown reason, one of the crew members attacked the
guy who was talking nonsense during the flight.
He first stabbed him in the waist from behind, and then stabbed him in the heart. When he realized what was happening, he was even stronger and killed the attacker on the spot. However, the weapon that pierced his body contained a deadly poison, and the transport ship had no medical bay.
He died from his severe injuries and poisoning, talking incessantly as a final farewell. Li Yang nodded in agreement as if listening to a story, then asked, "Is there any treasure on the transport ship?" Moro sighed and shook his head, saying,
"Sigh, I've searched the transport ship's flight logs hundreds of times and only found a few materials that can upgrade your weapons." A slight look of disappointment crossed her face as she consoled herself, saying that something is better than nothing.
He then looked around and asked Moro, "How high can it be upgraded?" "At most S rank, the materials are too scarce."
Moro shook her head and looked away, secretly covering her mouth with her pale blue hand, and said helplessly.
Hearing Mo Luo's helpless answer, Li Yang searched his memory. S rank seemed to be on the same level as the alloy throwing knife. He raised the AI with an incredulous expression. He asked to confirm, "Can I upgrade the Azure Dragon Crescent blade to S rank?" Moro turned around and looked back, appearing very confident, and said, "As long as there are the materials, there's nothing that Master Luo can't do." Mo Luo was chatting with Li Yang. The crimson robot opened the alloy compartments one by one inside the ship's cabin. Wow, wow, wow.
Energy bars, Xianin treasure iron, powered battle armor.
It can do multiple things at once. At this moment, I am extremely excited.
A transport ship containing various materials. All that's needed is to gather a few materials to help Li Yang upgrade his weapons.
Each time an alloy capsule was opened, the Moro projection beside Li Yang trembled slightly. Countless materials from inside the cabin were taken away by them.
Inside the alloy cabin in front of us, there was only a golden alloy box placed in the middle.
The box uses a Cosmic Hall's combination lock.
The crimson robot was using all its computing power, and the AI almost burned Li Yang so badly that he cursed Mo Luo before finally cracking the code.
After opening the secret, the golden alloy box slowly opened.
Inside was a simple, antique-looking animal skin book. The crimson robot picked it up and looked at it. Its other claw, which had been waving happily, drooped down instantly after seeing what was inside the animal hide.
I don't know if this thing appearing here is a good thing or a bad thing. Moro shook the robot's head inside. Li Yang could vaguely sense Mo Luo's abnormality, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Especially the blood-red robots that have disappeared from somewhere.
Li Yang thought the trip was well worth it, and excitedly muttered to himself,
"I'm already very satisfied with being able to upgrade the Azure Dragon Crescent blade. The humans on Earth are so easy to fool, they fall for it so easily when they hear about benefits."
Moro feigned regret inside, but secretly rejoiced.
His mind was completely absorbed in its storage space, except for a few of his own belongings. The ship was piled high with the items that had just been taken from the transport ship. There was still some left after repairing the dragon. The ancient animal hides were inscribed with martial arts techniques, and legend has it that those who practiced these techniques were all sinners. The technique is called Heavenly Sin Overlord Scripture, which is even more powerful than world-destroying demon force. It enhances the cultivator's strength from the inside out, and every move has the power to destroy the world.
Several cultivators
of this technique were once renowned throughout the universe, but once the technique was revealed, a group of people would come to hunt them down. They would carry out an endless hunt throughout the universe until the cultivator was completely wiped out. Moro had only heard of this when he followed his former master. It was said that no heavenly sinners had appeared for a long time. Unexpectedly, the cultivation technique appeared on the transport ship.
Find a suitable opportunity and let Li Yang practice it. A wicked thought flashed through Mo Luo's mind. Would Li Yang be hunted down in the universe?
Li Yang groped around in the cabin, looking at the vast space. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to fall from outer space to this place. He traveled along the main road by himself, plus the 5 days he spent with Xiao Fei, covering at least 70,000 to 80,000 kilometers. In reality, the abyss abyss of the Ember Dragon was caused by a transport ship crash, not by a volcanic eruption as some online sources claim.
It must have been the intense heat generated by the spaceship at the time.
The massive hull, combined with its power and exhaust plume, created countless holes due to the extreme heat as it penetrated deep underground. The transport spaceship was covered by water from the Earth's veins, and the area was pitch black, so no one was willing to explore it.
Moro definitely has methods that Li Yang is unaware of.
It can detect the presence of transport ships from a distance and guide them to open for entry.
Li Yang, let's go out. This old spaceship has nothing good left, and it's not very useful either. The pale blue projection of a child, Moro, waved his hand and spoke.
Since Moro said so, and Li Yang himself hadn't found anything good, he had no choice but to leave.
Xiao Fei was still waiting for him by the water. Li Yang took a deep breath.
He activated the second form of the Heavenly King armor, which was enveloped in dark red. He arrived at the hatch with a solemn expression. He had experienced the pressure of the black water firsthand. This time, Li Yang became more shrewd, circulating the dragon bone blood scripture within his body, using strands of dragon bone power to enhance his strength. The Northern Darkness Soaring Heaven technique begins with a preparatory stance.
Press down the red button next to the blue button with your palm facing down.
As darkness appeared in sight and the turbulent black water began to surge and flow, Li Yang soared upwards like a rock, spreading its wings in the water, his left palm using the power of the demon of annihilation to withstand the water pressure, his momentum unstoppable as he climbed straight up. Xiao Fei, who was waiting for her boss, heard a splashing sound in the black water. A dark red figure burst out of the water and crashed straight into the wall above the black water. They forcefully smashed a large hole in the wall, and many cracked stones fell onto the water's surface. Countless ripples appeared, and the figure suddenly flashed to Xiao Fei's side.
Li Yang retracted his Heavenly King armor, transforming into a black-clad figure.
He grinned, pressing his right hand against his left arm, which then slammed against the wall. Even after being tempered by the world-destroying demonic energy, I still felt waves of tingling numbness.
Boss, you're finally out. I was so worried about you. Is there anything down there?
When Xiao Fei saw Li Yang come out, she excitedly and curiously called out.
Li Yang will recount the whole story to Xiao Fei below, but he will not mention the existence of Mo Luo.
If there's a need someday, we'll send this transport ship out again,
Li Yang added to Xiao Fei.
Leading Xiao Fei, they began to ascend from the bottom of the Ember Dragon abyss.
As we passed through the cave, we saw many 5th-rank mythical beasts inside. Li Yang stopped and leaned in to whisper something into Xiao Fei's hair.
Inside the cave, a group of 5th-grade Thunder Dragon lions watched the two approaching figures with menacing eyes. Arcs of lightning danced on their fur. Their warnings were particularly clear.
Li Yang ignored their warnings.
He silently calculated the number of strange beasts inside the cave.
80, 90, a total of 106.
The black-clad figure instantly transformed into the Heavenly King armor. Alloy-throwing knives flashed before him, and the Azure Dragon Bay Moonblade lay in wait. Xiao Fei's delicate body slid beside him, and Shoyun's spear followed her body like lightning, stabbing towards a Thunder Dragon Lion. The Thunder Dragon Lion, over 4 meters tall, opened its mouth and roared. Lightning gathered around his head and shot towards Xiao Fei, who suddenly appeared. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm moved with incredible speed. Xiao Fei, who was already on guard, rolled over to dodge, and Shoyun's spear pierced the belly of the Thunder Dragon Lion.